Chapter 1. The summer days are invariably long, with the sun lazily descending, while the deep blue night sky gradually supplants the lingering hues of the sunset. In a world of Muggles, the night sky is refreshingly cool, adorned with countless stars. However, the night sky over Godric's Hollow is anything but refreshing. It is instead heavy and foreboding, exuding a sense of impending storm. At this moment, a visitor arrives. The polished, expensive dragonhide shoes tread upon the path, while a simple yet elegantly dark robe envelopes his well-proportioned frame, his right hand clasping a white wand. His smooth, jet-black hair, reminiscent of obsidian, is slicked back, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. His cold demeanor does nothing to diminish his allure, while the dark crimson of his eyes adds an air of enigma and seduction. Undoubtedly, the young man is captivating, yet he emanates a chilling aura of authority that dissuades anyone from meeting his gaze. At this moment, he is scrutinizing, or perhaps evaluating, the quaint villa across from him. The villa is charming, its white-painted door contrasting vibrantly with the red brick walls, exuding a sense of vitality. The meticulously trimmed flower beds and lawns release a fragrant aroma of greenery into the night, while warm, golden light spills from the curtains, casting shadows of a man, a woman, and a child within. The man hoists the child upon his shoulders, and the family shares a moment of joyous laughter. Soon after, their silhouettes gently recede from the window, as if retreating into the house. The young man squints, taking strides towards the villa. Each step he takes is imbued with grace, as though he were attending a grand ball filled with clinking goblets. He does not pause in his advance. With a flick of his wand, the white door creaks open a fraction, and as he approaches, it swings fully ajar. What greets him is a chaotic scattering of shoes and baby items strewn about the floor. The door swings wide open. James Potter, with his tousled hair, stands on guard at the threshold, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the young man Voldemort. In that instant, his mind seems to freeze. Years of battle-hardened instincts honed from the conflict with Death Eaters compel him to instinctively reach for the spot where he usually keeps his wand, only to find his heart plummet. The wand is absent. He had placed it on the sofa just moments ago while playing with Harry. Without a moment's hesitation, he spreads his arms to shield the dark wizard, relying solely on his primal instincts, hoping desperately that Lily and Harry might escape. He turns and shouts upstairs, his voice strained. "He's here. Lily, run. Take Harry and flee." Voldemort watches with amusement as the man's panic unfolds, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Potter is unarmed. Finding it somewhat tedious, he raises his wand, the tip emitting a sinister green light that pierces the man's body. Jameis' expression freezes, and with a thud, he collapses. Lily Potter has just placed Harry in his crib when she hears the commotion, her complexion instantly paling. Gripping the crib's railing, she quickly processes the situation, lunging to shut the door, desperately shoving furniture against it. Her wand is downstairs. Lily Evans is an accomplished witch, as all her professors have attested. So she realizes, in a flash, that their secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, has betrayed them. Her frantic efforts to barricade the door come to an abrupt halt as she grabs Harry's red crayon, fervently scribbling a few words in a secluded corner, her gaze fixed on her son in the crib. She understands this is their final moment together. She does not wish to squander it on futile furniture stacking. Bitterness wells up within her. She hasn't witnessed Harry growing up, attending Hogwarts, joining Gryffindor, playing Quidditch, making friends, or starting a family. Little Harry appears perplexed, wondering why his mother, who had just sung him a lullaby, is now piling up furniture and playing with his crayon. Yet he senses her fear, extending his tiny hand, his pure emerald eyes searching for solace to offer her. Lily crouches before the crib, one hand gripping it, both pairs of green eyes meeting hers filled with sorrow. She whispers, "Harry, you are so loved. Mom loves you. Dad loves you. Harry, be safe, be strong." Voldemort raises his gaze. Stepping over the man's lifeless body, he has come for the infant. The Dark Lord is known for his efficiency. He strolls leisurely towards the second floor, exuding an air of grace and ease. He observes the tightly shut door, feeling the barricade of furniture piled behind it, its numbers continuing to swell. The young man finds it amusing. Does this foolish woman truly believe that a mere pile of furniture could obstruct the Dark Lord's advance? Is it not a testament to the mindlessness of Gryffindor? He flicks his wand, and the very door that Lily Potter sees as a means of protection collapses with a thunderous crash, the furniture behind it shattering into fragments. Lily shields Harry in the crib, watching the approaching handsome wizard with growing dread. Voldemort sizes her up. Is this the woman Severus fancies? He flicks his wand, sending Lily aside. The Dark Lord never hesitates to grant his subordinates favors in minor matters. Voldemort does not intend to kill her. Lily's eyes widen in disbelief as she witnesses the Dark Lord raise his wand towards Harry. She lunges in front of the little crib, shielding her son, her expression pleading. At this moment, as a mother, she would forsake everything, provided Harry could survive. Please, don't kill Harry, take my life instead. Just spare him. Voldemort furrows his brow, swatting Lily aside once more, yet she lunges at him again, persistently pleading. Finally, he grows irritated, and with a killing curse, he finally aims his wand unimpeded at the infant. The small child, still drooling, tears streaming down his cheeks, stares, wide-eyed, at Lily's lifeless form, as if grasping the horror unfolding. Voldemort smirks. Could this infant pose a challenge for him, possessing a power the Dark Lord cannot comprehend? He nearly bursts into laughter. How absurd! The Dark Lord is invincible. He will see who dares to question the Dark Lord's might after this night. With a slight curl of his lips, he utters the long-anticipated incantation, Avada Kedavra. In an instant, the ominous green light rebounds, enveloping him in its grasp. His body feels as though it is being torn apart, and Voldemort emits a horrific scream as he dissipates into a cloud of black smoke, fleeing the house. In a fit of rage, he nearly dismantles the entire structure. Yet his power has waned, his soul weakened. He can only retreat for now. Very well. Harry Potter, a mere infant, has vanquished the Dark Lord. You shall all await the wrath of the Dark Lord. The dark mist roars as it departs. Bellatrix Lestrange hurriedly rushes to Malfoy Manor. Her youthful and delicate features convey a hint of anxiety as she bursts from the fireplace, exclaiming, Sissy, Sissy, where's Lucius? Narcissa sits composedly in an armchair, cradling her small, platinum-haired child tenderly. She looks up in surprise. Bella? Lucius, seated across from her, wears an unamused expression. In this generation of the Black family, only Regulus and Narcissa manage to thrive. The rest are either rebellious like Sirius or deranged like Bellatrix. Lucius, having finished his internal monologue, elegantly sets down his teacup, donning a perfunctory smile that barely reaches his eyes. What seems to be the matter? Bellatrix has always found Malfoy intolerable, not only due to his hypocrisy, but also because he could maintain the Dark Lord's favor despite it. Yet at this moment, she has no time for banter. She hastily pulls up her left sleeve, a look of panic in her eyes as she regards Lucius. The dark mark is faded. Lucius' expression shifts, and he disregards his noble demeanor, rolling up his sleeve. As expected, it has indeed faded. The once vibrant, dark mark now appears as a mere faint outline, akin to a pencil sketch. Narcissa notices as well, her own face paling with concern for her husband. Lucius lowers his sleeve, rising to his feet, retrieving his staff where his wand is concealed, and says to Bella, "We must find Severus." He turned and gently kissed Narcissa's face, murmuring, "Sissy, do not fret, I shall handle everything." Bella promptly pivoted towards the fireplace, nearly stumbling as she did. Lucius, however, maintained a steady gait. As they stepped out of the fireplace in Spinner's End, they were met with a cloud of dust that prompted several coughs. Lucius waved his wand, incanting Scourgify. The two purebloods cast aside the accursed dust, yet its pungency lingered, and in their movement, Lucius kicked a glass bottle, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Bending down, Lucius beheld the scattered, empty bottles, his brow furrowing in discontent. He surveyed the dim, cramped room and discovered Severus Snape, thoroughly inebriated, slumped in an armchair. The man's brow was furrowed tightly, his wand carelessly discarded, cradling a half-full bottle of liquor, his eyes bloodshot and reeking of alcohol, utterly despondent. Lucius' brow twitched ever so slightly. Snape had always been the epitome of restraint. He had never witnessed his friend in such a state. Could it be that something dire had befallen the Dark Lord? With the intention of gently rousing his friend, Bella, in her fervor, crossed the room and splashed water onto Snape's face. She vigorously shook his shoulders, and Lucius, taken aback, hurried over to pry her hands from Snape's garments. Nonetheless, the objective was achieved. Snape stirred awake. Lucius was about to muster a subtle smile and inquire further when Bella, already rolling up her sleeves, thrust herself in front of Snape, nearly colliding with his nose, urgently questioning. "The dark mark has faded. Do you know why? What has happened to our master? Has something gone amiss? He hasn't summoned even a single Death Eater in days." Snape, jolted awake by the forceful shaking, still reeling from excessive grief and the aftereffects of his hangover, was bombarded with a barrage of questions concerning the very individual responsible for Lily's demise. His heart ached with sorrow and simmered with rage. The lingering effects of alcohol dulled his reason, prompting a disdainful scoff, his voice a rich, husky timbre laced with sarcasm. "The Dark Lord is gone. He has been defeated by that prophesied boy." Bella was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the floor with a thud. Lucius stood frozen, momentarily devoid of thought, his gray-blue eyes narrowing as he immediately began calculating how much funding would be required and what rationale could extricate the Malfoy family from their ties to the Dark Lord. Snape, disinterested in entertaining the pair, scoffed. "I assume the esteemed purebloods and trusted subordinates of the Dark Lord possess legs, and do not require my pitiful, drunken, heartbroken self to rise and bid them farewell." Lucius, regaining his composure, grasped Bella and made their exit. "The boy who lived has vanquished the Dark Lord." The following day, the Daily Prophet's headline proclaimed this news, stirring unrest within the wizarding community. Innocent souls observed with eager anticipation. Had the most ruthless dark wizard in history, the one who regarded human life as mere trifles, truly been defeated? Had he genuinely perished? The Death Eaters began to stir. The Ministry of Magic, previously suppressed, initiated a collaboration with the Order of the Phoenix to arrest Death Eaters. The Dark Lord remained silent. The dark mark upon their arms lay still, as if merely a child's prank. The Death Eaters soon fractured into two factions. One faction, led by Bellatrix, remained steadfast in their loyalty to Voldemort, convinced that he had merely retreated temporarily and would one day return. The other faction, epitomized by Lucius Malfoy, claimed they had been ensnared by the Dark Lord's imperious curse, unable to control their actions, striving to dissociate themselves from Voldemort. Ultimately, due to Voldemort's silence, the belief grew that the fiend had indeed met his demise. Those unwavering in their allegiance to Voldemort were cast into Azkaban, guarded by Dementors who had once thrived during Voldemort's reign of terror. Meanwhile, certain nobles who endeavored to sever ties with Voldemort and donated substantial fortunes emerged unscathed, continuing to occupy their high positions. On the other side, in the Muggle world, an elderly man, a lady, and a half-giant left an infant on the doorstep of a household. They whispered, "Good luck, Harry Potter." This infant would be etched into the annals of history. On July 13th, 1980, the entire United Kingdom reveled in immense joy, for the Queen had given birth to a little prince. That day, His Majesty donned a deep gray suit, holding the small prince alone before Buckingham Palace. The media's flashbulbs persisted incessantly. Subsequently, the royal family released a photograph of the young prince. In the image, the infant sat demurely, clad in a comfortable white baby outfit adorned with a sizable ruffled collar. His fair skin radiated innocence, his expression focused, and a cascade of golden hair gently rested upon his forehead, resembling an angelic visage. Most astonishing were his eyes, a gentle sea blue hue encircled by a halo of light, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon the ocean's surface, reflecting colors that entranced the beholder. His name is Alan Cornwall Windsor. He is destined to become the next king of this nation. The entire country erupted in jubilation. On that day, television ratings soared to unprecedented heights, and newspapers sold out completely. Many citizens meticulously cut out the baby's photograph from the newspapers, preserving it with care in their albums. The following day, the royal family announced the Queen's passing. After a moment of elation, the nation was plunged into sorrow. Although few knew who the Queen was, this did not diminish the public's admiration for the royal family. A wave of condolences flooded the internet, expressing deep sympathy for the young prince who had lost his mother at birth and for their revered, gentle king. Edward held the young prince in his arms, watching the grand funeral. As his wife's coffin was interred deep within the church's grounds, the Queen's death brought immense grief to the king. Edward withdrew from public life, neglecting food for several days, causing anxiety among the royal staff. However, soon enough, Edward found little time to mourn his dearly departed spouse, as his only son, Alan, began to exhibit extraordinary abilities as the most legitimate heir to the throne. Alan received meticulous care, yet even the most diligent attention could not prevent occasional oversights. According to reports from the steward, one night, Alan nearly fell from his crib. The maid, trembling with fear, dashed to the bedside, terrified of the baby's potential fall, only to discover that their little prince had levitated effortlessly to the carpet below. This remarkable ability frightened the maid, prompting her to resign without hesitation. Edward, skeptical, observed his son until he witnessed Alan's extraordinary talent firsthand, at which point he reluctantly acknowledged the boy's uniqueness. Thus, the king humbly undertook the task of learning various childcare techniques and knowledge. Personally tending to the young prince, the king could not deny that he had made a prudent decision, as Alan's peculiar circumstances became increasingly frequent with age 8 months. A maid inadvertently shattered a tea set. Just as scalding tea threatened to splatter on Alan, he suddenly rolled over, his sea-blue eyes appearing unusually profound. In that instant, every toy, porcelain, and glass object in the room exploded, yet Alan remained unscathed, with not even a trace of tea upon him. A few months later, upon turning 1, Alan articulated complete sentences. Naturally, this was deemed a sign of genius and occupied an entire page of the newspapers. Since the war's conclusion, the royal family had not experienced any significant events worthy of reporting. There had been no new members in the royal lineage for many years. The king's engagement and subsequent marriage, once anticipated to be grand affairs, had never materialized, and the expected queen consort was nowhere to be found. For a long time, only the king had represented the royal family in the public eye. Now, with the arrival of a young prince, the media yearned to follow his every move. Continuous coverage was, however, impractical. The king adeptly concealed Alan's extraordinary abilities. Thus, the official narrative showcased the young prince's intelligence, grace, and charm, winning the hearts of the nation's populace. It is worth noting that the king himself once topped the most desired to marry list. Not merely for his elegant and noble demeanor, gentlemanly conduct, and perfect physique, but also for his stunning beauty that captivated both genders. It was evident that the young prince had inherited this allure, especially with his pair of enchanting eyes, exuding warmth, elegance, and regal authority. Under the watchful gaze of the nation, Alan grew up healthy and exceptional. The public had long been aware of Alan's brilliance, yet the Prime Minister knew even more. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to nostalgia for his deceased wife and a profound regard for the young prince, the king arranged a full schedule for Alan upon discovering his genius. This included not only attendance at events and diplomatic venues, but also a rigorous timetable from dawn until dusk. Fortunately, Alan was an eager learner. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a rebellious spirit long ago. The king's expectations for the young prince were exceedingly high, with standards of etiquette and knowledge set even to that of university students. Often bringing Alan along during cabinet meetings, this had become an unspoken understanding among all. Thankfully, the young heir did not disappoint his moniker of genius. The king and prime minister frequently engaged in private discussions, during which Alan consistently offered constructive insights to the prime minister. As Alan matured to 11, he blossomed into a gentleman of poise and grace. During this time, the prime minister changed several times. Alan, who should not have been involved in political matters, became an occasional hidden advisor to each successive prime minister. The king turned a blind eye to this arrangement, feigning ignorance. On July 13, 1991, Buckingham Palace was adorned with grandeur, and the entire nation buzzed with excitement as Prince Alan was to be formally bestowed with a title, dressed in a duke's regalia of deep blue, which lent him an air of composure. The golden sash glimmered with glory, perfectly complementing his dignified and noble presence, harmonizing beautifully with his eyes. He donned a noble hat adorned with a long black feather, draped in a mink-lined cloak that reached his knees. and stepped into shining black leather boots, adorned with gleaming metals. As he descended from a pure gold-carved carriage alongside the king, he trailed a step behind the king, entering the opulent hall to the well-wishes of the crowd. Clad in fine garments, Alan knelt gracefully on a soft cushion, hand placed over his heart. The noble hat with its long black feather was removed, his golden hair shimmering under the lights like sunlight. The king, crowned and robed, personally placed the heir's diadem upon his treasured son. Thereafter, the king raised a ceremonial sword and rested it upon the young prince's shoulder, solemnly urging him to vow for the future. The young heir gazed up, meeting his father's eyes, and declared, "I, Prince Cornwall, shall remain eternally loyal to the king, the law, and my people, until death claims my life." He gently grasped the king's hand and rose. Standing upon the elevated platform, adorned with a resplendent crown, surveying the subjects below. After standing for an entire day, his 11-year-old body had begun to exhibit signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, he gracefully turned around, inclining slightly towards the crowd and the journalists. Placing his hand upon his heart in a gesture of respect, the multitude of citizens, watching intently from their television screens, were profoundly moved. Their young prince had matured, clad in formal attire, exuding nobility and elegance. His youthful visage complemented by a composed demeanor, unhurried and steady. This was the bearing befitting a crowned prince. The flashes of the media's cameras sparkled upon his countenance, as reporters regarded him with admiration. Engaging in conversations about how Prince Alan embodied eternal gentlemanly grace, a true testament to the king's personal tutelage, Alan smiled at them, allowing the brilliance of the flashes to refract in his pupils. This was a familiar experience for him. As the crown prince, he must always maintain poise and propriety, ensuring that the public would not find cause for ridicule from the moment of his birth. He had been the center of attention, not solely due to the royal aura surrounding him, but also because he was the first prince in a century to be cradled personally by the king. Photographed outside the delivery room, his mother, the legitimate queen, had never made an appearance before the public, not even during the wedding. This was a remarkable anomaly for a royal family often scrutinized even during their meals. Presently, King Edward, rumored to harbor deep affections for the concealed queen, had never once responded to inquiries regarding her, apart from a sudden announcement one day declaring that the king had acquired a queen, followed by news of the queen giving birth, and the announcement of her passing 3 days after Alan's birth. The royal family had released no further information concerning her in fact, he himself remained oblivious to what his mother looked like. This fueled various conspiracy theories among the media and the public, while Edward meticulously collected every piece of information related to the queen, yet never made any statements. Since his birth, he had participated in numerous royal political, diplomatic, and noble activities, mastering these rituals with ease. As the grand doors of the palace closed behind him, he let out a gentle sigh. Edward's gaze softened as he settled into a high-backed chair. Observing the attendants as they removed Alan's crown, cloak, and outer garments, gesturing for him to come closer. Alan, somewhat perplexed, took a seat beside his father. Edward inquired whether he was tired after the day's events. Alan chuckled softly. "I am not fatigued. It is merely that the crown is heavier than I had anticipated. To where the crown is to bear its weight," the king replied, looking at him. "This is our responsibility. When you ascend to the throne, you will bear an even greater crown and heavier duties." Alan responded obediently, and noticing his father's demeanor had softened, he pointed to his father's knee, reminding him to ask Tris for a hot compress, as he had knelt for quite some time today. "Indeed, father," Alan replied, his posture impeccable, embodying the essence of a crown prince. The following day, father and son relocated to Balmoral for summer duties, the sun rising and setting steadily as they fulfilled their responsibilities. Until one day, a peculiar owl tapped against the window. Inside Balmoral Castle, Alan was in Edward's study, attending to official matters under his father's guidance. Their similar demeanor and appearance rendered the atmosphere serious whenever they convened to discuss important matters. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic taps echoed against the window, causing both to pause, frowning as they turned towards the source of the sound. They initially presumed it was a cleaning staff member who had mistakenly arrived at the wrong time, only to be surprised by the sight of a plump owl laboriously grasping a letter roughly its size, pecking at their window. "Alan." "Edward." "Father," Alan began, enduring the increasingly fierce gaze of the owl. "Should we let it in?" Edward glanced at him, pressed the security button, and instructed personnel to remove the owl from outside the study on the 3rd floor. They thought this was merely a trivial incident. Yet the following day, the owl and the letter reappeared, The king commanded once more for the owl to be captured, puzzled by the creature's disrupted circadian rhythm. On the third day, when the owl and the letter appeared again at the window, even the most oblivious observer would sense something amiss. Alan and Edward personally examined the situation with the owls, and after staff members employed various instruments to inspect the letters, they received those peculiar correspondences for the first time. Alan followed closely beside the king, carefully maintaining the boundary between monarch and heir. Upon seeing the envelope, Edward's expression shifted. Inscribed upon it was the address: to Balmoral Castle, the third-floor rightmost bedroom of Alan Cornwall, Windsor. Alan's expression changed instantly, and when he looked up again, the king's countenance had darkened ominously. His voice, barely restrained with rage, summoned the Prime Minister, setting the stage for Chapter 90. The moment the Prime Minister laid eyes on the letter, his expression altered. He looked uncertainly at Edward, cautiously suggesting, "Your Majesty, do you mean to apprehend the messenger?" Edward's deep ocean-blue gaze fixed upon him, questioning, "Or do you believe, Prime Minister, that the precise discovery of the Crown Prince's residence is merely a trivial matter?" The Prime Minister appeared perplexed, glancing at the markings on the envelope, finally grasping why no one dared to inform Alan about the wizarding world. The king's attitude was indeed peculiar. He slowly bowed, placing his hand over his heart, and respectfully replied, "As you wish." The military intelligence swiftly mobilized, establishing layers of protection outside the ancient castle of Balmoral. The most advanced military weaponry and defenses surrounded Balmoral like an iron fortress. Prepared for the arrival of a fourth owl at this juncture, both the king and the crown prince had relocated to Windsor Castle, having both read the letters, sitting together in silence. Edward found it strange. Surely no one would dare to play such a prank on the royal family. Moreover, the letter was accompanied by numerous school supplies, suggesting authenticity. Yet, a wizarding school seemed far-fetched. He passed the letter back to Alan, who read it again, seemingly reaching a significant decision. "Alan, if M16 captures the fourth owl, you will reply to this school, requesting them to send a teacher to explain. We shall consider our course of action thereafter." Alan raised his gaze, instantly understanding his father's choice, and offered a reassuring and wholly trusting smile. "Father, I understand." Thus, Edward's concerns and explanations required no further articulation. The military intelligence remained on high alert at Balmoral. Meanwhile, that vigilant yet expectant owl flew directly towards Windsor Castle, persistently tapping at the window of the study where Alan and Edward were situated. The two exchanged glances, and Alan pressed the security button. Following the revelation of the Crown Prince's bedroom's precise location being exposed, a cadre of ever-vigilant agents swiftly entered the room. The owl was soon captured, confined within a cage, and presented before the king. The letter, as per protocol, underwent instrument detection before reaching Alan's hands. Alan swiftly perused the letter. It required little time, as their contents were entirely identical. That he looked up at Edward, then back at the owl, which was frantically flapping about in its cage, hesitatingly asking it, "Do you wish for me to reply?" The owl calmed, nodding its head, feathers slowly drifting down within the cage, appearing somewhat comical. Edward observed the owl with incredulity. Alan, seizing the pen from the attendant's hand, took a sheet of royal embossed stationery and inscribed, "I am Alan Cornwall. It is a great honor to receive an invitation from the magical school. However, as the crown prince of the nation, I cannot respond to this invitation without full confirmation, nor will the king permit it. Please, may your esteemed institution send a teacher to enlighten us regarding the relevant facts. Yours sincerely, Prince Cornwall." Alan meticulously folded the enchanted letter and sealed it within a royal envelope, affixing the royal wax seal. Edward silently acquiesced to this act, fully aware that his son was demonstrating to that world the importance of treating a crown prince with the respect he deserved. Alan did not require his father's assistance. He had thoroughly addressed the envelope to Hogwarts School, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Once the letter was complete, Alan gestured towards the cage containing the owl, and a servant promptly brought the cage to his side. Alan shook the envelope at the poor creature, eliciting a sharp cry from the small animal. Strangely, Alan felt as though this owl was demanding a tip and food, as if it sought an apology from him. This ludicrous notion provoked both laughter and bewilderment in him, yet he instructed the servant to prepare food for the owl and requested a pound note. The owl haughtily accepted the food but disdainfully regarded the pound, kicking it with its foot and turning its backside toward the pitiful bill, leaving a deposit of yellowish-white droppings upon it. Edward turned his head away, leaning back expressionlessly in his high-backed chair. The servants immediately prepared to remove the owl's cage, but Alan raised his hand to halt them, pondering for a moment before requesting a diamond. It was a gem the size of a yellow bean, which the servant carefully placed into the cage using tweezers. The owl tilted its head, seemingly contemplating the diamond. After a brief moment, it reluctantly nodded, extending its right foot to indicate that the diamond should be placed into the small pouch tied to its leg. The servant complied, and the owl nodded in satisfaction, pecking at the cage and glancing at the letter, signaling for the cage to be opened. As it was ready to commence its task, Alan chuckled softly and instructed someone to open the window. Watching as the owl grasped the letter, nearly its own size, and soared into the radiant sunlight, Edward, expressionless, with his sea blue eyes darkened, waved his hand, dismissing everyone. The servants and agents filed out, and Alan turned to his father, reassuringly saying, "Father, do not worry. If this headmaster truly intends to come in person, then the magical realm is relatively safe." "That I know," Edward replied, gazing at his son, "but to let you face such an unfamiliar world alone." Alan chuckled. "If you are concerned, I can take a camera with me." Edward ignored him, glancing out at the sky. Is sending a letter by owl truly reliable? If there is indeed magic, then will a camera be of any use? The reliability of Owl Post was evident, as all four had accurately found their way to Alan. Thus, Edward remained anxious about his son's safety. An unknown world was inherently perilous, especially one imbued with powers unfamiliar to them. Edward regarded Alan, stating, "As the Crown Prince, you possess the privilege to enter that world. Therefore, you must go. For the sake of our people." He surmised that if the extraordinary abilities Alan had displayed since birth were indeed magic, then there must be others in similar circumstances. Such individuals would likely be few, but their power was not insignificant. Therefore, understanding that world and gaining a relative grasp of its wondrous inhabitants was a duty befitting the Crown Prince. Alan evidently shared this sentiment, exchanging a knowing glance with his father, and all was conveyed without words. "I understand. Should I venture into that world, I shall thoroughly investigate all aspects and compile a report." Submitting it weakly, Edward hesitated, but Alan interjected with a smile, "I will also ensure my own safety, steering clear of peril, and documenting my actions daily, sending you letters." Only then did Edward nod in agreement. That afternoon, the two received a reply from the magical world. The letter stated that Headmaster Dumbledore would arrive at 10 o'clock the following morning. The next day, after breakfast, Alan bid farewell to his father, and they each proceeded to their respective studies. The king had some official duties to attend to, while the Crown Prince needed to complete his assignments. Alan's study was adjacent to his bedroom. Balmoral Castle had stood for over 1,000 years, its original style preserved through numerous renovations. The study and bedroom retained the lingering charm of yesteryears, with all furnishings crafted from precious walnut wood. The surface of the furniture gleamed with a rich luster, and 3 tall bookshelves were filled with books, the air suffused with the beauty of knowledge. That moment, the curtains were wide open, allowing ample light to stream in, and 3 meticulously stacked hardcover books rested upon the desk. Alan was tasked with completing a paper on his understanding of quantum mechanics to submit to his physics teacher. Sitting upright in his high-backed chair, he had a book spread open beside him and a fountain pen in hand. Even when it comes to a guide to the magical realm, one cannot neglect their homework. At 9:30 in the morning, Dumbledore arrived at Alan's study. Concealing his form and observing the diligent young prince with a twinkle in his eye, he watched as Alan diligently made notes, his gaze lost amid the cloud of scientific jargon. Ultimately deciding against further observation, after jotting down the book titles, he returned to the door, dispelling his invisibility charm, and gently knocked on the inner side of the door. An elderly man with waist-length silver hair and beard appeared in the study, startling Alan, who instinctively reached for the security bell on the table. However, the old man instantly appeared at Alan's side, deftly blocking his hand from reaching the bell, with a playful raise of his eyebrows. He addressed the wary Alan. "Do not be alarmed, my child. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, here to guide you into the magical realm. That I thought it might be rather inconvenient for me to knock on the castle's front door, given your status. So I opted to come directly to your study." Alan regarded him for a few seconds, relaxing his stance and half raising his hand in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the elder released his grip on Alan's hand. Alan straightened his posture, adjusted his attire, and stood to pull out a comfortable armchair for Dumbledore, saying, "Sir, please take a seat." Dumbledore paused, a warm smile spreading across his face. "It has been many years since anyone has pulled out a chair for this old man." "Thank you, my child. Please wait a moment." Alan inclined slightly towards Dumbledore, and walked over to a low cabinet beside the study sofa, preparing tea and teacups. Soon, he returned with a tray bearing 2 cups of red tea, a dish of sugar cubes, and an assortment of delicate pastries. He set down the tea and treats, placed the tray aside, bookmarked the page he had been reading, and carefully put away his book and notes. He then turned to Dumbledore, smiling warmly. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, seemingly touched. "It is quite all right. If anyone is to be considered rude, it is I, this old man. In these times, young people like you who cherish books are a rarity." Alan's eyes curved in a smile. "Thank you for your kind words. This is the finest red tea from Hogwarts. Please enjoy." The old man's azure eyes, clear and deep beyond comprehension, sparkled behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Dumbledore smiled gently, adding 5 sugar cubes into his tea, graciously lifting the cup to savor it. Midway through, he eagerly took a pastry, offering his thoughts. "Indeed, the flavor of the finest red tea is unlike any other. I do have a penchant for sweet treats. You see, if this pastry were just a tad sweeter, it would be perfect." Alan was momentarily taken aback by his reckless use of sugar. Casting a silent glance at his own cup, after tasting a piece of the pastry, he found it still delightfully sweet, his admiration for the sugar-loving elder growing. Out of concern for his elder's health, he remarked, "Sir, consuming too many sweets is not good for your health." Dumbledore playfully winked at him. "Everyone who knows me says the same, but I have a dental potion from the potions master, so there is no need to worry." He lifted the pastry, adding, "That potions master is Severus Snape, the professor of potions at Hogwarts. Though he may be sharp-tongued, he is a remarkably brave and respectable individual." Alan slightly widened his eyes, both admiring the elder's robust health and feeling a sense of curiosity and fondness towards Mr. Snape. However, he refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting the elder to finish his meal. The two exhibited remarkable patience as they waited for one another. It was not until Dumbledore had finished his snack and tea that their guest seemed inclined to speak. As the host, Alan could not allow this situation to persist unaddressed, and thus he inquired, "Might you kindly enlighten me about the magical world?" Dumbledore leaned forward with keen interest. "Child, why would you have me introduce the magical world rather than Hogwarts?" Alan smiled. "Hogwarts is a school that imparts the knowledge of magic. It is it not, a bastion for nurturing talent for the magical realm. Of course, if you prefer to begin with Hogwarts, I would be more than willing to listen." Dumbledore provided a brief overview of the wizarding world, then elaborated on Hogwarts, winking at Alan. "Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in Britain. Here, children flourish and traverse their youth." The elder transformed his teacup into a goblet, then into an owl, subsequently shifting into a spider, a mouse, a book, a cat, and finally a rather shabby hat. Before reverting back to the teacup, Alan gazed at the transformations with astonishment and delight, sitting up straight. "I must say, sir, this has truly taken me by surprise." Dumbledore nodded. "So, child, do you wish to attend Hogwarts?" Alan, with a twinkle in his eye, responded, "Sir, you are aware of my status. Hence you must understand that my consent cannot be directly enacted. The ultimate decision lies in His Majesty's hands. However, you have yet to inquire about my parents, child." Dumbledore dramatically leaned back. "You see, convincing adults is far more challenging than persuading children." Alan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rose to Dumbledore's side. "Then, allow me to introduce you to His Majesty. I would be most honored," Dumbledore replied with a smile. The two exited the study, walking ahead. Alan occasionally answered Dumbledore's questions about various items. A young maid approached, greeting Alan and curiously inquiring, "Your Highness, who are you conversing with?" Alan turned to the spot where Dumbledore had stood, only to find the elder had vanished. Suppressing his astonishment, he maintained a composed demeanor. "I was merely talking to myself. Please do not mention this to His Majesty." The maid, Triss, shook her head with a smile. "I shan't, Your Highness. Just please refrain from such behavior again." Alan nodded obediently, watching as Triss turned the corner, then promptly turned back, hesitantly calling, "Sir." Dumbledore, grinning, patted his shoulder. Alan jumped back in surprise, taking 2 steps back, then chuckled resignedly as he continued to lead the way, intrigued as he asked, "How did you just vanish into thin air?" Dumbledore, with an air of mystery, extended a finger. "Wonderful magic." Not pressing for further explanation, Alan clarified, "Originally, I should have taken you to the reception room, where a footman would announce your arrival to the king. However, given the peculiarities of the magical world, it seemed more appropriate to bring you directly to His Majesty's study." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Just then, they arrived at King Edward's study. Alan inclined his body slightly to Dumbledore. Took 2 steps toward the door, knocked thrice, paused for 2 seconds, then knocked thrice again. A gentle yet authoritative voice called from within, "Enter." Upon receiving His Majesty's consent, Alan pushed the door open and stood at the threshold, announcing, "Father, I bring you Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Edward had already set down his documents and, upon hearing this, capped his pen and said, "Please, come in." The visitor was an elderly man clad in a somewhat informal crimson robe and a matching wizard's hat. With a long white beard and hair cascading down to his waist, he wore crescent-shaped spectacles, and his deep blue eyes seemed to pierce through all pretense, exuding an air of reliability. As Edward scrutinized Dumbledore, the latter was likewise assessing the beloved king, who bore a striking resemblance to his son, with golden hair meticulously styled with gel, elongated features, a resolute expression, and a dignified demeanor. Both father and son donned nearly identical long-sleeved white shirts and trousers, with the added warmth of vests despite the heat. In a brief exchange of glances, both parties appraised one another. As king, Edward deemed it inappropriate to rise and welcome for a mere headmaster. So he remained seated in his high-backed chair, arching his brows with a gentle expression of welcome. Receiving his father's signal, Alan guided Dumbledore to sit opposite Edward. The king smiled warmly. "Good day, old sir." "Alan, prepare the tea." Alan nodded slightly, moving to a side cabinet to retrieve the tea. As Dumbledore observed Alan quietly preparing the tea, he smiled affectionately, then turned to Edward, sitting up straight. "Yesterday, I received a letter from Alan, which made me realize the inappropriateness of this arrangement. Allow me to explain the rules regarding the Hogwarts admission notice. Each young wizard's name appears on Hogwarts' magical list upon their birth, including Mr. Cornwall. When they turn 11, Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, compiles these names to draft the admission notices, which are then distributed by owls for young wizards of Muggle descent. Should they respond, the school will send a professor to assist them in acquiring the necessary school supplies." Edward narrowed his eyes, concealing his emotions. "Are you implying that?" He glanced at Alan, who was approaching with a tray. "We have not responded, and thus Hogwarts cannot dispatch a professor." Dumbledore shook his head. "Not at all, Your Majesty. In fact, after we compile the list of Muggle-born wizards who have not responded, we will still send professors to persuade their parents as best as we can. You may not be aware, but if young wizards cannot control their magic, it could lead to disastrous consequences. I believe you have witnessed some peculiar occurrences caused by the little prince's uncontrolled magic." Edward remained silent, quickly recalling instances of Alan's magic spiraling out of control. Alan gently placed the tray on the table, arranging 2 cups of red tea, a sugar cube, and an assortment of delicate pastries. "Please, enjoy." He settled into the armchair beside the king and asked, "Sir, what might happen if I fail to learn to control my magic?" Dumbledore regarded him kindly. "Oh, young prince, it is not that I am unwilling to answer, but this question lacks a definitive response. The outcomes of uncontrolled magic are entirely contingent upon the young wizard themselves, their talent, whether they are in peril, and so forth." The elder added several sugar cubes to his cup of red tea, savoring a sip. Edward hesitated, torn between words, but ultimately remarked, "Sir, consuming too much sugar is detrimental to one's health." Dumbledore chuckled. "Ah, truly, father and son share the same wisdom. Fear not, Your Majesty. I possess a potion for healthy teeth." He winked at Edward. Alan laughed softly, returning to the previous topic. "Thank you for your introduction. However, perhaps as the heir, I may not find myself entirely engulfed in crisis." Edward smiled gently in agreement. "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading." Dumbledore quickly sensed the king's regard for the young prince. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. "I had not intended to disclose this fact to you both. Yet regrettably, even if I remain silent, the young prince will likely uncover it upon entering Hogwarts." "Danger?" The king's azure gaze pierced through the storm. "I fear so," Dumbledore replied. "As per protocol, we ought not to inform Muggle parents of these matters. However, your unique statuses allow for a slight disclosure." Edward raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded, seemingly oblivious to the skepticism in the king's eyes, and continued, "Surely you have heard, as all prime ministers do, that our world exists." The king and his son remained unmoved, and even Dumbledore felt a sense of admiration for their steadfastness. The elder continued, "Decades ago, a dark wizard emerged in the magical realm." "To what?" Alan inquired, incredulously. "A dark wizard, my child. Dumbledore replied calmly. His reign of darkness plunged the entire magical world into chaos and suffering. And it also had a significant impact on the Muggle world. He ruthlessly slaughtered wizards of Muggle descent and eventually encouraged his followers to massacre Muggles. The elder glanced at the impassive king. I believe, Your Majesty, you experienced that tumultuous time. The Muggle world was also far from peaceful during that period. His azure eyes held a hint of probing. Alan looked anxiously at Edward, only to see him raise a hand, signaling that he would take the next question. Edward raised his gaze, his eyes sharp. So, this dark wizard intends to make a comeback. Dumbledore met his gaze directly. I personally believe he did not perish. He merely vanished. And how did he disappear? Dumbledore sighed, conceding that the elite among Muggles proved to be quite formidable. Requiring him to elaborate further, he placed his faith in a prophecy, one that foretold that he would be defeated by a child born at the end of July. Thus, he sought to kill this child, but the mother fought fiercely to protect her offspring, and the power of love caused the dark wizard's death curse to rebound upon him. Since then, he has been in hiding. All these facts can be found in the annals of the magical world. The king and his son fell silent for a moment, prompting Alan to clear his throat and inquire, what has become of that infant now? He is well that I have sent him to live with his aunt and uncle. You will eventually learn his name, so allow this old man to speak his piece. Harry Potter. He is set to commence his studies this year. The elder gently guided the conversation. Now, would you be willing to attend Hogwarts? Alan smiled softly, restraining the inclination to lean back. Sir, you are aware of my status. Therefore, you must understand that, concerning the heir, all decisions rest in the king's hands. Dumbledore exaggeratedly leaned back. Adults are always more challenging to persuade than children. The king chuckled, his demeanor becoming more genial. Mr. Dumbledore, in the 38 years of my life, I never imagined a magical world truly existed. When I saw the owls and those letters, I nearly thought it was a prank. Even more so, which terrorist would be audacious enough to assault my son in the king's castle? Oh, I apologize for any misunderstanding. Dumbledore's white beard trembled slightly. Edward replied smoothly, forgive my candor, but I cannot simply rely on an ambiguous letter and a fairy tale like Old Gentleman to send the heir to this school. How do you intend to prove to me the existence of magic? For a brief moment, Dumbledore fancied he saw Lucius. Amused by his own thought, he sought the king's permission and winked at Alan before transforming the teacup before him. Indeed, remarkable, Edward remarked in a neutral tone. Is this what my child is to learn? It hardly seems sufficient to protect him from that dark wizard. Dumbledore nodded, smiling with understanding. This is merely transfiguration. Its offensive capabilities are indeed limited, that I suspect that if I were to demonstrate an offensive spell, you would not feel at ease either. The elder retracted his wand and picked up a piece of dessert to savor, discussing its flavor with Alan. Edward nodded politely and gently. Sir, I have a question. Alan raised his teacup, quickly recalling the earlier conversation, straining to discern what he might have overlooked or what his father had discovered. Dumbledore lifted the dessert in his hand, signaling that he was listening. Please, go ahead, Your Majesty. As the headmaster, do you often venture out to guide young wizards of Muggle descent? Edward hesitated before uttering the term wizard. Of course not, the elder replied with a kindly smile. In fact, I haven't guided a young wizard in quite some time. This old man is always pressed for time. Edward, with a blend of authority and gentleness, inquired, then what makes Alan so special that you would come personally rather than delegating the task to a deputy headmaster? Dumbledore gazed into those cerulean eyes, gently setting down the pastry. Before he could respond, the king continued, I do not wish to offend. However, placing Alan in a completely foreign world raises the concerns of a father. Certainly, the magical realm does indeed hold a lure for us, and I believe that is why you have come. His deep blue eyes were steady and commanding. Thus, for the sake of our shared stability and peace, for the ordinary young wizards studying in the magical world, and to allay the concerns of this old father, I respectfully request that the royal family be allowed to become a board member of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's white eyebrows knitted together, clearly feeling conflicted. Although you have not explicitly stated it, I can surmise that there are many young wizards of Muggle descent. Edward spoke solemnly. Yet, for all these years, we have never heard of a magical world. This suggests that the notion of coexisting harmoniously with Muggles has not gained traction. As king, I must ensure that these children live well, and becoming a board member would be the most effective means to achieve that. Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes scrutinized Edward, and after a pause, he gently clasped his hands together and slowly replied, "Yes, yes, but this presents challenges. The magical realm has never received Muggle investment, let alone Muggle board members." "Challenges only," Edward responded unperturbed. "You are a highly respected elder in the magical world. If you wish to undertake this endeavor, how could you possibly fail?" Alan was profoundly impressed. Although he had long known of his father's wisdom and strength, he was still deeply awed at this moment. When Edward ascended to the throne, the nation was in turmoil, with a political system demanding non-interference from the monarch. Yet such non-interference was impossible. It could be said that the stabilization of the nation was a result of the collaboration between Edward and the Prime Minister during that tumultuous time. The smooth-sailing Alan could not possibly compare to the cunning of this weathered king. Dumbledore remarked, "Indeed, you are truly a king. Very well, let this old man give it a try. Now, regarding enrollment?" Edward sensed the right moment had arrived to acquiesce, and he gently nodded, taking a sip from his teacup. Alan interjected, "Honorable Headmaster Dumbledore, it is a privilege." Dumbledore offered a wry smile, producing an admission letter from within his robes and handing it to Alan. "Your enrollment letter, Mr. Cornwall. By the way, I do hope to bring back those 3 poor owls that have been locked away. Our gamekeeper has lamented to me several times." Alan chuckled. "Of course." He hesitated. "Sir, regarding enrollment, I find myself in a bit of a predicament and would like to seek your assistance, though. You may not be aware, but in the ordinary world, every move my father and I make is captured by the media." Alan felt embarrassed. "I see that the letter includes a list of school supplies, but we are uncertain where to procure them, and it is quite challenging to evade the media. Thus, we require your assistance with the kind of magic you employed upon your arrival." Dumbledore chuckled heartily, his white beard shaking. "No problem, my child." Alan turned to Edward, bowing. "Please remain seated, Your Majesty, until I return." The two exchanged glances, and Edward understood Alan's implication. Should any problems arise in the magical realm, neither the king nor the heir could afford to be ensnared within. Edward chuckled lightly, rising to navigate around the table and patting Alan's head. "Fear not. England has many noble families. The throne will always have successors. I cannot allow my child to face such risks alone." The implications of this statement caused Dumbledore to raise an eyebrow, and the elder's gaze momentarily appeared vacant, lost in thought. The king's expression darkened slightly. Yet he smiled. "I have not ventured into the magical world either. I suppose it is time for me to see it." He patted Alan's back and turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I appreciate your assistance." Alan pondered that perhaps no one in the world was luckier than he. He was blessed with such a father. Dumbledore gently wiped his eyes and sighed, expressing his admiration, for few in this world could boast of such fortune. The old man extended his hand, nodding to the two, bidding them to grasp his arm. As they secured their hold, a soft sound akin to a flame bursting forth echoed lightly. Alan felt as if he were being squeezed into a slender tube, or perhaps swept up in a hurricane, his stomach churning violently. Upon landing, he nearly stumbled, clutching Edward's arm with one hand while covering his mouth with the other to prevent an embarrassing display in this unfamiliar place. Edward, patting his back to help him regain composure, discreetly observed their surroundings. He had not anticipated the existence of an invisible wizarding pub. It took Alan a while to steady himself, releasing Edward's arm, only to find his father as composed as ever, which made him feel a tad shy. Dumbledore stood by, beaming, engaged in conversation with the proprietor. "Alan, the first experience of apparition can be quite disorienting, but you will grow accustomed to it," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "My child, would you care for a beverage?" inquired the somewhat scruffy proprietor with enthusiasm. "Thank you very much, sir. However, I must decline. I wish to procure my school supplies as soon as possible." Alan replied with a smile. Turning down the gentleman's kind offer, he casually surveyed the environment, maintaining a composed demeanor, though he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Was it possible that wizards were impoverished? They lacked even a proper entrance. "Well then, let us be on our way. Farewell, Tom." Dumbledore led the two of them toward the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron. Stopping before a brick wall, the elderly man drew his wand and, with a peculiar rhythm, tapped various bricks, which seemed to come alive and shift, creating a narrow passage for the trio. Dumbledore spread his arms wide, playfully declaring, "Your Majesty, Alan, welcome to Diagon Alley. Our first stop, Gringotts, a bank run by goblins." lies just ahead. Gentlemen, you must first visit Gringotts to exchange for wizarding currency before you can commence your shopping. They navigated through the shops, weaving past bustling crowds, the myriad of wares dazzling to the eye. Dumbledore appeared to relish the role of tour guide, enthusiastically explaining the various items in the shops to Edward and Alan while sharing their histories and tales. Alan listened intently, occasionally displaying a hint of astonishment and asking questions from unique angles. Dumbledore found his curiosity delightful, responding earnestly despite the fact that Edward had previously dominated the conversation. Now, upon entering Diagon Alley, he had fallen silent. Alan understood this was a test of his ability to navigate the magical world independently. Thus, he took it upon himself to engage with Dumbledore. Surely, he was not merely captivated by the wonders of the magical realm. Stealing a glance at his father, he observed the man's serene demeanor. Had he not known that his father was a pure-blood Muggle, he might have been deceived by his calm facade. The trio arrived at Gringotts, and Edward was evidently intrigued by the operations of the Wizarding Bank. The first door was a gleaming bronze, with goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms bowing to them as they approached. Alan did his best to refrain from scrutinizing the goblin. The second door was silver, etched with the following inscription: "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. Those who seek to take without labor shall face the most severe consequences if you wish to extract wealth from our underground vaults that has never belonged to you. Thief, you have been warned. Beware, for what you summon may be not treasure, but retribution." Edward nodded appreciatively, remarking, "A sound principle," while casting a proud glance at the goblin. Together, they passed through the second silver door into a spacious hall adorned with marble, where approximately 100 goblins busily recorded entries in large ledgers behind long counters. Some weighed coins on scales, while others examined gems through magnifying glasses. Dumbledore explained, "The goblin vaults are the safest places in the world. Aside from Hogwarts itself, they have a dragon guarding the underground vaults. The central platform there allows for the exchange of Muggle currency for wizarding coins, and you can even open a vault here." They approached the high counter, and before Edward could speak, Alan stepped forward and addressed the goblin. "Good day, sir. I would like to exchange for wizarding currency and express my interest in opening a vault at Gringotts." "Professor Dumbledore," the goblin set down his quill, acknowledging them. He skillfully outlined the wizarding currency system and inquired, "Opening a vault will cost 80 galleons. How much do you intend to exchange?" Alan flashed a charming smile. "May I inquire how much gold Gringotts currently holds, excluding customer deposits?" The goblin straightened up, looked at him, and upon realizing he was a Muggle, sank back into his seat, replying slowly, 500,000 galleons, which is approximately 26 million pounds. However, a Muggle is only permitted to exchange a maximum of 100 galleons per year. Alan furrowed his brow. "Might I ask how many galleons a first-year student at Hogwarts typically requires?" The goblin, puzzled by his inquiry, recalled that he was merely a Muggle and answered, "Under normal circumstances, 100 galleons would be more than sufficient. Pure-blood families may spend over 500 galleons in a year." Alan narrowed his eyes, at this moment resembling Edward during negotiations with Dumbledore. With a light smile on his face, he inquired politely, "Then, if a board member were to exchange, how many galleons could be obtained for a sum in pounds?" The goblin regarded him intently and replied, "There is no precedent for this. I have never heard of any board member in the magical community having dealings with a Muggle." Alan sighed and nodded. "All right, I understand now. Please proceed to exchange 100 galleons for me." The three of them exited Gringotts, officially embarking on their shopping expedition. After a moment of contemplation, Alan requested Dumbledore to take them to a magical supplies store. He scanned the numerous price tags and purchased a suitcase that had been enchanted with both an expandable charm and a weight reduction charm for 30 galleons, for an item imbued with spatial magic. The suitcase was reasonably priced, given its 2 cubic foot storage capacity. Fortunately, it was not only practical but also aesthetically pleasing, for not many families could afford to spend 30 galleons on a suitcase. Edward observed his son with amusement. It seemed Alan adapted to magic swiftly and was adept at making the most of it. He thought to himself that he could trust this child to navigate the school independently. Among children of his age, he held great faith in his son's capabilities. Dumbledore and Edward watched as Alan inquired with the shopkeeper about any magical items that could render him invisible. Of course, the shopkeeper proclaimed proudly, "This is the most comprehensive magical supplies store in all of Britain." He eagerly recommended, "This is an invisibility cloak. made from the feathers of an invisibility beast, priced at 300 galleons. And this is a sleeve enchanted with the disillusionment charm, costing 500 galleons. Thank you very much for your recommendations, sir, Alan interjected, somewhat helplessly halting the shopkeeper's enthusiastic pitch, but I do not require these at the moment. For the first time in his life, Alan experienced the pangs of financial constraint, his radiant complexion slightly flushed. He shyly approached Edward, who affectionately ruffled his hair. Edward felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness. Even as a king, he could not provide much assistance to Alan in the magical realm. Nonetheless, he smiled at his son, saying, Alan, have you perhaps forgotten something? Alan looked up in confusion, mentally retracing his steps, but hesitated and shook his head. Edward sighed. Precious metals are always a universal currency. Alan bit his lip in frustration. You are correct. Dumbledore chuckled, watching as Alan, for once, resembled an ordinary child, holding Edward's hand, and knowingly nodded at the king. He patted Alan on the shoulder, reminding him, if we do not purchase your school supplies soon, the crowds will only grow. The shopkeeper glanced at Dumbledore, intending to greet him, but momentarily lost his focus, turning away to attend to other matters. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore, Edward mused thoughtfully. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the two of them proceeded to make their purchases with remarkable ease, without retracing their steps. While in the bookstore, Alan and Edward were somewhat entranced. Meticulously surveying every book on the shelves, they deliberately selected several historical tomes, as well as a few volumes detailing the customs of the wizarding world, before reluctantly making their way to the robe shop. As they expressed their gratitude, Dumbledore winked, saying, after all, I have spent half my life at Hogwarts. If you were to spend half a lifetime there as well, you would become as familiar with it as you are with your own castle. The bell chimed as they entered the shop, revealing a pale-faced boy with platinum hair, who stood on a stool while a seamstress adjusted his robe. Mrs. Mokeen, upon seeing Alan, warmly welcomed him, saying, Dear child, please wait for me over there. I shall fetch a new soft measuring tape. The boy, noticing Alan, arrogantly lifted his chin and, with a deliberate drawl, asked, So, you are also a first-year student at Hogwarts? Alan, accustomed to dealing with haughty and difficult aristocrats, immediately recognized the boy's tone as that of a spoiled young lord. Unfazed by the arrogance, he nodded politely and replied in a similarly affected manner, Indeed, I am Alan Cornwall, and this is my father. When introducing his father, Alan proudly raised his chin slightly before inquiring, And what might your name be? The boy, taken aback by Alan's inflection, scrutinized him for a moment, then leaned slightly towards Edward in a gesture of acknowledgement before slowly stating, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Alan and Edward exchanged surprised glances upon hearing his surname. Realizing he was a descendant of the Malfoy family, in the 11th century, Armand Malfoy made an unrecognized but significant contribution to William the Conqueror, earning vast estates in Wiltshire. Although he had not been granted a title, he nonetheless enjoyed the privileges of nobility. The descendants had remained largely concealed, leading many to believe the Malfoy lineage had faded into obscurity. After a moment's pause, the Malfoy boy could not suppress his curiosity, asking, Are you a noble? I don't recall any pure-blood surname by the name of Cornwall, Alan replied with a gentle smile, concealing his curiosity. Indeed, I am of ordinary lineage. In your parlance, I am a Muggle-born. Draco was momentarily taken aback, pursing his lips. He found this boy rather interesting for being of Muggle descent. Alan's expression revealed his realization that wizards here were not particularly welcoming to those of Muggle blood. His gaze darkened momentarily, but soon returned to a smile. After all, that was precisely why he had come. Just then, Mrs. Mokeen emerged with the measuring tape to take Alan's measurements. Draco's expression softened a bit as he continued the conversation. My father is a governor of the school. Alan discerned that this young lord merely sought to boast. Draco declared proudly, I am certain I will be sorted into Slytherin. If not, I shall withdraw. It is utterly absurd that first-year students are not permitted to bring brooms. You know how enjoyable Quidditch is. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Dumbledore, cloaked in a disillusionment charm, stood aside, observing the children making acquaintances. He had not anticipated that Alan's first peer would be Draco Malfoy. However, it could be a serendipitous outcome. Should these two children become friends, it might influence the Malfoy family positively. He withdrew his gaze and suggested to Edward that they wait for Alan at the tea house across the street. The two shops faced one another, allowing them to see each other through the windows. Edward nodded in agreement, gently calling out to Alan to inform him of their whereabouts. Alan placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect and nodded to Dumbledore, saying, Father, take your time. There is no need to rush. Once the robes are ready, I shall find you. Draco watched as Alan performed this formal greeting, momentarily stunned, before hesitantly saying, "Goodbye, uncle." Edward smiled and nodded in response. Then purposefully advised Alan, "Since you wish to make friends, do so earnestly. This is your first friend, and I do not wish to hear any bad news." Alan seemed poised to retort, but ultimately bowed obediently, replying, "Yes, your majesty." Though those words were deliberately directed at Draco, the king indeed harbored concerns. Alan was a prodigy. The curriculum at public school could not keep pace with him, and he had essentially been tutored by renowned instructors within the castle, resulting in little exposure to peers his own age. One of the common pitfalls of genius is an inherent disdain for the ordinary, an innate arrogance, despite Alan's gentlemanly demeanor under his father's guidance. The king was acutely aware of his son's true nature. Should Alan attend Hogwarts, his royal responsibilities would ensure that he treated all wizards of Muggle origin with gentleness and tolerance. But it would also mean that he would never consider them as friends. It is only natural for parents to worry about their children's social interactions, and even the king could not escape this sentiment, with a silent sigh of concern regarding his son's friendships. The king turned and exited alongside Dumbledore. Draco felt a surge of happiness at Edward's words. For Alan was also his first friend. He watched Edward leave before turning back to Alan, insisting, "Now, be honest." Alan regarded the arrogant boy, clearly intrigued yet striving to maintain his own haughty demeanor, which was quite amusing. He chuckled lightly, adopting the poise of a prince. "Well then, let us properly introduce ourselves. I am Alan Cornwall, the Prince of England, honored to meet a descendant of the Malfoy family." Draco, puzzled, hesitantly asked, "Have you heard of the Malfoys?" Alan briefly recounted the Malfoy family's ties to the royal lineage, yet even this caused Draco to feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Who would have thought that a Muggle king would bestow nobility upon their family? He awkwardly regarded Alan, inexplicably feeling that such a status rendered him inferior. Alan paused, then smiled gently, saying, "In his time, Mr. Armand Malfoy made significant contributions to the crown, and we have always remembered that, if I am not mistaken, the royal family still retains some of Mr. Malfoy's manuscripts. Should you wish to reclaim them, please do let me know." Draco's expression turned serious. He was all too aware of the significance of his ancestors' manuscripts. At that moment, thoughts of Muggles and their trivialities vanished from his mind. He decisively extended his hand to Alan, shaking it firmly. "You are my friend, without a doubt." Alan smiled warmly, replying, "Then, when we next meet, I shall bring the manuscripts as a gift for the current head of the Malfoy family. How does that sound? Of course, we shall see each other on the Hogwarts Express. My parents will be there to see me off," Draco said, adjusting his collar with a sense of pride, for he had accomplished something significant for the Malfoy family today. Before long, the delicate young lord's robes were adjusted, and he cast a lingering glance at Alan, saying, "I must take my leave now. My mother is still waiting for me at Ollivander's." Alan chuckled and nodded. "See you on the train." Draco rummaged through his pocket for a moment, pulled out a piece of candy, and hurriedly shoved it into Alan's hand before dashing out the door. Not long after Draco departed, Alan had just stepped down from the stool when he heard the bell ring softly. A small, timid boy wearing glasses and oversized clothing hesitantly pushed the door open, seemingly at a loss as to what to do alone. Upon catching sight of Alan's face, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Prince Alan?" Alan stiffened, somewhat chagrined that he had forgotten to disguise his identity upon leaving. He turned, nodding graciously at the boy. "Hello. Are you also going to Hogwarts?" Seeing the boy nod in a daze, he continued, "What is your name?" The boy, feeling a bit shy and overwhelmed at meeting a real prince, stammered, "I am Harry Potter." Harry Potter. Before Alan could respond, Mrs. Mokeen, who was busy organizing robes, rushed out from the back in a flurry. "Harry Potter?" she exclaimed excitedly, approaching him to shake his hand with wide-eyed wonder, a mixture of admiration and affection in her gaze. There was also a hint of the same curiosity one might see in a crowd eagerly vying for tickets to see pandas at the National Zoo. "Harry Potter, what an honor it is. You cannot fathom the depth of our gratitude." Observing Mrs. Moke's exaggerated reaction, Alan nodded in understanding. This was akin to the fanfare accompanying every royal tour he and his father embarked upon. It seemed that the Savior's reputation was indeed formidable. Harry, clearly unaccustomed to such treatment, though he had experienced a taste of it at the Leaky Cauldron earlier, was acutely aware of Alan's presence beside him. That was Prince Alan, a prodigy who had been lauded and adored by the entire nation since childhood. He was the sole individual who eclipsed Dudley in the eyes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Oh no, just days prior, The prince had been bestowed the title of Duke of Cornwall, and now he could be addressed as His Royal Highness. To be in the company of His Royal Highness was overwhelming. Although Harry seemed to possess an inexplicable notoriety within the wizarding world, he humbly acknowledged that, in every conceivable way, he fell short of Prince Alan. Alan was the idol of all children. The pressure of being jostled for a handshake in the presence of the heir apparent was immense. Casting a furtive glance at the prince, Harry noticed that Alan appeared merely curious about the situation, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He believed the most awkward moment had passed. Only for Mrs. Moak to decisively abandon the prince and enthusiastically take his measurements with a tape measure. His face flushed slightly as he awkwardly glanced at Alan. Fortunately, Alan seemed entirely unfazed, adjusting his clothing size before gracefully descending from the footstool and taking a seat in the waiting area, displaying gentlemanly elegance as he awaited Mrs. Moak to complete Harry's measurements, finally persuading Mrs. Moak to retreat to the back to tailor his garments. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He moved closer to Alan and quietly apologized. "Your Royal Highness, I am so sorry." Alan chuckled lightly. "Mr. Potter, I fail to comprehend why you feel the need to apologize." Harry hesitated. "Did that lady not offend you by bypassing you to shake my hand?" Alan, bemused, admitted that he genuinely relished the sensation of being overlooked in terms of his royal status. With a smile, he shook his head. "Not at all. Mr. Potter, you needn't apologize, nor should you feel concerned." As Harry relaxed, he dared to openly admire Alan. The prince before him was clad in a meticulously tailored white shirt and suit trousers, his polished shoes immaculate, exuding a demeanor of warmth and generosity that instilled a sense of security akin to that of an adult. As Harry gazed at him, his thoughts drifted back to the day Alan was granted his title. On that day, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were gathered before the television, engrossed in the live broadcast. Dudley occupied a solitary armchair, shoving cookies into his mouth, leaning forward with eyes aglow at the opulence displayed on screen. "What is that? The one on the prince's chest?" "Oh, dear Dudley," the slender lady with a peculiar smile remarked. "That is Prince Alan's Duke's medal. How splendid it shines. Is Prince Alan now the official heir?" Dudley mumbled through a mouthful of cookies. "Oh, Dudley," the rotund gentleman beside the lady exclaimed, his face flushed. "You must understand. His Royal Highness has always been the first in line for succession. It can be said that as long as he remains alive, he is destined to be the next king. Oh no. Prince Alan will certainly remain safe and healthy, God bless. Now, let us welcome His Majesty the King to deliver a speech." The host's restrained and composed voice resonated from the television, and Petunia, her eyes gleaming with delight, suddenly wrinkled her nose and bellowed towards the kitchen. "Harry Potter, mind the fire. Don't burn my cookies. If you make me miss the ceremony for His Royal Highness, you'd best be careful. Be careful, boy," Uncle Vernon added with a gruff shout towards the kitchen. Clad in ill-fitting, oversized clothing, Harry adjusted his glasses, which were barely held together with tape, rolling his eyes in secret before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a plate, placing it on the living room table. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, the cookies are baked," the young boy announced, his gaze already drifting back to the television where the prince, adorned in regal attire, knelt gracefully on a cushion, hand over his heart. Harry adjusted his black round-framed glasses, which were perpetually sliding down his nose, casting an envious glance at the heir apparent on the screen. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting story. In honor of Prince Alan, Uncle Vernon muttered, not diverting his attention from the television. As the black feathered top hat was removed, Alan's golden hair shone under the lights like sunlight. He knelt on the cushion. His gaze lowered, allowing the king to place the coronet of the heir upon his head. While Dudley fixated on the crown adorning Alan's head, Harry's attention was drawn to the cushion beneath the prince. Even in the midst of such glory, one could not help but worry whether this brief kneeling would cause discomfort to the prince. On the television, Alan grasped the king's hand, rising to stand upon the podium. Adorned with the radiant coronet, surveying his subjects below. The family beside him dramatically clutched their hearts, their expressions akin to those who had just won the lottery. Harry discreetly wiped his eyes, concealing the tears that had inexplicably surfaced, enviously watching the father-son duo stride forth hand in hand. Soon, the broadcast reached intermission, and advertisements filled the screen. Aunt Petunia suddenly seemed to remember, casting an accusatory glance at Harry. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and fry the bacon. Have you forgotten it's lunchtime, you insufferable little brat? Don't you know we must keep the television on to learn from Prince Alan?" under the barrage of the woman's scathing remarks. Harry turned, casting a disdainful look at Dudley, unable to resist retorting in his mind, how could Prince Alan possibly cook lunch himself? Ever since that day, Aunt Petunia had taken to mocking him with references to Alan. But he would never hold Alan accountable for such things. After all, Alan was blissfully unaware of it. He pressed his lips together, his gaze quickly locking onto Alan's eyes. "Your Highness, your eyes are truly beautiful. Even more so than in the official photographs. The wait was long and mundane, and moreover, Alan was genuinely intrigued by the boy who had stirred such commotion, eagerly engaging in conversation with him. Your eyes are lovely as well, akin to the most exquisite emerald on the king's crown." Suddenly receiving praise from his idol left Harry feeling lightheaded and at a loss for words. Alan smiled warmly, intuitively understanding. "I know it must be quite shocking for you to realize you are a little wizard," Harry nodded, promptly opening up, animatedly recounting how he discovered Hogwarts, detailing the various obstacles his uncle had placed in his path, and sharing tales of the bullying he endured from his relatives, culminating in Hagrid's arrival to escort him to Diagon Alley. Alan listened attentively, smiling, sighing empathetically. Is the pressure of suddenly becoming a savior overwhelming? Harry felt a lump in his throat. In the past 11 years, no one had ever listened to him with such earnestness. Not only that, but there was no hint of impatience, even as he shared trivial grievances. And Alan genuinely cared for him. He discreetly wiped his eyes, fidgeting with his hands. "I feel as though I am important here, yet I do not understand why, and it makes me uneasy." Alan regarded him thoughtfully. Hesitating before speaking, "Professor Dumbledore informed me that due to a prophecy, the Dark Lord sought to end your life, and your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you." Harry's eyes widened as he eagerly grasped Alan's hand, imploring him to elaborate. Alan did not chastise him for his impoliteness. After all, he had never known his own mother. One might say they shared a bond of mutual understanding in this regard. He sincerely conveyed Dumbledore's message to Harry, explaining, "Because of that tragedy, because of you, the Dark Lord vanished, and the magical world returned to peace. Thus, everyone is immensely grateful to you." Harry fell silent, and after a moment, he raised his hand to wipe his tears. This time, he could not conceal the truth. Tears streamed down his face unabated. Alan silently offered him a handkerchief, watching as the small boy hurriedly dabbed at his face. This was the life of the savior of the magical world. He sighed inwardly, feeling compassion for the boy's plight. Harry quickly composed himself, gazing at Alan with gratitude. "Your Highness, thank you for sharing this with me." Alan gently shook his head, smiling reassuringly. "Do not fret, Mr. Potter. You will soon be off to Hogwarts, the only magical school in Britain, where there will surely be many who knew your parents at that moment. You could request some photographs of parents from them." Those emerald-like eyes sparkled with life, and Harry felt invigorated. He grinned at Alan and nodded emphatically. "You're absolutely right. Thank you so much, Your Highness." Alan, wearing a gentle and patient smile, replied, "You're most welcome, Mr. Potter. I am delighted to alleviate some of your burdens." Harry scratched his head. "If you don't mind, you can call me Harry." Alan paused, realizing that his actions, driven by duty and curiosity, had effortlessly won the heart of the savior. He sighed softly, nodded kindly, and readily altered his address. "Harry, will you be returning to your uncle's house before the term begins?" Harry's spirits dampened as he nodded, observing him. Alan, wishing to bring some joy to the poor child, inquired, "Harry, which professor brought you to Diagon Alley?" Harry lifted his gaze in confusion, but responded, "It was Hagrid. He is incredibly tall. By the way, who brought you here?" "It was Professor Dumbledore." Alan chuckled. "He is currently at the tea house across the street. Will you be going to meet him soon?" Harry's excitement surged once more. He hadn't forgotten that it was this very Professor Dumbledore who had spoken about his parents, before Alan could respond. A knock on the window interrupted. He looked up to see a half-giant, towering a whole floor, bending down to gaze at them. Instinctively, he pulled Harry behind him, watching the figure warily. Harry felt warmth from his gesture and chuckled, patting Alan's arm. "Your Highness, this is Hagrid, the one who brought me." Alan turned to see Hagrid waving amicably, a snow-white owl in hand, exclaiming, "Harry, happy birthday." At Alan's invitation, Hagrid entered the shop with his owl cage. He hesitated, taking in Alan's tidy appearance and golden hair, which reminded him instantly of Malfoy. "Oh, Harry, is this your new friend?" Hagrid asked. Harry hesitated, glancing at Alan, who nodded with a gentle assurance, and exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, this is our prince from the Muggle world." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, mumbling something under his breath. Alan listened closely, catching words like scared me to death and another troublesome pure blood. He chuckled, extending his hand to Hagrid. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I am Harry's new friend. However, he quickly regretted it as Hagrid extended a hand larger than his chest. Sensing Alan's hesitation, Hagrid kindly patted his shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Before long, Madame Malkin emerged with a package. She cheerfully addressed Harry. Your robes will take a little longer, Harry. She then handed the package to Alan, smiling, little one. I've wrapped your 5 sets of robes. Although the school required only 2 robes, Harry thought it perfectly reasonable. Of course, Prince Alan should possess several garments. Alan picked up the parcel and also purchased a simple adult wizard's robe with a hood and a matching small-sized robe. He settled the payment and sat with Hagrid, waiting for Harry, as they had just agreed to visit Dumbledore across the street shortly. Soon, Harry's robes were ready. Alan stood up, performed a heartfelt bow, and expressed, "Thank you very much, beautiful madam. We look forward to seeing you again." Madame Malkin, who had entirely overlooked Alan a moment ago, chuckled, "You're quite the charmer, young gentleman." Alan smoothly executed a graceful farewell, turning to lead Harry and Hagrid out the door. His commanding presence was so natural that by the time Hagrid realized it, he found himself standing before Dumbledore. Alan presented the robes to Edward, bowing, "Your Majesty, allow me to introduce." He turned around, only to find Harry absent, and curiously glanced in the other direction, discovering the Savior standing dazedly at the door. Alan waved. "Harry, come here." Harry quickly composed himself, approaching with uncertain steps, his gaze unfocused, neglecting the presence of Dumbledore beside him. The prince mentioned bringing him to the tea house. The prince said Dumbledore was across the street, but he hadn't mentioned that King Edward was also present. Harry swallowed hard, and with a gentle pat on his back from Alan, he snapped back to reality, standing upright, vaguely hearing Alan's introduction. "This is Harry Potter, as mentioned by Professor Dumbledore." Harry lightly tapped on the shoulder, then turned to face the king, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Alan. He heard Alan say, "This is my father, Edward." Edward noticed Harry's unease and smiled kindly, extending his hand in a gesture to shake. "Hello, Harry." Harry, feeling a bit dazed, shook hands with the king, and then greeted Dumbledore in a similar daze that he thought to himself that he must have dreamt too vividly to be shaking hands with a king. Alan cleared his throat a couple of times, observing Harry's lingering bewilderment, and urged, Harry, don't you have some questions for Professor Dumbledore?" Harry jolted awake, finally shifting his focus from the king to Dumbledore. Hesitantly stammering, Professor Dumbledore." The elderly man's blue eyes looked at him gently and inclusively, responding, "Yes, Harry. What is your question?" Harry finally mustered the courage to ask, "Do you know about my parents? Could you share something with me?" Dumbledore gazed at him with a mixture of sadness and warmth, nodding softly, "Of course. How reminiscent of days gone by, Harry. You resemble your father completely, except for your eyes, which are just like your mother's. Merlin knows how much trouble your father caused for the professors in pursuit of your mother. He was quite the troublemaker." Dumbledore feigned a sigh of relief, and Harry let out a chuckle. "However, we cannot deny that your father possessed remarkable magical talent and excelled in Quidditch. The castle still holds on to his medals, which you can explore once you enroll." Dumbledore winked at him. "And your mother?" "Harry had extraordinary talent in potions. She was once the favorite student of Professor Slughorn." "Is that professor still at the school?" Harry eagerly inquired. "Sir, I would like to ask him for some photographs of my mother." Dumbledore gently shook his head. "No, he has retired, Harry, and currently, no one knows where he is." Harry's spirits sank as he lowered his gaze, asking, "Then who is the current potions professor?" Dumbledore playfully winked. "Oh, it's Severus Snape." "Does he know my mother?" Dumbledore paused for a moment before softly replying, "Yes." "Then can I ask him for some photos of my mother?" Harry exclaimed joyfully. Dumbledore remained silent. Hagrid cleared his throat, though his soft cough resonated like a motorcycle horn. Grabbing everyone's attention, he said, "Harry, I can reach out to your parents' friends and create an album for you. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Seeing that Harry had finally ceased pursuing this topic, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they glanced over, they found Edward and Alan, mirroring each other as they savored their tea, engaged in low conversation. Dumbledore smiled, lifting his teacup. "Oh, let the king and young prince have a good laugh. It's quite all right, Professor Dumbledore." Edward nodded gently, looking at Harry conversing with Alan, and lowered his voice. "I have an unusual request." The elder's gaze sharpened, yet he leaned forward slightly, indicating his attentiveness. "It is rare to encounter a young wizard from the ordinary world. I sincerely hope he can accompany Alan. Edward raised an eyebrow lightly. Would this affect anything? Dumbledore sipped his tea, asking, would it influence the royal family? The media will not become aware of this, Edward replied, lifting his teacup. Then I must trouble your majesty. The elderly gentleman smiled as he lifted his teacup. Receiving a signal from his father, Alan nodded gently and casually remarked to Harry, Harry, if your relatives are treating you poorly, would you like to spend a few days at Balmoral? Harry's mouth fell open in surprise. Alan feigned distress. Usually, no one speaks with me, let alone friends from the magical world. A surge of courage welled up within Harry, and he exclaimed, I would love to, but, my aunt and uncle. Hagrid thumped his chest with great enthusiasm. And Alan regarded his enormous hand with trepidation as he boomed, this burden shall be mine. Thus, with Dumbledore's tacit approval, Harry's visit to Balmoral Castle was settled. Edward was indifferent to the matter, seeing his son pleased. He chose not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to suggest visiting another shop, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, Alan, how did you get along with that young friend of yours? Alan smiled, quite well, your majesty. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dumbledore leaning in, asking, Professor Dumbledore, are you familiar with Malfoy? Dumbledore winked at him, ambiguously stating, every wizard in Britain graduates from Hogwarts, so of course I am aware. Oh, Hagrid sniffed, Alan, how could you possibly get along with the Malfoys? They are all bound to be scoundrels. Utterly vile. Harry looked on in confusion as they debated. Alan straightened the corners of his mouth and chuckled softly. Hagrid, have you met young Mr. Malfoy? He's not a bad person, merely a bit haughty, like a little aristocrat. Hagrid seemed to have more to say, but fell silent under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Suddenly, Alan realized that perhaps Malfoy did not share the same position as the headmaster. Furthermore, Draco's ability to maintain such pride indicated that the Malfoys were not to be underestimated. He turned to Edward, saying, Your Majesty, I have promised young Mr. Malfoy that I will present him with the manuscript of Armand Malfoy as a gift during our next meeting. Edward raised his chin with a smile, indicating his agreement, feeling both satisfied and reassured. By stating this in front of the old gentleman, Alan was conveying that their royal family had already sacrificed something of great value for the sake of mutual stability and peace. Thus, it was only fitting that the other party should make a gesture in return. Dumbledore appeared oblivious, exclaiming, I never imagined that the Muggle royal family would preserve such ancient magical manuscripts. He seemed to imply that this item held greater value for the Malfoy family than half of their estate. The young prince is indeed generous. The greater the interest, the better, Alan thought nonchalantly, considering that the manuscript was as good as scrap paper in his possession. He handed a robe to His Majesty the King, watching as his father examined it with keen interest, explaining, earlier at the robe shop, Harry immediately recognized me. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. Compared to me, you should keep yourself covered a bit more securely. The king responded with a hum, donning the robe and pulling up the hood. The simple garment took on an air of bespoke elegance on him, and Alan couldn't help but smirk with pride as he donned his own robe. Dumbledore smiled approvingly at their attire before leading them to the wand shop. The two groups merged into a lively procession. Passing by a pet shop, Alan, under Hagrid's suggestion, purchased 2 snowy owls for communication. Due to their excessive concealment, the shopkeeper gave them several curious glances. Fortunately, the box enchanted with a space charm could hold live creatures. Otherwise, parading through town with 2 owls would hardly be deemed elegant. Meanwhile, Draco, having reunited with his mother, had just acquired his wand, a modest 10 inches of hawthorn wood with unicorn hair, possessing reasonable flexibility. The wand's commonplace materials were a disappointment to Draco, who had long anticipated the arrival of his wand. Both mother and son were unimpressed, yet it was undoubtedly the wand best suited for Draco. Ollivander emphasized repeatedly that the right one was the best wand, and they reluctantly purchased it. Draco waved the wand once more. Feeling the splendid connection it offered, which alleviated some of his discontent, not wanting her son to feel downcast, Narcissa shifted the topic. All right, little dragon, shall we head to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for some dessert? What about Dad? Narcissa took Draco's hand. Your father is at the bookstore. He'll join us once he's done. Shall we go? Draco suddenly appeared invigorated by a thought. Hurry, Mother, let's go. I have something to share with both of you. He settled at a windowside table in the ice cream shop, his gaze darting outside, his spoon aimlessly poking at the raspberry peach ice cream, until he finally spotted a striking platinum-haired figure approaching. As Lucius entered, he was met with the gleaming eyes of his son. Narcissa, both amused and exasperated, waved him over. Once both parents were seated quietly, Draco cleared his throat and, with a touch of pride, announced, Father, Mother, I just made a new friend at the robe shop. His name is Alan Cornwall, the heir to the Muggle realm. Although he is of Muggle lineage, his status is quite fitting for friendship with me. By the way, he mentioned that during our next meeting, he will present us with the manuscript of our ancestor Armand as a gift. Draco feigned nonchalance, his eyes sparkling as they flicked between Lucius and Narcissa. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, acknowledging that, as Draco had stated, although he was of Muggle descent, the status of an heir indeed warranted friendship. It is important to note that the purebloods of the wizarding world claimed nobility largely due to the titles conferred by the Muggle royal family. As seen with the Malfoys, despite having severed ties with the Muggle world, the nobility's titles stemming from the Muggle royal family remained an undeniable truth, upon hearing that Alan intended to bestow the manuscript of their ancestor Armand. The scales within their hearts had already begun to tilt towards forging an alliance. Lucius raised the corner of his mouth slightly, nodding in approval at Draco's eager expression. Well done, Draco. You shall be rewarded with a firebolt 2000. Draco cheered and, under Lucius's gaze, straightened up and eagerly resumed his ice cream. Just as Draco basked in his father's praise, Alan and his group arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. This establishment was small and dilapidated, with the gilded sign on the door having faded, barely legible, Ollivander, crafting excellent wands since 382b.c.I in the dusty window. A solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion. As they pushed the door open, the tinkling of bells echoed through the cramped shop. The space was lined with thousands of slender boxes reaching nearly to the ceiling, creating a crowded atmosphere. Aside from the counter, there was only a long bench for customers to wait. Hagrid ushered Dumbledore and Edward to the bench, standing off to the side like a small mountain. The two children exchanged glances, striving to suppress their peculiar feelings. Good afternoon. A gentle voice suddenly startled Harry and Hagrid. Alan felt a jolt as well, but maintained his composure and raised his gaze. An elderly gentleman stood on a ladder, gliding silently to the counter. Before them stood a man with very pale eyes that sparkled like two radiant moons in the dim shop. The old man appeared somewhat disheveled, with unkempt white hair and casual attire, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary clarity, resembling two luminous moons. He surveyed the shop, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Dumbledore. Hagrid. Dumbledore greeted Ollivander in return. Garrick. I have brought these two children to purchase wands. Edward, adhering to his principle of remaining uninvolved, sat politely to the side, dutifully playing the role of a statue. Alan lowered his hood, graciously bowing. Pardon the intrusion, sir, but Harry and I have come to procure wands. Ollivander turned his gaze toward him and immediately noticed Harry beside him. The direct stare made Harry feel quite self-conscious, prompting him to murmur, Hello. Indeed, Ollivander replied, I have finally had the pleasure of meeting you, Harry Potter. You possess a pair of eyes reminiscent of your mother's. It feels as though just yesterday she purchased her very first wand here. I vividly recall it was crafted from willow, emitting a soft whoosh when waved, measuring 10¼ inches. Indeed, a remarkable wand. Mr. Ollivander fixed his gaze intently upon Harry. Your father, however, was different. His wand, made of cherry wood, was exceptionally pliable and well-suited for transfiguration, measuring 11 inches in length. Remember, Mr. Potter, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander leaned in closer to Harry, his eyes almost reflecting Harry's own image as he extended a pale finger to caress the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. This clearly surpassed the bounds of social distance, accompanied by an odd scrutiny. Alan abruptly pulled Harry back a few steps, restraining himself. Mr. Ollivander, may we select wands now? Harry cast a grateful glance at him. Ollivander turned towards Alan, saying nothing, and briskly returned behind the counter. So, who shall go first? Alan and Harry exchanged glances, and Alan declared, I shall go first. Oh, and what shall I call you? Ollivander inquired, slightly flustered, realizing he did not yet know the child's name. Alan Cornwall. Young Mr. Cornwall. Which hand do you favor? The right hand, sir. Ollivander produced a soft measuring tape, allowing it to commence measuring Alan's physical dimensions. Although Alan did not comprehend the relevance of these measurements to wand selection, he cooperatively endured the process. The eccentric Mr. Ollivander had retreated to the back. Searching for wands, he tremulously handed Alan a wand. How about this one? But before Alan could grasp it, Ollivander snatched it back. This was repeated over 30 times, Alan resignedly performing this somewhat foolish action time and again. Edward narrowed his eyes in mild discontent. Yet Mr. Ollivander grew increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, a discerning customer. He paced restlessly, muttering to himself, before suddenly brightening and hastily retreating to the back room. Alan Edward, Do all individuals in the magical world exhibit such eccentricity? Edward began to worry whether Alan could withstand this assembly of rather peculiar wizards. Harry gazed at the scattered boxes nearby, swallowing hard, uncertain of what awaited him when it came time to try out a wand. Dumbledore kindly explained, the Ollivander family has been crafting wands for generations. Their obsession with this craft is profound. I must also congratulate you, Alan, for possessing remarkable innate magical talent. Young wizards with such gifts often take longer in selecting their wands. The whimsical Mr. Ollivander soon returned, brimming with excitement. This one. It must be this one. He produced a slightly curved wand from a box, cautiously extending it to Alan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Try this one. Alan was taken aback by his fervor and carefully accepted the wand. As his fingers brushed against it, it felt as if he had reunited with a long-lost fragment of himself. A surge of warm, powerful energy coursed through him as he gently waved it in accordance with his intent. The wands carelessly strewn about the shop seemed to come alive, returning to their boxes and leaping back onto their original shelves. Alan was astounded by this spectacle, hesitantly examining the wand in his hand. Edward, too, was utterly astonished. Despite having witnessed Alan's exceptional nature, this was the first time he felt the reality that his son, the heir to the throne, was indeed a wizard. Ollivander appeared deeply moved, removing his glasses to wipe away tears. This wand has been here for nearly a millennium. At last, it has found its master once more. Child, you are destined for greatness. Perhaps one day, you shall surpass all your predecessors. Dumbledore observed silently, his gaze inscrutable behind his half-moon spectacles. Alan scrutinized the wand. It was impeccably smooth and well-maintained, with subtle signs of wear at the handle, as if left by its previous owner. Edward felt a tumult of emotions. Firstly, Alan had acquired a second-hand wand that had languished unsold for a millennium. Secondly, Alan appeared to resonate profoundly with this second-hand item. Yet, Ollivander's words did not seem mere flattery. Could it be that this wand once belonged to a formidable wizard? Contemplating this, he posed the question. Ollivander was taken aback, affirming, I know no more. This wand has been in my shop since the time of my great-grandfather's grandfather. All I know is that its original owner was immensely powerful. He paused for emphasis. Very powerful indeed. Edward replied, your unwavering certainty makes it hard to believe you know nothing. Ollivander glanced apologetically at Alan. Ah, child, for every wand sold from my shop, I inform its owner of the wand's material. His expression was earnest. However, yours is unique, extraordinarily potent. I do not know its composition, but perhaps one day, you will discover it through your connection with it. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. 7 galleons, Mr. Cornwall. Now, Mr. Potter, it is your turn. Alan stood aside, somewhat bewildered, granting Harry room. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. The measuring tape immediately flew to him. Gliding over his form, Mr. Ollivander darted swiftly among the shelves, retrieving numerous new long boxes. Now, Mr. Potter, try this one made of beech wood and the heartstring of a fire dragon, measuring 9 inches. It is a very flexible wand. Give it a wave. Harry accepted the wand, feeling the action was rather foolish. Why could it not be snatched from his hand like Alan's? He thought, somewhat petulantly, and waved the wand. Just as he did, Ollivander immediately took the wand back from him. From that point on, it seemed time rewound. Ollivander persistently handed wands to Harry, only to snatch them away again. The ones he had tried piled up on the bench, growing ever higher. Ollivander's excitement intensified. Another discerning customer, I see. He paced in front of the counter, muttering to himself, oh, right, try this one. Harry took the wand, feeling a gentle warmth at his fingertips. He raised the wand and with a swift motion, the tip sliced through the dusty air. A burst of red light shot forth, immediately followed by golden sparks like fireworks, dancing dots illuminating the walls. It was truly marvelous. A remarkable combination, an 11-inch Hollywood wand with a phoenix feather core. Simply extraordinary. Hagrid clapped in admiration, and Dumbledore blinked gently. In this celebratory atmosphere, Edward and Alan felt like unintended bystanders. They sat calmly aside, observing this wondrous exchange. Amid this ambience, Harry timidly inquired, excuse me, sir, but what aspect do you find so remarkable? Ollivander gazed at Harry, his pale, colorless eyes somewhat clouded, yet seemingly piercing through to the soul. I remember every wand I have sold. Mr. Potter, he spoke softly. Dumbledore knew that it was his phoenix, Fox, from whom this wand's core was derived. One feather crafted this wand, while another resided within a different wand. He glanced at Dumbledore, compassionately furrowing his brow. It was indeed its brother, the elder wand, measuring 13.5 inches, that had bestowed that scar upon you. Harry gasped in shock. I believe you will achieve great things, Mr. Potter. After all, that mysterious figure, whose name cannot be spoken, did accomplish great deeds, albeit dreadful ones. Alan grew somewhat impatient, thinking perhaps this man was merely an old fool. Ollivander glanced at Alan, softly stating, 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. Several individuals bid farewell to Mr. Ollivander and exited the shop. Dumbledore turned to Hagrid and said, Hagrid, thank you for accompanying Harry on a shopping trip. I shall take care of the rest. Hagrid gazed longingly at Harry, patting the boy on the head. The half-giant bid farewell to Harry and Ellen, glancing back 3 times as he left. Ellen found it difficult to comprehend why this half-giant held such an immense affection for another's youngling. Were giants not typically cruel and bloodthirsty? Dumbledore extended his hand, saying, Ellen, grasp my hand. Coming to his senses, Ellen tightened his grip on Edward's hand, thus securing Dumbledore's arm, but a familiar sensation of pressure enveloped them. And the group found themselves back in Edward's study. Edward set down his suitcase and addressed Ellen. Ellen, bid farewell to the headmaster and arrange accommodations for Harry. Though directed at Ellen, his gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore. Unwavering. Ellen shifted his gaze between the two, bowed his head, and replied, Yes, your majesty. Harry's eyes sparkled as he observed the grandeur of the king's study and, with a hint of reluctance, said goodbye to Dumbledore before following Ellen outside. Ellen tilted his head, reminiscing about their earlier actions in Diagon Alley, feeling somewhat frustrated. Had he overlooked something once again? Harry, filled with excitement as he admired the opulence of the royal castle's interior, noticed Ellen's unusual demeanor. He gently tugged at Ellen's sleeve, concern evident in his eyes. Your Highness, are you unwell? Ellen was taken aback, surprised by Harry's sensitivity. His emotions were typically subdued. Even Edward, with whom he spent every day, might not perceive them keenly. Yet, this savior had managed to discern his feelings. He feigned a frown, patting his chest, and cleverly concocted an excuse. Apparition is truly not the most comfortable experience. Harry immediately accepted this, seeming to find common ground, and began to share his initial experience with apparition. As Ellen engaged in conversation, he led Harry to his study and pressed the summoning bell on the table. Sister Tris, please bring 2 servings of afternoon tea. Once again, Harry was astounded by the royal lavishness. This was no study, but a miniature library. Ellen chuckled. You know, your majesty holds very high expectations of me. Harry, with a month until school starts, you may join me for activities if you don't mind. Harry leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Of course, I don't mind. A knock soon echoed at the door, and Tris entered, pushing a cart laden with afternoon tea. The moment she saw Harry, the gentle housekeeper's gaze sharpened. Her gloved hand had already reached for the cutlery on the cart, her thumb pressing against the blade's back. Her positioning was quite strategic, effectively obscuring Harry's view of the outside. Harry froze, somewhat flustered as he stood from the armchair, awkwardly saying, hello. Just then, Ellen emerged from between the bookshelves, books in hand, and smiled. Sister Tris, you've arrived. No need to be tense. This is my new friend. Tris' eyes remained vigilant, and she did not respond. Your Highness, does the king know about this? Yes, this has been approved by His Majesty. Ellen placed the books on the desk and pressed the exclusive communication button for Edward. Ellen, what is it? Edward's voice came through. Ellen's tone was cheerful. Father, Sister Tris wishes to confirm Harry's status as a guest. Indeed, Tris, this young man, Harry Potter, is also a young wizard. Entering school alongside Ellen. I have invited him to stay at the castle. Tris' icy gaze swept over Harry, and after a moment of silence, she replied, I understand, Your Majesty. She returned the knife to the cart and turned to Harry, a gentle smile lighting her eyes. Hello, young Master Potter. Please forgive my rudeness. Harry's eyes widened as he stared at the cart, convinced he had just witnessed this gentle elder sister put down the cutlery. His face shifted from pale to red, and he nervously assured her it was of no concern. Observing his flustered demeanor, Tris finally relaxed. The boy appeared to be quite obedient and honest. With a smile, she wheeled the cart to the guest area opposite the desk. Your Highness, young Master Potter, please enjoy your afternoon tea. Ellen settled onto the sofa with the anxious Harry, offering him a small cake. Tris slightly turned, discreetly retrieving a slender communication device from her waist. Typing quickly and silently, threat neutralized, retreat. The agents stationed outside received the order, silently and orderly disarming and withdrawing, as if they had never been there, unaware that he had once again encountered life-threatening circumstances. Harry felt at ease. He eagerly sampled the small cake, listening as Triss explained the intriguing regulations of the royal family. "Sister Triss, I noticed you moved the dinner knife just now," Harry asked cautiously. "Indeed," Triss replied with a smile that concealed a sharp edge. "Earlier, an owl delivered a letter, and the envelope explicitly stated the precise address of the Crown Prince." Harry understood. The addresses for Hogwarts were quite precise. Thus, the royal security suspected there might be terrorists seeking to strike back at the royal family, which explained their heightened vigilance. Sitting up straighter, Harry exclaimed, "But I mean, I'm not a terrorist. I'm only 11. Triss regarded him with a perfect smile. "Yes, hence this is a misunderstanding," she hinted. After all, the information provided by His Highness was rather vague. Out of concern for his safety, the humble housekeeper had to act decisively. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Coughing, Ellen was unexpectedly choked by the red tea and hastily set down his teacup. Triss, smiling, pressed a handkerchief to Ellen's face. "Your Highness, how careless of you." Ellen dared not protest, allowing her to somewhat roughly wipe his mouth. Harry stared in astonishment at Ellen's submissive demeanor, muttering, "The staff recruited by the royal family are all so impressive." "Indeed, young Master Potter, we only hire graduates from Cambridge and Oxford." This statement, emanating an air of superiority from a scholar, made Harry pause momentarily as he cut into the cake. "So you are a graduate student in sociology from Cambridge University?" Triss revealed a flawless smile. Harry, meanwhile, while this misunderstanding unfolded, Edward was engaged in a cordial discussion with Dumbledore. The king chuckled softly. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you are a wise elder. Thus, you likely sense that Ellen possesses his own criteria for judgment regarding certain matters." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the young prince is truly a unique genius." Edward lowered his voice, his eyes filled with warning. "Ellen is a well-behaved son, a qualified heir and a father. I wish for my child to merely glimpse another world and return safely. As a king, I recognize that my heir must bear certain responsibilities, such as understanding the wizarding realm." He did not elaborate fully, but Dumbledore understood he was conveying that Ellen would not stray from the right path. Regardless of his identity, Edward did not wish for Ellen to be exploited. He paused, locking eyes with Dumbledore. "I am aware that you, as a headmaster, personally welcome students primarily due to the significance of Ellen's status as the heir, which affords you some leverage. The king should indeed prioritize his subjects. However, there are many nobles, and I am not the only one capable of being king, that if you dare to harbor any ulterior motives regarding Ellen, I shall relinquish my kingship. At that point, you would have nothing to exploit." His words were somewhat vague, yet the elder comprehended fully. Dumbledore was taken aback by the hidden implications within the king's words and fell into a lengthy silence. He finally spoke. "I shall make every effort to arrange matters while ensuring the young prince's safety." The two exchanged glances, both aware that this was the other's bottom line, which could not be further compromised. And thus they both relaxed simultaneously, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Edward proclaimed, "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful." No sooner had he spoken than the elder vanished from the room. Edward approached the desk, gently tapping the surface, and after a while, summoned the old housekeeper, handing her a card on which he had written something. "This outlines Ellen's coursework for the next fortnight. Please ensure he remains mindful of his schedule and does not become complacent due to the presence of guests. In just a month, Hogwarts will commence its new term, and no matter how composed he may be, Alan is merely an 11-year-old child. Faced with the entirely unfamiliar world of wizards, he is overwhelmed by a sense of insecurity. In a bid to bolster his position, Alan audaciously invites an outsider into Balmoral. This royal estate has never before welcomed such a distinguished guest. Edward, recognizing that forming a rapport with the savior might prove somewhat challenging, permits Alan's actions. Yet, when they witness Harry's unknowing trust and Dumbledore's concession for Harry's friendships, smiles inevitably grace their faces. The aroma of black tea wafts gently through the quaint tea house. They are already assured of their victory. Alan admits that this maneuver is somewhat underhanded. Such a blend of sympathy and opportunism has effortlessly garnered the savior's trust. However, for a child like Harry, who is bereft of parents and reliant on the goodwill of others, their slight warmth and leniency can be regarded as a form of salvation. With a pang of conscience, Edward and Alan readily share insights about royal education with Harry and, that very evening, arrange a modest birthday celebration for him. Compared to Alan's lavish birthday feast, this gathering is far from extravagant. It could even be deemed sparse. In the dining hall of Balmoral, pristine white tablecloths adorn walnut dining tables. Standard silver cutlery is meticulously arranged, and Triss approaches with an 8-inch birthday cake, its 11 candles flickering gently. Behind her, a servant carries a platter laden with steak, sandwiches, and milk. Alan feels a twinge of guilt. Please forgive me, Harry. Due to the hurried preparations, dinner is rather ordinary. Although it may be late, it is certainly better than nothing. Happy birthday. Harry shakes his head, tears streaming down his new glasses. And he quickly wipes them away, wearing the comically dampened lenses. Edward, adopting a humble demeanor, sits at the head of the table, smiling gently. Happy birthday, Harry. Make a wish, amidst the birthday songs sung by the servants behind him. Harry closes his eyes and earnestly wishes, I hope this is all real. Oh God, please. From that moment on, Harry wholeheartedly trusts Edward and Alan, and when he learns of their desire to include him in their studies, he eagerly agrees, until Harry finds himself once again thrown to the ground by the combat instructor, panting heavily as he watches Alan spar with another teacher. His hair is disheveled, the black combat attire soaked with sweat, and damp strands cling to his forehead as he simply collapses on the ground. Mr. Smith, I can't go on. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Alan narrowly avoids a punch from Cook, swiftly tilting his head aside. Lowering his body and executing a sweeping kick, the instructor, losing his balance, tumbles to the ground but rolls away just in time to evade Alan's fist. Alan's fist is poised to strike the ground with full force. Cook, startled, quickly slides over, extending his palm to absorb the blow. Alan pauses, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he withdraws his fist, observing Cook grimacing as he rises. Cook hisses, All right, the strength training is sufficient, but you need to be more agile. Alan nods in agreement and rushes to help Harry up. Your Highness, must I participate in these training sessions? Harry laments, resembling a lifeless fish. Alan chuckles lightly, shattering his illusions with a simple statement. Yes, Harry, your situation is even more perilous than mine. You must understand, you are facing a murderous Dark Lord. Harry struggles to muster a smile, replying weakly, You're right. I'll go take a shower. Alan glances at Tris beside him, who nods in understanding. Evening classes begin at 6:30. Please remember to come down for dinner at 5:30. There are still 30 minutes left, Alan reassures him, plenty of time to freshen up and rest. Harry's eyes lackluster. He finally comprehends the hardships Alan endures. He looks at Tris beside him, recalling how, at the onset of their training, this gentle older sister had knocked down Mr. Smith with a single punch when they descend for dinner. Edward is just making his way down the stairs as well. Your Majesty, he smiles, how is your combat training progressing? Alan replies cheerfully, quite well. Mr. Cook mentioned that my strength training is showing great results. Harry's strength and agility have also improved. Harry nods, still damp-haired and somewhat disheartened. Mr. Smith is incredibly formidable. After all this time, I still can't last 10 moves against him. Alan chuckles, but your progress is commendable. At the start, you could only dodge 2 moves. In just a week, you've managed to evade 7. Edward concurs. As long as you are making progress compared to before, that is what truly matters. Do not feel overly pressured. You are quite clever, suddenly receiving such dual praise. Harry's face flushes crimson, and his eyes sparkle as he gives Tris a thumbs up. Tris returns a supportive smile. After dinner, Alan and Harry retreat to the study to peruse their textbooks. This is their evening study session. Since Muggles cannot find suitable teachers, they are left to self-educate. Fortunately, they have each other for company, allowing them to share insights as they read. The magical tomes are captivating, and both are engrossed in their studies. Alan possesses a deeper understanding of the nuances of magical energy, rendering their spell experiments seamless. It seems almost instinctual. With merely a thought, he can effortlessly achieve the desired effects without even uttering the incantations. Harry, on the other hand, requires the guidance of spells, but is progressing well, showcasing his considerable talent. However, he lags behind in magical theory. As Alan immerses himself in a hefty tome, delving into the profound meanings of magic, Harry begins to feel drowsy. This encapsulates their daily routine in the month leading up to the start of term. Edward has suspended many standard courses, intensifying their combat training and requiring Alan to fully familiarize himself with his textbooks. Consequently, Harry is also thrust into a rigorous study regimen, although he is not required to attend certain activities. Therefore, while Alan participates in events, Harry remains at Balmoral, studying ordinary Muggle subjects with Tris or indulging in playful antics around the estate. Under the azure sky, the meticulously manicured lawns surround the Grey Castle. Nestled amidst lush woods and undulating hills, Harry swears this is undoubtedly the most splendid place in the world. Tris diligently reports all of this to Alan, the Crown Prince's azure eyes. illuminated by the light, appears somewhat obscured. Alan chuckles softly, lifting a rose from a vase with his long, fair fingers, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly. Let him revel in this, he muses, for the greater good. Within a mere fortnight, Harry's progress is astonishing. If Uncle Vernon were to witness Harry's current appearance, he would surely be astonished. The once brash and reckless child has matured, displaying a semblance of composure that now accompanies his movements, exuding a touch of aristocracy in his posture and gait. Alas, the disheveled mop of hair remains as unruly as ever. Alan has lamented this countless times, glaring sternly at the tousled locks, having nurtured Harry to this point. Alan feels he has compensated for his initial utilitarian motives. Consequently, he has diverted some of his energy, allowing Tris to assist Harry with his Muggle studies, while he busies himself attending various engagements alongside Edward. Recently, both Edward and Alan have been preoccupied with a flurry of activities, yet the king diligently checks on his son's studies. According to his random assessments, Harry has largely memorized the material. His Majesty holds no doubts regarding his son's remarkable memory, a near photographic ability. Though it occasionally leads to minor lapses, after practicing meditation and periodically organizing his recollections, the impact is virtually negligible. Apart from Edward, the old butler, Tris, and the examining physician, no one is aware of this. Indeed, no one can discern it. Thus, even if Alan has thoroughly memorized the textbooks, it is likely he has only glanced at them once or twice. What truly requires Edward's scrutiny is Alan's practical application of magic. He gazes at Alan's textbook with a complex expression, resolved to witness a few spells, such as the one that transforms a matchstick into a needle. This pureblood Muggle has issued a request that would leave a typical young wizard breathless, to transfigure the table into a sofa. Such a demand is akin to expecting a child who has just learned single-digit addition to tackle four-digit arithmetic, an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, Alan is not an ordinary young wizard. He is an ardent devotee of his father's every word. Without a second thought regarding the absurdity of his father's request, he briefly contemplates and produces a wand that is said to be extraordinarily powerful. He closes his eyes in silent concentration, devising a transformation strategy, then points his wand at the table without uttering a single incantation. Before the watchful eyes of His Majesty, the table begins to morph. The smooth surface bulges in the center. The sides draw inward, and the base spins rapidly, ultimately assembling into a very simple wooden sofa. Edward can hardly contain his amusement, chuckling softly as the sofa bears the original table's pattern, albeit in a haphazard manner, with one corner jutting out and another concealed within the sofa's interior. Alan stands obediently, his expression slightly sheepish. His Majesty, however, is gracious. He circles the sofa, inspecting it, and even takes a seat, feeling the rigid texture beneath him. Acceptable, he remarks. Were the professors at Hogwarts to learn of Alan's prodigious talent, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Even Dumbledore himself would marvel at this innate mastery of magic. It is important to note that the complexity of transfiguration correlates positively with the size of the object. Although Alan did not alter the material, and the resultant sofa is unremarkable, perhaps even unattractive, the fact that he achieved such a significant transformation without uttering a spell or receiving any guidance from a teacher is a testament to his extraordinary gift. A comparison with typical young wizards makes this abundantly clear. They, after studying their textbooks and listening to their instructors while waving their wands and reciting spells, may not even succeed in transforming a matchstick into a needle. Yet, the Muggle King remains oblivious to the intricacies of magical difficulty levels. While he acknowledges that Alan has performed admirably, as the textbook demands pertain to rather trivial transformations, he cannot help but find the sofa lacking in aesthetic appeal. After a moment's contemplation, His Majesty inquires, "Alan, can you transform the sofa into a cushioned version? Perhaps we could give it a try." This principle of transformation is mentioned only in passing within the textbook. Alan surveys the sofa, for the first time perceiving his father's request as somewhat lofty. Nevertheless, he voices no objections and begins to recall the textbook's brief description. He then opens his eyes and waves his wand. The sofa momentarily halts. The wooden seat begins to convulse violently, transforming into a pile of cotton. Alan furrows his brow, gently caressing his wand as he circles the sofa, closing his eyes to meticulously remember the textbook's instructions. With unwavering fingers, he deftly wields his wand. The sofa shudders once more before ultimately morphing into a wooden sofa adorned with leather cushions. Alan gazes eagerly at Edward. "Would you like to give it a try?" Edward sits upon the sofa, feeling as though he is nestled into a heap of wood shavings. After a brief hesitation, he maintains a stoic expression while praising his son, ruffling Alan's hair before gesturing toward the sofa. Turn it back. The joy of the master resonates through the wand, amplifying the transformation effect. With a gentle flick of his wand, Alan reverts the sofa back to its original, serious, and proper table form. Just days before the commencement of term, Dumbledore sent a letter detailing matters concerning the school board, accompanied by a confirmation document from the Ministry of Magic, the joint signatures of the board members, and Alan's representative ring. The elder wizard thoughtfully noted that due to Alan's unique position, he had requested an alchemist to craft the ring into an invisibility device for Alan's travels. By pressing the gem at the center of the ring, he could activate or deactivate the invisibility state. Edward pressed the ring, promptly vanishing before Alan's eyes. Startled, Alan reached out instinctively, yet he still grasped the king's arm. Edward reappeared, casually handing the ring to Alan. The board members require a vault at Gringotts to safeguard 50,000 galleons as operational funds for the school. Off you go, and remember to bring some pounds. Alan's name is inscribed on the board member list. The magical community does not permit a Muggle or Muggle institution to serve as a board member. Alan nodded, slipping the oversized ring onto his left pinky. Surprisingly, the ring immediately adjusted its size, fitting Alan's finger perfectly. He looked up, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will place the pounds and gold bars in that briefcase." Edward nodded, settling into a high-backed chair, casually remarking, "It seems you have been spending less time with that savior lately." Alan, seated in a nearby armchair, replied, "Sister Triss is keeping him company. You need not worry. Harry is kind-hearted and considerate of his friends." "Indeed," Edward conceded, nodding thoughtfully. "After all, he is a pitiful child. Exercise some restraint when making plans." "I understand," Alan murmured, casting his gaze downward, his tone laced with irony. "How could I forget this savior? Tomorrow, I will attend to the school board matters in Diagon Alley. I also remember to take him out for some fresh air." Edward chuckled softly, leaning forward to ruffle Alan's hair. "It seems I misspoke. My Alan is the brightest, isn't he?" Alan, suppressing a pout, leaned in for an embrace. "Good night, father." Edward gently held his son, watching as Alan exited the room. Sighing in exasperation, Alan seldom indulged in such displays of affection. Having grown up in the spotlight, he had learned to master his emotions from an early age, with but 5 days remaining until the wizarding school opens its doors. It appears that Alan is not as unaffected as he seems on the surface. He too harbors worries and fears. Edward retrieved a small box from a concealed compartment in the bookshelf, extracting a long silver chain. The chain itself was rather unremarkable, save for the unique pendant it bore, a sleek equilateral triangle with a line through its center, intersected by a circle tangent to the triangle. Edward cherished this pendant, holding it gently in his hand, murmuring, "Alicia, please protect our son." Alan, lounging lazily in the high-backed chair, dialed Harry's number. "Your Highness," came the puzzled voice of the savior. Alan huffed through his nose. "Yes, Harry. Shall we head to Diagon Alley together?" "What?" Alan held the receiver slightly away, easily envisioning the savior's excitement as he exclaimed, "I need to open a vault at Gringotts. Would you like to join me for some fun?" "Wonderful," Harry exclaimed, quickly leaping up and dashing toward the castle. "Your Highness, wait for me. I'm in the study. I'll be there in a moment." Alan languidly set down the receiver, his gaze drifting out the window. Soon, the savior, panting heavily, rapped on the study door. Alan rose, smoothing the creases of his suit, donned the wizard's cloak that had been laid aside, and grasped the enchanted box filled with pounds and gold bars. "Good afternoon, Harry," Alan said, handing over a cloak. "We shall take our leave." Harry, exuberantly accepting the cloak, hastily draped it over himself, ready for their departure. Alan cleared his throat softly, his eyes casting a subtle glance. Under such scrutiny, the savior let out a nervous chuckle and immediately adjusted the cloak in front of the full-length mirror. Alan nodded in satisfaction. With the aid of an invisibility ring, they arrived at Diagon Alley. Alan found it quite fascinating. It seemed as if the crowd on the street was completely oblivious to their presence. He and Harry took the subway and then switched to a bus. The ever-watchful gazes that had trailed them vanished, prompting Alan to furrow his brow in unfamiliarity, only to break into a wry smile. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species, when brilliance and attention accompany them. They grow weary, yet when such things abruptly vanish, they yearn for their return. Armed with the relevant documents from the Ministry of Magic, Alan smoothly accessed a vault at Gringotts, thanks to his status as a Hogwarts trustee. He possessed a vault situated deeper underground, second only to the most confidential vaults and those of pureblood families. He exchanged his cash and gold bars for a total of 200,000 galleons, creating quite a substantial heap within the vault. Alan allocated 50,000 galleons to Hogwarts and withdrew 5,000 galleons, converting some into silver sickles and copper nuts, which he packed into a small bag gifted by Gringotts. Harry was not present, having expressed his desire to visit the broom shop while Alan was occupied with paperwork. Thus, they agreed to meet at the ice cream shop at 6 o'clock in the evening. By now, Harry should be thoroughly enjoying himself, as it was a rare occasion to have both wealth and leisure without supervision. Alan, too, felt the same, albeit with a semblance of restraint, with ample funds at his disposal. Alan hurried to the magical items store to purchase a pair of silver gem cufflinks for Edward. The cufflinks cost a staggering 800 galleons, but fortunately, they did not require magic to activate their invisibility feature. He also acquired 5 large enchanted boxes, 2 for safeguarding his father's occasional childlike excursions and 2 for establishing a small magical library. The last one was meant to gather the hearts of the Savior and Dumbledore. Afterward, he procured various everyday magical items, such as a crystal ball that maintained a comfortable room temperature, a protective silver ring, and a magical quill that could automatically write and edit. After this shopping spree, half of his galleons had already been spent. Alan made his way to the bookstore, instructing the clerk to pack 2 copies of all the books available. The clerk looked at him in disbelief. Stammering, "Young man, do you truly wish for this many books?" Alan smiled gently, explaining, "I am here at my father's request. A few days ago, our family library suffered a fire, damaging many essential books." The clerk immediately understood. Scratching his head apologetically, "So you wish to have a backup? Then, please, young sir, take a seat upstairs while I report to the owner." The clerk graciously invited him to the second floor, offering him ice cream and a drink while he went to consult the proprietor. It was evident that this transaction was going to be successful. Alan lifted his ice cream cup, gazing down at the bustling crowd on the first floor, waiting quietly. Soon, the owner, guided by the clerk, strode confidently upstairs. Even among pureblood families, such large purchases of books were rare. This was indeed a unique opportunity. He felt the weight of scrutinizing eyes upon him and glanced up to meet the gaze of a blond youth looking down from above. Surprised, he took in Alan's poised figure, clad in a suit and an ordinary wizard's robe, exuding an air of refinement. The young man leaned his left elbow on the railing, holding the cup of ice cream with an expressionless demeanor that strangely stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Noticing Alan's gaze, the boy offered a warm smile, his azure eyes sparkling with authority. He lowered his head and quickened his pace up the stairs. Though young, this child possessed a commanding presence. He was likely either affluent or noble, someone not to be underestimated. "Greetings, young sir." The owner seated himself opposite Alan. "You mean to say you wish to acquire 2 copies of every type of book in the store?" Alan nodded gently, placing his ice cream cup on the table and intertwining his fingers. "Indeed. I believe the gentleman just now has already informed you." He produced 2 enchanted suitcases, stating, "These 2 boxes will carry the books, and I shall take them with me." "That is not difficult," the owner relaxed. "But as for the price, how much?" "Approximately 6,000 galleons," the owner replied with a smile. "How would you like to pay?" Alan pondered briefly, asking, "Might you be able to withdraw directly from my vault at Gringotts?" "That is indeed possible." The owner perked up, declaring, "As long as you sign our invoice, we can directly retrieve the funds from Gringotts." "Then please, bring me the invoice." Alan politely nodded, and once the invoice was presented, he promptly signed his name and returned it. "By the way, if your store receives any new books, please remember to reserve 2 copies for me, one under my name and one under Edward Welsh Windsor, and send them directly to me. On the 25th of each month, I will settle the account." "Splendid." The owner beamed, shaking Alan's hand with enthusiasm. "Not a problem at all. Shall I reserve 2 copies of the newspaper for you as well?" Alan contemplated for a moment before responding. "That would be appreciated." The proprietor, elated at having successfully secured a lucrative deal, briskly instructed the clerks to pack the books for Alan and kindly escorted him out of the store. On the eve before the start of the school term, Edward called Alan to the study for a thorough reminder. Harry had long since grown accustomed to this nightly ritual, where the father and son would review the day's affairs. He saw nothing amiss in it. Edward gently ruffled Alan's hair, saying, "Tomorrow, I cannot accompany you. Between 8 and 9 in the morning, King's Cross Station will be closed for an hour, and the driver will take you there." Alan nodded obediently. Edward's eyes held a complex emotion as he added, "You." Alan interjected with a smile, "You have packed nearly all my belongings into the suitcase. What else is there to worry about?" Edward playfully tapped his forehead. "Oh, you. Rest assured, Alan replied with a hint of mischief in his smile. If I find anything lacking, I shall seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. I am certain he would be more than willing to assist his student. The following morning, after breakfast, a vehicle awaited at the castle's back entrance. An agent stood by the door, ready to serve the prince. Alan donned a long white shirt, black trousers, and matching shoes, topped with the essential black school suit. His left wrist adorned with a mechanical watch. His radiant golden hair was slicked back, revealing a fair forehead and illustrious eyes, an ensemble befitting a student, save for the trusty ring on his right hand. Harry had also been compelled by Trix to don his school attire. Edward gazed at Alan with a mixture of reluctance and pride, saying, "If mobile phones are not permitted at school, remember to write to me every evening. Let Tita bring back your letters. If I have anything to send you, I will have Celine deliver it." Alan smiled gently, his demeanor warm against the cool morning air. "Yes, Your Majesty. Do take care of yourself until I return for the Christmas holiday." Edward then turned to Harry. "You too, Harry. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to write to me or ask Alan for assistance. Do not hesitate." Harry nodded earnestly. "Of course, Your Majesty." Alan's cheek subtly puffed, glancing towards Edward's back. "Grandfather Butler, Sister Trix, I leave him in your capable hands." The butler and Trix responded earnestly. Edward, upon hearing this, revealed a gentle yet helpless smile as he assisted Alan into the carriage, watching as the vehicle vanished from sight. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, "Will Alan be all right on his own? He has never been away from me." The butler respectfully replied, "Your Highness, the prince is quite clever and capable of managing many affairs." Edward fell silent, casting another glance at the spot where the car had disappeared before turning back to the palace. The butler sighed silently. Fate, known as Tai Chi in Greek mythology, is the goddess who adorns a crown, safeguarding every individual and family. His Majesty wishes for His Highness to be the one favored by the goddess of fate, and Selene, the moon goddess from Greek mythology, symbolizes the nightly correspondence expected from his son. Observing the man before him who walked with steadfastness, the butler reflected on how he had witnessed the king grow up in solitude until fate brought him the queen and subsequently the little prince. Now, His Highness must venture into the unfamiliar and intangible realm of wizards, which must weigh heavily on His Majesty's heart. To be frank, given Alan's capabilities, there is truly no cause for concern. Yet, it is difficult for outsiders to provide comfort. And one can only hope that the little prince remembers to send letters each evening. As the car exited Buckingham Palace, Alan activated the invisibility feature of his school ring, remaining motionless within the vehicle. Harry, brimming with excitement, leaned against the window, as if the seat were affixed with nails. Were it not for Alan's presence, he would have rolled about in his seat. Before long, the car smoothly arrived at the station. Alan disembarked under the protection of agents, accepted the suitcase handed to him by the driver, nodded gratefully, and together with Harry, stepped into King's Cross Station. For reasons of confidentiality, the station was devoid of staff. Alan and Harry slowly made their way to the platform, finding themselves perplexed between platforms 9 and 10. That they double-checked their tickets, confirming they were indeed at platform 9. This left them feeling quite at a loss. Typically composed, Alan now displayed signs of anxiety, pacing around a pillar. With the minute hand nearing the 9, they had only 15 minutes before the station would reopen. Furrowing his brow, Alan raised a hand to brace against the wall. Unexpectedly, he did not encounter the cold surface. His hand seemed to pass through the wall effortlessly, as if it were mere air. Hesitating for a moment, he leaned in, half his body crossing the threshold, and beheld the gleaming steam engine of the Hogwarts Express. Magic! Alan gasped in wonder. "Your Highness!" Harry's eyes widened in shock as he watched Alan's form disappear into the wall, hesitantly reaching out to touch the surface. Soon discovering the concealed mechanism for himself, and excitedly leaping through the wall. In an instant, darkness enveloped him before brightening again as he dashed into his own world. Ignoring Harry, Alan quickly retrieved his phone to send a message to Edward, only to find himself in a signal dead zone, compelling him to step back into King's Cross Station to contact His Majesty. Finally, he traversed the wall and entered the magical realm. "Harry, over here." Alan beckoned to Harry. Regaining the attention of the savior, he displayed his school ring to the train personnel, boarding the still preparing train, and under the guidance of the staff, reached the compartment at the very front. He selected a cabin, placing his suitcase at his feet, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Arriving in the wizarding world meant he would have to rely entirely on himself. Observing the disdain with which wizards regarded Muggle-borns, he understood he must become a guardian for these ordinary-born wizards, striving to reconcile the relationship between pureblood wizards and their kind, using this as a stepping stone to protect the Muggle community. Harry settled into his seat, unable to stifle a yawn. The intense studying of recent days had thoroughly exhausted him, with not a single day of respite. Alan, aware of Harry's struggles with the rigorous training, gently remarked, "If you're tired, you may as well sleep." Harry reclined on the long sofa and quickly drifted into slumber. Boredom settled upon Alan as he retrieved a half-read volume on the history of magic. Immersing himself in another world, before long, the sounds from outside grew increasingly raucous, disturbing the prince's peacefulness that he glanced out the window, observing the throngs of people, bustling and jostling, while the station's clock indicated 10:30. The train was set to depart in half an hour, and no wonder. Harry, too, was roused from sleep by the cacophony, rubbing his eyes and donning his glasses, excitedly gazing at the crowd of wizards outside. "Your Highness, I'm going to play downstairs for a bit." Alan's expression confirmed his expectation. Closing the book, "Go ahead, but remember to return before the train departs." Harry, both thrilled and exasperated, wondered why Alan always viewed him as a child. Regardless, he nearly bounced out of the compartment. Alan shook his head, putting away the book and rising to stretch. He took out his wand, attempting to magically smooth the wrinkles from his clothing, but the precision of his magic fell short, ultimately requiring him to handle it himself. "Mother." "All right, I understand," a haughty voice echoed from outside the compartment. Alan lowered his gaze, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Ah, at last, the little peacock had arrived. A gentle female voice outside offered tender admonishments, occasionally interrupted by a somewhat indifferent male voice that nonetheless conveyed concern. The little peacock, likely irritated by the incessant nagging, responded with impatience, having waited so long for the arrival of his companion. Alan was no longer anxious. He leisurely took a seat, producing the carefully prepared gift he had set aside on the table, reopening the volume on the history of magic, exuding the composure befitting a prince, and awaited the visitor's entrance. Sure enough, mere minutes later, the compartment door swung open. Draco scanned the interior, and upon spotting Alan, his eyes lit up instantly. The manuscript of our ancestor, the Malfoy family treasure, the future addition to the Quidditch team. The Nimbus 2000. Draco was overwhelmed with excitement, striving to contain himself, lifting his chin with a touch of pride. "Oh, Alan, so this is where you are." Suppressing his excitement, he quickly dashed to Alan's side, firmly grasping his hand. "I've missed you so much." Alan remained calm as he allowed Draco to hold his hand, responding with a warm smile. "I've missed you too, Draco. After all, you are my first friend, and I have been counting the days until school begins." It was then that he seemed to notice Draco's parents standing behind him, rising to offer a respectful greeting, his expression tinged with shyness. "Draco, who are these two?" "Oh, these are my parents," Draco insisted, pulling Alan forward. "Dad, Mom, this is the Muggle prince." In that moment, Lucius had already scrutinized Alan thoroughly. The boy before him was strikingly handsome, exuding a dignified composure, his demeanor regal and poised, his suit impeccably tailored. And on his right hand, he wore the school ring. In terms of status, demeanor, and conduct, he was impeccable. The Grand Peacock shifted his gaze from the ring on Alan's finger, donning the classic 15-degree Malfoy smirked. He stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart in a noble greeting. Intoning melodically, "Prince Alan Cornwall, it is an honor to meet you. Draco often speaks of you." Draco, initially eager to see the ancestor's manuscript, followed Lucius's gaze and noticed the school ring on Alan's hand. As Lucius bowed, the little peacock frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with his father's lowly gesture. Alan smiled at Draco, slightly inclining his body to return the courtesy befitting a prince addressing a subordinate noble. "I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Malfoy." He then turned his attention to the silent Narcissa beside him, nodding slightly. "Madam." His neither servile nor arrogant demeanor garnered Lucius's quiet admiration, prompting him to comment. "Draco tells me that you and he get along splendidly." Alan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Draco and I share a remarkable rapport. He is my first friend." Lucius's expression brightened, his forced smile becoming more genuine. "What a coincidence. You are also the first friend of little Draco." "Little Draco?" Alan inquired with interest. Draco scowled. "You mustn't call him that." Lucius shot a stern glance back at Draco. "Draco, that is highly disrespectful." Alan chuckled, attempting to ease the situation. "It's quite all right, Mr. Malfoy. Draco's character is shaped by the multitude of affection he receives. Who wouldn't he envy that?" He gestured towards the two elegantly wrapped gift boxes placed on the table and raised his wand to cast the levitation charm. This incantation was remarkably simple. He had successfully performed it after merely trying it once on a book. The chapter was far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. He let the two gift boxes float between himself and Lucius Malfoy, stating, "A small token of our meeting. I hope you and your lady wife will not find it lacking." Lucius, observing his skillful use of the levitation charm, narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing the other's potential usefulness. Simultaneously, he feigned a smile as he accepted the gift, unwrapping it to reveal a glimmer of excitement in his slate-blue eyes. The manuscript belonged to Mr. Armando Malfoy, who had made remarkable contributions to Emperor William and was thus granted vast lands in Wiltshire. Regrettably, before he could be officially ennobled, Mr. Armando vanished without a trace. Alan displayed a rather regretful expression. This is a manuscript from the National Museum's collection, believed to pertain to the Malfoy family. Unfortunately, due to the indecipherable language it employs, it has long been overlooked. I believe gifting it to you is its rightful destiny. Lucius was entirely convinced by Alan's words, for he recognized the text, and indeed, the handwriting bore a striking resemblance to the existing manuscripts of the Malfoy family. He could even sense a faint flow of magic emanating from it. Cradling the box carefully, Lucius regarded Alan with a measured gaze. "Thank you for your generosity." Alan seemed oblivious to the weight of his words, smiling as he replied, "I am pleased you like it. As for your lady wife, I was unsure of her preferences, so I selected a brooch resembling that of a countess, hoping it would be to her liking." Narcissa was momentarily taken aback by the manuscript Alan had graciously presented, and only then did she recall to unwrap her own gift. Upon unveiling it, she beheld a peacock feather brooch, splendidly crafted from diamonds and emeralds, shimmering against the black velvet fabric. The Malfoy family crest featured a white peacock. And with generations of Slytherin lineage, this brooch was a perfect match for the Malfoy heritage, demonstrating the thoughtfulness of its selection. Narcissa's eyes sparkled as she slightly lowered her elevated chin and curtsied. "Thank you, young prince. I adore it." Draco, unceremoniously tugging at Alan's sleeve, queried, "What about mine?" Alan paused, a touch bewildered. "What? My gift?" Draco emphasized the word gift with a frown. Alan's gaze shifted momentarily, a genuine smile gracing his features. He waved his wand, and a beautifully crafted watch box leapt from his suitcase. "I have prepared a fine timepiece for you, a Muggle contraption, originally intended to present to your uncle and aunt before unveiling it to you." His smile was sincere. "It is truly exquisite. I spent considerable time selecting it. Do take a look and see if it pleases you." Draco glanced at him, letting out a slight huff, suppressing a smile as he opened the box. Quickly captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship, he immediately adorned his wrist with the watch, meticulously adjusting the strap. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, their unease dissipating as they took their leave of Alan. Lucius cautioned his son. "Draco, remember what I have told you. Do not act willfully in the presence of the prince." Draco pouted slightly. Alan chuckled helplessly, assuring the Malfoy couple, "Fear not. We shall support one another." Draco naturally remained in the compartment, lamenting, "Finally, school is about to commence. You cannot imagine how dreadfully dull it has been at home. Though Quidditch is quite enjoyable, you know. My broomstick skills are exceptional. I once evaded a Muggle helicopter while riding." The young peacock subtly boasted. Regrettably, from Alan's perspective, the spoiled young master's pretense was poorly executed. He retrieved an array of delectable treats from the snack section of his suitcase: truffle chocolates, macarons, lemon sherbet candies, and cranberry cookies, all neatly nestled in exquisite packaging. The little peacock's voice gradually faded as he curiously eyed the unfamiliar delicacies. Alan chuckled. "Muggle desserts? Would you care to sample?" "Oh." Draco frowned. He admitted his curiosity but deemed it too impure-blooded. Alan unwrapped a truffle chocolate, focused intently on the foil, casually adding, "The finest, the most luxurious, exclusively supplied to royalty." As soon as the words left his lips, Draco's expression brightened, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Well, in that case, I shall reluctantly give it a try." With that, he eagerly unwrapped a macaron and took a bite. Alan, smiling, lifted his gaze to observe the platinum-haired young master, who was proudly sampling the sweets. "So, Draco, do you enjoy it?" Alan couldn't help but infuse a hint of pride into his tone. "Do you like it?" Draco slowed his chewing, emitting a soft hum as he swallowed the last morsel of macaron. Raising his chin defiantly, "It is passable. However, I dare say, once you have experienced magical treats, you will truly understand what it means to like something." Draco held his chin high, slightly vexed, lamenting why he hadn't brought any wizarding snacks with him. Yet he quickly realized there would be treats available on the Hogwarts Express, allowing a slight smirk to grace his lips. Such poor acting. Alan saw through his thoughts with ease, nodding nonchalantly as he produced another box of macarons. Gently sliding it across the table. As they engaged in a friendly exchange of snacks, Harry encountered his new friends. After greeting Alan, Harry disembarked from the train, contrary to Alan's expectations of wild revelry. He stood quietly in a corner of Platform 9, observing the bustling wizards with a somewhat foolish grin. Every individual here was just like him. They were all wizards, though the royal castle was grand and magnificent. And Edward and Alan had been kind to him, for which he was grateful. It did not belong to him. But here, this was his world. Everyone here was just like him. While he was lost in thought, a tall, red-haired boy suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. "Oh, little one, why do you stand here looking so daft? Have you lost your mother?" Two identical red-haired boys exchanged banter. "But you should move aside," Fred advised. "You might get bumped into." George chimed in. "Thank you," Harry replied shyly, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Oh, Fred, George." The twins pointed at each other, then told Harry, "You'd best step aside. Those coming in will surely be in a hurry." Before the twins could finish their sentence, they were abruptly bumped by a trolley that had just entered. Turning around to see who it was, they quipped, "Look who it is. Fred, our dear brother, Ronnie." Following their gaze, Harry spotted a small red-haired boy, freckled and with a smudge on his nose, who was being teased by his brothers, his face turning as red as his hair as he protested, "Fred, George, what are you up to now?" A red-haired lady entered, ushering a little girl, glaring fiercely with her hands on her hips like an angry lion. "Fred, George, hurry up and get on the train. It's about to depart," she scolded, "and you should help your brother." "All right, Mom." X2 Fred and George shouted. "We'll speed things up." They hurried towards the train. The small red-haired boy shouted, "Fred, George, I'm still here." Not receiving a response from his brothers, he stomped his foot in frustration. His cheeks flushing once again, he met Harry's gaze and pointed to his suitcase. "Need help? That would be brilliant, mate." The boy grinned. "By the way, I'm Ron Weasley," as the train departed amidst the bustling search for seats. The long whistle echoed, and white steam billowed into the air, filled with the laughter of young wizards. The gentle sway of the departing train made Alan ponder, furrowing his brow slightly. Strange, why hasn't Harry returned yet? Draco raised an eyebrow, dismissively saying, "Perhaps they are in another compartment. Surely no one could be foolish enough to forget to board. By the way, who is this Harry?" Alan smiled, raising his gaze, discreetly observing Draco's expression, and remarked softly, "I assumed everyone knew of him." Draco looked perplexed for a moment before suddenly realizing, sitting up straight in shock, "Is he, the savior, Harry Potter?" Alan said with a hint of amusement. Moments later, Draco arrogantly leaned back against the chair, still clutching the half-eaten pink macaron. How rare. It would be a pleasure to make his acquaintance. He quickly stuffed the macaron into his mouth, attempting to subtly adjust his robes. Alan raised an eyebrow lightly, lowering his gaze with a smirk. By the way, how do you know him?" Draco feigned nonchalance. "Oh, we encountered each other in Diagon Alley, and I invited him to the manor." Alan replied casually. Draco blurted out, "Does he really have that lightning-shaped scar on his forehead?" Alan paused for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed. Regardless, you will soon meet him." As he unwrapped a chocolate, he added, "You can confirm it for yourself then." "Can't you?" Draco nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing that Draco seemed somewhat distracted, Alan ceased speaking until a voice called from outside the compartment, "Dearie, would you like some snacks?" Upon hearing this, Draco immediately sprang up with enthusiasm. Alan suspected this was the lingering excitement of potentially meeting the savior, as he pulled a handful of galleons from his pocket, exclaiming, "I'll take one of everything." He turned and dumped a pile of snacks onto the table, declaring, "I want you to experience the wizarding world's treats." Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were struggling to navigate through the train. Ron appeared somewhat dejected. "Oh, it seems there are no empty compartments left." "Oh, Merlin, why is it all full?" Harry hesitated. "If you don't mind, you could join me in the front compartment." Ron blinked in surprise. "The front? That's the prefect's and governor's compartment." Harry scratched his head awkwardly, unsure if he had offended Ron, but Ron cheerfully replied, "Cool, that's fantastic. I was worried you wouldn't want to." Harry added, "A friend of mine is in that compartment too, but he's quite nice and won't mind." Ron clapped him on the shoulder, his face alight with excitement. "Come on, going to the front compartment is super cool." Harry sighed with relief, then asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Oh, I'm Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Draco had begun enthusiastically introducing wizarding snacks to Alan. He handed Alan a chocolate frog, looking expectantly. Open one, and let's see if I can collect the few cards I'm missing. Alan had never played such childhood games and did not understand the thrill of collecting cards. However, he was more than willing to oblige his new friend's request, carefully opening the intricately designed box along the dotted line. Suddenly, a chocolate-colored frog, exuding a rich chocolate aroma, leaped unexpectedly into his hand. Alan flinched, instinctively flicking the chocolate frog away, causing the entire box to tumble onto the table. Draco swiftly caught the airborne chocolate frog, which had now come to a stop. He looked at Alan with a smirk. Oh, is the Muggle prince afraid of chocolate frogs? He deliberately split the frog in half before Alan's eyes, its legs still twitching. Chocolate frogs are quite lethal, just like real frogs. Alan looked at him with exasperation. Draco, I simply wasn't prepared for that. Draco dismissed him, picking up the card, laughing joyfully. Gringotts. This one is notoriously hard to obtain. Alan glanced at the card's content and saw a blank portrait with only the words Gringotts. Founded in 1474 by goblins inscribed in Gothic script. He knew that portraits in the wizarding world could move. Glancing at Draco, he chuckled. In the Muggle world, the people in photographs do not move. Indeed, the little peacock's eyes widened in surprise. What did you do to the pictures? Why don't they move? Alan stifled a laugh as he explained the workings of a camera, the principles of convex lens imaging, and the assembly of a camera, leaving the little peacock utterly bewildered. Unable to contain his amusement, he offered Draco a chocolate ball while he was sulking. Draco, the Muggle world is quite fascinating. Although Muggles lack magic, we have created things more marvelous than magic itself. Peculiar machines with unique propulsion. Airplanes that soar through the skies and weapons that rival meteors. Draco widened his eyes, frowning slightly. I know about your Muggle helicopters, but weapons rivaling meteors are impossible. Alan smiled enticingly. Well then, when you come to my castle as a guest, I shall show you. Draco hesitated, seemingly concerned about Lucius's approval, but curiosity ultimately triumphed, and he nodded in agreement. The heir of Malfoy is rather easy to deceive, Alan mused, wondering how someone like Lucius could raise such an innocent son. Just then, the compartment door was suddenly yanked open, and Harry's excited voice came through. Your Highness. Alan looked over, exasperated. Why are you only returning now? Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He was taken aback upon noticing the red-haired boy beside Harry. Harry also appeared confused, having excitedly opened Alan's compartment door, only to find a platinum-haired boy already seated inside. The boy's pallor worried him about his health. Who is he? Harry asked, bewildered, not noticing Ron's displeased expression. Oh. Alan straightened his academic blazer and stood up. He smiled brightly at Harry, pulling the proud little peacock closer. And introduced, Harry, this is our new friend, Draco Malfoy. Draco, this is the savior you have been longing to meet, Harry Potter. Draco was about to maintain his aloof demeanor and shake Harry's hand when he shot a glare at Alan. Exclaiming irritably, shut up. Clearing his throat, he extended his hand. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry, still bewildered, shook his hand. Alan turned to the side of Harry, inquiring, Harry, who is this? Harry perked up again, ready to introduce, but was arrogantly interrupted by Draco. Humph, no need to trouble the savior with introductions. He tilted his chin. Red hair, second-hand robes. It's obvious this is a Weasley. Harry's green eyes flared with anger, regretting shaking hands with such an arrogant fellow. Alan frowned slightly. Oh, Draco. Ron's face flushed with anger as he shouted, Malfoy, if you say one more word, I'll throw you into a pile of trolls. Draco snorted disdainfully, turning away. What of it, Alan? Don't tell me you wish to associate with such people. The latter part of his sentence faded from Alan's view. Alan's years of upbringing allowed him to suppress any ungraceful reactions, and he calmly asked, Draco, why do you dislike the Weasleys? Draco scoffed. Why else? They are pure bloods yet so close to Muggles. Their family is so poor, they are practically a disgrace to pure bloods. Ron drew his wand, shouting, Malfoy. Draco clearly dismissed him. Does that second-hand one of yours even work? Weasley, observing the tension in the compartment escalating, Alan sighed softly and grasped Draco's wrist, which effectively redirected everyone's attention toward him. Draco, I think you may have forgotten, Alan said softly. I am the Muggle Prince. A thoroughbred Muggle. If you look down upon the Weasley family's closeness to Muggles, then why do you wish to be friends with me? Draco's complexion shifted between red and white, his mouth opening and closing. Unable to articulate a response, he couldn't very well say. Oh, I approached you for your royal family's ancestral manuscripts. Even Gryffindor wouldn't be that foolish. It would be utterly embarrassing for the Malfoys. The ancestors of the family would die of shame for him. Alan gently lowered his gaze, a slight furrow forming between his brows, giving him an air of vulnerability. He spoke softly. In truth, you are the first young wizard I have encountered in the magical world. The inexplicable anger within Harry quietly dissipated as he looked at Alan with a twinge of sympathy, attempting to offer comfort. Your Highness. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, just as he had felt an instinctive affection for Hagrid upon their first meeting. He had every reason to believe Alan felt similarly. Alan continued. Harry's choice of friends is his own prerogative. I simply did not anticipate that your relationship with Mr. Weasley was strained. I apologize for the outcome that has arisen because of me. Your Highness, Harry exclaimed, fidgeting. It's not your fault. Ron glanced between Harry and Alan, gently tugging at Harry, hesitant to speak. Draco finally broke the silence, awkwardly stammering, You are certainly not the same as him. What distinguishes us? Alan raised his eyes slightly, his azure irises dimmed. Draco, feeling a sense of urgency, had just taken the ancestral manuscript gifted to him, and now he had inadvertently upset someone else's feelings. It was decidedly unchivalrous. He struggled to articulate, Muggle. Merlin, Draco grimaced. Alan inquired, Are you suggesting that you do not harbor any aversion towards me, even though I am of Muggle descent? This time, it was Ron who wore a pained expression. Merlin S. suspenders. Malfoy doesn't he despise Muggleborns? That's the most laughable joke I've heard since birth. He discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve, whispering, Harry, your prince has been duped by Malfoy. Has he? Everyone knows their family has the greatest disdain for Muggleborns. Harry should have trusted this newfound friend, yet he placed more faith in Alan's discernment, casting a skeptical glance at Draco and shaking his head in disbelief. Draco forced a smile, the signature Malfoy grin, though it appeared somewhat peculiar. Of course. Alan, you are also my first friend. Alan raised his gaze, a smile gracing his lips, as if he were trying to believe in Draco's fabrication. Draco found himself at a loss. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, he had always been aloof and had never had to placate anyone. Alan turned to Harry. Oh, Harry, please invite this friend to sit with us. The four of them exchanged glances within the compartment. Ron insisted on sitting directly opposite Alan, shoving Harry into the inner seat. He was determined to avoid facing Malfoy. This arrangement suited Draco just fine. Ordinarily, he would have taken the opportunity to mock Ron's lack of awareness, but he lacked the inclination at that moment. He maintained his haughty demeanor, yet his peripheral vision kept drifting towards Alan. Alan remained warm and elegant, as though the earlier discord had no bearing on him. He gallantly invited Ron to sample a Muggle delicacy, also beckoning Harry to join in. The sweet and tangy flavor spread across Ron's palate. And his eyes widened. What is this, Alan? It's delightful. Draco scoffed lightly. I can understand. Weasley. After all, he fell silent under Alan's gaze, a hint of irritation flashing across his face. Ron immediately beamed widely. Harry observed this interaction, feeling that perhaps Draco Malfoy wasn't so intolerable after all. Look, he could even endure a little for his friend. Alan finally turned his attention to Draco, tapping his wand, causing a book to leap from the trunk. Draco, I understand you have not been exposed to the Muggle world, so you may harbor some misconceptions about Muggles. Thus, I wish to present you with a book, Great Inventions of the 20th Century. You deserve to have it. Draco gazed at him in disbelief, then at the thick tome, murmuring, Merlin. Are you a devil? Clearly not. Alan looked at him steadily, extending the book towards him. Reluctantly, Draco accepted it, sulking as he stood up, wedging the book under his arm, and gently nudged Alan. Come with me. To my compartment. Alan could only manage to say, Harry, treat your friend well, before he was ushered out of the carriage. Draco, uninterested in the chosen one and the foolish Weasley, seized Alan's wrist and led him into the exclusive Malfoy compartment. He tossed the book into his own trunk, grumbling, I truly hope you are not sorted into that bookworm house. Never mind, as long as it's not Hufflepuff. That's all I care about. After a pause, he added, Gryffindor is out of the question as well. Alan chuckled. Then it leaves only Slytherin. Draco lifted his chin, showcasing a smile that's more like it. But I can't decide that, Alan replied. You know, the sorting depends on them. Draco scoffed lightly, gripping his hand with a glimmer of anticipation. Alan, was that the summoning charm you just used? What? Alan momentarily failed to grasp the question. The spell that made the book jump. Little Peacock struggled to tolerate Alan's slow response. Oh, Alan understood. though he hesitated. He had been engrossed in history books lately, having only glanced at the first-year spellbook regarding charms. And he cautiously stated, "In fact, Draco, I have discovered a pattern in casting spells. As long as you are sufficiently composed, focused, and determined, you can naturally perform magic with your wand." He offered a piece of chocolate. Draco, with a blank expression, popped it into his mouth for Merlin's sake. "For the sake of that ancestral manuscript, I can endure this Muggleborn for one more minute. You freak," he gritted through clenched teeth. Crunching the walnut filling of the chocolate, Alan watched him with a cheerful smile. "A freak's friend is also a freak." Draco huffed lightly, the corners of his mouth finally curling into a smile as his brow relaxed. He lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority. A Malfoy's friend must surely be of noble birth. The atmosphere in the compartment became harmonious once more. Soon, two large, well, rather portly boys arrived, only to be swiftly sent off to another compartment by Draco. He imparted some knowledge about the wizarding world to Alan, who reciprocated by sharing insights about newly developed technological products and weapons from the Muggle world. They astonished one another, vowing to set a time to visit each other. Draco was particularly eager to witness the wonders of Muggle weaponry. Ever since Draco had resigned himself to comforting Alan, his tolerance for Muggle matters seemed to have increased somewhat. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and an imperious young girl's voice rang out. "Has anyone seen a toad?" Neville Longbottom lost one. Draco furrowed his brow. "Who allowed you to enter?" Alan placed a hand on Draco's arm, signaling him to calm down, and turned to the young lady. "My dear, we have not seen a toad. Perhaps you might search in other compartments." Upon recognizing Alan, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment. "Prince Alan." In an instant, she reined in her voice and demeanor, clasping her hands behind her back, fidgeting nervously, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. I apologize for the intrusion." Alan reassured her gently. "It's quite all right." The girl shyly nodded, taking a step back to close the compartment door. Draco wore a look of incredulity. Just as he was about to berate Alan, the girl swung the door open once more. Her face was flushed, and she kept her gaze lowered. "Your Highness, I forgot to mention, the train will arrive shortly. Do remember to change into your robes." Draco impatiently interjected. "I know. I'll remind him." The girl shot Draco a glare, akin to that of a lion. Alan had to play the mediator. "All right, my dear, I understand. Thank you for taking the time to remind me." The girl smiled gently, bidding, "Goodbye, Your Highness," before exiting and closing the door. Draco wore an expression of disbelief. This Muggle-born girl has two faces, and all my life, who has dared to show disdain to the heir of the Malfoy family? Enraged, Draco was at a loss. So Alan pushed a chocolate frog towards him. Draco shot him a glare, viciously biting off half of the frog's head. Just as they donned their school robes, the train let out a long whistle. Alan and Draco stepped off together, amused by his still ruffled demeanor. "All right, don't be angry anymore. I shall extend my apologies on their behalf." Draco huffed in a somewhat petulant manner, casting a glance at him, and declared, "You must keep your word. First-year students, this way. Hurry." A towering half-giant bellowed from the train platform, holding aloft a massive oil lamp. "First-year students, gather round." However, many among the crowd were looking about, seemingly searching for someone. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "His Highness the Prince is over there." A throng of young wizards eagerly converged in that direction. Another group of young wizards appeared somewhat puzzled and followed suit to witness the spectacle, leaving the half-giant in a state of mild confusion. "It truly is His Highness the Prince. Is it possible that the Prince is also attending Hogwarts?" The faces of the Muggle-born wizards flushed with excitement. Observing the growing number of first years, Alan remained calm. Adept at managing such scenarios, he raised his hands to signal for silence, and the young wizards immediately quieted, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at Alan. Draco stood behind Alan, his arms crossed, contemplating. Once everyone had settled down, Alan spoke gently. "I presume you all hail from the Muggle world. It brings me great joy to see you all here, and I look forward to sharing the next 7 years as classmates." The young wizards buzzed with excitement. However, Alan's demeanor shifted to seriousness, a hint of disapproval flickering in his azure eyes. "Students, we must adhere to the school's directives. Mr. Hagrid is here to guide us to Hogwarts, and we ought to heed his words. Your gathering around me has caused him considerable inconvenience, which is quite improper." Hagrid felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, noticing the students lowering their heads in shame. Alan's expression softened once more. "I understand your eagerness to see me, but rest assured we have 7 years ahead to become acquainted, so there is no need to rush. For now, shall we follow Hagrid's lead?" The young wizards nodded in agreement. Hagrid cast a grateful glance at Alan and called, "First-year students, over here." The pure-blooded young wizards observed the scene with varying degrees of indifference, curiosity, or enthusiasm. However, their curiosity was soon satisfied. And upon hearing Hagrid's call, they began to follow him in small groups. Alan's keen eye spotted Harry and Ron, who were with the girl who had reminded him to change clothes. He waved to them, signaling for them to follow Hagrid. Noticing that the Muggle-born wizards hesitated, Draco pouted. He nudged Crabbe and Goyle, instructing them to secure a place, while he remained to observe the influence of the prince. Alan personally took charge, guiding the young wizards. The night path was slippery and uneven, yet Alan navigated it with remarkable steadiness until they rounded a bend. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake unfolded before them. The Muggle-born wizards gasped in awe as they beheld a magnificent castle perched atop a steep hillside across the lake, its spires reaching skyward, and windows flickering under the starlit sky. It was undeniably beautiful, a charm distinct from that of royal castles. It seemed as though countless wondrous spells and enchantments were woven into its structure, standing there like a giant, sensing the magical essence in the air. Alan felt the magical affinity in his blood stir, warming his previously chilled body against the brisk wind. Alan marveled and directed the young wizards to board the boats in groups of 4. Once he had settled them, he turned to find Draco regarding him with a teasing expression. "So, the Muggle prince holds quite the sway, doesn't he?" Alan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the young Malfoy to wait for him. He smiled wryly, acknowledging the responsibility that came with such status. Draco scoffed. "Oh, Prince of Saints, do ensure you aren't sorted into Hufflepuff. Having a fool for a friend would be quite embarrassing." Hagrid patted his shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Alan. Now, what are you waiting for? Quickly, board the boat." With only the 2 of them remaining, Alan and Draco climbed aboard. Draco grasped the oil lamp post, shrinking his neck against the chill of the evening breeze. He muttered, "If only Crabbe and Goyle were here. With their hefty frames, they could shield us from this bothersome wind." Alan hesitated before reminding him, perhaps it would be wise to treat them kindly. Draco rolled his eyes, retorting, "Silence, Saint." Alan chose not to respond. History has shown that those who are overly harsh to their subordinates often face betrayal. His initial intention was merely to offer a friendly reminder. Yet, given the circumstances, he decided to let things unfold as they may, as long as this little peacock does not fall from grace before he has served his purpose. All would be well. Too much counsel can be unwelcome, and driving people away would be counterproductive. Harry disembarked early, being pulled along by Ron as they proceeded through the line, occasionally glancing back in search of Alan's figure. Ron patted his shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, Harry. Alan seems quite dependable." This Weasley evidently could not comprehend why Harry did not take pride in defeating the mysterious figure, yet held Alan in such high regard. Though Alan was indeed commendable, Harry was the savior. After all, their conversation gradually trailed off as they reached the back of the line. Draco followed behind Alan at a leisurely pace, unhurried, knowing that Goyle and Crabbe would secure a spot for them. "My lord, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting." The line paused at the castle's grand entrance. Crabbe spotted them and pushed through the crowd with an air of authority. Alan, noticing from afar, signaled for him to halt and turned to Draco, asking, "Would you mind waiting at the back of the line for a moment?" Draco reluctantly nodded. Alan gestured for Crabbe to return while quietly confiding to Draco, "I appreciate the consideration from the Malfoy heir, that I assure you. I will prepare a splendid gift in compensation." Draco gazed at him with a complex expression. "Do you realize that you've already owed me 2 gifts for this brief moment?" Alan did not respond to this remark, merely smiling. Gifts can be specified. Although his initial intention was to leverage the Malfoy family's influence to gain a foothold within the pureblood circles, he found the heir to be rather kind-hearted. For such a new friend who tolerates and collaborates with him, he ought to be sincere. As for certain beliefs and behaviors, they can be gradually corrected. After all, encouraging purebloods to accept Muggles is one thing, while reforming the young lord's bad habits is merely a matter of convenience. The grand doors swung open, and the line continued forward. They traversed the entrance hall, wound through corridors, and finally ascended a flight of stairs. Seizing the opportunity, Draco tugged at Alan's arm and hurried up the left staircase, arriving at the front row already secured by Crabbe and Goyle, halting before a door that loomed nearly as high as the ceiling. Soon after, a witch with her hair tightly tied in a bun emerged from the door, clad in a dark green robe and wearing a pointed witch's hat. Her expression was stern, causing the young wizards to fall silent. Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, you will pass through the doors and meet your new classmates. However, before you take your seats, you must first determine your houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. At the mention of Slytherin, Draco beamed with pride, nodding vigorously at Alan, gripping his wrist tightly. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he signaled to Alan, who responded with an understanding smile and nod, the stern which glanced at them before continuing. Since you are here, you must consider your house as your home. Excelling in your studies can earn points for your house, while any breaches of conduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly. After delivering her message, the witch retreated into the hall, and the doors closed behind her. Harry looked toward Neville but was unexpectedly delighted to spot Alan on the left side of the line. He eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you finally made it. I searched for you in the line for ages." Alan maintained his previous smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Harry." Ron and Draco continued to harbor mutual disdain for one another, exchanging glares before simultaneously turning their heads away. "Pray tell, what house do you believe you shall be sorted into?" Harry inquired dryly, clearly betraying a hint of nervousness. Alan shrugged, stating that any house would be suitable, for Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in Britain, with each house possessing its own unique merits. Draco snorted disdainfully, furrowing his brow as he retorted, "How can you still entertain such notions? I have told you, Slytherin is the best house." Ron's freckles flushed slightly as he countered, "It is Gryffindor, without a doubt." "A pack of foolish and reckless lions," Draco muttered under his breath. "A bunch of treacherous snakes," Ron shot back with equal venom. Sensing the escalating tension, Alan hastily interjected, "Listen, they are discussing the sorting ceremony happening shortly." A brown-haired girl chimed in, "My brother says we must pass a test to be sorted. Otherwise, we will be sent back." This proclamation incited a flurry of commotion among the young wizards. "Oh no. That will remind me," exclaimed the girl who had just mentioned Alan's attire, nervously biting her fingers. "I have barely skimmed through the textbooks. What exactly is unicorn horn powder used for?" The pressure from the academically inclined students heightened everyone's anxiety. Ron swallowed hard, sharing that Fred and George had claimed they would make them fight a troll. Even Draco went pale at this revelation. Observing their conversation veering into absurdity, Alan sighed. "How could that be? We are merely first-year students, utterly ignorant. They cannot possibly use a test to determine our admission standards. As for trolls, that is even less plausible. This is the opening ceremony. How could the professors allow dangerous creatures to harm the students?" The young wizards seemed to come to a sudden realization, murmuring in agreement. Draco's expression softened, and he pretended to adjust his robes, slowly stating, "Indeed, Weasley, only your troll-like intellect would lead you to believe such nonsense." Before Ron could retort, a flurry of pearly-white ghosts drifted through the walls, stirring up a commotion. A rotund ghost clad in vibrant attire emerged from the ground, laughing heartily as he playfully poked the students' feet. Inciting a chorus of cries, an irate ghost resembling a nobleman chastised, "Oh, Peeves, you insufferable poltergeist, do not torment the first years." The earlier witch stepped forward, her countenance stern as she admonished, "Peeves." The rotund ghost stuck out his tongue. Cackling as he fled, the witch huffed in annoyance, surveying the shivering young wizards. "The sorting ceremony is ready. Follow me." The grand doors creaked open, revealing 4 long tables filled with upperclassmen, with only the area near the professor's table reserved for the soon-to-be sorted first years. Countless lit candles floated in midair, and the ceiling sparkled with stars, the original stone arches faintly visible against the night sky. Draco was equally awestruck as he gazed at the ceiling. It seemed that this little peacock, despite his arrogance, was still eager for the wonders of Hogwarts. Alan withdrew his gaze, hearing the upperclassmen at the tables discussing him in astonishment and excitement, and he offered a gentle, polite smile to one of them. A familiar voice rang out from the line, "The ceiling isn't real. It's enchanted to resemble the night sky outside. I read about it in a history of Hogwarts." Alan glanced at her. Noting that she was a rather studious peer, the line halted in the open space ahead, where a stool stood at the center, atop which rested a hat that appeared to have not been washed in centuries. Laden with numerous folds, Draco frowned. "They cannot seriously expect us to wear that hat, can they? Merlin, it is absolutely filthy." Alan looked up to see Dumbledore at the center of the staff table. The old man mischievously winked at him, and Alan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, The largest fold of the hat opened to reveal a mouth. The upperclassmen instinctively covered their ears, but the inexperienced young wizards were not so fortunate. The hat took a deep breath, seeming to pause momentarily. It appeared to sense a familiar presence. However, the pressing matter at hand was the sorting, and the magical hat opened its mouth to begin its song. Place me atop your heads, and I shall reveal to you the house you are destined for. Gryffindor, brave and bold, full of daring and chivalry. Hufflepuff, just and loyal, resilient and honest. Ravenclaw, sharp-minded, wise and learned. Perhaps you may enter Slytherin, where true friends may be found, yet cunning and deceitful souls will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Alan gently lifted his eyes, his azure gaze profound. Come, wear me. Fear not. You are utterly safe with me. I will tell you to which house you belong. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before becoming still. The young wizards appeared to exhale in relief. Alan heard Ron mutter, I'm going to kill Fred. He deceived me again. The chapter was not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The old man nodded to the witch, signaling Professor McGonagall to commence the sorting, and the witch unfurled the parchment in her hands, the end trailing to the ground. The witch proclaimed solemnly, when I call your name. Step forward. The sorting hat will tell you which house you belong to. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The sorting hat quickly announced the house, and the second table on the left erupted in applause. Hermione Granger. Alan cast a glance at the girl who had reminded him. Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. The sorting hat worked swiftly, and soon more than half of the students had been assigned to their houses. Draco Malfoy. Draco tugged at Alan's sleeve and stepped forward. Slytherin. The hat had barely brushed against Draco's hair before it shouted. The far right table erupted in applause. Draco displayed a satisfied smile, rising gracefully, casting a glance at Alan that seemed to convey a silent plea for him to join Slytherin as he walked towards the far right table. Modestly applauding, Harry Potter, Dumbledore, who had been leaning against the stool, straightened up, his expression focused. The hall buzzed with whispers as everyone craned their necks to glimpse the savior. The sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head by Professor McGonagall. And it faltered. Difficult, very difficult. It appears quite courageous, with a good heart, immensely talented, and eager to prove itself. But where to place you? Harry felt a bead of sweat form. He recalled Ron mentioning that the vast majority of dark wizards hailed from Slytherin, including the Dark Lord who had killed his parents. Despite being influenced by Alan and believing that not all Slytherins were malevolent, he still felt a sense of aversion. Thus, he declared, I refuse to go to Slytherin. A subtle voice echoed in his mind from the hat. Have you made up your mind? Slytherin could aid you on your path to glory. Unwilling? Very well. Then it would be best to go, it bellowed. Gryffindor. The hall erupted in applause, the Gryffindor lions cheering joyfully. We have Potter. We have Potter. Dumbledore's gaze on Alan bore an unexplainable weight, prompting him to soothe the exuberant Gryffindors and continue the sorting. Alan Cornwall Windsor. The Muggle-born students from the 3 houses immediately cast Harry Potter from their minds. Slytherin does not have Muggle-born students. They quieted, clasping their hands together, silently mouthing prayers to God, beseeching Merlin to place the prince into their house. After all, Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world, but for those of Muggle descent, their own prince held even greater significance. As Alan stepped forward, he ascended the dais where the sorting hat rested. Turning to take his seat, Dumbledore straightened, his cerulean eyes fixed unwaveringly on Alan's back. Harry and Draco craned their necks to observe the scene. The hat was placed upon Alan's head, and a familiar aura of magic enveloped him. It paused momentarily, savoring the essence, deep in thought. Which house do you wish to join, child? The subtle voice finally broke the silence. Alan, taken aback, inquired, Isn't that up to you to decide? The sorting hat remained silent for a moment before replying. Calm and composed demeanor, decisive execution, sharp intellect, and a kind heart. Willing to employ any means to achieve your ends. Have you truly no inclination towards Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? Alan chuckled lightly. What do you think? The hat, sensing a hint of threat, narrowed its eyes, and considering the familiar magical aura, conceded, Very well then. It raised its brim and proclaimed, Slytherin. The hall fell into a stunned silence. The young wizards left in shock. The Muggle-born students exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. How could their prince possibly be sorted into the bloodline supremacist Slytherin? Pureblood students were equally astonished. How could a Muggle-born end up in Slytherin? The Slytherin students were even more appalled. How had this Muggle headmaster made his way into their house? Harry looked at the distant Alan, words caught in his throat, his lips pressed together. Ron gaped. Incredulous, how could Alan be placed in Slytherin? He gently patted Harry's shoulder, who had been fervently hoping Alan would be sorted into Gryffindor. "Harry, take heart." The only two who seemed unsurprised and even pleased by this outcome were Draco and Alan. As the hat was removed, Alan revealed a perfect smile and made his way to the Slytherin table. Draco immediately nudged Crabbe aside, motioning for Alan to sit next to him. Alan lifted his robe and settled beside Draco. The Slytherins regarded Alan with complex expressions. Well, if this Muggle-born was a headmaster, they could accept that. But how was he so chummy with Malfoy? Were they still asleep? Dumbledore was the first to regain his composure. A prince, accustomed to hierarchy, valuing decorum, privacy, and practicality, would indeed find Slytherin a suitable choice. Moreover, this prince came with a mission. Reconciling pureblood and Muggle-born relations would be more manageable as a Slytherin. The elder's gaze was somewhat intricate, his blue eyes scrutinizing the scene of blonde heads huddled together. Internally, he pondered deeply, though his face betrayed nothing. Once all students had been sorted, Dumbledore rose "Ah, welcome, welcome to Hogwarts, before the delectable feast occupies your minds. I must impart a few words. First years, heed this warning. Entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone that anyone wishing to avoid a torturous demise should refrain from venturing into the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Now, let the banquet commence." As Dumbledore's voice faded, the previously empty plates were instantly brimming with food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. Even mint candies made an appearance. The young wizards gasped in delight, eagerly reaching for their preferred dishes, casting occasional glances toward Alan. Slytherin remained notably quiet, their scrutiny discreet, even as a plethora of food appeared before them. Alan was pleased. He nodded at Harry, who was observing him, and began to dine elegantly at that moment. A multitude of ghosts wafted through the walls, some joyfully floating and others more reserved, taking their places at the respective house tables. Nearly headless Nick drifted over to the Slytherin table, his vacant gaze settling beside Alan. His robes were stained, presenting a rather unappealing sight. A chill ran through Alan, as if he were seated next to a moving icebox. "Mr. Nearly Headless," he called softly. The ghost turned to him, his gaze unfocused. "Yes," he replied, his voice chilling. Draco craned his neck to observe Alan, feeling a measure of respect for his boldness in addressing Nearly Headless Nick. Other young Slytherins cast their curious glances in his direction. Alan took a sip of hot tea, warming his body slightly. "Do you join the students for meals every day?" "No," Nearly Headless Nick replied coldly. Alan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Do I assumed you chose to sit beside us because you enjoy our company." The ghost scoffed, rising to drift away. Having successfully dispelled the specter, Alan took another sip of tea, dining peacefully under the admiring gazes of his fellow Slytherins. He paid no mind to the subtle scrutiny of the young wizards. Selecting a sandwich and some lamb chops, engaging in conversation with Draco. As they neared the end of their meal, the table was suddenly cleared, replaced immediately by an array of sweet desserts. Draco, patting his stomach, murmured, "Merlin, I'm already full." Yet, eyeing the small cakes, he reached for one. Alan followed suit. Who could resist dessert after a meal? He mused about the talented chefs behind Hogwarts cuisine, contemplating offering them double the pay for their services. After unwittingly devouring 2 puddings, he reluctantly set down his fork. Finding a dessert in England that wasn't overly saccharine was a true challenge. Alan elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, then took another cloth to leisurely wipe his fingers. He lifted his gaze to the faculty table, locking eyes with a professor adorned in a massive purple turban. Even among wizards, this professor's attire was rather peculiar. The professor in black robes beside him was no better. However, the gentle witch on the far left captured his affection. Adorned with a plant-woven witch's hat and bracelet, she exuded an aura of warmth and acceptance, just as he intended to look away. He inadvertently met Dumbledore's gaze. Alan smiled, nodding slightly, then turned to Draco. "Do you know which one is Professor Snape?" Draco, engrossed in battling a cream cake, swallowed his mouthful and raised his chin slightly. "It's the one dressed in all black. He's very strict in potions, so you might want to brace yourself in advance." He grimaced, lowering his voice, and he doesn't mince words. "The Serpent King's venom is not to be taken lightly." Alan chuckled. Perhaps due to Dumbledore's words, he found himself with a favorable first impression of the professor. Despite his heavy attire and lackluster appearance, he was still the feared Serpent King in the hearts of many students. Yet, he believed this professor was a brave and respectable individual. At that moment, Snape finally shifted his gaze from Quirrell and Harry, coldly glaring at the Muggle prince seated at the Slytherin table. The golden head was exceptionally conspicuous, shimmering under the light, igniting a sense of weariness within him. Another one of Dumbledore's precious prot-gs, he thought bitterly, a living replica of James Potter's savior. Which was already exhausting enough. This old bee truly had no fear of collapsing from overwork, assigning him yet another troublesome muggle, a muggle who had entered Slytherin. Merlin above, the poor potions professor could already foresee the myriad of troubles this muggle prince would bring him. Encroaching upon his precious research time, a sense of weariness welled up within him, and with a stony expression, he diverted his gaze, continuing to glare at Harry seated at the Gryffindor table, once everyone had satisfied their appetites. Dumbledore clapped his hands, causing all the food on the table to vanish without a trace. The prefects led the younger wizards towards their respective common rooms. Alan strolled along at a leisurely pace, gently rubbing his protesting stomach, earnestly reflecting on his resolve to refrain from overeating in the future. Soon, they arrived in the dimly lit underground, where the air was notably damp and chilly, adorned with serpentine sculptures along the walls. Emanating a faint green glow from the mouths and eyes of the snakes, Alan felt a twinge of regret. The pampered feeling of being served resurfaced, and he gazed at the gloomy ambience with a complex expression. Had he known, he might have chosen Ravenclaw. He had heard their common room was perched in a tower, assuredly basking in ample light. However, he felt fortunate not to have ended up in Hufflepuff. As their common room was also in the cellar, adjacent to the kitchen, how dreadful it would be, he might just perish from overindulgence there. Directly opposite him stood a stone wall, before which the prefect declared. Pureblood.as the password was uttered, a door materialized in the wall, slowly opening, and the young snakes filed in behind the prefect. The common room lay beneath the lake, radiating a ghostly green luminescence, with windows on all sides reaching almost to the ceiling, through which a colossal squid waved its enormous tentacles, casting deep shadows on the surrounding glass panes. In the center of the common room were several sofas, while on the other side stood numerous tables for the young wizards to study. The floor was luxuriously carpeted, yielding softly underfoot. The prefect was not aloof but rather spirited, standing before a medieval tapestry with a relaxed demeanor, exclaiming, "Congratulations on joining Slytherin. Our house emblem is a serpent, the most intelligent of creatures, and our colors are emerald green and silver. There are many misconceptions surrounding Slytherin that I do not deny that our house has produced some dark wizards, but so have the other 3 houses. They simply refuse to acknowledge it. You will also find many half-bloods among us, so do not worry. We will not expel you for having Muggle heritage." At this juncture, he cast a meaningful glance at Alan. While Slytherin may exhibit a degree of tolerance towards half-bloods, a pure Muggleborn was unprecedented. He averted his gaze and continued, "The goal of Slytherin is victory. We uphold the honor of Slytherin and take pride in it. Although outsiders often fear us due to our dabbling in dark magic, we are not malevolent. Slytherin is more akin to a brotherhood," that he added. "Now, remember, freshmen, the password to our common room will change every 2 weeks. So be sure to check the notice board. Do not divulge our password to students from other houses, and it has been 700 years since anyone from outside has been allowed in." The prefect then glanced towards the entrance of the common room, composed himself, and softly intoned, "Headmaster." Snape strode in, his black cloak billowing behind him, a palpable aura of dread enveloping the room, rendering the young wizard silent. Akin to a dark bat, Draco seemed well acquainted with this atmosphere, though he could not help but shrink back slightly. Alan remained unfazed. He had encountered far more daunting situations and was solely focused on listening to Snape's address. The Dark Lord ascended the platform where the prefect stood, his black eyes resembling hollow corridors, coldly surveying them. After a prolonged silence, a low, stern voice broke through. "Well, I am quite displeased to see a horde of first-year trolls crowding the common room once more. In my capacity as headmaster, I must inform you of a few matters. Keep yourselves in check, do not embarrass yourselves, do not lose points, and do not cause me any trouble. We have won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and I do not wish for you to tarnish that record. Understood?" The young wizards nodded vigorously, and the older students refrained from uttering a sound. Thus, the Dark Lord coldly declared, "Very well," before sweeping out of the room. Until Snape's departure, no one dared to speak. The prefect instructed, "All right, the girls' dormitory is on the right, and the boys' dormitory is on the left. The names are posted on the doors, and your luggage has already been delivered to your rooms. Good night, everyone." The young snakes dispersed, heading off in groups to find their respective dormitories. Alan wandered through the various rooms until he discovered the door adorned with his nameplate Dada, and also that of a certain little peacock. Indeed, they were to share a dormitory as Draco sauntered over, raising an eyebrow at him. Alan found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed Lucius had orchestrated this arrangement, and the little peacock had inadvertently sold out his own father. He turned sideways, his slender fingers resting on the doorknob. His sea-blue eyes flickered, appearing somewhat profound in the dim light. Lucius had time to arrange the school dormitories but neglected to inform the pure-blood families. Either the Malfoy family lacked the influence, though Draco had previously hinted that they were the current leaders among pure-blood families, or Lucius had no intention of paving the way for him. Or perhaps he sought not only powerful magic but also the capability to lead and coordinate. After all, the Malfoys had once been subordinates to the Dark Lord, whose fate remained uncertain. And it was indeed inconceivable for him to openly associate with a Muggle prince. Yet he felt comfortable placing the heir alongside a Muggle prince, subtly signaling goodwill towards Dumbledore, hedging his bets on both sides. How adeptly he navigated both realms. Thought swirled, but reality was merely a moment. His long fingers pressed down on the doorknob, pushing the door open. Clearly, Lucius had arranged a dormitory of commendable quality for Draco and their family's future. The room was spacious, featuring a private washroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive circular window through which the colossal squid drifted by, and the floor was covered in soft, deep green and silver carpets. Along the central axis against the wall stood a wooden low cabinet, with 2 desks flanking 2 four-poster beds. The beds were adorned with dark green silk drapes, and the soft bedding was already made, with silver-threaded embroidery on the coverlet. On the opposite side of the beds were symmetrically arranged L-shaped wardrobes, providing them with a closet-like experience. The other side of the room featured a towering wooden bookshelf that reached the ceiling, divided in the middle and embellished with silver patterns. Present. The shelf stood empty, awaiting the placement of books by the 2 occupants. In front of the bookshelf was a set of leather sofas and a coffee table, styled classically and exuding comfort. Medieval tapestries hung on the walls, recounting the famous adventures of Slytherin, while silver lanterns dangled from the ceiling, softly echoing the gentle sound of waves lapping against the window from the depths of the lake. Both young men nodded in satisfaction as they located their luggage before the low cabinet. Draco snapped his fingers, and an ungainly creature clad in an old pillowcase appeared in the room. Squeaking in a high-pitched voice, "Dobby has seen the little master. Start unpacking," Draco commanded, pointing to the area by the window, his tone haughty to a house elf, short, with large ears and a shrill voice, clad in a tattered pillowcase. Alan immediately associated the creature with the house elves mentioned in his books. Draco nodded, noticing Alan's curiosity as he regarded Dobby, and explained, "They are naturally born to serve wizards. Their master's commands take precedence. Every family with a bit of history has them, except for the Weasleys." Alan chose to ignore the latter part of his statement and curiously inquired, "Are they the property of wizards?" "Of course." Draco replied with arrogance, "Shall I have it help you unpack?" "No, thank you." Alan chuckled lightly, "I'll handle it myself." As he spoke, he drew out his wand and waved it. The wardrobe opened on its own, and clothes and shoes floated out of his suitcase, neatly arranging themselves within the wardrobe. Books also flew out, making their way to the bookshelf, consisting of various texts on magical knowledge and essential tools, along with compulsory coursework from the Muggle world, soon filling his half of the shelf. Draco watched in astonishment as Alan effortlessly waved his wand, and before he could express his admiration for Alan's proficiency in spellcasting, he beheld the shelf now brimming with books. The little peacock's face contorted in disbelief. "How did you acquire so many books?" Alan was holding a transparent watch cabinet filled with exquisite timepieces, contemplating where to place it. Upon hearing the words, he came back to his senses, realizing this was an assignment his father had given him to complete before Christmas. Draco, with an impassive expression, initially thought that the Malfoy family had stringent expectations for their heirs. However, in comparison to this individual, he felt that his father's leniency towards him was rather generous. Alan, engrossed in his own thoughts, placed the watch cabinet on the bed. Casually, he conjured a high-stemmed goblet, transforming it into a waist-high piece of furniture resembling a podium, upon which he set the watch cabinet. The luxurious timepieces shimmered on the black velvet fabric, exuding an air of affluence. Draco, initially drawn by his transfiguration skills, soon found himself captivated by the watches. Alan handed one to him and urged him to freshen up. Taking out his phone, Alan was met with an empty signal board. He sighed and sat at his desk, picking up a fountain pen to compose a letter to Edward. After sealing it with wax and impressing it with a royal crest, he exited the common room with Tita, instructing her to carry the letter away. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Draco just finishing his wash. As Draco approached the desk to begin his own correspondence, he inquired, "Where did you go?" "To send a letter to my father." The two exchanged a knowing smile, marveling at their startling resemblance. The following morning, Alan awoke at 6 o'clock, gazing momentarily at the unfamiliar bed curtains as his thoughts gradually aligned. He rose, washed up, and dressed in his school uniform, grateful that the only advantage of school was the lack of effort required to choose attire. He deftly adjusted the magical window to let in the morning sunlight, meticulously planning his day's agenda while pulling out his Muggle homework to commence his early studies. Alan assumed Draco would simply rise a bit later and would be ready to wash up before they departed for breakfast at 8 o'clock. To his surprise, by 7:40, despite having prepared his class materials, Draco showed no signs of movement. Recognizing that further delays would disrupt his schedule and unwilling to part ways with the Malfoy heir on their first day, the esteemed prince begrudgingly approached and lifted Draco's bed curtains, beginning to rouse him. The little platinum peacock lay in serene slumber, golden hair cascading over his forehead, sunlight illuminating the delicate fuzz on his fair complexion. Resembling a perfect doll. It was a delightful scene, though Alan wished the young master would awaken soon. Rubbing his temples, he recalled their conversation the previous evening, where they had chatted about Hogwarts. The little peacock had regaled tales of its legends and the histories of various pureblood families. Discussing the Quidditch team and the World Cup with increasing excitement, it was only after Alan reminded him multiple times of their 9 o'clock transfiguration class that the young lord reluctantly ceased his chatter at midnight. After a considerable effort, Alan finally managed to rouse the little peacock from his slumber. Nudging him towards the washroom before stepping out, he quickly and efficiently organized the items they would need for class, packing them into 2 classic handcrafted Cambridge bags. Sitting on the sofa, he took out a beginner's transfiguration guide to pass the time while awaiting Draco. Once the little peacock was dressed and had styled his hair with gel, he groggily accepted the bag Alan offered him. Upon exiting the dormitory, he made a concerted effort to appear alert as they headed to the dining hall under the guidance of their prefect. Inside the hall, students sat in small clusters, and Draco, munching on a sandwich in a daze, suddenly jolted. "Draco, what's wrong?" Alan inquired. "My book," Draco exclaimed, a pained expression crossing his face as he whispered, "I forgot to bring my book." Alan chuckled softly. "You forgot your book? Then what's in your bag?" Draco blinked in confusion. "When did I have a bag?" Following Alan's gaze downward, he indeed spotted a finely crafted brown leather bag slung over his shoulder. Opening it revealed textbooks, parchment, ink, quills, and a delicate fountain pen, all neatly organized. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you packed for me. Otherwise, I would have lost all face as a Malfoy." Alan smiled. "Just this once. It won't happen again." He lowered his gaze, taking a sip of milk. Moreover, it was as if Draco would lose face. He would merely pilfer Crabbe or Goyle's books, leaving them to face the consequences. Alan was astonished to realize how well he understood this demanding little peacock. While the notion of camaraderie among Slytherins might have been exaggerated, it was well executed during their time at school. The prefect accompanied them to their transfiguration classroom before departing for his own class. The class bell rang abruptly. Professor McGonagall took attendance and noted the absence of Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. A hint of displeasure crossing her face, the stern which exhibited strong dissatisfaction at her house's students arriving late on the first day. With a stern expression, she assigned them preliminary tasks before transforming into a gray tabby cat and leaping onto the desk. The cat sat gracefully, its paws poised, its tail demurely wrapped around them. Alan noticed that the markings around the cat's eyes mirrored Professor McGonagall's glasses. This unique classroom experience intrigued Alan, who watched the cat with rapt fascination. Before long, he caught the cat glaring at him, prompting him to obediently lower his gaze and flip through the beginner's transfiguration notes he had already committed to memory. He certainly did not wish to offend a professor on his first day. Moments later, Harry and Ron arrived, breathless and clutching their textbooks. Hermione glanced back, shaking her head disapprovingly. Alan sat upright, alert, having already reviewed his textbook. His keen ears picked up the heavy footsteps of the 2 latecomers. And though his eyes remained fixed on the pages, his mind was partially attuned to their presence. Draco, casting a sidelong glance at the pair, wrinkled his nose in disdain. Ron, oblivious to McGonagall's stern demeanor, nudged Harry, What do you think her expression would be if she saw us late? Harry, speechless, merely stared at him in Alan's peripheral vision. The tabby cat sniffed the air, narrowed its eyes, and leapt down from the desk, transforming into a woman with a tightly bound bun. Gazing sternly at the two tardy Gryffindors, Ron stared, awestruck, exclaiming, "That was amazing." Professor McGonagall, her expression unchanged, replied, "Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should turn you, or Mr. Potter, into a pocket watch, so at least one of you might arrive on time." Alan casually glanced in their direction, exchanging a knowing look with Harry at a essay result. Harry's intended defense morphed into a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, Professor." He caught Alan's warning glare and, inspired, added, "I will familiarize myself with the castle's layout and assure you it will not happen again." McGonagall regarded him for a moment before responding, "That would be best. Mr. Potter, now, quickly take your seats." Once the two lions had slumped into their chairs, Professor McGonagall officially commenced the lesson. She transformed the desk into a pig, shocking everyone before reverting it back, sternly declaring, "To reach this level, you have a long way to go. Now, I will explain the key points of transfiguration, which are fundamental to your education, and I hope you will pay close attention." Alan unscrewed his fountain pen, occasionally jotting down a couple of words on the parchment. Draco, with his head bowed, fervently scribbled notes, his quill dancing across the page. After the theoretical portion concluded, Professor McGonagall produced her wand and intoned, "Transfiguration, the tip of an ordinary matchstick sharpened, revealing a silver sheen as it transformed into a needle." She distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to wave their wands and attempt the transformation. The young witches and wizards expressed some disappointment, striving to adjust their mindsets as they waved their wands at the matchsticks. The classroom filled with the sounds of incantations, and Alan fixed his gaze intently on the matchstick. Internally affirming, the wizarding world is quite impoverished. By sheer coincidence, Professor McGonagall passed by and, noticing him motionless, gently patted his shoulder. Alan lifted his gaze to meet Professor McGonagall's eyes and pointed his wand at the matchstick. In an instant, the matchstick transformed into a slender, sharp needle. This delightful surprise elicited a smile from Professor McGonagall, who leaned slightly forward to inquire, "Mr. Cornwall, have you mastered the silent spell?" Alan straightened a bit. Uncertain, "I'm not sure." Professor T earnestly sought guidance from her, saying, "I've discovered that as long as one remains calm, focused, and determined, one can naturally cast spells with a wand. In fact, for me, casting spells silently is more convenient than voicing them." Nearby, Draco paused in his incantations, continuing to exert effort in his spellcasting. Professor McGonagall was thoroughly impressed. It seemed she understood the intent behind Albus's summons of them the previous night to highlight Alan's remarkable talent. Such a young child, upon his initial encounter with spells, could already contemplate the essence of spellcasting. She nodded, "Indeed, Mr. Cornwall. However, we advocate for the guidance of incantations and harnessing magical power because most young wizards of your age struggle to control their magic. Incantations can assist you in casting spells and, in the process, help regulate the flow of your magical energy, leading you to unknowingly strengthen your mastery over it. This is why the occurrences of magical surges diminish as wizards mature. Of course, if one entirely neglects practicing spells, the magical energy within a young wizard may deteriorate or run amok, resulting in irreversible damage or a diminished capacity to perform even the simplest of magic." Alan's azure eyes brightened with understanding. "I see. Thank you for the guidance, Professor." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "To Mr. Cornwall for his impeccable transfiguration. 5 points to Slytherin." The half-blood Slytherins exchanged glances, their expression somewhat peculiar. The Gryffindors were taken aback, cautiously giving Alan a thumbs up while avoiding the other members of their house. Professor McGonagall, observing Alan's glimmering eyes, felt a surge of joy. After a moment's thought, she brought Alan to the front of the class, asking him to transform the lectern into a cabinet. All the young wizards halted to watch. This request seemed outrageous. Professor McGonagall had just mentioned how much more challenging it was to transfigure larger objects. The pureblood young wizards were merely spectators, while the Muggleborns concerned for their house prince. Draco recalled the watch cabinet from the previous night and pondered the possibility of Alan succeeding. Harry wore a look of pride, for he alone knew Alan's true capabilities. Ever since Edward had Alan transform the desk into a sofa, Alan had been dissatisfied with the awkward sofa he had conjured. He practiced repeatedly during evening classes, contemplating the magical theories that could yield lethal results if misapplied, leading to his current progress. Harry felt himself lacking in such determination. Alan assessed the lectern and quickly devised a method that he waved his wand, causing the bottom of the lectern to bulge outward, then expand, with a seam forming in the wood as a small section protruded to become a handle, ultimately transforming into a classic double-door wardrobe. Professor McGonagall opened the wardrobe doors, revealing a complete set of rods and compartments inside, which filled her with even greater delight. The young wizards were left agape. Harry and Hermione were particularly astounded. They knew the prince was talented, but they hadn't anticipated such a level of brilliance. Hermione glanced at her unchanged matchstick and felt her hopes of being the top student slip away. Though she might still strive for second place, Professor McGonagall excitedly presented a book to Alan, gently stating, "Alan, your spellcasting proficiency has completely surpassed the expectations of first-year students. There is no need for you to refer to the first-year text anymore. Here is the textbook for second-year studies. Take a look." Alan accepted the book and bowed in gratitude to Professor McGonagall before returning to his seat. Draco pouted, nudging Alan. "How on earth did you manage that?" Alan pondered for a moment and replied, "I visualize the structure in my mind, wave my wand, and channel my magic to envelop the object." The eavesdropping young wizards were left in a state of confusion. Feeling they grasped part of it, yet not entirely, that Draco's face fell, prompting Alan to elaborate. "When casting, you must remain calm and confident, believing in your ability. Try to sense the magic within your body, allowing it to flow, and by using your wand as a focal point, you will significantly increase your chances of success in the transformation." The surrounding young wizards furrowed their brows in bewilderment. They comprehended the first half, but the latter part left them grappling for understanding. Wasn't magic supposed to be omnipresent, like air? While the young wizards struggled to comprehend, Professor McGonagall recognized the depth of Alan's insights. She gazed at him with astonishment, clasping her wand with both hands, declaring, 10 points to Slytherin for Mr. Cornwall's refined summary." She looked at him fondly. "Mr. Cornwall, please stay after class." Undoubtedly, even Neville, who was typically slow to catch on, recognized that Alan had won the affection of this notoriously strict witch. At the conclusion of the lesson, Professor McGonagall assigned each student a 10-inch essay on the fundamental theories of transfiguration. Of course, with the exception of Alan. After class, Draco appeared somewhat deflated, having made little progress with his matchstick. Alan felt as though he were witnessing a white peacock with its tail drooped in despair. He smiled helplessly and, like a magician, pulled a chocolate ball from his pocket and handed it to Draco, finally reviving the platinum peacock's spirits. After swallowing the chocolate, Draco huffed, "I'll definitely outperform you in potions this afternoon. I've been studying potions since I was 5. Alan chuckled, believing his own skills in potions might not be remarkable. The prince required more theoretical knowledge, and he was still young, having never been permitted by Edward to engage in chemical experiments. Only able to observe while donning protective gear, he had no idea how adept he truly was. Upon hearing this, Draco's mood visibly improved. "Mr. Cornwall," Professor McGonagall called to him from the front of the class. "Draco, you should head to the Great Hall first," Alan advised. "I think I'll be a while longer. I'll save you a seat." Draco stuffed his books back into his bag. It was already 11 o'clock, and the students who had practiced all morning were growing hungry, soon departing in droves. Professor McGonagall stood by the lectern and addressed Alan. "Mr. Cornwall, prior to the start of the term, Headmaster Dumbledore specifically summoned us to discuss certain matters, and he particularly mentioned you." Noticing Alan's slight surprise, she chuckled as she patted his shoulder. "Do not be anxious, child. In truth, Albus entrusted us to pay close attention to you, as your exceptional talent requires further nurturing." I was initially skeptical, but now I wholeheartedly believe it. She produced several manuals, cast a duplication spell, and handed a copy to Alan. "These contain my insights on transfiguration. I hope you will study them diligently. You need not write an essay for transfiguration class. I am assigning you a unique task to write an essay reflecting on magical theory." Yes. Alan's eagerness was palpable. Professor McGonagall sensed his hesitation and continued directly. "This topic is quite expansive. It could be said to be easy to write, yet also quite challenging. Do not feel pressured. Simply express your thoughts. Merlin, I can hardly wait to teach you more, but unfortunately, the start of term is busy, and Albus mentioned you should first familiarize yourself with the curriculum. He should be speaking with you over the weekend. We will begin our small classes next week. What do you think, Mr. Cornwall?" This stern witch seemed to hold a measure of anticipation, though she felt the timeline might be a bit rushed given that young wizards were typically so lively and often lacked enthusiasm for their studies. Alan had no intention of declining. He responded with enthusiasm, "It would be my utmost honor, Professor. I know you possess outstanding transfiguration skills. I tried turning my teacup into a mouse at home, but unfortunately, my mouse never moves. He allowed a hint of frustration to show, which elicited a chuckle from Professor McGonagall. Oh, that is something to be studied in 7th grade. The fact that you can transform a teacup into a mouse is already quite impressive. Before 5th grade, students are tasked with learning to turn animals into objects, such as transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Professor McGonagall led him towards the Great Hall, speaking as they walked. As for transforming objects into animated creatures, that is a lesson reserved for the upper years, when students have attained a sufficient mastery of magic. She grasped his shoulder, her expression earnest. Therefore, Mr. Cornwall, do not recklessly attempt such spells, for they may result in a loss of control over your magic and cause you harm. Alan, contemplative, nodded and replied, Professor, I understand. Should I wish to attempt these advanced transfigurations, I will seek your guidance. Even a privileged young master knows how to protect himself, let alone a prince burdened with the responsibilities of a nation. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement as she ushered Alan into the Hogwarts hall. The Gryffindor lions stared in astonishment at the less pronounced wrinkles on their house's face. Their spirits buoyed. They quickly sought out their friends to uncover the details of the unfolding events. The Muggle-born wizards puffed out their chests with pride, and soon, word of Alan's talent in transfiguration spread throughout Hogwarts. The upper-year Slytherins soon heard about it from their younger peers. Excelling in transfiguration is not particularly rare. Every year has its stars in various subjects. However, successfully performing a transformation using a silent spell demonstrates a remarkable control over magic that is indeed impressive. The older students exchanged glances, their demeanor softening slightly as Alan took his seat, becoming less aloof. Although they remained observant, they were not inclined to provoke him. Taking advantage of his position, a prefect sat beside Alan and nodded approvingly. Mr. Cornwall, I hear you contributed 15 points to Slytherin in your very first class. Well done. Alan nodded gently, a composed smile gracing his features. As a member of Slytherin, it is my duty to do so. Excellent, the prefect praised. Keep it up. Slytherin respects strength. As long as you are formidable enough, there will always be a place for you here. Alan smiled softly and raised his cup towards the Muggle-born wizards at the other 3 long tables. Murmuring, "Thank you for your encouragement," he resolved to find a moment to meet those Muggle-born wizards. Children of this age think simply. A friend of a friend is a friend, and an enemy's friend is an enemy. There is no gray area. Only allies or adversaries. They do not comprehend the nuances of differing opinions and, with their naive cruelty, often engage in acts of bullying. While these Muggle-born wizards are right to celebrate his achievements, they risk being ostracized by certain individuals within their own house, particularly given Slytherin's near-enemy status within Hogwarts. This was certainly not the outcome he wished to foster. After lunch, Alan turned to Draco and excused himself from the Slytherin table. His gaze swept across the other 3 long tables, quickly spotting a few Muggleborns gazing at him with reverence. The prince gestured towards the door behind him, and soon a dozen students from various years and houses followed suit. Your Highness, Alan Prince, the young wizards exclaimed excitedly, their faces flushed and their words tumbling over one another. We had no idea you would come to Hogwarts. God knows, we didn't know what to say. Does His Majesty know? He allowed you to come. We are simply overjoyed. We couldn't sleep at all last night. Alan clasped his hands in front of him, leading them to an empty classroom while responding. Thank you for your affection. I too did not expect Hogwarts to host so many young wizards of ordinary descent. He guided the group into the classroom. Despite his height, he commanded the space entirely. Once all the young wizards had entered, he closed the door and stood at the front of the room. First and foremost, I sincerely thank each of you for your trust and admiration. Regarding the matters that concern you, I shall provide a brief explanation. His formal tone quieted the young wizards, who listened attentively. Alan nodded, a gentle smile upon his face. On the day I was bestowed the title of prince, I received a letter from Hogwarts, and His Majesty was informed at the same time. After our discussions, we responded to Hogwarts and received a letter back from Headmaster Dumbledore, who summarized the events of that day with a wry smile. Our populace could scarcely imagine the historical meeting between the Muggle King and the most powerful White Wizard. Laughter erupted among the young wizards. Once they settled down, Alan continued. I have always known of your deep affection for me and the royal family, and both His Majesty and I hold it dear. However, at Hogwarts, I am not a prince. Instead, I wish to be your friend. The young wizard's eyes sparkled with excitement, their fists clenched in enthusiasm. Yet, Alan furrowed his brow in concern. You all focus too much on me. It is a sweet burden indeed. You know I have been sorted into Slytherin." The young wizards fell silent, suddenly realizing something, when an angry voice piped up. "Have they bullied you?" Others quickly caught on, their expressions filled with indignation. Alan chuckled softly. How could they? Would the Sorting Hat place someone unsuitable into Slytherin? He gazed at the young wizards before him. "Since we are friends now, there is something I do not wish to conceal from you." He opened his arms wide. "I come bearing the mission of mending relations between Muggleborns and purebloods. Ultimately, it is to ensure a peaceful coexistence for both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. You have spent some time here at Hogwarts. With your intelligence, you must have already noticed that some wizards harbor a deep-seated disdain and animosity towards Muggles. This faction poses a significant threat to our world. Even their offspring, influenced by their parents, grow to despise ordinary people, our families, and our bloodlines." Alan's expression grew grave as he leaned against the podium. His body inclined forward. "I am here to guide this segment of young wizards who can still be swayed. To help them understand the truth about us. To better protect our families." He smiled, his gaze sweeping over the eager faces before him, inspiring confidence. "You all are my comrades." The young wizards eagerly rubbed their hands together, excitement bubbling within them. "Your Highness, whatever you need, just say the word." "Indeed, we are not afraid of Slytherin," a small lion roared. Alan chuckled, nodding at the display of admirable courage. "Gentlemen, change of thought requires time. Please do not rush it. And do not seek out trouble with Slytherin on my behalf, lest my task become even more arduous. I now have an important task to assign to you," he encouraged, looking at each young wizard before him. "I ask that you relay to all Muggle-born wizards not to focus too much on me until I request your assistance." A quill and notebook floated from his backpack into his hands. "I will remember your names. Should there be any developments or questions, or if you wish to organize a gathering, please send an owl to me." Sunlight streamed through the high windows, the golden-haired prince appearing as a seraph descending. He stood at the podium as if upon a throne, poised to dispel all misfortunes and usher in eternal light. In the reverent gaze of the crowd, he placed his hand over his heart and bowed, his voice warm and clear. "And I shall await your good tidings. I extend my gratitude to these Muggle-born little wizards who dutifully executed Alan's commands, ensuring that he enjoyed a delightful 2 days thereafter." He disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of the little snakes, spending his time either attending classes or frequenting the library, where he provided some guidance on essays for Draco, leading a life that was remarkably tranquil and serene. Although he spoke kindly, claiming to act in the interest of Muggle-borns and to forge friendships with them, he harbored no intentions of seeking assistance from this group of Muggle-born little wizards. The simple press conference was merely a means to alleviate some lingering concerns. Yet, it was this seemingly overlooked group of Muggle-born little wizards that bestowed upon Alan a considerable surprise. That on Wednesday morning, Alan endured the herbology class with patience. Despite his fondness for Professor Sprout's gentle demeanor, he found it intolerable to be amidst the chaotic little wizards, the filthy mandrakes, and the absurdities of horticultural studies. Indeed, to Alan's eyes, this was merely a horticulture course. As the heir apparent, he certainly needed to familiarize himself with the myriad flowers and plants of the world, learning their growth characteristics and theoretical applications. But this was solely to ensure he did not falter in conversations with various elites, showcasing the royal poise. If he wished, he could establish a lavish greenhouse, sipping afternoon tea amidst exotic flora while engaging in jovial discourse with dignitaries. However, he had never envisioned himself tending to them, only to be soiled by the earth clinging to their roots, even with gloves and protective attire, and despite understanding that this was just a commonplace aspect of life for the populace. He remained dedicated to his studies, all for the sake of presenting a commendable report card to his father, preserving his reputation as a prodigy in the eyes of the world. God knows what scornful glances he would receive from these Muggle-born little wizards if he were to fail herbology. Well, I digress. Following the conclusion of this herbology class, Alan and Draco, laden with their backpacks, made their way to the Great Hall to indulge in a sumptuous lunch. That moment, an unfamiliar owl flew directly towards Alan, delivering an exquisite envelope. Intrigued, Alan observed as the owl extended its leg towards him, prompting him to retrieve the letter and casually drop a silver sickle into its pouch from his pocket. The letter was of a misty blue hue, inscribed in elegant script with the words "To His Royal Highness, the Prince of Cornwall." The reverse bore a simple seal of a common rose. How peculiar! This was neither a royal seal nor that of any illustrious family. The meticulously arranged format resembled that of a love letter from an ordinary person. Draco cast a glance, noting the neatly written titles, and assumed it to be a correspondence from his Muggle parents. Losing interest thereafter, Alan lifted his gaze, noticing several upperclassmen Muggle-born wizards at the three long tables, their expressions a mix of anticipation and trepidation as they desperately attempted to catch his eye. A revelation struck him. Alan chuckled softly, offering them a gentle nod, his gaze brushing past a serene and graceful Ravenclaw lady before he turned his attention to the letter. The paper was edged in the same misty blue as the envelope, exuding a distinct Victorian charm, with the elegant script flowing across the central white section. Alan briefly admired the fluid calligraphy before delving into the contents of the letter. Your Highness, good afternoon. We are your loyal subjects, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused by our previous attentions. We hope you do not mind. Acknowledging your desire for us not to intervene, we wish you all the best during your time at Hogwarts. We humbly intrude upon your time with this letter and kindly ask for your patience in reading the suggestion of Miss Diana Sharp from Ravenclaw. We convened on Monday evening, gathering all Muggle-born wizards from the four houses to discuss matters concerning our interactions with you. A list of Muggle-born wizards is attached. We have adopted a portion of the royal crest featuring a blooming rose as our liaison seal and have selected 3 representatives from the houses: Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp, 6th year; Prefect, Gryffindor, Algie Phillip, 6th year; Hufflepuff, Valentine Lister, 6th year. The queries and feedback from each house will be consolidated with these 3 individuals and submitted to you every Friday. Of course, urgent matters will be communicated promptly. We hope to alleviate your burdens. Your devoted subjects. Alan gently set down the letter, gazing at the bright-eyed Muggle-born wizards seated at the 3 long tables. An involuntary genuine smile gracing his lips. How could they be a burden? He pondered. These were his unwavering subjects, and he would lead them through the unfamiliar wizarding world, overcoming obstacles until achieving ultimate victory. They would forge a new future for the wizarding realm. In the afternoon, during potions class, renowned for the infamous basilisk of the dungeons, all students promptly took their seats 10 minutes before the lesson commenced. Alan and Draco occupied the front row, exchanging greetings with the newly arrived Harry. Upon seeing Harry, Draco's demeanor shifted, his lips curling into a standard Malfoy smirk. He mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is, the savior of Gryffindor." Harry attempted to ignore him, but, unable to contain himself, retorted angrily, "Malfoy, I don't believe I've provoked you." Draco scoffed. "Let me remind you, Potter, Professor Snape is not like those other old fools who will regard you with reverence due to your savior title." He glanced at Ron beside Harry, theatrically imitating Professor Flitwick, calling out Harry Potter, before feigning a faint. Harry's face flushed crimson, glaring furiously at Draco while casting a shamed glance at Alan. Draco, Alan sighed inwardly. Over these past 2 days, the Muggle-born little wizards had restrained themselves from focusing on him. Yet Draco, fueled by the anger of being rebuffed by the savior, seized every opportunity to jab at Harry. His choice of words, expressions of mockery, and examples so elaborate that one could not help but wonder how much time he had spent devising them. He looked at the flushed savior and advised, "Harry, if you don't mind, please take Mr. Weasley with you." Ron shot a glare at Alan and, frowning, shouted, "Malfoy, shut your filthy mouth. Everyone knows you're the son of a Death Eater. Your father, Lucius Malfoy, is infamous for his hypocrisy and power-hungry nature." This proclamation drew the attention of the entire classroom. The little snakes wore expressions of cold disdain, while some Muggle-born little lions exchanged bewildered glances. Draco's expression gradually faded, and Alan quickly grabbed Draco, signaling to Harry to take Ron and leave the vicinity. However, the enraged savior overlooked the plight of the pitiful prince, and the Malfoy heir shoved Alan aside. Crabbe and Goyle, 2 hulking figures, quickly followed suit. It was unclear who threw the first punch, but both sides soon found themselves entangled in a brawl. The Slytherin snakes observed with icy indifference, yet the Gryffindor lions could not contain themselves and swiftly joined the fray, prompting some of the snakes to retaliate in kind. The once composed snakes, now caught in the chaos, retaliated angrily with cauldrons in hand. The potions classroom erupted into utter disarray, cauldrons and potion ingredients strewn across the floor. The faint sound of a young witch's tearful shriek echoing, "Stop it, class is about to begin. You'll get points deducted for your houses." Alan stood bewildered at the eye of the storm, yet to raise his wand amidst the turmoil. Anger surged within him as he stomped his foot. Seizing the opportunity to escape the fray, he stood atop a table, wand raised, striving to separate the warring factions. The classroom remained in disarray, filled with a cacophony of insults and shouts. Alan's mind raced through the proper incantations as he elegantly waved his wand, ultimately declaring, "All of you, freeze." Instantly, the potions classroom fell silent, the little wizards frozen in their peculiar postures, the sound of a pin dropping audible in the stillness. Alan exhaled softly, allowing his wand to rest gently at his side. Necessary calmness and appropriate courage are far wiser than engaging in a brawl, he stated coolly. I shall seek out the professor. And I hope all of you will remember this lesson. Before he could even descend from the table, the door to the potions classroom was suddenly kicked open. Snape strode in with his billowing black robes, his deathly gaze sweeping over the huddled young wizards, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. The black-robed professor coldly surveyed the chaos before him. Lions and snakes were entangled in a fierce scuffle, with wizard hats and scarves from various houses strewn about in disarray. Some were tugging at each other's hair, others were piled on the ground like a human tower, some were choking unknown classmates. While a small troll had its head stuck in a cauldron, he fixed his cold stare on Alan, who stood atop the table, alongside a disheveled troll brandishing a wand. Cornwall, explain. Alan descended from the table, his expression devoid of hope, and recounted the events that had transpired. Snape let out a derisive laugh and waved his wand, releasing the young wizards from their paralysis, under the baleful gaze of the Serpent King. They stood tremulously at attention, shrinking like quails. The sound of sobbing from the young witches filled the room. What a surprising start. Should I thank you for not breaking your arms or legs? Snape remarked coldly. The Serpent King hissed in a soft voice. So, who started this debacle? Need I say more? What else could Gryffindor, with its mind stuffed full of thistles, possibly accomplish? 50 points from Gryffindor. The little snakes snickered maliciously but quickly lowered their heads under the Serpent King's scrutinizing gaze. The little lions could only seethe in silence. Yet the savior, truly worthy of being a descendant of 2 lions, glared defiantly at the black-robed professor with his emerald eyes ablaze with fury. Professor, it was Malfoy who provoked us? Oh, Snape scoffed, momentarily pausing as his gaze collided with Harry's, then curling his lips into a contemptuous smirk. But I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be our newly arrived celebrity. Perhaps this foolish, arrogant troll, under the professor's special attention, has become overly confident due to that title of savior, leading him to eagerly showcase his supposed uniqueness. He strode forward abruptly, resting his hands on the table and locking eyes with Harry's green ones. Isn't that so, Mr. Potter? Alan could almost discern the gritting of teeth in that moment. Harry glared back at him with full intensity. After a brief pause, Snape straightened as if unfazed and distributed ice packs to everyone. Seemingly determined to impart a lesson, he yanked the bruised Draco from the crowd and flung him in front of Alan, stating coldly, Cornwall, take him to the hospital wing. Such blatant favoritism. Alan sealed his lips tightly. Ushering Draco out of the classroom with haste, they arrived in the hospital wing in silence, where Madame Pomfrey looked at them in shock. I have never seen a young wizard get himself into such a state in the first week of term. Alan dared not mention that a group of young wizards would soon follow. She chattered incessantly, while quickly tending to the wounds on Draco's small peacock-like face. You boys are always such a handful. Now, boys, wait here a moment. I'll fetch some potions for you. As soon as the matron stepped out, the ward fell silent. Alan sighed softly and sat beside Draco, gently patting his shoulder. Draco's eyes were red-rimmed. Struggling to hold back tears, Alan continued to pat his back soothingly. This comfort prompted the little peacock to begin sobbing, his pale face contrasting sharply with his flushed eyes, appearing utterly pitiful. It's all right. Alan reassured him softly. That annoying brat, that detestable Weasley. Draco cursed through gritted teeth. How dare they insult my father? Every child could relate to that sentiment, if someone spoke ill of Edward before him. Alan would undoubtedly respond with scorn that he inwardly sighed, wondering if his troubles stemmed from becoming a young wizard, forsaking the new covenant and God. Draco, you clearly wish to be friends with Harry, so why? Draco suddenly shot up, glaring at him fiercely, enunciating each word. Who said I want to be friends with him? Alan sighed. I misspoke. He considered his words carefully. The savior is a quintessential Gryffindor. Making friends in a Slytherin manner will not suffice. I don't, Draco attempted to retort. Alan offered him a piece of chocolate, nodding. I know, Master Malfoy. Anyone who doesn't want to be your friend is missing out. Wouldn't you agree? The little peacock raised his chin defiantly. Huffing. Since you don't like them, stop wasting time arguing with them. It only burdens you. Alan regarded the little peacock with a hint of exasperation. Aren't your fellow Slytherins good enough? Draco hesitated, glancing at him, and finally uttered a truth. But he is the savior. I've grown up hearing stories about him, envying the immense glory he has had since childhood, although my father seems to dislike him. Which child hasn't he imagined being friends with the savior? Alan looked at him, gently encouraging. Would you like to hear my advice? Draco's gray-blue eyes regarded him with reluctance, yet he listened. When interacting with Harry, just adhere to one principle. Be straightforward. Draco furrowed his brow, staring at him incredulously, struggling to comprehend how such simplicity could win the friendship of the savior. He had certainly experienced Harry's ungratefulness in recent days. Alan chuckled softly, raising his hands in surrender. In fact, it is that simple. Harry has shared with me about his upbringing. His relatives have not treated him well. Therefore, Harry is actually starved for love. He craves care and is weary of sarcasm. Draco scoffed lightly, yet his expression softened, though his mouth remained stubbornly firm. What does that have to do with me? Alan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Just then, Madame Pomfrey returned, and he stood to receive the potions. Listening as she instructed him to apply the salve to the wounds every night, and they would heal in 2 or 3 days. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, pushing them both out of the hospital wing. If you don't cause me trouble, that's helping me enough. Draco chuckled at the situation. Look, the prince's sweet words have failed. The potions class had not yet concluded. Alan ignored him, pulling him along as they rushed back to the classroom, disregarding the little peacock as protests. They braced themselves for Snape's venomous onslaught, swiftly returning to their seats amongst a group of wizards clutching ice packs. Alan nodded at Harry from a distance, then turned his attention to the potion ingredients before him, deep in thought. Purple-red porcupine quills, sharply curved venomous serpent fangs, and 4 wriggling horn slugs. Alan swallowed hard, expressionless as he covered his mouth. Draco glanced curiously at the slugs, then at him, unable to suppress a laugh. His mood considerably lifted. Cough. I'll handle the slugs. You can take care of the potion. He took the initiative to prepare the various ingredients, presenting the book before Alan. Alan waved his hand dismissively, pushing the book aside as he timed Draco to hand him the materials. His hands were steady as he stirred with the glass rod. Before long, a perfect blue potion was poured into a small vial. As they exchanged potions, Snape glanced at Draco, whose appearance had improved post-treatment, and nodded. An exceptionally perfect potion for the pox, 5 points to Slytherin. He swiftly marked an O on Draco's score, acknowledging his excellent handling of materials. The Serpent King paused, turning his gaze to Alan. Mr. Cornwall, your method of brewing potions is commendable. He then scrutinized Alan's slightly pale complexion, declaring, an E for you, Mr. Cornwall, for your hesitance in handling potion ingredients. Alan recalled the sight of the slugs, suppressing a nod. Understood, Professor. Come to my office at 6 o'clock. Alan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the back of the classroom. Draco watched as potions splattered at his feet, quickly pulling Alan to stand atop a stool. Snape strode toward the back row, waving his wand to clear the potion from the floor. Neville Longbottom, did you forget to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Potter, why didn't you remind him while standing next to him? Does that showcase your intelligence? 5 points from Gryffindor. After the potions class concluded, the first-year lion cubs and little snakes meandered in small groups towards the infirmary. Draco, reluctant to reveal his bruised visage in the dining hall, and Alan, lacking an appetite, chose instead to return to the common room together. Alan, why are you afraid to touch the slugs? Draco inquired curiously. Alan offered a gentle smile, his pale complexion somehow radiating a unique tenderness. Perhaps this was the flaw of a Muggle-born wizard. Well, Draco, don't you find some of these potion ingredients rather repulsive? Draco failed to comprehend. Why would you consider the slugs disgusting? They want to be going into your mouth. Alan halted, suddenly recalling that Madame Pomfrey's potions were still nestled in his satchel. He could not be certain whether those concoctions contained any peculiar ingredients. The area where the satchel rested against his waist felt uncomfortably hot, and he grimaced, muttering, "Thank you for the reminder," just as they reached the entrance of the common room. A snowy owl and a resplendent golden eagle swooped down, landing gracefully on their shoulders, delivering letters and newspapers. Alan retrieved an envelope, while Tita, perched on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzled his neck. The snowy owl curiously regarded the imposing golden eagle beside it and let out a hoot, only to be startled back when the eagle flapped its wings, burying its head tightly against Alan's neck. Draco chuckled mischievously. Playfully lifting the eagle's chin, they settled in front of the sofa. Feeding their pets a bit of food before cleaning their hands and opening the letter, Alan broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment embossed with the royal crest. The letter, pinned in a familiar ornate script, contained only a few words. I understand. Take care of yourself. Your father, Edward. 23, 28, September 1 SD. Upon noticing the time, Alan turned to his round, adorable snowy owl. Tita, the king replied last night. Why are you only delivering it to me now? Tita tilted her head, letting out a curious hoot. Alan tapped her head. From now on, the king's letters should be delivered to me first thing in the morning, understood? Tita widened her eyes at him, seemingly comprehending, and squinted, as if smiling, while letting out a soft hoot. Draco found it amusing. This fellow, usually so composed, had these moments of childishness. He tapped his wand on the table, and 2 plates of dinner appeared. Let us eat something first. You have to visit the headmaster's office soon. Alan shook his head, placing the rolled-up newspapers aside, and rising. No, I still need to make a trip to the infirmary. For what purpose? You're not injured? Draco questioned, his expression darkening as he quickly fell silent. Alan chuckled, adjusting his robes as he replied, to console my subjects. Draco momentarily lost his words, slowly stating, You truly are a saint. Alan remained noncommittal. Draco was still too young. A seasoned politician would recognize how rare such opportunities to win the hearts of the people could be. The current state of the school infirmary was permeated with the sin of antiseptic. As many young witches and wizards sat obediently on their beds after having been treated, Alan arrived at a fortuitous moment. Madame Pomfrey was too busy to attend to him, so he boldly entered the infirmary. Tilting his head to observe the young wizards, the little snakes were notably silent, having maintained their distance from Alan ever since he had petrified them, remaining quietly aloof until the upperclassmen accepted this Muggle-born prince. At that point, all was harmonious, and the Muggle-born prince of Slytherin would not hold their earlier coldness against them. In contrast, the expressions of the Gryffindors were far more animated. Some pureblood and half-blood lion cubs spotted Alan and began to poke their Muggle-born friends, whispering, "ISNT that your Muggle prince." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, as Hermione, still sulking over their loss of 50 points due to their antics, reluctantly turned her head, stammering, "Your Highness." Alan nodded gently as he approached them. "Harry, are you feeling better?" Harry's face flushed, a mix of embarrassment and joy, tinged with a hint of anger and jealousy over Alan's interactions with Malfoy. Hermione paused, casting a pitiful glance at Alan. The Muggle-born lion cubs slowly turned their heads, unable to contain their emotions upon seeing Alan, as if they had been bullied and suddenly spotted a guardian. "Your Highness," they whimpered. "It wasn't long before Harry, with a pout, embraced Alan, his face contorted in complaint. "Malfoy hit me really hard. Your Highness, you weren't there, so you didn't know Snape is targeting me." Alan gently patted his head. "You've had a tough time. I heard he asked you questions. Did you answer them all?" Harry's face turned crimson again, this time from a mix of shyness and pride, as he nodded, striving to mimic Alan's poise. "Of course. I studied diligently under your scrutiny." The lion cubs were momentarily taken aback, gaping in astonishment as Harry received a hug from Alan. Observing the forlorn expressions of the little lions, Alan patted Harry's back, signaling for him to rise. "Let us meet over the weekend and share your experiences." Harry, realizing that Alan's visit was solely for him, felt a twinge of disappointment as he released Alan, but quickly perked up, graciously making room beside him. Let them experience the prince's concern. He has an appointment with the prince this weekend. A brave little lion cub suddenly realized, and with tears still glistening on his face, he leaped into Alan's embrace. Soon, the rest of the Muggle-born lion cubs hurriedly followed suit, surrounding Alan in a tight circle. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. They remained silent, hugging Alan's arms or tugging at his robes. Hermione, maintaining her composure, refrained from joining, yet felt a tinge of regret as she watched the scene unfold. Alan found himself nearly immobilized, the faint sense of antiseptic and medicinal herbs wafting through the air as he comforted them. "Does it hurt terribly?" The lion cubs nodded, sniffling. Alan chuckled softly. "Let go of me, so I can assess your injuries." Reluctantly, the lion cubs released their hold on him, recognizing that such opportunities to hug the prince were rare, and they obediently lined up. Alan examined each of them in turn, releasing a sigh of relief. Their injuries were not severe, mostly bruises, though Mr. Green's was somewhat serious, while Miss Granger's was the least severe. "You must listen to Madame Pomfrey and apply your ointments diligently, understood?" Hermione blushed and nodded. But the other lion cubs were not so compliant. They pouted, lamenting, "But those potions smell so awful." Alan pondered for a moment. "Then I shall write to my father and request some ointments to be sent over for you all." "Shall I?" The lion cub's eyes lit up, erupting into cheers as if their pain had suddenly become inconsequential. The other lion cubs looked on with envy. Even the little snakes seemed a bit envious. This prince genuinely cared for his subjects. Madame Pomfrey poked her head out, her expression serious as she glared at Alan. "Out with the interlopers. No noise." The lion cubs quickly fell silent, while Hermione shot a fierce look at the boys. However, Alan had already been discovered, and they could only watch with tearful eyes as Alan bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey. Alan glanced back at them, a playful smile on his lips. "I'll have the ointments for you by noon tomorrow. Make sure to apply them properly." Madame Pomfrey strode over, seemingly intent on grabbing the collar of Alan's robes to toss him out. Alan gazed up at her unhurriedly, displaying a perfect smile. "Madam, would you like to learn about Muggle healing ointments?" Madame Pomfrey regarded him with a hint of distrust, yet paused her approach. "I have arranged to send some to these children. If you require more, I can ask my father for an additional batch to donate to the infirmary." "Muggle ointments?" Madame Pomfrey murmured, hesitating. "Perhaps bring some, so I can compare and study them." "Certainly, madam." Alan replied obediently. "I shall not disturb you any longer." Thanks to the Muggle ointments, their prince was able to leave the infirmary with composure, for Madame Pomfrey was indeed the hidden queen of Hogwarts. Alan made his way towards Snape's dungeon, inquiring about the portraits along the way. This area was far removed from the gathering of people, descending underground, damp and chilly, with wall sconces casting a ghostly green glow, reminiscent of a villain's lair in a tale. A little snake charm on the doorknob flicked its tongue, coldly observing Alan. "Professor Snape sent me," Alan stated, glancing at his watch and showing it to the charm. 5:57. The small serpent rolled its eyes, swayed its tail, and opened the door. Alan whispered his gratitude as he stepped into the office, buried deep underground. Before him lay rows of jars, each containing the remains of various unknown creatures suspended in a green liquid, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere under the dim subterranean light. The Serpent King sat behind his desk, grading assignments with an air of impatience, barking, "What are you dawdling for? Come here." But it was only then that Alan noticed the arranged crucibles and potion ingredients on the floor. The professor in black robes coldly remarked, "You should remember the steps for the scabious potion." Alan glanced at the unprocessed slugs, attempting to negotiate. Before he could utter a word, the door to the cellar was knocked upon again. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope, eagerly looking towards the entrance, wishing for a professor to walk in, preferably with something of great importance to discuss, thus granting him a legitimate reason to leave this dreadful place. Leave that cursed bucket of slugs behind. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and in walked a timid little lion. Judging by its height, this pitiful creature was a 3rd or 4th year. It was evident that even Gryffindor, known for its bravery, dared not face the Serpent King alone. It had nearly shriveled into a quail, struggling to articulate, "Professor, I've come for detention." Snape emitted a mocking low chuckle, impatiently stating, "Mr. Cook, your punishment today involves skinning those 2 buckets of toads." He gestured towards 2 large barrels nearby, his voice icy as he added, "Cornwall, what are you waiting for?" Alan, still in shock at the sight of the 2 large barrels, snapped back to attention. "I'll get started immediately." "Sir, the contrast always brings a sense of happiness." Resigned, he sat on a small stool, meticulously sharpening the serpent's fangs while casting furtive glances at the 4 slugs beside him. The mollusks were intertwined, leaving behind an unpleasant, slimy residue. The aforementioned Mr. Cook, with a woeful expression, seated himself at the edge of the office, beginning to process the toads. He paid little heed to Alan, presumably a pureblood or half-blood. Alan stole a glance at him, meeting his eyes, and they both recognized the shared sympathy. Good heavens, those were 2 large barrels of toads. Merlin, he was so close to that dark, old bat. How dreadful. They instinctively averted their gazes, immersing themselves in their tasks, fearing the black-robed professor would intervene. An hour later, Snape, with an impassive face, uttered the password for the lemon sherbet and entered the headmaster's office. "Severus, you've worked hard," Dumbledore said with a smile, nudging the candy dish. "Would you like a piece of lemon sherbet?" He retracted his hand under the Serpent King's death glare and continued, "So, how did our little prince perform?" Snape paused for a moment, tapping his temple with his wand. The black mist of memory threads unfurled within the pensive. An hour prior, Alan had been meticulously sharpening the serpent's fangs, occasionally casting a pale glance at the bucket containing the slugs. Dumbledore observed this memory, his expression somewhat nuanced. The black-robed professor casually tossed aside the assignments in his hand, pointed his wand, and the bucket soared to Alan's side. "Well, Mr. Cornwall, I trust you will handle these slug materials properly." His deep, smooth voice paused. "Hogwarts' examination system is exceedingly rigorous and will not change for your sake." Dumbledore silently regarded the black-robed professor beside him. He intended to change it, even if your mind is not filled with reeds. "For a student who dares not even touch potion ingredients, I shall ensure he becomes a giant." Alan's mind translated automatically, even if his brewing technique were flawless. Failing to personally handle potion ingredients would result in AT at the end of term. This was utterly intolerable. Thus, with a pale face, he stepped forward, his mouth twitching slightly as he grimaced at the contents of the bucket. Slowly, he extended his hand into the bucket, only to jerk it back sharply upon feeling the slippery, slimy texture, hastily withdrawing a handkerchief to wipe his fingers clean in a panic. His face was a ghastly shade, and he turned away, inhaling deeply, striving to avert his gaze from the bucket. Yet, as soon as his long fingers barely grazed the wooden rim, he could not help but retract them. Before the Serpent King could unleash his venom, it seemed Alan could no longer contain himself. He hastily seized an object, his fingers trembling as he swiftly drew his wand to point at it, transforming it into a bucket in a flash. Before Dumbledore could even express admiration for this adept transfiguration, he witnessed the ever-gentle and graceful prince regurgitating into the bucket. Dumbledore, Snape, and the Snape of memories stood by, watching. The elder observed Alan expelling the bile from his stomach. Even under such circumstances, the golden-haired prince endeavored to straighten his back, striving to maintain his princely demeanor. Subsequently, he reluctantly twisted his expression, grasping a slug, his complexion pale as if it were crumbling plaster. Dumbledore and the two black-robed professors silently watched as Alan struggled to finish off a bucket of slugs. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In the end, Alan's face was as white as a sheet, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he completed his task, taking a few minutes to calm his quaking right hand before swiftly and accurately brewing a batch of scabious potion. The black-robed professor in memory fell silent for a moment. "Well, you may leave now." Alan inclined slightly, his gaze sincere. "Thank you for your guidance." The memory froze, and Dumbledore approached to inspect the scabious potion's results. Unable to refrain from exclaiming in admiration, the headmaster's office reappeared, the elder muttering in astonishment and awe. "It is truly unimaginable the willpower exhibited by an 11-year-old boy. How many people in this world can conquer their fears and achieve such a level of perfection?" Snape maintained a stoic expression, his eyes betraying approval that he awkwardly pursed his lips. The poor potion professor had originally arranged for 2 potion lessons, all disrupted by this delicate little prince. Dumbledore, regaining his composure, glanced at Snape. "Do not be too harsh, severest in fact. I believe we can certainly adjust the examination system for Alan. Severus, do not deny it. I know you are quite fond of this student. He has memorized the textbook content. His brewing technique is somewhat inexperienced, yet rapidly improving. And although he fears potion ingredients, he manages to handle them delicately while understanding your good intentions." Dumbledore pressed at the corner of his eye. "The youth is formidable. So, Severus, may I request you to provide some additional tutoring? For a genius, a step-by-step approach is rather tedious." Snape's face fell, and he roared, "Dumbledore!" At 7:30, Alan returned to the Slytherin dungeon, his complexion pale. Draco lay alone on a long sofa, engaging in lively conversation with the girls seated across from him, the atmosphere quite buoyant. Crabbe and Goyle stood like 2 walls behind him, silent. Upon hearing the sound of the common room door opening, Draco glanced up, seeing Alan's pale face and unsteady steps. As if severely dehydrated, he flipped over and sat up, exclaiming, "Alan, are you all right?" The girls expressed their dissatisfaction, tugging at him. Draco turned back, elegantly requesting them to return to their dormitory. However, this grace lasted but a moment. He soon impatiently pushed past the entangled girls and strode towards Alan. The girls, infuriated, stomped their feet in anger as they returned to the dormitory. The common room was nearly empty. The upperclassmen had much homework and often occupied the library. The younger students, not wishing to provoke Malfoy, had long sought other places, leaving only the remaining girl to be dismissed by Draco. Once Alan confirmed that there were no outsiders, he weakly grasped Draco's hand with one hand while the other feebly supported himself against the wall. The oil painting-like texture from the wall sent a jolt through him. The wand inside his outer robe began to twitch excitedly, startling him and interrupting his unspoken words. Draco followed his gaze, seeing only the black wall, filled with questions. Alan bent slightly, his legs trembling, yet he squinted. Meticulously observing that section of the wall, he touched it with both hands and turned to Draco, asking, "Could you please bring me a lamp?" Though puzzled, Draco turned to Crabbe and instructed, "Bring a lamp over." Relying on his height advantage, Crabbe reached for the lamp on the bookshelf behind him and handed it over. Alan attempted to take the lamp, but Draco, observing his trembling fingers, frowned with evident disdain and pressed his hand down. Bringing the lamp closer to the wall, with a tone of distaste, he remarked, "If I hand you this lamp, it will likely shatter immediately. It is quite expensive." This awkward display of concern elicited a chuckle from Alan, who replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master." His eyes remained fixed on the wall, and after a meticulous examination, he straightened up and declared, "It appears to be a painting. A painting." Draco furrowed his brow. Alan remained silent. Ever since his fingers had brushed against the wall, his wand had been vibrating incessantly. The wand's owner. He could certainly feel its exuberance. Reluctantly, he drew his wand, almost compelled by an unseen force, and eagerly touched the painting. The mysterious object detached itself under their gazes, plummeting directly into Alan's hands. Draco immediately pulled Alan back, anger flickering across his face. "You Muggle-born! Has no one ever told you not to touch unknown objects?" A warmth flooded Alan's heart, and he chuckled lightly. "It should be fine. My wand discovered it, and it is quite pleased at the moment. Besides, am I not fine?" He raised the fabric he held, unfurling it to reveal a dark expanse. As if the artist had merely painted a simple black curtain, Draco scoffed, preparing to leave, yet he begrudgingly dragged the pale-faced Alan back to their dormitory, tossing him onto his bed while taunting. "I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so exhausted, yet still managed to stand for so long. Are you ready for a duel?" Alan looked at him helplessly. "The duel is out of the question." "Please let me be, young master." Draco huffed softly, pouring him a cup of hot milk, insisting he rest, before gently closing the door behind him as he left. Alan leaned against the headboard, sipping most of the milk and finally alleviating his discomfort. His complexion improving somewhat, he unfurled the painting that had been set aside by Draco's wand, tapping it with his own wand. Puzzled, this truly seems to be just a black background. That he glanced at his wand, questioning, "Why are you so excited?" If anyone else were present, they would surely be alarmed by this terrifying scene. Beside the dark green bed drapes, a blond boy leaned against the headboard, unfurling a black canvas. Emitting a hissing sound towards his wand. As if summoned, a figure slowly emerged from the black fabric, smirking at the wary boy. The sudden appearance of a character from the black canvas, smiling at him, was an unsettling experience. Had he not witnessed the moving portraits and ghosts at Hogwarts, he might have been inclined to set it ablaze. There were no royal agents here. Alan took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he relaxed his grip and tossed the painting onto the bed, swiftly leaping off to stand guard with his wand tightly in hand. The painting depicted a young gentleman dressed in finery, with black hair and brown eyes, strikingly handsome and exuding a powerful aura. Upon seeing Alan, he expressed mild surprise. "A blonde with blue eyes. You are not my descendant. How do you speak Parseltongue and possess my wand?" Alan, cautious, inquired, "Who are you?" "Salazar Slytherin." Alan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the youthful visage in the painting and recalling the image of the frail old man from the school history, his expression shifting. Out of respect for the founder, he slightly inclined his body and placed a hand over his heart. "The first-year Slytherin student, Alan Cornwall, pays his respects to the esteemed predecessor." Salazar nodded in satisfaction at his courtesy, exclaiming, "My wand has chosen a Muggle-born?" This statement sent a wave of apprehension through Alan, prompting him to subtly step back. After all, Slytherin's adherence to blood purity was well known. However, the elder merely shook his head, curiously inquiring about the current state of the wizarding world. Alan paused for 2 seconds, then, from an objective standpoint, recounted what he had observed. Salazar remarked, "It seems we have ultimately achieved a peaceful coexistence with Muggle-born wizards." Alan hesitated, then added, "There are now international confidentiality laws and enforcement orders ensuring the wizarding world remains well hidden. And those young wizards of Muggle descent are also safeguarding our realm." Salazar did not respond directly, instead studying him with keen interest. "You advocate for Muggle-borns. What is your status?" Alan, wary, Refrain from answering. If you prefer not to disclose. That is no matter. Salazar waved dismissively. Just drop a drop of blood onto my portrait. Alan's caution heightened. Esteemed predecessor, as far as I know, most blood-related magic is rather unsafe. Salazar laughed heartily. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess my bloodline. Moreover, I would never harm the newly acknowledged master of my wand. The wand in Alan's hand quivered slightly, seemingly affirming Salazar's words. Such methods of bloodline verification were quite popular among pureblood wizards. Otherwise, you might inquire with your pureblood roommate, the one with platinum hair and gray-blue eyes. Surely, he is a Malfoy. Alan remained silent for a moment before bowing slightly. Then please, esteemed predecessor, wait a moment. The blonde figure dashed through the dim corridor, reappearing in the common room when he ought to have been resting in bed. Draco frowned, a flicker of anger in his gray-blue eyes. Alan Cornwall. Alan smiled gently, his face pale as if transparent. Please, Draco. I merely wish to ask you something. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, offering a smile to the scattered snakes in the common room. Pulling Draco into a corner, I just have one question. Once I ask it, I will return. Draco regarded him with suspicion, tilting his chin in a silent command to continue. Well, I discovered while reading that purebloods, due to intermarriage, generally share blood ties, leading to many peculiar methods of identifying lineage. Indeed, Draco tilted his head. There are numerous blood-related spells, including family tree verification, bloodline magic, and ancestral portrait confirmation. Portrait? Alan's expression darkened momentarily, a seemingly innocent smile playing on his lips. Can that also be used for identification? Absolutely. The small peacock nodded. All you need to do is drop a drop of blood onto the ancestor's portrait, and it will reveal whether you possess their blood. Is there no danger involved? Alan sidestepped, inadvertently obscuring his expression. Draco scoffed, poking his forehead. What kind of mind do you possess? You are wary at the wrong times, yet oblivious in matters of no consequence. Ah, I see. That bloodline magic. Alan pondered thoughtfully, then noticed Draco's expression, simmering with anger. He chuckled, raising his hand. No more questions. I shall return to the dormitory. After all, he had already gleaned the essential information. He lifted the bed curtains, where the portrait of the handsome wizard with black hair and eyes revealed a smile. Little one, have you confirmed? Alan placed a hand over his heart, bowing slightly. I apologize for my earlier offense. Please do not take it to heart, esteemed predecessor. He picked up his wand and tapped a nearby pen, transforming the small square portrait into a framed piece. The transfiguration is rather crude. I implore your patience while I arrange for a proper frame. Salazar was quite pleased, developing a fondness for this young lad. To possess such formidable magical power at first year, capable of performing commendable transfiguration. This is indeed the future of the wizarding world. Alan gazed at the newly framed portrait, retrieved a silver knife from his desk, and pricked his finger. A drop of blood flew from his fingertip, swiftly merging into the portrait. Silver-white light cascaded across the canvas, and Salazar closed his eyes, feeling the blood's lineage and magic, astonished as he opened them once more. He spoke, producing a series of hissing sounds. Alan, taken aback, recognized this as an unfamiliar language, yet he understood it, even responding with similar hisses. Esteemed predecessor, Salazar scanned him up and down, then burst into laughter, exhilarated. I never anticipated one day I would encounter the descendant of my sister. Sister? Alan's heart raced. His father was a pure Muggle, with a strict family tree. Thus, this ability must surely stem from his mother. This meant that Salazar's sister was indeed an ancestor of his mother? Salazar nodded slightly, and spoke of his sister, named Sivia Slytherin, who had fallen in love with a German and traveled to Germany. Subsequently, wizards were widely persecuted, and everyone was preoccupied with escaping. I was busy establishing Hogwarts alongside Godric, Rowena, and Helga, and regrettably lost contact with her. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the serpent's gaze as he looked at Alan, his eyes mixing warmth with fondness. Since you are the descendant of my sister and possess my wand, I shall take it upon myself to educate you well. Alan felt a surge of emotion, only to suddenly hear Salazar inquire, What is your name? Again, Alan, from Cornwall. Very well, young Alan. Let us discuss our lineage, he said, as Alan observed Salazar earnestly calculating their family ties, a smirk tugging at his lips. From now on, I shall refer to you as Forebear. Pausing momentarily, he could not resist asking, Do you still recall the surname of the German to whom Forebear Sivia was wed? Salazar contemplated for a good 5 minutes, recalling vaguely that it began with GR, though the details eluded him. Alan felt a twinge of disappointment. Salazar reassured him, Even if I did remember, a millennium is ample time for names to change numerous times. Observing Alan's crestfallen expression, the serpent began to comfort him. However, you could delve into the lineage of ancient pureblood families. Those that have endured for 1,000 years are generally quite illustrious and not difficult to trace. You make a valid point, Alan replied thoughtfully, glancing at the frame that was neither too large nor too small, pondering where to hang it. Yet, the dormitory was limited in space, and he quickly scanned the area. To avoid drawing Draco's attention, he focused on his own bed, deciding to hang the portrait above his head. Salazar squinted as he surveyed the arrangement from left to right, sensing something peculiar. Alan, absorbed in draping a curtain around the frame, suggested, "You see, I have a roommate. This is the most suitable spot. Starting tomorrow, take me with you when you venture out," Salazar declared, withdrawing his wand. "I shall teach you the space spell. What is it like to have a talented, clever, and considerate descendant?" Salazar mused, as he nestled within the pocket of Alan's outer robe, feeling quite entitled to speak on the matter. The space spell, also known as the undetectable expansion charm, allows one to create a vast space within a small area. The incantation itself is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in understanding the intricate theory behind it, which few manage to grasp. Yet, within merely half an hour, Alan successfully expanded a small space. Initially, it was only the size of a fist. But soon it swelled rapidly, akin to inflating a balloon, growing to the size of a hat, and then to that of a chair. Within an hour, Alan had mastered the technique to create a 1 square meter space. This descendant possesses an exceptional theoretical aptitude, Salazar thought. The child had directly comprehended the essence of space and summarized the logic behind the space spell through a folding of spatial energy fields. The wisdom originating from Muggles is indeed astonishing, Salazar reflected, or perhaps, one might say, it is a threat posed by Muggles that a millennium ago. It was precisely the realization of the Muggle threat that had compelled him to staunchly advocate for pure bloodlines. That said, even during the tumultuous times of 1,000 years past, the order amongst wizards had necessitated strict control over this spell. As the heir apparent, Alan had adhered to various rules since the day he was born, encompassing both laws and royal decrees. Thus, he had long understood the significance of regulations. In his recent extensive purchases at Diagon Alley, he had taken care to confirm that he had acquired the various regulations from the Ministry of Magic's departments. The undetectable expansion charm was rigorously restricted, permitted only for the production of specifically approved items, such as the 6 school trunks Alan had purchased. Clearly, Alan was well aware of this. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Who could prove his illicit usage? The Slytherins were prudent enough to remain silent. Even if they discovered the truth, intimidated by his power, the wizarding world differed vastly from the Muggle realm in the ordinary world. Even with a privileged class, there lies a veneer of equality, constrained by laws and moralities, often thriving in the shadows. However, in the wizarding world, strength is the ultimate truth. The formidable Grindelwald, who once dominated Europe, the shadow of death cast by Voldemort over the British wizarding community for half a century, and now Dumbledore, who guards Hogwarts, are they not all testaments to this principle? Alan had to admit. He was intrigued. He did not wish for politicians to dictate his every move, nor to wield the rights of a king while merely signing off on the decrees of fools, allowing them to plunge the nation into chaos. He fixed his gaze on the ghostly professor, suppressing the emotion swirling within his eyes. Patience is key. One must not act in haste. He caressed his quill, continuing to take notes for the class. Unlike his other courses, where his notes consisted of barely comprehensible words, this subject's notes were meticulously organized, highlighting key points and difficult concepts, even containing annotations. There was no choice. The young wizards were not fond of this class, and he had to consider their final assessments. Salazar had not expected this to be the renowned Professor Binns. When Rowena invited him, Salazar had attended a few of his lectures. This Professor Binns was deeply passionate about teaching. His explanations vivid and engaging, his research solid and rich, even capable of simulating the historical context, immersing students in that era. A millennium had passed, and Binns had become a ghost, just as Salazar was lost in reminiscence. A surge of anger from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class shattered his reverie. Who could tell him why Hogwarts had descended to such mediocrity? In his time, such incompetence would have landed one in the Slytherin dungeons. Alan silently twirled his wand, casting a freshening charm, isolating himself from the noxious scent of garlic and decay. He listened impassively as Professor Quirrell stammered through the textbook, longing for the days of his gentle, succinctly articulate professors. At this moment, not even the other young wizards knew what to note during this professor's class. Thus, he could only mark the chapters that Quirrell had read aloud. Quirrell stuttered on stage. Catching sight of the young wizards who had lowered their eyes in boredom, his timid gaze suddenly sharpened as it flickered towards the shining golden hair. Even in the dim classroom, the hair sparkled without a hint of dullness. The prominent figure at the back of the room hissed, "The freshening charm is a rare talent. I shall see how Dumbledore intends to deal with this Muggle heir." Quirrell failed to comprehend the Dark Lord's unusual interest in the Muggle heir. Despite the heir's considerable talent, it was Harry Potter who was the Dark Lord's true adversary. "What do you know?" That voice grew sharper, sending a jolt of pain through Quirrell's head, causing him to stutter even more as he read. This shift only served to increase the impatience of the young wizards, who eagerly awaited the class to conclude. Alan glanced up, puzzled, noticing Quirrell's pale complexion, as if he were enduring immense discomfort. He raised his hand, asking, "Professor, are you feeling unwell? Would you like to visit the hospital wing?" Quirrell paused, stammering, Oh, Cornwall. Before he could finish, he was enthusiastically interrupted by the Gryffindors. "Yes, Professor, you should hurry to the hospital wing. Go, go." In a daze, he was ushered out of the classroom by the children. Watching as the Gryffindors cheered and packed their bags, rushing out the door, including Harry Potter himself, the platinum-haired Malfoy strode confidently towards the exit, glancing back to beckon the leisurely heir. Alan approached the door. Concerned, "Professor, do you need me to escort you to the hospital wing?" Quirrell shook his head vehemently. Alan nodded in understanding, preparing to walk past him when he suddenly felt a grip on his arm. Quirrell looked at him in terror, stuttering, "Why yes." Alan thought in his pocket, believing he was finally free. Draco burst into laughter, relishing the moment as he strode confidently, calling out, "Crab, Goyle, let us head to the Great Hall. We have flying lessons soon. We must eat a lot." For the first time, Salazar wondered if his young descendant was being too lenient, foolishly allowing such mediocrity to squander his time. This was hardly Slytherin behavior. Surely, the Sorting Hat must have been mistaken. Perhaps this child should belong to Hufflepuff. Quirrell, too, wished to distance himself from the Muggle heir, who had garnered Dumbledore's attention, drawing unnecessary scrutiny. But just as he was about to decline, the Dark Lord's voice pierced through, sharp and commanding. "Agree to it. Take him to an empty classroom. The Muggle prince whom Dumbledore has his eye on. Allow me to lead him astray. Look at that old bee." Singing praises of righteousness with such audacity, Alan felt utterly helpless. Who could have anticipated that such a polite remark would bear such consequences? A polite remark, indeed. "Professor Quirrell, are you aware of the essence of polite discourse?" With no other choice, Alan maintained the freshness charm and proceeded alongside Quirrell towards the infirmary. However, to his surprise, Quirrell merely led him to an empty classroom on the 6th floor. The location of this classroom was rather peculiar. Accessible by only 2 staircases, one leading to the library and the other originating from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Should anything transpire, it would take quite a while to summon assistance. Alan's gaze darkened as he halted his steps. "Professor, this does not seem to be the path to the infirmary." Quirrell, on the verge of tears, understood the precariousness of his situation under Dumbledore's watchful eye. As if that were not enough, his master insisted he deal with this entirely unnecessary Muggle prince. "Fool, what do you know?" Alan regarded Quirrell with intrigue, observing him shrink back in the classroom, cautiously retreating a step until he found himself wedged at the door. "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Quirrell stammered, his countenance twisted in distress. "Why yes." Alan discreetly tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to unleash a Tarantaligra followed by a Levi Corpus at the slightest sign of Quirrell's hostility. Then make a swift exit. Suddenly, Quirrell regained his composure, lifting his gaze to meet Alan's, exuding an air of elegance and calm. He adjusted his robes, perched himself on the desk in the empty classroom, and beckoned, "Alan, come here." Alan's caution intensified. "Professor, is this a case of dual personalities?" He pondered. The figure before him chuckled softly, lowering his arms. "I sense your wariness towards me. However, fear not. What could I possibly do to you under Dumbledore's scrutiny?" He toyed with his wand. "I fear that should I make a move against you, I would be promptly expelled from Hogwarts." Alan forced a smile. "What reason would you have to act against me?" Quirrell erupted in laughter, devoid of mirth, his demeanor dark and menacing. "Alan, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. So astute. You have garnered the favor of all the professors, and yet you maintain amiable relations with your peers. I was once in your position, yet all I reaped was endless suspicion and wariness. You have never truly opened your heart to them, have you? Rather than being tolerant and gentle, you excel at leveraging your princely status to manipulate others." Alan raised his gaze slightly, his grip on the wand stiffening. "You misunderstand. Quirrell interrupted him with a smile. Look at those foolish individuals. They doubt you simply because you belong to Slytherin. Even if you are the Muggle prince. Even if your stance was predetermined from the outset, they will still harbor doubts. Do not tell me you have not sensed Dumbledore's watchful gaze following you. The golden-haired prince remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. How truly admirable, the figure sighed. Alan, why do you not resist? Are you content to drift in the vortex of your identity, sacrificing everything for them, while being perennially questioned about your loyalty? Alan replied coldly. You are not Quirrell. Who are you? The figure laughed joyously. I once stood at the pinnacle of the world, commanding the winds and the storms. You and I are cut from the same cloth. Alan, do not squander the advantages that are inherently yours. Use your power, wield your identity, and seize true authority. Alan remained silent. The classroom's walls obscured the light, casting half of his figure into shadow, rendering his expression indecipherable. The other party's demeanor grew increasingly composed, their smile brimming with confidence. You are mistaken. I am not like you. Alan retreated a step, finding himself entirely at the threshold of the classroom as the barrier of the wall dissolved. Light cascaded down, causing him to shiver slightly. My Lord Voldemort, I shall steadfastly adhere to my princely position, uphold the law and morality, and remain true to my protective mission. After all, I will always have a home to return to. Whereas you shall find no acceptance. Voldemort scoffed. What genius requires the acceptance of the mundane? Under the dark wizard's manipulation, Quirrell's voice flowed smoothly and elegantly. Prince, you will soon realize that only power matters. Those sentiments are naught but illusory phantoms. Alan retorted coldly. Think as you will. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He stepped through the doorway, turning away. Inside the classroom, Voldemort observed Alan's composed exit. Vanishing from Quirrell's form, Quirrell, now devoid of his stammer, smoothly inquired, Master, why did you allow him to depart? Will he not expose your identity? Voldemort's raspy voice echoed in his mind, filled with delight and no longer harsh. He is as he is. He requires no coaxing from me. Quirrell's eyes widened in shock. Are you implying? Voldemort gently replied. Let us patiently await what surprises this Muggle prince may bring us. Alan's spirits were decidedly low. The feigned timidity of Quirrell, now entwined with Voldemort, sought to tempt him into the dark wizard's embrace. Was Hogwarts truly the safest place in the world? What was Dumbledore even doing? The golden-haired prince's gaze darkened. His expression grim, silently exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This aspect of him had never been revealed to others and must never be. Taking a deep breath, Alan nearly succumbed to Voldemort's influence. As the prince, he bore the weight of guardianship, basking in his father's affection and the people's admiration. Even amidst the treacherous wizarding world, he endeavored for peace between the two realms. How could he possibly be akin to this terrorist? Alan paused, adjusting his expression into one of composure, glancing at his watch before turning towards the great hall. It was nearly noon, and His Majesty's owl was due to arrive, and he still needed to distribute the healing ointment to the younger wizards. In the great hall, the 4 long tables overflowed with food, and the young wizards were noisily tearing open their letters. Draco, noticing Alan's tardiness, gleefully mocked him. How is it, saintly prince? Is karma catching up to you? Enough, Draco. Alan dismissed him, petting the eager Celine that rushed to greet him, as he sat beside Draco and opened the exquisite box. This was a royal exclusive ointment, beautifully packaged, boasting remarkable effects, though it came at a rather eye-watering price. The box, approximately 20 centimeters square, was adorned with a ribbon, and upon peering inside, Alan assessed the quantity. 3 individually packaged gift boxes lay within, each containing 20 neatly wrapped portions, accompanied by an elegant instruction manual. It appeared sufficient. Alan chuckled softly. Draco leaned in curiously. What is this? Healing ointment. Alan replied with a smirk, glancing at the faint bruise on Draco's forehead, and then at the small snakes nearby. That he handed him a box. Draco, would you kindly distribute these to the first-year students? Draco raised an eyebrow, deftly taking a small box and handing the larger one to Crabbe and Goyle, instructing, go distribute these. The haughty Malfoy heir would never stoop to do such menial tasks. He quickly opened the small box, gazing at the sleek, intricately designed black glass bottles inside, suppressing a smirk. Oh, it looks decent. Alan restrained his impulse to retort, emphasizing, royal exclusive, highly effective. He no longer engaged with the arrogant young master. And amidst the eager gazes of the first-year Gryffindors, he picked up a box and approached the Gryffindor table, offering a warm nod. My apologies for the wait. He presented the exquisite box to the bright-eyed Harry. My esteemed assistant, Mr. Savior, would you kindly distribute these? Harry grinned widely, puffing his chest with pride under the admiring gazes of the young lions, only to be promptly nudged by Hermione to lower his head. Alan chuckled lightly. Each small box contains an instruction manual. Please ensure to apply it on time, that I hope to see all of you healthy and handsome, and may you enjoy a splendid weekend. With that, he stated, now, I must partake in my meal. Wishing you all a delightful day. Alan turned his head and met Dumbledore's gentle gaze. The elderly man raised his goblet in a toast and playfully winked. Alan nodded, concealing the emotions that flickered beneath his eyes. Indeed, the headmaster was quite attentive to him. Upon returning to his seat, Alan penned a note requesting Tita to deliver the remaining box of ointment to Madame Pomfrey. He certainly did not wish to ascend the 8th floor once more. It must be noted that the magical world lacks even an elevator. Amidst Draco's incessant chatter throughout lunch, the flying lesson finally arrived. Alan found himself somewhat disheartened, realizing that riding a broomstick truly depended on innate talent. He began to comprehend the feelings of the children who usually regarded him with envy as Harry effortlessly summoned his broom with a mere call. And Draco managed it after a couple of attempts. Alan remained expressionless as he commanded his broom for the 10th time, yet it stubbornly refused to budge. Draco watched him with a smirk, thinking, well, it is only natural that the Muggle prince struggles with a broom. Alan squinted. He had trained under Edward's supervision for 30 minutes every day since childhood, and as he grew older, he spent every summer training in the military district, handling everything from cars and military trucks to tanks, speedboats, and even the controls of helicopters. Of course, Edward would never allow him to pilot. He merely had the chance to play under the watchful eyes of the staff. Yet, here he was, tumbling over a broomstick. Taking a deep breath, he glared at the crooked broom, declaring, if you do not rise, I shall set you ablaze. The broom trembled slightly before obediently leaping into his grasp. Draco cast him a curious glance, surprised to find that this Muggle prince was not merely a pushover, but had a temper after all. Salazar, who lay in Alan's pocket, felt a surge of relief upon hearing this. He had been worried that his little descendant was too mild-mannered to learn the dark arts, but now he could rest easy. Once everyone had grasped their brooms, Madame Hooch instructed, upon hearing my whistle, you shall push off the ground with force, maintain your balance, hover in the air for a moment, then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. However, before she could blow her whistle, a round-faced boy took to the skies, seemingly flustered, and his broom soared higher. Madame Hooch shouted, Longbottom. Harry cried out, Neville, young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting from here. Alan perched on his broom, glancing sideways. He had already memorized the 28 pure-blood surnames, and Longbottom was among them. Since he was not a Muggle-born wizard, it was of no concern to him. He merely cast a glance at Neville, who was rising higher, watching as he spun 360 degrees in the air, crashing into a wall and ending up entangled in a castle statue's spear. Soon, the weight of his wizarding robes proved too much, and Neville plummeted to the ground. Alan indifferently averted his gaze. He glanced at the trembling broom he had carelessly tossed aside, deeming it a more perilous contraption than a helicopter. Neville was whisked away to the infirmary by Madame Hooch, prompting Alan to seek a shaded spot to escape the chaos. Just as he was lost in thought, trouble arose. Draco picked up the memory ball that Neville had dropped, taunting, did you see that foolish expression on his face? If that chubby boy had remembered to squeeze the memory ball, he would have known to land on his backside. Harry's green eyes flared with anger as he stepped forward. Give me the memory ball. Malfoy. Draco turned, frowning. Not a chance. I'm pondering where to hide it for Longbottom to find. As Alan glanced over, Draco had just executed a swift spin while standing on the broom, soaring into the air with grace. This little peacock ascended effortlessly, stabilizing his position with ease. Alan was astonished. It turned out he truly excelled at broomstick flying, and it was not mere boasting. The little peacock tossed the memory ball arrogantly in the air, shouting, how's the rooftop? What's the matter? Broken broom. Can't reach it. Harry glared at Draco in fury, disregarding Hermione's protests as he soared into the sky. Well, it seems the Savior possesses some extraordinary talent after all. Alan eyed his own broom with narrowed, dangerous eyes. He needed to find some flying spells. Meanwhile, in the air, Draco threw the memory ball. A gasp rippled through the young wizards. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Harry dove 50 feet to catch the memory ball. He held it aloft as he flew toward the crowd, like a victorious general, glancing at Alan for praise. Alan smiled from afar, nodding affirmatively. That savior's tail was practically wagging. Draco's expression darkened. During lunch, he had boasted about his broomstick skills. And now nearly everyone was aware. Yet here he was, surpassed by Harry, who had never even touched a broom before. It wouldn't be long before all of Hogwarts knew. Crabbe and Goyle kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing the young master's displeasure. Soon, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry, and Draco's mood soured even further. After all, he was merely a spoiled child, not entirely lacking in sense, though he did not wish to be outshone and humiliated. He also did not want Harry to be expelled. Alan offered him a piece of chocolate, then took one for himself. That a little lesson for this young master wouldn't hurt. That peacock tail shouldn't be allowed to flaunt itself every day. Should it? It was evident that this sole magical school in Britain would not expel their savior. When Harry arrived at the Grand Hall that evening, brimming with excitement, Draco's expression had soured even more. How awkward, Alan thought, not wanting Harry to be expelled, yet feeling displeased nonetheless. When he wrote to his father later, he would certainly ask him to consult a psychologist. He simply could not fathom this little peacock. Just look at that sour face. Harry, on the other hand, paid no mind to Draco's foul mood and rushed over to Alan, pulling him toward the Gryffindor table. Alan followed helplessly, wedged between Harry and Hermione. Becoming the solitary green amidst a sea of red, Hermione's face flushed, and she unconsciously fiddled with her robes, crumpling the fabric. Harry attempted to lean closer to whisper in Alan's ear, but upon catching Alan's gaze, he awkwardly retreated, only to become animated again, whispering, "Your Highness, I was chosen as the Seeker." Alan chuckled, congratulating him. "I recall first-year students are not allowed to participate in Quidditch. How did you manage to persuade Hogwarts to make an exception?" "Truly remarkable talent." Harry blushed, his green eyes sparkling. "It's not that impressive. I remember Professor Dumbledore mentioning that your father excelled at Quidditch as well." "Indeed," Harry beamed, his grin practically reaching his ears. How utterly unrefined. It seemed Alan's subtle influence had been completely overshadowed by Gryffindor's exuberance. Alan, resigned, listened as Harry excitedly recounted, "My father was also a Seeker. I even saw his medal in the trophy room." Alan was puzzled as he adjusted his robes. Inquiring, "What made you suddenly think of visiting the trophy room?" Harry felt a bit embarrassed, reminiscing about how he had longed for his father's trophies. However, Hogwarts was simply too captivating, and with so much coursework, he felt overwhelmed. It was only thanks to Hermione's reminder that he found the trophy room at all. Alan was momentarily speechless. He recalled Quirrell and the Dark Lord from earlier, and looking at the savior before him, he found himself uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Although Voldemort had fallen to parasitism, the savior before him had a heart as vast as the sky. He turned to the blushing Hermione beside him, smiling encouragingly. "I remember you, Miss Granger. You are an exceptionally diligent and clever young witch." This made Hermione's neck turn crimson. She buried her face in her arms and did not lift it until Alan departed. Alan then turned to Harry, asking, "So, are you going to participate in Gryffindor's Quidditch training next?" Harry nodded emphatically, puffing out his chest with pride. Fred and George sidled over, greeting, "Hi, little prince." They stood on either side, proclaiming, "We are Gryffindor beaters, Fred, George, saluting you." X2 Alan gazed at them with keen interest. "Greetings to you, Gentleman Weasley." Fred and George exchanged a glance, nudging Harry to the side as they positioned themselves on either side of Alan. "Oh, little prince, your Muggle ointments are remarkably effective. The considerable bruises from that Quidditch match have vanished in no time. Might you spare us some?" X2 the benevolent little prince would surely not refuse. Would he? Fred, "Indeed not, George. We desire even more. Our father is utterly enamored with Muggle products." Alan, initially listening to their banter with a smile, lifted his gaze, truly assessing the pair of twins, nodding amidst their playful jests. He responded, "Of course. It seems Mr. Weasley has quite the fondness for Muggle items. I could certainly provide him with some." "That would be splendid," Fred and George exclaimed in unison, throwing an arm around Alan's shoulders. "By the way, the Muggle prince is quite wealthy, is he not? I've heard that Hogwarts has acquired a Muggle board member, thereby granting every Muggle-born wizard an additional 10 galleons in sponsorship." Alan cleared his throat gently. Harry, who had spent considerable time with him, immediately sat up straighter, quietly pulling Fred aside to inform him of the etiquette surrounding royal interactions. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, raised their brows, and returned to converse with Alan once more. This time, they refrained from their earlier physical camaraderie. It appeared that while the twins were indeed lively, They possessed a commendable character, or perhaps it was merely a sign of respect towards a prospective benefactor? Let us return to the scene. George continued, "How about investing in us, Your Highness?" Fred produced a plethora of candies, declaring, "These are our creations and inventions. You must try them. We assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised." X2 they grinned mischievously. Alan scrutinized the assorted candies, noting their vibrant exteriors, the sweet aroma, and their diverse shapes. They appeared delectable, given that the desserts from Hogwarts kitchens were sweet yet not cloying, which suited his palate. Alan decided to indulge. Harry looked on in horror at the pile of candies, unable to fathom what sort of mischief Alan might unleash with his princely status, as Alan reached for one to taste. Harry swiftly grasped his hand, pulling all the candies towards him, casting a reproachful glance at the laughing twins. "Fred, George," Harry shouted, "if you dare let His Highness consume even a single candy, you can forget about ever receiving his sponsorship." Only then did Fred and George pause, pondering as they pinched their chins, reluctantly conceding a little for the sake of galleons. Alan, belatedly realizing the candies now rested in Harry's arms, regarded them with an amused expression as they smiled knowingly at the Weasley twins. The twins, now embracing Harry's neck, brought him before Alan. With playful grins, they declared, "So, little prince, allow your dear assistant to showcase the Weasley candies. George, fetch the fat tongue toffee. At your service, clever Fred." George feigned a dramatic hand-over-heart gesture. Alan observed Harry's tongue droop comically, his calm demeanor cracking slightly. He could hardly fathom that he had nearly consumed such a confection. "All right." He raised a hand to halt the twins from further teasing Harry. "Let us discuss the sponsorship matter." This statement snapped the rambunctious twins back to attention. They promptly abandoned Harry, standing on either side of Alan, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Have you made your decision?" Alan glanced at Harry and inquired, "This candy. When will its effects wear off?" 5 minutes. The twins confidently indicated, gesturing outward from their foreheads. "Do not worry. Harry, Your Highness, he is the savior. After all, we would never dare harm the savior." They lightly elbowed each other, sharing a victorious grin. Alan regarded them with exasperation. He was not particularly adept at handling such exuberant personalities. He inquired again, "You assure me that the candies will not cause harm to the consumer?" "Of course," Fred and George stated solemnly, "in the name of the god of jokes. Moreover, we shall personally sample each batch before release." Alan nodded thoughtfully, ultimately stating, "Very well. How much do you require?" Fred and George exchanged nudges. "Testing the waters. Any amount will do. Below 5,000. Alan replied without hesitation, "No more than that." Observing the twins standing there in stunned silence, Alan furrowed his brow. "This is the maximum. There cannot be any more." Fred and George stared blankly, murmuring, "Oh, Fred." "I'm here, George." "Is this the resolve of the prince?" "Below 5,000. They mimicked Alan's tone, tears streaming down their faces. "Go. The wickedness of the wealthy." X2 in the end, Fred and George secured a sponsorship of 500 galleons, promising Alan 30% of the profits. In their words, "The sheltered little prince, 5,000 galleons would suffice for us to open a shop in Diagon Alley." Alan could only reply, "Should you require investment for your shop, feel free to seek me out." The Weasley twins, surprisingly subdued, exchanged glances, looking at Alan, almost tenderly shaking their heads. "Let us respect a treasure trove of gold, especially one as generous as this. The god of jokes salutes you." The twins left with somewhat dazed steps, floating back to their seats while playfully teasing their older brother Percy. The first-year Muggle-born Gryffindors seized the opportunity, crowding around Alan, seeking his inspection for their numerous bruises. Alan graciously complied, complimenting their self-restraint. "Is there a reward?" one of the little lions boldly inquired. Alan chuckled, producing chocolate and macarons from his pocket. "This is all I have. Share them." A chorus of oohs resonated from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Even the older Gryffindor Muggleborns cast envious glances. Unbeknownst to Alan, a Ravenclaw lady exchanged glances with 2 gentlemen from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Soon, a tall upper-year Gryffindor approached, casting a stern look at the first-year wizards. This individual was notably tall, easily over 6 feet, with tousled chestnut hair cascading over his forehead and sharp, hawk-like brown eyes. The Muggle-born lions appeared somewhat guilty, each bidding Alan farewell and reluctantly returning to their seats. Obediently consuming their dinner, the upper-year lion performed a hand-over-heart gesture towards Alan, surprisingly precise. "Algernon Phillips, Your Highness." Alan recognized him as a 6th-year student who served as the Muggle-born correspondence officer for Gryffindor. Faced with such a reliable and capable individual, Alan was in particularly good spirits, nodding warmly and gesturing for him to sit beside him. Algernon hesitated briefly before crossing the bench to sit down. He seemed somewhat embarrassed, tightly pressing his lips together. I apologize, Your Highness. I haven't managed these children well. They always trouble you. Alan gently shook his head, offering a perfect smile. You need not blame yourself. Mr. Phillips. I am grateful for your efforts. A faint blush crept onto Algernon's cheeks as he cleared his throat, continuing. Today is Friday, and Miss Diana Sharp has asked me to inquire when we might hold a gathering, perhaps fearing Alan's reproach. Algernon quickly added, Please do not take offense. Everyone is simply eager to see you. Certainly, he cast a discreet glance at Alan's expression. If you have made arrangements. In a moment of abstraction, Alan seemed to envision Sir Albert's golden retriever. Speaking of which, Sir Albert also bore the surname Philip. He inquired. Sir Albert Philip is your? My father, Alger Philip promptly replied. Alan comprehended that it was indeed a case of the object resembling its owner. He chuckled softly. I remember your golden retriever. It is quite adorable. Alger's face suddenly flushed crimson, though he quickly suppressed it. It is an honor that Eddie has gained your affection. That he cautiously probed. If you would be willing to meet us next time. Might we bring Eddie along? Alan nodded. Of course. Alger silently celebrated his success in securing an audience. His father would be utterly delighted. He visibly relaxed and inquired. So, when is the gathering? Saturday. Alan responded, Saturday afternoon and evening. I shall reserve my time for you. Kindly choose a location. Certainly. Alger replied swiftly, eager to prevent Alan from reconsidering. Before you retire for the night, you shall receive our letter. The senior lion comfortably took his place beside Alan. He took a discreet deep breath, mustering courage. Would you prefer steak or lamb chops? The poor lion's voice trembled with nervousness. Alan regarded him with amusement, choosing not to shatter his subtle desire for a shared meal. And nodded, lamb chops, please, and some fried potatoes, thank you. Alger diligently attended to him, hesitant to inquire about his beverage preferences, silently sliding various drinks before Alan. By the time Alan looked up, there were no less than 10 drinks laid out before him. That is sufficient, Mr. Philip. Alan raised a hand to halt the further offerings. I prefer lightly sweetened black tea. Thank you. Alger felt a wave of relief wash over him as he promptly presented a cup of black tea and removed the array of beverages. Relax, Mr. Philip. Alan smiled at him. We shall be spending time together frequently. Alger nodded tightly, observing Alan's warm smile, and stammered. Yes, Your Highness. Alan took a gentle sip of the black tea, exclaiming. Just the right amount of sweetness. Thank you, Mr. Philip. Finally summoning his courage, Alger quickly declared, You may call me Alger, Your Highness. The swiftness of his words, reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, caused Alan to pause, confirming. Pardon? The unfortunate young Philip took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. You may call me Alger. Alan smiled softly, nodding gently. Very well, Alger. Ah, Friday, a most delightful day. What a splendid word. Hailing the goddess of love, Frigg. Alan strolled through the castle, relishing the knowledge that this evening was entirely his own. Though he had a Muggle gathering scheduled for tomorrow afternoon and a meeting with Hagrid, the Savior, the following afternoon, none of that mattered. At least he possessed 2 mornings entirely to himself. Ah, such was the humble wish of a crown prince. After all, is it not said that contentment breeds happiness? Alan gradually made his way to the cellar. Suddenly, a blaze of fire erupted before him, and as the flames dissipated, a magnificent golden-red bird materialized in front of him. This bird was as large as a swan, its fiery wings beating against the air, and its golden-red crown was quite regal, with a long, shimmering beak and talons. Most striking was the resplendent golden tail feather that flowed gracefully with its movements. A single word echoed in Alan's mind. Phoenix. Or rather, a phoenix. Alan fixated on its tail until the bird, growing impatient, flapped its wings dramatically, snapping him back to reality. My apologies, Alan instinctively murmured, only then noticing the note clasped in the bird's beak. As he took the note, the majestic creature vanished in a burst of flames, just as it had arrived. Alan gazed at the spot where the phoenix had disappeared, recalling the accounts in magical history regarding the Dumbledore family. Whenever a Dumbledore required assistance, the phoenix would be by their side. It was said that during the reign of the first Dark Lord in Europe, a Dumbledore accompanied by a phoenix stood at his side. Alan slowly raised his gaze, suppressing these thoughts, and focused on the note that read, Alan, would you be available to meet in the headmaster's office on Sunday morning? By the way, my favorite is lemon sherbet. Albus Dumbledore. Alan's expression fell. Great. On this splendid weekend, he had only one morning to call his own. Well, now he truly lacked the enthusiasm to wander the castle. Little did he know, his return to the common room would not bring peace. The moment his left foot crossed the threshold, a small peacock, perched nonchalantly sipping pumpkin juice, scoffed. "Oh, look who it is, the Muggle prince. I thought someone had forgotten which house he belonged to." Alan. He must write a letter to his father to consult a psychologist. Alan inhaled deeply, gazing at the small peacock, and suddenly realized oh, this little peacock was upset about him sitting at the Gryffindor table. Perhaps over the next 2 days, he could alternate between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Alan dismissed this somewhat juvenile notion. At least during the first week, he ought to synchronize with Slytherin. "What is it, Draco?" Alan settled beside Draco, offering him a box of macarons. This French delicacy successfully silenced Draco's snarky remarks. And the little peacock snatched the box, taking a fierce bite of the treat. Alan turned to Crabbe. The somewhat rotund boy cautiously leaned closer, whispering, "Malfoy just heard that Harry Potter was chosen as the Seeker for Gryffindor. He is furious." He gestured subtly towards Draco. "I see." Alan mused, rubbing his temples. "No wonder Alger had scoffed at Woods, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Secrecy. Indeed. Hogwarts was devoid of secrets. It was evident that the arrogant white peacock was displeased with this outcome. Harry Potter faced no repercussions and had instead become the youngest Seeker in history. Furthermore, this result could be considered indirectly facilitated by Draco himself. Alan scrutinized him for a moment, then rose. "Come with me to the headmaster's office." Draco tossed aside the macaron box, allowing the colorful treats to scatter across the floor. His voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. "I don't want to go." Alan patted his shoulder. "Don't cry. You can still become a Seeker." Draco wiped his face, erasing the tears that had escaped his control, and looked up. "Do you really have a plan?" "It's impossible. Old McGonagall won't allow first years on the Quidditch team." Alan sighed. How could Lucius Malfoy, such a shrewd politician and businessman, have raised such a naive and awkward child? He couldn't even analyze the situation. Initially, it was indeed improbable, but now, Harry has set a precedent. Draco regarded him, seemingly catching on, his gray-blue eyes gradually brightening. He sprang to his feet, pulling Alan along towards Snape's office. "Mr. Cornwall," the robed professor strolled beside Alan, his deep, silky voice resonating like a cello. "You need to provide some tangible evidence to support your impulsive application, so that your unfortunate headmaster can make an appropriate judgment. Not everyone, like Alan, spends years mingling with those in high places, thus becoming immune to the venom of the Serpent King. At that moment, Draco watched Alan cautiously, already feeling a twinge of regret. Yet he was unmistakable. His platinum hair slicked with gel reflecting light even in the dim cellar, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Alan presented a perfect smile. "Professor, Quidditch matches are a grand event at the school, and our team is highly enthusiastic. However, it is said that Harry Potter has been exceptionally promoted to the position of Seeker for Gryffindor due to his remarkable catch of a memory ball while diving 50 feet during flying class. This chapter is yet to conclude. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content that follows." He noticed a momentary pause from Snape, and instinctively understood that there was a glimmer of hope. After all, this professor's disdain for Harry was far from superficial. Whenever he laid eyes on Harry, he would invariably find a reason to deduct points. He continued, "It is quite evident that our Seeker, Terrence Higgs, has recently been lacking the energy necessary for training due to the NEWT exams. Consequently, infusing fresh talent into the team is indeed a sagacious decision. Mr. Cornwall believes." Snape cast a glance at Draco, who had tucked his tail between his legs, looking down at Alan with raised brows. "Is Mr. Malfoy suitable?" "Indeed, Professor." Alan unabashedly met his gaze, asserting that Draco's understanding of broomsticks was by no means inferior to that of someone who had merely touched one for a single lesson. Snape remained silent. Alan cautiously observed the expression of the dark-robed professor, recalling Dumbledore's words that Harry bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for his eyes, which were strikingly akin to his mother's. With a confident smile, Alan raised his gaze and remarked, "It is not solely the Potter family that possesses the gift of flight." "Excellent, Mr. Cornwall." Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously, hastily completing a note and handing it to Alan. "From now on, every Monday, come here for a potions tutorial," he said, subtly raising an eyebrow, "to assist you in overcoming certain challenges." Alan's expression stiffened. He had not forgotten the previous encounter with the sticky slug. He swiftly accepted the small piece of parchment from Snape's hand and pulled Draco away in haste. Draco, somewhat dazed, was yanked out of the potions office, only to find a note thrust into his hand, which read, "I, Severus Snape, Hereby grant permission for Draco Malfoy to participate in the selection for the Slytherin Quidditch team. He leapt up, abruptly embracing Alan, exclaiming, "You are amazing." Alan, maintaining an impassive expression, pushed him away, as if he could already envision a bright future of wrangling slugs. Meanwhile, the little peacock beside them was beside himself with joy. The golden-haired prince could not help but smile wryly, just as he was about to suggest taking a break. An exuberant Draco dragged him off to seek Flint. With a flourish, Draco proclaimed, "Humph, let that insufferable fool prance about. What? Just because he is a seeker? I refuse to believe that a fellow raised in the Muggle world could outshine me. Alan, this is the only Friday night I have. No worries, no worries." Alan endeavored to reassure himself, for he still had the morning to come, until Flint informed Draco that they would be evaluating him the following morning. Draco patted Alan on the shoulder, insisting that he must attend. Alan slowly revealed a smile. "Very well, now I possess not a single moment to call my own." Draco was in high spirits, which allowed Alan to sit in the common room. Receiving a flurry of letters, he received a correspondence from the Muggle-born Wizarding Liaison Committee, this time delivered in a golden envelope with black stripes, sealed with wax, as per tradition, with slender fingers. He opened the letter to reveal elegant script rendered in emerald green ink. "Dear Prince, we, the Liaison Committee, write to you on behalf of our organization. After deliberation, we have decided that tomorrow's South meeting will take place in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, located on the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry depicting the troll who beat the living daylights out of Barnabas the Barmy. Diana Sharp shall await your arrival at the 8th floor entrance. By the way, we have established the following agenda. 1. Introduction of yourself and the committee's objectives. 2. Reading of the committee's provisional rules. 3. A discussion of the committee's official seal. 4. Dinner together. We eagerly anticipate tomorrow's gathering. Yours faithfully, the Liaison Committee." Alan chuckled softly, realizing that Miss Diana Sharp had evidently secured a leadership position within the management. Just look at this letter, concise and efficient, with a clear agenda, even more so than the often dawdling Parliament. Sharp? Could she be the daughter of that Earl? Alan pondered, folding the letter neatly before returning it to the envelope. That it seemed that even as a young wizard, the public's reverence for the royal family remained unwavering. Regardless, having such a loyal and exceptional committee chair was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for him. He had already begun to look forward to the meeting the next day. Tita perched on the arm of the sofa, calling out twice before retrieving the newspaper he had yet to peruse, tilting her head in reminder. Alan chuckled. "Thank you, dear little one." He swiftly composed his report for Edward, ensuring to fold the inquiry for the psychologist separately and sealing it in the royal envelope with wax. Handing it to Tita. "Good girl, I appreciate your efforts." Tita nuzzled against his long fingers, took the envelope, and soared out of the common room. Only then did Alan have the opportunity to peruse the newspapers. Perhaps he should have Tita deliver these to the breakfast table instead of the dormitory. He opened the Daily Prophet and his gaze sharpened. Gringotts robbery? The investigation into the illegal invasion of Gringotts on July 31st is still ongoing. It is widely believed that it was perpetrated by unidentified dark forces consisting of both male and female witches and wizards. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The vault that was searched by the intruders had, in fact, been completely emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated this afternoon, "What is stored within the vaults is confidential. It is best not to interfere with this matter." The golden-haired prince smirked slightly, his amusement tinged with sarcasm. Is this truly the definition of safety in the magical world? The Dark Lord infiltrated Hogwarts, and Gringotts was ransacked without a single capture point. One possibility remains undiscovered, while the other has chosen silence. Alan keenly sensed that perhaps the Ministry of Magic was even less effective than Number 10. Although Gringotts is goblin territory, it is the property of wizards that is under threat. Look at the significant societal incident. Number 10 at least issues a notice and swiftly launches an investigation, while the Ministry of Magic has not even provided a single communique. It was indeed foolish to harbor any expectations of these politicians. After all, there is a distinct difference between doers and orators, and regrettably, the majority within the Parliament are orators. According to the law, they are only permitted to sign the appointment letters of those fools. Alan grew increasingly dissatisfied. He swiftly scanned the other sections of the newspaper, ignoring a plethora of advertisements and trivial matters. Folding the paper neatly, he marked the date and placed it in his newspaper holder, storing it within his compact magical library of books. The following day, Alan awoke, guided by his biological clock, gently massaging his forehead. There weren't many letters to address the previous night, and he needn't have stayed up late. However, his weekend was fully scheduled. Muggle classes, theoretical studies, spell practice, and the incessant urging of a serpent ancestor for private tutoring filled his time. Alan was eager to accept Salazar's teachings. Thus, he found himself needing to expedite the coursework originally planned for the weekend. Furthermore, he had prearranged potions and transfiguration classes the following week. The course schedule was tightly packed, but Alan had managed his time well over the years, allowing him to handle such a workload seamlessly. After resting in bed for a while to alleviate a slight dizziness, he finally sat up, brushed aside the bed curtains, and got out of bed. Alan's typical rising time was precisely 6 o'clock. While at the castle, he would first wash up, dress neatly, and then organize his day's work and studies amidst Trix's reports. Following an hour of morning classes, Alan would change into his training attire for a run, then return to don his formal suit for a meal with Edward. Subsequently, the two would attend events together or retreat to their studies. Such a routine, consistent for decades, had rendered Alan's biological clock immutable. Although life at Hogwarts was comparatively relaxed with little to do, he still found himself waking at 6 o'clock, dictated by his internal rhythm. The proud young Malfoy, on the other hand, typically rose at 7. Spending a considerable amount of time ensuring his hair was perfectly styled before joining Alan for breakfast at 8 and arriving at class by 8:50. Alan had long since adapted to completing his morning lessons before stepping out with Draco. However, today was unprecedented. Draco had arisen early. Just as Alan emerged from the washroom, he spotted Draco exuberantly bouncing out of bed, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Alan, good morning," before the golden-haired prince's words had fully escaped his lips. A white peacock rushed into the washroom in a flurry. In less than 10 minutes, Draco had groomed himself and dashed out, clad in the training attire he had selected the night before. Observing Alan, who was seated at his desk in a shirt and trousers, he urged, "Alan, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Alan took a delicate sip of milk and reminded him, "It's not yet 7 o'clock. Glancing down at his watch, he added, "To be precise, it is only 6:42. I recall the selection begins at 8:30. "Oh," Draco frowned, pacing restlessly, complaining, "Lazy Flint." He dashed back into the washroom, meticulously arranging his hair before emerging once more. Now donned in his school robe. "I must not allow that insufferable pest to discover my success before it is secured." Alan chuckled at his flustered antics, feeling a sense of satisfaction that the little peacock had finally learned to temper his exuberance. Perhaps it was merely fear of embarrassment should he fail to be selected, yet it was still a significant improvement, wasn't it? As Draco rambled on about the origins of Quidditch, notable teams, and the rules of the game, Alan found it impossible to concentrate. After casting a silencing charm and contemplating the potential repercussions of being discovered by the little peacock, he reluctantly abandoned his morning studies, listening for a while. And entirely uninterested in Quidditch, Alan decided to divert the conversation. As if just remembering, he inquired, "Have Crabbe and Goyle risen?" This question successfully redirected Draco's attention. The little peacock stormed out of the door, heading towards another dormitory, casting an Alohomora to open the door as he cursed the two to awaken. Alan sighed in relief, grateful for this rare moment of tranquility and reclaimed study time. Resuming his examination of magical theory, he had already completed Professor McGonagall's assignment during last week's morning classes and had sent it with Tita. The essays assigned by various professors posed no challenge for him, as he had long since finished them. Through Salazar's teachings on spatial charms, Alan had keenly observed that a solid theoretical foundation was paramount in the execution of spells. Moreover, the cutting-edge research in the Muggle world bore striking similarities to the theories of the magical realm, evoking a sense of convergence. For instance, that seemingly mundane spatial charm could essentially be explained through the lens of relativity to elucidate the folding and traversing of spatial energy fields. Point 1 could create an unremarkable spatial ornament, a box or a tent, or wield it to sever an enemy's head in combat. Alan simultaneously resolved to investigate analogous time spells. The swiftness of spellcasting hinged on one's theoretical conviction and level of proficiency. The versatility of spells further tested the theoretical acumen of the caster. For instance, Alan discovered that the simplest household magic in the wizarding world fundamentally involved controlling objects to perform specific actions. If one were to draw a comparison, it might resemble programming in the Muggle world, utilizing a sequence of commands or spells to compel software or objects to operate according to predetermined patterns. Reflecting further, could the simplest household magic be modified to affect individuals? For example, The Tarantaligra spell compels a person to dance incessantly until the magical influence dissipates or is countered by the caster's own magic. This revelation led Alan to ponder the emergence of dark wizards. If ordinary, non-prohibited spells could achieve such effects, why would one resort to studying dangerous and disruptive dark magic? The golden-haired prince momentarily concluded that perhaps these wizards lacked a solid grasp of foundational theories, rendering them incapable of mastering flexible spellcasting techniques. Thus, Alan resolved to mention this discovery during his meeting with Dumbledore the following morning, hoping to gain insight from the venerable headmaster. After all, the old man with the white beard appeared exceedingly reliable. Did he not? Furthermore, Alan harbored doubts regarding Dumbledore's awareness of Quirrell's peculiar behavior. After all, the headmaster had specifically scheduled his free time right after the Muggle conference. Such coincidences seemed too fortuitous. Edward had taught Alan that to unearth the true intentions of politicians, one must never overlook such coincidences. The sound of the little peacock's disdain grew increasingly clear, prompting Alan to retract his thoughts and tuck away his esoteric notes into the drawer. Breakfast was consumed in a hurried fashion. Ultimately, Alan managed to eat only a slice of bread smeared with cranberry jam and a piece of fried egg, washing it down with a quick sip of milk before Draco pulled him toward the exit. Fortunately, the dining hall was nearly empty that Saturday morning. Otherwise, Draco's mere interruption of Alan's mealtime would have subjected the platinum peacock to considerable distress at the hands of the Muggle-born young wizards. The early September morning was idyllic, neither too cold nor too warm, with a gentle breeze that invigorated the spirit. Alan was hastily pulled along by Draco, his neatly arranged suit and wizarding robe slightly askew. Upon finally reaching the Quidditch pitch, he extricated himself from the little peacock's grip and smoothed out his attire. "Why are you so particular?" Draco exclaimed, his features scrunched in exasperation. This remark was overheard by the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team who had approached. Merlin's lace garters. Even the meticulous Malfoy found himself astonished by such fastidiousness. The Quidditch team members, in turn, regarded Alan with a newfound respect, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Noticing the gathering crowd, Draco refrained from further comments. Instructing, "You sit beside me and observe my Quidditch techniques." As he spoke, the little peacock proudly tugged at his collar. Today, even the Weasley could not dampen his good spirits, as for the fellow who had facilitated his entry into the selection. He could endure it for now. Flint exchanged a greeting with Draco, hesitated momentarily, and then nodded toward Alan, saying, "Hurry and change, Malfoy. We are about to begin." Draco nodded vigorously, a hint of tension tightening his youthful face as he strode purposefully into the changing room. Before long, Alan was taken aback by how swiftly Draco emerged, donned in his practice attire. Resembling a small peacock, he mounted his broom and, upon hearing the command, propelled himself skyward with force. 7 brooms soared through the sky as Alan, seated in the stands, squinted to discern the action below. Flint remained suspended in midair, clutching a magical recorder, while the remaining 5 players hurled small balls from various directions, with Draco tasked to catch them. The smallest green figure moved with such speed that it seemed to leave an afterimage, and Alan felt a pang of empathy as he witnessed Draco's acrobatics, further solidifying his resolve to master the flying spell. Flint, observing the data on the recorder steadily climbing, noted that out of 100 balls, Draco had caught 90-1. It was worth mentioning that the current seeker, Terrence Higgs, had only managed 80 during his selection. Flint, intrigued, opened the Quidditch box, grasping the golden snitch, and shouted to Draco, "Malfoy, give it a try. Catch the golden snitch." As he released it, the snitch unfolded its wings and vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, his hand pressed the timer. Alan observed a flash of gold streak past, and it seemed as if only 7 brooms remained in the air. That Draco's expression was serious, his gray-blue eyes scanning the field with keen intensity. At that moment, he exuded an air of noble seriousness and poise. Within 5 minutes, the smallest dark green figure sprang into action. Draco shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, akin to a missile guided by satellite navigation. Swiftly pursuing the golden snitch across the pitch, Alan felt his vision blur, ultimately deciding to focus intently on Draco. Honing his dynamic vision, time seemed to stretch, and suddenly Draco leaned forward, slowing his broom's speed, and captured the golden snitch. The little peacock raised his arms in triumph as the 6 brooms converged towards him. Flint immediately stopped the timer, revealing a time of 9 minutes and 53 seconds. He joyfully patted Draco on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Malfoy. You were absolutely brilliant. Congratulations on joining the Slytherin Quidditch team." As the 7 brooms touched down, the atmosphere was harmonious as everyone jumped down, showering Draco with praise. Spotting Alan, Draco's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, head held high. Alan, did you see that? I caught the golden snitch in just 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Do you realize how impressive that is? Indeed, a record never before seen on the pitch. Alan smiled and nodded, affirming that the headmaster's decision was remarkably astute. The players turned their gaze towards Alan, their smiles diminishing, hesitating in their attitude towards him. Flint seemed somewhat awkward, briefly nodding and saying, "Oh, Cornwall, thank you for approaching the headmaster and discovering such a splendid seeker for us." Alan offered a subtle smile, fully aware of the underlying thoughts of these little snakes. They were merely hesitant to offend him due to Draco's favor, yet reluctant to grow too close because he was a pure Muggle. It mattered little. After this year, Slytherin would no longer harbor such foolish notions. The golden-haired prince smiled charmingly and replied, "You flatter me. As a member of Slytherin, bringing glory to the house is my duty." Flint's demeanor visibly softened, and his compliments flowed more freely. "I heard you've been earning many points for Slytherin in class lately. Keep it up." Slytherin recognizes strength. Alan inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude. Once Flint departed, Draco nudged Alan's arm, raising an eyebrow. "So, the Malfoy family is quite useful, isn't it?" Alan chuckled resignedly and lightly nudged back. "Am I not useful?" Draco took the handkerchief he offered to wipe his sweat, lifted his chin with a hint of pride, and turned to leave. "I need to return the broom." Alan followed with an air of resignation. Listening to Draco's incessant chatter, "I want to write to my dad. I need him to buy me the latest model, the Nimbus 2000. This time, I'll make Gryffindors search for their teeth during lunch." The young wizards of Hogwarts bustled about once more. Given Flint's Quidditch strategy, the little peacock settled down at his place, eating calmly, refraining from boasting to Harry. Indeed, they intended to use Draco as a secret weapon to disrupt Wood's tactical arrangements. A potential conflict was defused without incident. "Thank you, Flint," Alan sighed inwardly, smiling gently at the Muggleborns who looked on expectantly as he served himself a portion of fish pie. He had deliberately returned to the common room for a short nap, then carefully selected a deep gray suit, Edward's favorite color, which lent Alan an air of gravitas. The golden-haired prince meticulously smoothed every crease, selecting a 3-finger-wide dark green silk ribbon to fashion into a bow tie, and paired it with emerald cufflinks. The enchanted mirror exclaimed dramatically, "How perfect you are, noble young prince! Your golden hair shines like the summer sun. Behold this impeccable elegance. This deep gray suit is simply splendid. Observe the sharp tailoring. It accentuates your tall frame exquisitely. Of course, if you could adorn your chest with a gemstone brooch, none would dare rival you today. You would captivate every gaze." Draco finally burst into laughter. Alan rubbed his forehead and retorted, "I meant the mirror. I'm not attending a banquet." He paused before the accessories table, ultimately retrieving the royal crest and affixing it properly to his chest. The little peacock inspected him from head to toe, begrudgingly nodding. "It's quite nice, but isn't it a bit too understated?" Alan sighed. "Dear Draco, I am not attending a banquet," he explained under Draco's puzzled gaze. "The royal regulations are numerous, dictating the attire of members in various situations. If I were to don banquet attire to meet my subjects, I would be left without pocket money for the year." Draco scoffed. "Your father is ridiculous. Just a bunch of mudbloods, and you're punished for it." His sea blue eyes darkened. "Draco, mind your language." Draco, fuming, fell silent and turned onto his bed. Moments later, the little peacock sat up again. "Alan Cornwall, get out." Alan smirked coldly. "Mr. Malfoy, I believe you need to understand my limits. In this regard, you should learn from your father. Strive for the glory of the Malfoys, not squander it." "What did you say? How dare you?" Draco shot up, his gray-blue eyes ablaze with fury. Moments later, he gritted his teeth. "The glory of the Malfoys will endure forever. There's no need for the Muggle prince to concern himself. You should pay attention to those foolish mudbloods instead." Alan's expression remained indifferent as he advanced step by step, exuding an intimidating presence. Under this pressure, the brash peacock instinctively retreated until he stumbled back onto the bed. Alan lowered his gaze, observing the platinum-haired youth now seated on the bed, and roughly grasped the collar of his shirt, half lifting him. Panic filled Draco's gray-blue eyes as he gazed at the formidable Alan. As if staring at a stranger, this unfamiliar figure spoke coldly, his voice heavy, rendering Draco powerless, unable to struggle in the slightest. "Why can't you ever learn your lesson? Haven Tea Potion class and flying class been humiliating enough. I've told you before that necessary calm and appropriate courage are far wiser than brawling. Now, I'll tell you once more. Before you provoke others, understand your own strength." Draco, Remember your true purpose. Just as you did in the Quidditch selection, don't let your emotions lead you astray. Right now, you can hardly be called a competent Malfoy, let alone a worthy Slytherin. Today, I'm holding your collar. Next time, it may not be me. The golden-haired prince's expression was devoid of warmth as he tossed the platinum youth onto the bed, adjusting his cuff with a cold voice. Excuse me. This was Draco's first encounter with such a version of Alan. As he had humiliated his people, the platinum peacock finally realized that the Muggle prince could indeed become furious. He listened to the sound of Alan closing the door, feeling utterly drained as he collapsed onto his bed. Panting heavily, his heart racing in a state of panic. So, for these past days, had he really been capricious in front of such a person? Draco closed his eyes, raising his arm to shield his gaze. A profound sense of defeat washing over him. Every word spoken by Alan left him utterly speechless. He struck the bed in frustration, sitting upright, tears falling from his gray-blue eyes. The glory of the Malfoy name would never be tarnished by him. He, Draco Malfoy, would undoubtedly become the most distinguished head of the Malfoy family. This minor episode had not dampened Alan's spirits. After all, he was already well aware of the Malfoy family's reputation, frankly, in such a household. The mere existence of a naive young master like Draco was already quite satisfying to Alan. Just think, if Draco were truly raised by Lucius, how much trouble he would cause at school. Therefore, he didn't mind tolerating the young master's frequent whims, nor did he hesitate to educate Lucius's son. If successful, Draco would become a significant asset to him. He would possess a perfect source of intelligence and strategy within the pureblood camp. If the endeavor failed, he would suffer no loss. Alan ascended to the 8th floor, requiring no effort to locate the tapestry depicting a troll wielding a club. Upon his arrival, 2 upperclassmen, one male and one female, approached him briskly. They stood upright before Alan, placing their hands over their hearts, and introduced themselves. Diana Sharp, a 6th-year Ravenclaw, and Valentine Lister, a 6th-year Hufflepuff. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. Alan nodded gently. Acknowledging their presence, thank you for your patience. Both Diana Sharp and Valentine Lister noted Alan's meticulous attire, which brought them an involuntary sense of delight, appreciating his regard for them. Alan, in turn, noticed their attire. It broadly adhered to the student guidelines, yet the details reflected careful thought. Miss Diana Sharp wore a subtle touch of makeup. Her golden hair shone as bright as moonlight, cascading in long curls that fell before her chest. With a silver feather hairpin securing the side of her hair near her ear, aquamarine teardrop earrings hung from her exposed right ear, casting delicate glimmers upon her fair neck, enhancing her ethereal beauty akin to the moon goddess. Wrapped in her Ravenclaw robe, the collar of her shirt featured a finely tailored double-buttoned pointed design, complemented by a delicate sapphire necklace. Her graceful hands rested in front of her, embodying the standard of noble etiquette. And her height of approximately 1.7 meters rendered her strikingly elegant. The family crest ring adorning her left pinky finger effortlessly indicated her identity as the sole daughter of Count Cyril Sharp. Indeed, Alan nodded gently, shifting his gaze to the Hufflepuff gentleman beside her. Valentine Lister possessed a face chiseled like a Greek statue, with a strong jawline and prominent features. He wore his Hufflepuff robe with propriety, while his height of 1.8 meters added a notable presence to his attire. This gentleman had not adorned himself with excessive accessories. He simply styled his soft gray hair neatly, allowing it to fall gently over his forehead. Although his hair bore a cool hue, Valentine's demeanor was anything but cold. Like all Hufflepuffs, he exuded loyalty and kindness, his warm smile tinged with a hint of shyness that instantly endeared him to others. The personalities of these two complemented each other well. Alan quickly discerned their roles. Miss Diana Sharp was responsible for issuing comm commands, while Valentine Lister handled external communications, coupled with the unwavering execution of Alger Philip from Gryffindor. It was a perfect arrangement. He sighed inwardly as they escorted him toward the grand, welcoming room. If you simply focus on your desires and walk back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, the room will reveal itself, Diana Sharp whispered, her voice as cool as the moon goddess. Alan smiled steadily. It sounds like a secret hideout. Indeed, Valentine chimed in, his smile warm as he slightly bowed to accommodate Alan's height. We have considered that if you are willing to hold regular gatherings, this would be the ideal location. Oh, Mr. Lister, Alan chuckled, is it too soon to assign me tasks upon our first meeting? That is not our intention. Valentine replied respectfully, lowering his head slightly before raising his eyes to meet Alan's. We simply hold you in high esteem. Alan found himself momentarily speechless. He had always known of the British people's unwavering support for their monarch and the royal family. And it was precisely this understanding that informed many of his plans and strategies. Yet, for the first time, he felt how profoundly the royal family mattered to the populace. So much so that, without ever having met him, they could easily pledge their loyalty. Alan smiled softly as he proceeded with the two. As they walked, the interior of the welcoming room gradually revealed itself to him. Alan almost felt as though he had returned to Buckingham Palace, as if he had stumbled into a royal press conference. The room had morphed into a vast circular hall, with pristine white marble flooring embellished with exquisite golden carvings. Radiating opulence, directly opposite the entrance stood a fan-shaped platform adorned with elegant burgundy wallpaper etched with gilded lines, the walnut flooring warm and inviting, solidly supporting both the podium and a nearby set of sofas. Directly facing this platform was tiered seating that could accommodate 300 individuals. The walnut-colored base supported 300 plush burgundy sofas, which were already filled with young wizards from various years. To facilitate social interactions, Valentine guided them to take their seats by age, from left to right. The seating was arranged into 7 fan-shaped sections, with the colors of the 3 houses intermixed, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. As the golden-haired prince entered, his robe billowing gracefully, he moved steadily through the doorway, a perfect smile effortlessly forming on his face. He walked down the center aisle, softly declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, together we shall forge the future." Valentine stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the radiant prince. In that instant, the cheers of the Muggle-born young wizards surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into Valentine's very soul. They shouted, "Your Highness, Prince!" A companion, reminiscent of a moon goddess, glided past him, her cool voice snapping him back to reality. Valentine, momentarily dazed, made a pivotal decision in that moment. The welcoming room had never been so lively. A millennium ago, Hogwarts was established as a bastion in the struggle against Muggles. Salazar Slytherin had contributed this family castle, collaborating with 3 like-minded friends to provide a nurturing ground for young wizards across England. The castle's countless hidden passages, secret chambers, and Slytherin dungeons stood as testaments to that war of yore. A millennium later, the blood and fire of those days had long since faded. The once life-saving room had gradually become a repository for discarded items among young wizards, though some clever young wizards utilized it for study and training. The number of attendees at any given time remained limited. The founders could scarcely have imagined that one day, the room would be filled to the brim with Muggle-born young wizards. They cheered the prince's name, much like the wizards of 1,000 years past had cheered Hogwarts. Standing upon the platform, Alan was flanked by Miss Sharp, Valentine, and Alger. He opened his arms wide, bowing deeply with a hand over his heart. His elongated fingers elegantly twirled as he rose, flowing gracefully to his sides. He took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind the podium, spreading his hands downward. The young wizards flushed with excitement, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the prince so close before them. Shouting hoarsely, their applause roared like thunder, echoing endlessly. The golden-haired prince smiled gently, nodding slightly to all corners. Miss Sharp cast a glance at Alger, who loyally executed her command. Stepping forward, he cast a sonorous charm upon his voice. "Now, we invite His Highness to deliver his speech. Please maintain order." This lioness face bore a serious expression, showing no sign of dissatisfaction at being cast in a supporting role. The young wizards gradually quieted down, holding hands as they looked up at Alan on stage. Alan smiled softly, nodding slightly at Alger. "Thank you, Alger." He stepped forward, standing before the podium, and with a gentle flick of his wand, efficiently replicated the resonant incantation. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a delight to see you in this magical realm." The golden-haired prince regarded them with an inclusive gaze, arms outstretched, and spoke softly. "As young wizards, we have come to Hogwarts to harness the power within us, ensuring it does not harm others or ourselves." How enchanting the word magic is. What child has not yearned for it within the bedtime stories? And we, fortunate indeed, have become the young wizards of those tales. Thus, we behold a different visage of this world, Alan remarked quietly, his renowned eyes sparkling like the stars. "Before entering this magical realm, you all held anticipation and longing, yet I know that within your hearts there exists unease and fear. We have stepped into an entirely unfamiliar world, populated by its indigenous folk, governed by a wholly different system. Our parents cannot send us to school. They can only await our return from afar, oblivious to what we are learning. The purebloods of this world scorn our origins, disparage our lineage, and even reject the goodwill of other purebloods. That a hush fell over the crowd. Alan gently clasped his hands behind his back and continued softly. At my knighthood ceremony, I vowed to remain eternally loyal to the king, the law, and my people. Today, in the name of the prince, I pledge with my very life to safeguard the people who have come here, to protect your lives and your rights. As a member of the board, I will strive for rights equal to those of the purebloods. At all times, in all matters, I shall be your staunchest ally. Until death itself beckons me. The prince stood resolutely upon the stage. Merely in his first year, yet at the tender age of 11, he exuded a compelling strength. The moment of silence enveloped the venue before a thunderous applause erupted. Echoing endlessly, Alan smiled gently, a warmth far more genuine than any media portrayal. Who says that those before the camera are merely acting? The young wizards thought, as they believed wholeheartedly in their princess vow. Harry clapped vigorously, recalling how Alan had comforted him in his confusion over the unknown, how he had listened to his years of suffering, and then taken him to Balmoral. Alan was indeed his beacon of redemption. A light. This light shone equally upon all, a source of both regret and pride. He believed that his Highness would lead them into a brighter future. Hermione, too, sat among the first years, fervently applauding, her palms reddening, yet she did not cease. Yes, anticipation, longing, unease, fear. She chose to leave behind the familiar system and step into the magical world she had long admired, then studied diligently, poring over books, terrified of appearing ignorant, fearful of being looked down upon by the natives of this realm. How magnificent magic is, yet how perilous it can be. Here, a single misstep could cost one their very life. However, their prince had emerged, assuring them that, at all times, he would stand by their side, safeguarding their lives. What a promise! It resonated deeply within the souls of all the young wizards present. I have come with the mission of mending the relationship between Muggles and purebloods, ultimately to ensure our world, the wizarding realm, thrives in tranquility. Alan gazed sincerely at them. If you stand with me, together we shall overcome all obstacles. We are willing. We are willing. Alan bowed to them, placing his hand upon his heart. It is an honor to share this moment with you all. The souls of the young wizards trembled, while the three figures present on stage felt an even deeper resonance. Across from them, on the platform, 300 chairs were filled, all cheering for the one before them. The resounding applause felt akin to a coronation's glory. Algy observed the adoring expressions of the young wizards and stepped forward. The promises made mere moments ago were indeed monumental. He exchanged a glance with Valentine, both recognizing the ambition and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Having been in the wizarding world for 6 years, they were well aware that this realm did not welcome them. The Muggleborns, the children of pure blood families, exuded arrogance, as if they were mere insects, insignificant. Should they truly attain dignity? Should they be able to secure respect for those who follow? They would willingly face death. Diana Sharp gazed intently at that figure, gripping the family crest ring on her left pinky, slowly yet resolutely removing it. This was the unwavering protection she had sought all her life. For this, she was willing to fight to the end. The assembly proceeded strictly according to the agenda outlined by Miss Sharp, everything flawless and beyond reproach. As Alan elevated the atmosphere to its peak, Miss Sharp naturally transitioned to the main stage, announcing the interim rules of the Liaison Committee. First, every young wizard must study diligently, as there will be monthly selections. Those who pass may join Alan's nightly order. Alan cast a sidelong glance at her, realizing she had independently completed the organizational structure. Second, every young wizard must value themselves, adhere to morals and laws. Noble character and loyalty shall also be criteria for selection. Third, every young wizard may seek assistance from the Liaison Committee in times of need, whether financial, personal, or academic. Fourth, every young wizard may write to Alan, with letters to be submitted to the Liaison Committee mailbox of the 3 houses. The responsible parties will collect them and relay them to Alan every Friday. Submitted letters may be marked red, green, or blue. Red for urgent matters, green for suggestions, and blue for general correspondence. Naturally, pink letters need not be marked. Valentine jested. The young wizards erupted in playful uproar, the young witches blushing profusely, while Alan simply smiled gently, offering no response. Miss Sharp gently closed her documents, her expression impassive as she surveyed the young wizards. Once the young wizards had quieted down, she continued, Fifth, every young wizard may propose suggestions to the Liaison Committee. The responsible parties will discuss them with Alan, and at bi-weekly meetings, announce the accepted regulations. Upon adoption, the young wizard who proposed the suggestion will receive a gift from His Highness as a reward. Alan smiled warmly, sitting upright in his armchair, watching as Miss Sharp calmly recited the rules. Now, he required a magical oath. Algie and Valentine activated the magical projection, displaying the organizational structure of the Liaison Committee. The committee reports directly to Alan, comprising heads from the 3 houses: Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp head, Hufflepuff, Valentine list, Gryffindor, Algie Phillip. Each house head supervises 5 secretaries, beneath which lies Alan's knightly order. These positions remain unfilled, pending next month's selection. The young wizards eagerly rubbed their hands together, enthusiasm for learning at an unprecedented high. Miss Sharp stepped back, positioning herself behind Alan. Valentine spoke gently. Now, we arrive at the segment we've all been eagerly anticipating. I know everyone has brought their own heraldic designs, young wizards who are confident in their creations. Please submit your designs to the front. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. He accepted the young wizard's heraldic drawings, as Miss Sharp made them float in the air with a wave of her hand, and declared, "The formal selection for the Liaison Committee's emblem has officially begun." Alan chuckled softly, observing the nearly 100 sheets of paper floating in the air. The first round of voting narrowed the selection to 20 emblems. The second round of voting revealed the top 3. Valentine explained, "Wonderful. We now have the 3 finest emblems, all circular, perfect for wax seal engraving. The first is a grand shield, adorned with blooming roses. The second is a coronet, flanked by radiant stars. The third is—" Alan gently covered his face. Unable to bear the sight, it was his own visage, much like that of a king printed on a pound note. The young wizards erupted in laughter. Indeed, they had done so purposefully. His Highness was so gentle. He would not take offense. Algie stifled a laugh, his face oddly taut. Alan cleared his throat. "The first 2 are splendid. Shall we consider merging them?" He gently waved his wand, and the magic in the air responded to his intent. Merging 2 designs into one exquisite circular emblem, a misty blue shield gradually materialized, adorned with a crown tiara, flanked by 6 golden pentagrams. At the very bottom center, in uppercase letters, was inscribed the abbreviation for the Muggle Wizards Liaison Committee, MWLC. The badge was truly magnificent. The young wizards thought to themselves that it would undoubtedly be recorded in history. The golden-haired prince rose to address the assembly, smiling warmly. "Please grant me a moment to craft liaison badges for everyone." Very well, mused Alan. He needed to delve into his knowledge of alchemy. The gathering was finally nearing its conclusion. Under Valentine's organization, Alan patiently answered a plethora of questions from the young wizards, ranging from royal protocols, his daily life, to the veracity of certain marvelous rumors. After all, the opportunity to interact closely with the prince was exceedingly rare. The young wizards, brimming with energy despite having foregone their afternoon naps, felt no trace of fatigue. Alan indulged their curiosity, answering each inquiry with grace. "Does His Majesty dine with you regularly?" "Of course, sir, we share every meal together." "Are the letters you receive subjected to scrutiny?" "Naturally, dear. Especially after the owls at Hogwarts revealed my exact address." A wave of laughter erupted among the young wizards. "Has His Majesty ever visited Diagon Alley?" "Indeed. The king has savored the wonders of the magical realm and is quite intrigued by various magical tomes." "How did you suddenly become a governor?" "My father is concerned about everyone's studies and well-being in this otherworldly domain. Thus, he requested Professor Dumbledore's intervention to secure a position as a governor. To gain some influence. Having never attended school normally, what do you study?" "After completing my foundational knowledge at the age of 9, my father arranged for numerous professors from various disciplines to instruct me." "Do you have any leisure activities?" Alan, who had been quick-witted and articulate, suddenly fell silent, pondering for a moment before regretfully admitting, "No, miss. If one considers combat training as such, I am in the midst of this exchange." Dinner time arrived. The room of requirement transformed into a quaint Hogwarts dining hall. The young wizards joyfully gathered around Alan, inquiring about his dining preferences. "Though I am the heir to the throne, I cannot in good conscience praise British cuisine." Alan chuckled amidst their boisterous laughter. "However, the desserts at Hogwarts are splendid, perfectly sweetened. Alas, I wish I knew who the chef was. I would surely offer a handsome sum to recruit them to the palace for confectionery." Miss Sharp cast a glance at Valentine. As anticipated, the Hufflepuff boy chimed in, "It's the house elves, Your Highness. They assist in preparing students' meals and garments." Noticing Alan's gaze, he puffed out his chest subtly. his eyes darting around. The kitchen is right next to the Hufflepuff common room. Simply scratch the pair on the painting, and a hand will appear. That leads straight to the kitchen. A Hufflepuff interjected. Alan smiled gently at the boy, aware of Valentine's slight frustration, and casually remarked, "Mr. Lister, would you kindly escort me to the Hogwarts kitchen shortly?" Valentine's face brightened immediately as he touched his flushed ears. "Just call me Valentine, Your Highness. It would be my pleasure to serve you." The banquet concluded amidst a joyous atmosphere, and Alan watched as the young wizards reluctantly departed, turning to the three individuals standing behind him. "I am exceedingly grateful for all your assistance, especially the organizational structure provided by Miss Sharp. It has saved me considerable effort." Diana bowed slightly, her aquamarine earrings swaying gently. "There is no need for thanks. It is our honor to serve you." Miss Sharp reminded him, "Please remember the liaison badges. It would be ideal to have them ready before next month's selection." Alan sighed in acknowledgement. "Indeed, and the magical contracts. Are they not?" The cool, composed girl paused, the corners of her lips subtly curling upwards. Their Highness acknowledged their allegiance. Both Algie and Valentine struggled to contain their excitement, bowing respectfully with hand over heart, exclaiming, "Your knights are at your service." As they exited the room of requirement, they parted ways at the stairwell of the 8th floor. Alan walked leisurely, listening intently as Valentine nervously recounted the secret passages and rumors within Hogwarts, occasionally chiming in with his thoughts. Finally, they arrived at the Hogwarts kitchen. Valentine scratched the emerald pear, which then rotated to reveal a doorknob, resembling a finely crafted carpentry mechanism. Alan mused. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of hundreds of tennis ball-sized green eyes fixed upon them. Alan paused, subtly leaning back, only to realize that he was surrounded by scores of house elves. They possessed large, bat-like ears and long, flat noses reminiscent of characters from tales. Almost all the elves donned tattered pillowcases, with only a few adorned with a sock or two. Valentine skillfully greeted them. "Hello, allow me to introduce our prince." Hundreds of bulging green eyes blinked in unison, and the house elves erupted into a cacophony of excited shrieks, rushing toward Alan, only to be halted by Valentine, who inquired in a high-pitched voice, "Esteemed wizard, what do you require?" Alan took a seat on a small stool, instinctively smiling. "A cup of red tea, please." The house elves hurriedly scrambled to prepare the tea, each one presenting cups in eager succession. "This is Assam tea, good sir." "Here, here. This is Ceylon tea." "This is Lapsang Sochong, along with Darjeeling tea, and Earl Grey. Which would you prefer, sir?" Dozens of brewed teacups were brought before Alan. He discreetly tucked his legs to avoid burns. Addressing one of the house elves, he requested, "Ceylon tea, with little sugar, thank you." The elf's large eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, the wizard has thanked Coco. "You are truly kind, sir." Alan gently tugged at the corners of his mouth as he accepted the delicate bone china cup. "Would you like milk, sir? Or perhaps lemon? We also have sugar cubes." The house elves enthusiastically continued to clutter the small table with plates and dishes. Alan declined their offerings and asked, "Could I have a serving of mango pudding?" "Of course, sir." They leapt about in excitement, preparing the dessert. Valentine, feeling a tad embarrassed, coughed lightly into his fist. "They are always like this. I hope you don't mind." Alan smiled and shook his head. "Not at all." He beckoned to one of the house elves, which promptly vanished from its place and reappeared beside him. It bowed respectfully, its long nose touching the ground. "Esteemed wizard, how may I serve you?" Alan squinted, glancing at the spot where the elf had stood moments before, and asked, "How did you arrive so suddenly?" "I recall that Hogwarts prohibits teleportation magic." The elf shrank back, responding, "Oh, sir, Belle just wished to come swiftly and fulfill your command. That is the innate ability of our house elves. Spatial spells, bloodline talents." Alan raised an eyebrow. "Can you accomplish whatever I ask of you?" Valentine cast a puzzled glance at Alan, bewildered by the inquiry. After all, who visits the kitchen for anything other than food? The house elf puffed out its chest proudly. "Yes." Alan chuckled softly, leaning in slightly, his deep azure eyes gleaming, the dark gray suit showing a hint of creases. "Even if I were to send you to Buckingham Palace to fetch me a suit." The elf shrank back, stammering, "But we cannot leave Hogwarts." Suddenly, it covered its eyes, bursting into tears and repeatedly banging its head. "Oh, Belle is a bad elf." Belle was unable to fulfill Mr. Wizard's task, and this unexpected turn of events left Alan momentarily bewildered. He quickly raised his hand, calling out, "Stop, stop, Belle." Sitting up straight, he lowered his voice and commanded with authority, "I order you to cease." Belle, with tear-streaked cheeks, dabbed at his eyes and nose with the pillowcase, pouting silently. Valentine offered reassurance. Why not prepare some desserts? Alan watched the little elf dart towards the stove and gently shook his head. The historically cursory treatment of house elves in magical lore suddenly took on a somber hue. For millennia, they had been enslaved, subjected to poor treatment, but a sharp awareness of the ruler's vigilance flickered to life within him. Alan squinted, contemplating whether the wizards would ultimately pay for their treatment of house elves. Reminiscent of the workers' uprisings during the Industrial Revolution, as the house elves hurriedly brought forth various types of mango puddings, shrill screams occasionally pierced the air, turning the kitchen into a chaotic scene. Valentine couldn't help but frown. Just as he thought Alan was about to lose his temper, Alan calmly accepted a dessert from the elf, savoring it and praising their craftsmanship. The golden-haired prince looked upon them with warmth. Inquiring, "May I take some desserts to go? You've done splendidly, especially with the pudding." The house elves were overjoyed, eagerly packing up treats and offering Alan an assortment of cookies and cakes, saying, "If you need anything, just call for us in the dormitory." Alan nodded gently, placing the neatly packed brown paper bag into his pocket. Crabbe and Goyle were perplexed. Malfoy had remained in the dormitory all afternoon without stepping out, which was quite out of character. Under normal circumstances, after successfully making the Slytherin Quidditch team, Malfoy would have been in the common room, boasting to all. Today, however, it felt unusually quiet. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabini knocked incessantly on Malfoy's door before he finally appeared. His typically pale face was even more ashen as Draco half opened the door, his gray-blue eyes glaring at them coldly. "What do you want?" "Oh, Draco," Pansy exclaimed with concern. "Do you want something to eat?" Draco frowned, leaving them with a curt "don't bother me," before slamming the door shut. Blaise sighed. He truly lacks appreciation for delicate sentiments." He turned to Pansy, striking a pose. "Beautiful lady, why do you persist in pressing your warm face against his cold shoulder? How about spending time with me instead?" Pansy kicked him, retorting, "Blaise Zabini, if you wish to flirt, do it elsewhere. Don't throw your disgusting glances at me." With a fierce glare, she stormed downstairs, leaving Blaise with a scowl. Muttering to himself about her delusions of becoming Mrs. of Malfoy, Alan stepped into the common room. He coincidentally encountered Pansy striding towards the exit. The short-haired girl halted, crossing her arms and raising her chin defiantly. She scrutinized Alan as though he were an unsightly insect. "Cornwall, did you provoke Draco? He has left his room all afternoon. He didn't even have dinner, despite passing the Quidditch trials this morning." Alan replied coolly, "Miss Parkinson, my matters with Draco seem to be of no concern to you, so you did anger him." Pansy drew her wand from her robe. Alan calmly regarded the wand pointed at him, as if it were merely a withered branch, and coldly stated, "I believe you need to understand that it is he who has angered me. Now, if you dare to point that at me again, I shall break that little twig." Pansy trembled with rage. Excuse me," Alan interrupted, brushing past her towards the dormitory. He had many tasks to attend to, and no time to indulge this pure-blood aristocrat's games. Draco sat at his desk, glancing at the enchanted mirror. It was merely a matter of a single word, merely a group of inconsequential mudbloods, and that Muggle prince had turned against him. Alan was indeed clever. Clever enough that every word left him speechless. "You are hardly a qualified Malfoy, let alone a proper Slytherin." That phrase weighed heavily upon him, almost breaking the delicate feathers of the white peacock. Draco stifled his grievances, snapping his fifth quill of the day. The platinum peacock took a deep breath, diligently transcribing the Slytherin code for the 10th time. The room was enveloped in silence. In such tranquility. The sound of the door opening was particularly pronounced. The platinum peacock's ears perked up, yet stubbornly refused to turn to look. Familiar footsteps approached. The soft rustle of garments could be heard. Draco bit his lip. Resolute in his decision to show that insufferable Muggle his worth, Alan produced a bag filled with desserts, removed his wizard's robe and suit jacket, and walked towards Draco while holding the bag of treats. The ears of the little peacock perked up, and the quill that had been idle began to move once more. Not much had changed, Alan thought. Well, perhaps there was some difference. Wasn't he diligently copying the Slytherin code? Alan chuckled lightly, placing the bag of desserts on the little peacock's desk, asking, "Why haven't you eaten dinner?" The quill faltered, the feather at the end crumpling under pressure. "Desserts, let us make do with that." He trailed off, swiftly sidestepping the paper bag that the little peacock hurled at him. Draco glared furiously, his chest heaving, and enunciated slowly. "What do you mean?" Alan furrowed his brow, regretfully watching the puddings tumble out of the bag. Retrieving his wand to tidy them up and toss them into the bin. He then turned to Draco, his tone indifferent. Well then, esteemed Mr. Malfoy, it seems you shall have to go hungry now. What? Draco's previously simmering anger faltered. And upon realizing what this scoundrel had just said, his lips trembled, leaving him at a loss for words. Alan's expression turned cold. After laughing all afternoon, he too was weary. I hope your transcription of the Slytherin code proves beneficial. Draco immediately covered the parchment on the desk, but soon recognized the foolishness of his action, his ears turning crimson, that he struggled to maintain his noble composure. Merlin's beard. I absolutely refuse to allow this Muggle to perceive me as an inadequate Malfoy. Yet Alan no longer paid him any mind. The golden-haired prince sat at the desk, opening a book. Draco seethed. Alan Cornwall. What do you mean? Alan frowned, waving his wand, which instantly silenced the surroundings, and his brow relaxed. It was a long-held desire of his. Currently, his priorities lay in ensuring his studies across subjects while devising a simple, yet effective magical contract and gaining a basic understanding of alchemy. Before selecting a reliable alchemist to craft a communication badge, this chapter does not conclude here. Please click the next page to continue reading. The theory of magical contracts could be inquired from Salazar. While for alchemy, Alan pondered, since the headmaster was so invested in him, he would likely be willing to have that Nicholas Flamel assist him. Draco beside him called out repeatedly but received no response from the individual before him. What was there to misunderstand? This Muggle had cast a silencing charm. Draco was left speechless with frustration, feeling both hungry and aggrieved. He simply grabbed his robe and stormed out, slamming the door in anger. The golden-haired prince remained engrossed in organizing his schedule. The loud sound of the door slamming was muffled by the silencing charm and failed to capture his attention that he waved his wand again. Casting an oblivion spell, then approached the bed concealed by emerald silk drapes. Pulling back the bed curtains, the strikingly handsome and charming serpent ancestor regarded this junior expressionlessly, listening as he spoke. Ancestor. After meeting with the headmaster tomorrow, I shall surely receive the schedule for each subject, that time. We can arrange your magical course timings. Salazar's expression remained calm, and upon hearing this, he scoffed. Those juniors. Where is my course in that? You, child, are neglecting the essentials. You shall regret this folly in due time. Alan smiled lightly. Thank you for your patience. However, you wouldn't wish to be discovered by that headmaster, would you? Shizuza smirked slightly, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation and instead inquired. How was your interaction with those Muggleborns today? Quite splendid. Alan replied with a smile, evidently not inclined to elaborate further. He added cheerfully, I still need to make a trip to the library. Have you retired for the night? Salazar scoffed. And what precisely do you intend to research? You ought to have faith in the lineage of our ancestor, Slytherin. Alan chuckled, deftly drawing the curtains closed. Upon his arrival at the library, Mrs. Pants glared coldly at him, as if fearing he might be a careless giant who mistreated books. There's only an hour left before closing, she remarked. Alan, seemingly oblivious to her unspoken warning, smiled obediently and said, Very well, madam. I am here in search of books on introductory alchemy. Could you kindly direct me? I assure you, they will return without even a single corner bent. Mrs. Pants scrutinized him, weighing the veracity of his words, observing the boy, with his air of scholarly elegance and nobility. She reluctantly nodded, trusting his promise, and said, The 13th shelf from the left, the second row from the bottom contains all the alchemy texts. Alan graciously performed a hand-over-heart gesture, following her guidance to locate the relevant tomes. And then, under Mrs. Pants' watchful eye, borrowed all the foundational theories. Without demonstrating a modicum of enthusiasm for learning, how could he possibly attract Dumbledore's attention? The next day, Draco resolved not to speak with that Muggleborn. Nevertheless, Malfoy's arrogance could not shake the Crown Prince, who had spent the day dealing with obstinate aristocrats. The golden-haired prince remained unfazed by the atmosphere, diligently attending to his morning lessons. Before departing at precisely 8 o'clock for breakfast, Draco could not help but feel a profound sense of frustration. Was this fellow truly ignoring him, as if he had committed some grave error? Alan sat at the dining table, and before him, his plate was instantaneously filled with food. The house elves enthusiastically presented him with an abundance of puddings and red tea. However, their wizard master only consumed a modest portion of bread, fried eggs, and milk. They quickly discerned the wizard's breakfast preferences, cleverly removing the post-dinner sweets and replacing them with some mashed potatoes. Alan graciously sampled a bit before ambling towards the headmaster's office. It was hardly a wise decision to ascend the 8th floor immediately after a meal. Alan sighed and simply sought an empty classroom, retrieving the foundational theory of alchemy from his pocket to study. After a while, he felt the food in his stomach digesting somewhat, and only then did he set off again towards the headmaster's office. The office was easy to locate, situated adjacent to the room of requirement. Having visited once before, Alan quickly spotted the gargoyle at the entrance. He addressed the stone creature, Lemon Drop. The two stone guardians leaped aside, and the wall behind them split apart, revealing a spiraling staircase that moved slowly upwards. How fascinating, Alan mused. This truly is magical. He stepped onto the winding staircase, feeling its leisurely momentum, and remarked, not nearly as swift as an elevator. He was pleased to discover that, in this regard, Muggle machinery was indeed more powerful. As the elevator came to a halt, seemingly aware of Alan's thoughts, he had no choice but to continue his ascent on foot. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room. At the center stood a long-legged table adorned with an array of peculiar silverware, which spun and emitted wisps of smoke, accompanied by some comical sounds. Towering bookshelves flanked either side, lined with countless magical tomes. Nearby, a golden-red phoenix resided alongside the sorting hat. The walls behind them were adorned with portraits, and upon inspection, Alan recognized them as former headmasters. They were both male and female, each gently snoring within their respective frames. Alan snapped back to reality as he noticed a white-bearded gentleman in a golden-red robe leisurely descending the stairs. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, settled into the chair behind the table, waved his wand, and a comfortable armchair danced its way over, halting in front of the table. "Good morning, Alan," he said. Alan smiled as he took a seat in the armchair, replying, "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Have you had breakfast?" Dumbledore waved his wand, and an array of food appeared before them. "That I have, sir." Alan nodded. "You should know I dine punctually at 8. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his long white hair cascading behind him, reminiscent of a lioness mane. He waved his wand again, and 2 cups of red tea along with a plate of pastries materialized before them. The elderly man complimented, "A commendably regular routine. So, young prince, are you settling in well during your first week at Hogwarts?" Alan set down his teacup and replied with a smile, "Hogwarts is wonderful. The workload is light, and I find it quite easy. Of course, the magical books are all very intriguing." Dumbledore chuckled. "Ah, I know. Professor McGonagall has praised your talents to me. It must seem rather simple for you, given your first-year courses. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps we should enrich your experience a little more. Say, by making some friends," he implied subtly. Alan shook his head. "You know I've always kept my interactions with peers to a minimum. But you seem to get along quite well with Mr. Malfoy." Dumbledore winked. "I understand that royalty holds significant importance in the eyes of Muggles, so why not befriend some Muggleborns?" Alan leaned back slightly, refraining from answering, and instead remarked, "I do not require an abundance of recreational activities. The ease of Hogwarts is already quite unfamiliar to me." The elderly man's cerulean eyes quietly regarded him, seemingly filled with regret. It was evident that the frequent engagements and high-caliber instructors associated with royalty had distanced their young prince from an ordinary, leisurely existence. To put it more plainly, Alan found it challenging to assimilate into the lives of common folk. As Professor Sprout had mentioned, Mr. Cornwall exhibits a rapid learning pace, and his techniques are precise. While the other children still disdain the soil, he has already begun caring for the mandrake seedlings. However, I can sense that he does not hold a passion for herbology. Once he completes his classroom tasks, he does not touch those plants again. While other children may express some reluctance, they quickly engage in play, but Mr. Cornwall only performs the necessary duties, as if it were his obligation. Dumbledore gazed at Alan, gently sighing. "So, young prince, would you be willing to learn a bit more?" The golden-haired heir's preferences were unmistakable. Dumbledore could easily discern that the allure of learning held far greater appeal for the prince than mere entertainment. Alan leaned forward imperceptibly, his sea-blue eyes fixed intently on him. "Oh, pray tell, what do you have in mind?" Dumbledore blinked and, with a smile, handed him a piece of parchment. Alan accepted it, noticing it bore the following information. Monday evening from 6 to 8. Potions training with Severus Snape. Tuesday evening from 6 to 8. Transfiguration training with Minerva McGonagall. Wednesday evening from 6 to 8. Charms training with Phileas Flitwick. Confused, Alan tilted his head. "Sir, why is there no defense against the dark arts class?" The elderly man, focused on breaking off a piece of lemon drop, replied, "To my knowledge, the children do not favor Professor Quirrell's lessons." Alan, exasperated, remarked, "If you attended his class, you wouldn't utter such words." He inquired, after I became a governor. Hogwarts operational funds increased by a full 50,000 galleons, yet we are still unable to hire an excellent defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore chewed on the candy, his azure eye scrutinizing him. The inquisitive young prince should be aware of the curse surrounding this subject. No? Alan nodded. Indeed, he crossed his arms, stating matter-of-factly, but surely someone would come for a higher salary? Oh, it was once that way. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped slightly, even pausing his chewing, suggesting a sense of resignation. However, since the past 40 or so professors have met with various mishaps, either through death or disappearance, the elderly man shrugged, looking at Alan with a sense of helplessness. The fact that we still have a defense against the dark arts professor is already a stroke of luck. Alan reluctantly nodded, yet insisted, but this subject is exceedingly vital, is it not? You have also mentioned that the mysterious figure will inevitably make a return. Indeed. Dumbledore gently twisted the lemon sherbet, seemingly resolved to allow him to speak first. The patience that this elder had accumulated through the years was certainly beyond what he could rival. Yet, he had no intention of granting him that desire. Alan quietly regarded him, lowering his gaze slightly, and sighed, "It is truly regrettable. I fear that in the impending grand conflict, the students will find it difficult to safeguard themselves." Dumbledore paused, pondering why this child was deviating from expected norms. He inquired, "So, Alan, do you have any plans regarding this subject?" Alan shook his head lightly, focusing intently on practicing spells from the textbook. "Personally, I still find alchemy far more intriguing." The sharp blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles gazed back with a hint of inquiry. The elder asked, "Well then, young scholar, what are your thoughts on alchemy?" "Yes, I perused some theories on alchemy yesterday and found them quite fascinating." Alan replied with a gentle smile, "You may not be aware, but alchemy has also developed in the Muggle world. We now refer to it as chemistry." Dumbledore sat up straight in surprise. "Chemistry?" he echoed. "Indeed." The golden-haired prince nodded. "Contemporary science considers alchemy to be a scientific technique for transmuting base metals into gold. However, mystics believe that alchemy is exceedingly complex and enigmatic, and cannot be defined so superficially. They steadfastly maintain that the purification of alchemy is akin to death and resurrection. Thus, alchemists can create the Philosopher's Stone and attain immortality." Dumbledore felt a weight in his heart. Immortality, such a similar pursuit. Even those with nothing cling to delusions, let alone a prince standing at the pinnacle of the world that he casually remarked, "Are you also interested in immortality?" Alan, surprisingly, the golden-haired prince chuckled softly and shook his head. "Immortality?" Alan repeated, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. "That contradicts the natural sciences, Sir Dumbledore." His elderly friend would never have imagined that one day, the noble art of alchemy would be cast aside due to Muggle theories. He pondered, however, the magical realm indeed possesses the Philosopher's Stone, which can create, yes, elixirs of immortality. I presume you are familiar with Nicholas Flamel. Alan hesitated before nodding, seemingly not fully comprehending his words. "Yes, but what of it?" "To speak plainly, if you do not mind my disrespect, Mr. Flamel's health appears to be quite poor." His sea-blue eyes radiated a gentle calmness. "This is precisely due to the limitation on the number of times human cells can divide. The elixir of immortality cannot alter the essence of the human body. Hence, the Philosopher's Stone is merely a superfluous product. Compared to this, creating alchemical artifacts is far more interesting, is it not?" Dumbledore found himself momentarily speechless. For an instant, the elder, who had nearly reached the pinnacle of magical theory, wondered if he should seek counsel from Muggle professors. The same talent, the same desire. Yet, Alan, merely because he contradicted the so-called natural sciences, effortlessly dismissed the notion of immortality. Though the child's understanding of alchemy was indeed precise, Dumbledore thought perhaps he should write a letter to Nicholas. No, what was more pressing was to comprehend Alan's other thoughts. For this, he should engage with the child more frequently. This child was prematurely involved in politics, learning to conceal emotions far too early. Moreover, he had been caught in the whirlpool of power struggles since childhood. Such a person, if he were to embrace darkness, would likely be even more formidable than Tom. Dumbledore gently clasped his hands together. "Young prince, perhaps you would be willing to study defense against the dark arts with me." Starting Friday evening, Alan appeared somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated achieving his goal so easily and could not help but lower his gaze in contemplation. In the elder's eyes, this became a hesitation. Dumbledore playfully winked. "In fact, during my tenure as a teacher, I taught precisely defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. I am eager to experience the joy of teaching once more, especially with such a remarkably intelligent student before me." Alan finally met his gaze, smiling as he nodded, leaning forward to say, "It would be my utmost honor." Dumbledore began to take an interest in Muggle science. Indeed, the Muggle sciences that could nurture such a prince deserved the attention of the magical realm. However, the wizarding world had not undergone any transformation for far too long. That summer of 1899, in Godric's Hollow, he had encountered an unutterable delusion in this lifetime. That time. They had rationally and lucidly recognized the stagnation of wizarding society. He had regarded that individual as a glimmer of hope to escape that small village and had genuinely contemplated abandoning his siblings. That person's existence embodied his ideals and freedom. Thus he entirely overlooked the peril lurking behind that brilliance. They were mutually infatuated, with endless topics of conversation. They discussed ideals, magic, and how to alter the decaying magical realm. Their ambitions collided, astonished by their harmonious accord. Yet this beauty came to an end with Ariana's death, and it was further diminished amidst the boundless warfare ignited by that individual. His siblings were no longer burdens. One had died, and the other had dropped out of school, no longer needing him to support the family. Dumbledore's widely recognized contributions include the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. The elder sat quietly behind the desk in the headmaster's office, now draped in fine robes and renowned. Yet his soul had long shattered in the summer of 1899 and was utterly extinguished on the battlefield in 1945. Afterward, he could ascend to the Ministry of Magic, wield power to command the winds and the rain. Yet he dared not. Outsiders would not understand, perhaps not even Aberforth. Yet he indeed agreed with Grindelwald's initial propositions. The magical realm ought to change. Those untenable assertions even bore his share of responsibility. He could not. Perhaps this was contrary to Gryffindor's courage. Yet he truly could not. He dared not grasp power, dared not enact change, fearing he might lose himself amidst the lust for power, fearing he might become as radical as Grindelwald was in his day, leading the magical realm to ruin. Even more so, he feared the emergence of another like Grindelwald. Thus, he harbored suspicions towards the inherently cold Tom Riddle, and thus he paid attention to the exceptionally gifted Alan. Merlin above, please forgive his transgressions. Regardless, he must continue onward, opposing the wayward student and steadfastly guiding this one upon the righteous path. The half-moon spectacles filtered the light, rendering those blue eyes even sharper. The elder reached for a quill and touched a piece of parchment, beginning to write, "Dear Nicholas." Meanwhile, Alan, having achieved all his objectives, strode briskly down the staircase, the black robes him gently swaying with his steps. Exuding an air of grace, Dumbledore had bestowed upon him textbooks for all 7 years, along with copies of notes and the list of spellbooks Alan had requested. The elder's exact words were, "The speed of a genius's learning should not be underestimated. Rather than constantly adding to your books, it is better to provide them all at once." Moreover, any vague probing regarding yesterday's gathering was deftly deflected by his remark about forever protecting his subjects. This was an all-purpose justification. Even within the wizarding realm, they understood the Muggles' fervent obsession with their kings. This conversation had consumed far too much time and drained much of his energy, though it was still only 11 o'clock. His stomach was already protesting. Alan thought to himself that today he must indulge in 3 mango puddings. Even though he did not have a sweet tooth, he did not mind replenishing some sugar at this moment. Alas, Hogwarts did not have elevators. Alan felt regret once more as he restrained his pace toward the Great Hall. Even in death, the prince's demeanor must not lose a shred of its elegance. Moreover, it was merely a trifling hunger. Thus, by the time he arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall, the minute hand had already progressed from 12 to 2, and numerous late-rising young wizards had settled into their seats, voraciously devouring their meals. Alan let out a soft sigh, smiling and nodding at the Muggle-borns as he made his way to the Slytherin table, but today's Slytherin was notably subdued, for Malfoy wore a scowl upon his face. Alan could finally perceive the weight of the Malfoy family, akin to the uncrowned sovereign among pureblood wizards. No, that characterization was somewhat inaccurate. He was all too aware of these aristocrats' pragmatism. Given sufficient incentive or threat, they could readily forsake the glory of their god and endure the tarnishing of their family crest. The moment the golden-haired prince made his appearance, the entire Slytherin contingent cast furtive glances in this direction, their eyes betraying indifference, mockery, derision, and schadenfreude. They seemed to have concluded that Alan had offended Draco and believed he would pay the price for it. Alan chuckled softly and took a seat directly beside Draco. This act captured the attention of all Slytherins, who involuntarily displayed a flicker of astonishment, taken aback by the audacity and composure of this Muggle-born. Draco shot Alan a cold glance before dismissing him entirely. This encouraged Pansy immensely. Indeed, Draco had finally recognized the filth of this mudblood and was willing to return to embrace the nobility of pure blood. She squealed in a high-pitched voice, "Oh, Draco, there's a mudblood sitting next to you. Could you possibly get rid of him?" Her voice was so piercing that the nearby Gryffindor table quickly fell silent. Subsequently, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also quieted down. The eyes of all the Muggleborns brimmed with fury. How could this presumptuous pureblood publicly humiliate Alan? What might he be like in private? Almost instantaneously, dozens of Muggleborns from various houses stood up in anger. Miss Sharp, Valentine, and Algie swiftly sprang into action, not toward Slytherin, but to calm their own Muggleborns. They rose, extending their arms with elbows bent, palms pressed down to waist height. "Sit down." This military gesture conveyed their command. They shouted, "All obey this order." The already risen Muggleborns glared fiercely at Pansy, some even taking turns glaring at each slime. It was only when Alan lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he mimicked the same gesture, that they begrudgingly sat back down. These actions transpired in the blink of an eye. The oppressed Muggleborns revealed their solidarity for the first time. In the face of such oppression, no pureblood could remain indifferent. Pansy broke into a cold sweat. The little snakes of Slytherin could no longer maintain their composure. Casting anxious glances at the conspicuous blonde, eager to see how the situation would unfold, perhaps they ought to carefully assess the value of this Muggle prince. Without a doubt, these Muggleborns had gathered because of him. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Alan who first reacted, but the platinum-haired young man. Master Malfoy, with an impassive expression, turned his gaze toward the sweating Pansy and coldly declared, "Pansy Parkinson, apologize for your inappropriate words." The Muggleborn's anger abruptly froze, their heads snapping toward the platinum-haired boy, clutching their throats in disbelief. Even the usually inscrutable Diana Sharp raised an eyebrow. They all recognized Draco, frequently seen in Alan's company and, in their minds, a staunch pureblood advocate. Had Malfoy lost his mind? The Muggleborns pondered in confusion. Harry and Ron exchanged odd looks. Wasn't it the hypocritical white peacock's disdain for Muggles that led to the mutual aversion between Malfoy and Weasley? Not only were they astonished, but even the Slytherin struggled to maintain their usual elegance. Had Malfoy changed, as Malfoy's heir? Did uttering such words signify a shift in allegiance? Did Malfoy still represent pureblood interests? Had Lucius indeed betrayed the pureblood camp to side with Muggleborns? They all thought in unison. This needed to be reported back to the family. The three heads of the Liaison Committee exchanged gentle smiles, observing that the prince's strategy had already begun to bear fruit. Pansy, trembling, looked at him. "What? Draco, you're asking me to apologize to a mudblood?" She realized something as she slowly bit her lip under Alan's bemused gaze. The platinum peacock, who had never shown a hint of compassion, furrowed his brow and mercilessly added, "Parkinson, I don't believe we are familiar enough to address each other by first names." Pansy shuddered violently, staring at him in disbelief, yet dared not react excessively. She remained the center of attention. Until this matter was resolved, the Muggleborn's gazes would remain fixed in this direction. Alan picked up a napkin to wipe his lips and, in a gentlemanly manner, said, "Miss Parkinson, there are currently 483 students at Hogwarts, of which 304 are from the world of ordinary people. If I were you, I would not so foolishly provoke their prince in public." The Muggleborns collectively raised their eyebrows, inadvertently puffed out their chests, and suppressed their smirks. Their protector had received the prince's endorsement. Draco's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He always felt as if he were being subtly mocked. The little peacock cleared her throat, casting a cold glare at Pansy, and frowned. "Do I need to ask you again?" Parkinson, Pansy seemed struck by an invisible punch, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she still murmured, "I'm sorry." "TSK," Draco impatiently pointed at Alan. "You ought to apologize to this golden-haired fool." Pansy gritted her teeth, enduringly turning to Alan. "Cornwall, I'm sorry." The moment those words fell, it seemed she could no longer bear the invisible pressure. Covering her face as she hurriedly fled, the Muggleborns silently returned to their seats, gradually reaching for their food. It seemed, perhaps, that truly no one dared to bully Prince Alan. Alan lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the little peacock beside him, who sat as if on pins and needles, before glancing back to serve each of them a portion of lamb chop. Draco cleared his throat lightly, frowning as he quietly remarked, "I'm not on your side, damn it." He angrily sliced into the lamb chop, muttering, "How could that statement come out so quickly?" This assertion lacked any persuasive power. He was voraciously devouring the lamb chop, a symbol of friendship. Meanwhile, he shot a glare at the amused Alan. What are you looking at? I'm still in a cold war with you. Perhaps the Malfoy family crest should not be a white peacock, but rather a dead duck. Alan mused. The stubbornness was indeed incomprehensible. Well then, young Master Malfoy, the golden-haired prince said as he continued to slice his lamb chop. Later, Harry is inviting me to Hagrid's hut. Would you care to join? Draco furrowed his brow tightly. I never realized her kindness extended not only to Muggleborns but also to half-giants. Alan chuckled lightly. How could the reason be explained in such a public setting? He pressed on. You only mentioned going to Hagrid's, who happens to be the gamekeeper. Perhaps you could inquire if he has seen any unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Draco scoffed. I'm not some little girl. Why would I like that kind of creature? Half an hour later, Draco and Ron were grumbling as they walked ahead. One stayed by Alan's side, while the other was next to Harry, despite Ron's slight change of heart regarding Draco after his reprimand of Pansy. It was evident that the long-standing animosity between Malfoy and Weasley would not dissipate easily. Almost reflexively, they turned their heads away upon seeing each other, unconsciously rebutting each other's remarks. Harry watched them in exasperation. Hermione discreetly rolled her eyes at Alan. Oh, boys. Alan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, slowed his pace slightly. Consequently, the little peacock, engrossed in her verbal sparring with Ron, found herself squeezed against Harry. Quite splendid. Now Harry was the sole filling in a sandwich crafted from 2 slices of bread. The platinum blonde and the redhead jostled the savior back and forth, causing his glasses to be skewed several times. Alan watched their playful antics with a smile, gradually retreating to Hermione's side. The 3 boys seemed to have entirely forgotten the decorum expected of gentlemen in the presence of a lady. He gently inquired of the blushing girl, Miss Granger, are you adjusting well to life here? Can you still adapt to the ever-changing staircases of Hogwarts? Hermione took a discreet, deep breath, striving to calm her excitement, and replied, Of course, Your Highness. I memorized the route to my classes by the 3rd day. Alan praised her. What an impressive memory. It appears your observational skills regarding details are quite astute. The girl flushed even deeper, but I always learn magic at a slow pace that I still can't manage to transform a matchstick into a needle. Yet you have already transformed the podium into a wardrobe. As she spoke the latter, she hesitated, gently wiping her eyes. Your Highness, do I lack magical talent? A diligent little girl, intelligent yet sensitive, excelling in the Muggle world. Alan gently reassured her. Would you like me to speak frankly, Miss Granger? Hermione's face was partially obscured by her voluminous hair, which bobbed slightly as she nodded. Alan continued softly. In fact, I see you as the brightest young witch in your year. You memorized the whimsically shifting staircases of Hogwarts with remarkable detail. You meticulously prepared your textbooks, demonstrating exceptional self-discipline, and you adhere to school rules, diligently completing your assignments, all virtues of prudence, respect for teachers, and a thirst for knowledge. Furthermore, you possess not only high foundational abilities and moral standards, but also a significant magical aptitude that I distinctly recall from our first Transfiguration class that you were among the few students capable of altering a matchstick. There was Draco, whom I was guiding, and then there was Harry, with whom I studied prior to the term. Hermione, overwhelmed by the praise, buried her face in her hands, but under Alan's encouragement, she proudly lifted her head. Upon hearing the last statement, she suddenly turned to him. Harry studied with you, just before the term began. Your Highness, how long did you study together? When did you meet? What did you teach Harry? The little witch exclaimed. I've fallen so far behind. Alan was bewildered and profoundly shocked. Wasn't education meant to cultivate a more graceful and composed existence? Why must one endure such distress for the sake of learning? Even with some understanding of psychology, Alan found it difficult to comprehend such behavior. He was momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. The little witch's unusual outburst clearly caught the attention of the 3 boys ahead. Draco looked on in confusion, while Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, shrugging their shoulders. After a moment, Harry abruptly realized, grabbing Ron with one hand and Draco with the other, and hurried towards Hagrid's hut. We need to hurry. It will be too late if we don't. Alan exerted considerable effort to soothe Hermione. He could hardly invite an ordinary citizen into the palace as a guest, nor could he halt the future shaping of the Savior. It was utterly impossible to devote himself to teaching someone of limited utility, wasting his precious time. However, the golden-haired prince pondered, soon recalling his 3 house heads. With a gentle smile, he said, Miss Granger, do not fret. Although I cannot study with you, I can recommend an excellent teacher. The little witch nodded eagerly. Alan chuckled softly. Do you remember Miss Diana Sharp, the head of Ravenclaw, and one of the heads of the Liaison Committee? Would you like her assistance? Hermione nodded dazedly, murmuring, "Of course." She understood that only exceptionally talented students could become heads. That Miss Sharp, managing to become head in the academically rigorous environment of Ravenclaw, must be quite remarkable. Alan smiled and said gently, "Then at dinner, I shall take you to meet her. Shall I?" Hermione's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Highness." The little witch skipped joyfully towards Hagrid's hut, only to suddenly recall her earlier indiscretion in front of Alan. Covering her face with her hands, Alan kindly knocked on Hagrid's door, pretending not to notice. The warm-hearted half-giant opened the door to welcome them in. The small wooden cabin contained only one room. Cured hams and wild fowl hung from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiled water over the hearth, and a large bed made from patched-together fabric occupied one corner. Harry and Ron sat at the edge of the bed, while Draco perched upon a massive single sofa, resembling 3 life-size dolls against the gargantuan furniture. To provide a modicum of cover, Alan shifted slightly, kindly allowing Hermione to enter first. Hagrid's large hand gently ruffled Hermione's hair. "Oh, hello there. Harry has already informed me about you, Hermione, right?" The fear of the colossal giant quickly dissipated, and Hermione smiled at Hagrid, bouncing over to sit on the bed right next to Harry and Draco. Draco, with a hint of disdain, shifted away. "Keep your distance, Granger." Hermione, with a mature smile, replied, "Oh, don't be like that, Draco. I know you are not one of those pure-blood elitists." Ron and Draco simultaneously stiffened, as if they had swallowed 1,000 snails. "Oh, Alan, come on in." Hagrid beckoned cheerfully. Alan smiled, producing an oversized box of Muggle snacks, and handed it to Hagrid. "I brought you a little something as a gift. Just some Muggle snacks. I hope you like them." Hagrid wiped his hands on his clothes, happily accepting the splendid box and peering inside. These looked delightful. "Oh." The half-giant was astonished to discover that the cookies and chocolates were also of a giant size. Excitedly patting his chest, "You were so thoughtful, Alan. You know, regular food is often too small for me." Harry leaned in for a look, only to silently retract his gaze. Those snacks were, in fact, family-sized packages. Alan chuckled calmly as he strolled over to sit beside Draco. Although it was a single sofa, it could comfortably accommodate 3 first-year students. Naturally, there was a scarcity of seating in Hagrid's abode. Draco shot him a glare and muttered through clenched teeth, "I shouldn't have agreed to come." Alan glanced at him and subtly gestured, "Do not speak so in front of Hagrid." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it seems Alan also finds this place rather unconventional, so he can endure it for now." Indeed, in such a room, Alan had only caught a fleeting glimpse during visits to the Third World. Consolidating all living spaces into one room was a rarity, even in British orphanages. Alan helplessly mused that perhaps he should suggest to the busy headmaster to increase the salaries of professors and school staff. Surely the 50,000 galleons he brought could sustain them for 3 years. No need for formality. "Alan," the half-giant warmly insisted, offering a plate of rock cakes and a cup the size of a rugby ball filled with red tea. Draco tilted his head to look at Alan, mouthing, "If I were you, I wouldn't foolishly try the food here." Alan glanced at him with a touch of exasperation, took a bite of the rock cake, and felt as though he had bitten into a stone. Contemplating the oversized rock cake in his hand, he quietly set it down. Draco silently laughed. A low growl echoed from the doorway, accompanied by persistent scratching sounds. "Bloody hell!" Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of dismay. "What on earth is scratching at the door?" The other 3 little wizards swallowed nervously, and Draco subtly inched closer to Hermione to tea that moment. He didn't mind her Muggle heritage. Alan's wand had already slipped from his sleeve and was firmly gripped in his hand. Hagrid chuckled. "Oh, don't be nervous. I'm just going to see what my dog, Fawn, is up to." As the half-giant swung open the door, a massive black hound charged into the room, barking fiercely several times. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the young wizards, Hagrid irritably patted his head and seized Yaya by the collar. "Oh, Yaya, bad dog." The half-giant gently patted Yaya's head with his palm, which resembled a frying pan, as the black dog lay limply on the ground, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. Hagrid then broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it. Good boy." The others stared blankly at the panting Yaya, casting apprehensive glances at Hagrid. Hermione furrowed her brow in concern, suggesting, "Hagrid, perhaps you could be a little gentler when you pat him." The 3 boys nodded in silent agreement. Alan cleared his throat softly and discreetly tucked his wand back into his sleeve. "Hagrid, why don't we sit and chat? I'm sure Harry has plenty he wishes to share with you," he proposed. Good idea. Hagrid thumped his chest, fetched a small stool without a backrest, and settled beside the hearth. In fact, Harry just told me how marvelous his experiences have been. Has Teehee, Alan, and your gathering. Oh, you truly excel? Alan averted his gaze slightly, his sea blue eyes reflecting depth. Oh, is that so? He replied softly. Hermione, evidently misunderstanding, chimed in cheerfully. Of course, your Highness. All the upperclassmen from our world hold you in high regard. You have no idea how impressive Senior Philip is, and Senior Lister is quite gentle, while Miss Sharp, though a bit aloof, is exceptionally talented. I mean, the young witch blushed, anxiously adding, you surely don't know how efficiently they handled a multitude of tasks before our gathering. They were like royal staff. At this, Harry's eyes lit up. Exactly. Miss Sharp is incredibly capable, just like Sister Trelawney. Alan nodded with a smile. Yes, Harry, they are all remarkable individuals, and it is my privilege to have their assistance, though. Hagrid's interest was clearly piqued. Could you share that with me? Alan's gaze darkened. The day Dumbledore came to usher him into the magical world, upon encountering Harry and this half-giant at the clothing shop, he pondered. Why on earth would Hogwarts send a half-giant to welcome young wizards? Although Hagrid was a gentle and kind half-giant, it did not negate the bloodthirsty cruelty of other giants, nor did it assuage parents' concerns about giants escorting their children. This question was soon resolved. Upon their arrival at the quaint tea house, both Alan and Edward discerned that Hagrid held great reverence for Dumbledore, and Dumbledore trusted Hagrid deeply. Thus, Alan had long since concluded, if Hagrid were to learn of something, there was at least a 60% chance Dumbledore would know as well, and if the matter were significant or related to the Savior, there was a 90% likelihood it would reach the ears of the White Wizard. Not out of arrogance, but given Dumbledore's peculiar attention towards him, if Hagrid were to grasp the full picture, he could very well abandon his studies in alchemy. The blonde prince interrupted them briskly. What is there to discuss? He slightly lowered his head, placing his palm above his forehead, as if shy. I am merely the prince of ordinary muggles. They adore me for that, nothing more. Hermione wished to say something further, but met Alan's sidelong gaze. That look was as calm as water, devoid of even a hint of shyness. She paused, and when she looked back, Alan had already averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Harry, preparing to speak, was struck by a rock-hard biscuit thrown by Draco. Hey, try this out, you big oaf. Harry stumbled from the impact, hastily clutching the stone-like flatbread. The platinum-haired boy casually glanced at Alan, condescendingly picking up a teacup the size of a bowl, standing up to hand it to Harry. Effectively obstructing the view of the three little lions, though somewhat reluctant, he did indeed follow through. Ron stared in astonishment. Harry, taken aback, accepted the teacup. Oh, thank you, Draco. Hermione felt quite pleased, asserting, I told you Draco is different from those pure bloods. Meanwhile, Hagrid chuckled heartily, understandingly patting Alan's shoulder. Oh, Alan, I noticed how much the Muggle folks admire you when I picked you up. They listen to you so well. Draco casually glanced back, arching an eyebrow at the blonde prince. Alan, engaged in conversation with Hagrid, nodded slightly, forming a gesture of gratitude. The little peacock was satisfied. The little peacock proudly lifted its tail. He was not a dull-witted lion or half-giant. Just as that peacock's tail began to rise, Hermione gleefully pressed it down between Harry and Ron. What are you doing, Granger? Draco sneered, glancing around. Though, a snake has fallen into the lion's den. What a disgrace for Slytherin. Harry, cradling the enormous teacup, hurriedly set it down on the table, silently rubbing his burnt hand. Clearing his throat, his grandmother green eyes sincerely stated, All right, Draco, I admit I had some misconceptions about you earlier, but you are not entirely blameless. After all, you mocked Ron when you saw him. And you did the same with me. Amidst the awkwardness of the gray-blue eyes, the Savior clenched his teeth and added, Draco scoffed, naturally retorting, as if I ever treated you kindly. Oh, boys, Hermione, in a matronly manner, shook her head. If you truly wish to make friends, you ought to temper your bad tempers. Who wants to be friends with them? Ron and Draco exclaimed in unison. Hagrid beamed at them, saying, All right, Draco, I admit you are not like your father, nor like those detestable pure bloods. Don't be shy. Be bold in making friends. Gryffindor and Slytherin can have friendships too, can't they? Just like Lily and Professor Snape back in the day. The half-giant chuckled, bending down to stroke Yaya's head. This statement elicited quite a reaction from the children. Professor Snape? They all looked on in shock. Even Alan couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. By Merlin's beard, by Merlin's lacy suspenders, by Merlin's floral trousers. Who would have thought that the dark, brooding bat had a friendship that transcended house prejudices? It is worth noting that Gryffindors are known for their warmth, Perhaps overly so, they are also quite righteous, possessing courage, spirit, and chivalry, as the Sorting Hat states. Yet sometimes, their righteousness can go too far, carrying a simplistic view of friendship or enmity. Conversely, Slytherins are notoriously cunning. Notoriously calm and restrained. Wise in self-preservation. Some little snakes may prioritize self-preservation to the extent of disregarding ethics, often seen among pure-blood wizards. Snape was undoubtedly a quintessential Slytherin. His words were sharp, his actions swift, and he hardly appeared benevolent. Resembling a serpent. And Lily. Wait, who is Lily? Harry's eyes widened as if belatedly realizing something. He stammered, Hagrid. Was that my mother? Hagrid, chewing on the rock-hard biscuit, looked at him in confusion, mumbling, of course. Who else could it be? The pair of green eyes almost instantly glistened with tears, their expression strikingly similar, leading Hagrid to mistakenly believe he was seeing Lily. Hermione and Ron comfortingly patted Harry's shoulders, understanding his feelings. Even Draco could empathize. Merlin. That was Professor Snape. Just look at his disdain for Gryffindors. Who would believe he could have a close friend from Gryffindor? Indeed, my dear confidant. The two serpents present coincidentally articulated an astute definition. Given Slytherin's emphasis on blood purity and house allegiance, Severus Snape, being of mixed heritage, undoubtedly faced considerable adversity during his student years. Such a lowly half-blood would dare to aspire for camaraderie with Gryffindor. One can only imagine the precariousness of his situation within Slytherin. Thus, Lily could only be his closest friend. Naturally, with the keen perception of the little serpents, this matter could not remain concealed for long. Draco furrowed his brow and recalled, I remember my father mentioning that he once assisted Professor Snape, which may be the reason for their friendship. He exchanged knowing glances with Alan, both aware of the likelihood of this being true. Hagrid, clutching a cup of tea in one hand and a rock cake in the other, waved dismissively, who cares about that? Harry, somewhat impatient, rushed to Hagrid's side. Hagrid, please, tell us about my mother. Hagrid finally registered the urgency, guilt washing over him as he set down his cup. Oh, well, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, gazing at the eager faces before him. When Snape and Lily began their studies, they were already acquainted. They were inseparable and very good friends. However, one was sorted into Gryffindor, while the other into Slytherin. Hermione spoke softly. Indeed, you all know that Gryffindor and Slytherin have never been on amicable terms. Hagrid shook his head, setting down the rock cake as well. Can we not discuss this? The half-giant inquired. No. The four children chorused in unison. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Hagrid relented. All right. Back then, Harry, your father was smitten with your mother. He harbored dissatisfaction towards Snape, viewing him as a rival, which led to frequent conflicts between them. You know, love can cloud one's judgment. Hagrid nodded slightly. Yes, indeed. During that time, Lily and Snape bravely disregarded the discord between their houses, maintaining a strong friendship, spending nearly all their time together, except during classes. The half-giant clapped his hands in frustration, attempting to uplift the mood. Yes, that is the crux of the matter. So, if you wish to make friends, disregard the vile opinions of others. Just do it. Draco frowned. It can't be that simple. How did Harry's mother and father end up together? Hermione inquired astutely. Harry gazed wide-eyed at Hagrid, his emerald eyes unwavering, insistently looking up at his large friend. Well, Hagrid conceded once more. James was persistently courting Lily. He performed many foolish antics to capture her attention. Harry, you must believe that your parents were truly in love. And they loved you dearly. Harry nodded briefly, wiping his eyes, his voice hoarse as he declared, I have always believed that. Hagrid, I have always believed they loved me. Draco, unusually refraining from mocking Harry, gazed calmly, as if suddenly comprehending an unspoken truth. This was the price the chosen one had to pay. If Draco Malfoy's brilliance were to be exchanged for his parents' lives, he would rather remain a shadowy figure beneath the Malfoy legacy, even if it meant being labeled as an inadequate Malfoy. And then what happened? Harry pressed eagerly, pleading with Hagrid. Please, Hagrid, tell me their story. Hagrid gently ruffled his hair. Thus, upon graduating, they married and soon welcomed you. Until the Dark Lord discovered them. Harry fell silent. Hermione softly asked, and what of Professor Snape? Does it even need to be asked? Hermione? Ron shrugged. He must have done something wrong to be cast aside by Aunt Lily. Draco hesitated but firmly stated, the headmaster would not easily forsake his friendship. Alan raised his gaze quietly, observing the half-giant surrounded by the children. He recalled Dumbledore's assessment of Snape. He was a brave and respectable man. Snape indeed possessed unparalleled talent in potion making, yet he also exhibited extreme bitterness and bias. If this potion's master had maintained Lily's friendship, it ought not to have ended up this way. Hagrid hesitated. It was because Snape developed an affinity for the dark arts, being a Slytherin and all. However, that should not have been enough for the kind-hearted Lily to relinquish their friendship. But why? Harry suddenly raised his head. What did Professor Snape do? Hagrid sighed in exasperation, his voice gruff. It was precisely because of the dark arts that Snape and Lily had a fierce argument, during which Snape inadvertently said, "Yes?" Harry interjected immediately. Hagrid clamped his mouth shut, fidgeting restlessly. "Hagrid, tell me, please," Harry urged, shaking Hagrid's hand. Hagrid rubbed his palms together, looking troubled. "Well," he called Lily a mudblood. The last words slipped from him so softly, yet everyone heard. Hermione and Ron gasped in shock. Alan raised his eyes slightly, his azure gaze profound. Draco turned his face away, feeling a pang of guilt. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, confused. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Harry, have you never wondered why everyone was so angry when Parkinson used that term to mock you?" Ron chimed in. "That word is utterly vile." Even the usually careless redhead hesitated to utter it. Hermione took a deep breath, clearly offended. Alan spoke softly. "It refers to dirty blood, a derogatory term aimed at Muggle-borns or half-blood wizards. It is highly offensive." He slowly settled into an armchair, gazing gently at Draco. The little peacock sulked, unwilling to meet his gaze. Harry said, "So, he lost my mother's friendship. But he has repented." Hagrid attempted to ease the tension. "You see, Dumbledore trusts him immensely. Thus, Professor Snape would never harm you. Harry, he will always remember that lily flower." Harry hung his head in silence. Hermione and Ron comfortingly patted his back. Hagrid was truly beside himself. He looked up at the rough-hewn wooden beams of the ceiling, then down at the drool left by Fong, continuously rubbing his knees. Alan sighed and approached Harry. Thus, the chosen one, like a bewildered bird finding its nest, flung himself into Alan's embrace. The golden-haired prince excelled in offering comfort, even though he was not particularly fond of such interactions with outsiders, or one could even say he resisted them. He gently patted Harry's back. Having paid the price for his previous words, Harry nuzzled against Alan's wizarding robe. Alan smiled. "Harry, actually your father should be grateful for this turn of events, if it weren't for Professor Snape's misstep. Who knows whom your mother might have married? You might very well be a Snape now." Harry abruptly looked up, the hint of sadness vanishing in an instant. Draco appeared as if he had suddenly lost his crown. Looking dazed, Ron resembled someone who had just eaten 1,000 slugs, exclaiming, "Bloody hell!" The red-haired boy's expression crinkled in disbelief. Laughter erupted among them, easing Hagrid's tension. The half-giant finally conceived a distraction that he turned to the red-haired boy and asked, "Oh, Ron, how is your brother Charlie? I've always admired him. He has a way with animals." Ron, clearly eager to shift the topic, responded eagerly, "Oh, he's in Romania studying dragons. Mum says it's a perilous job. He's got a huge scar on his arm from a dragon's fire." Dragons? All present were keenly interested. Ron, awkwardly clearing his throat, felt a flush rise to his freckled cheeks. Indeed, Charlie studied a myriad of dragons, including the Norwegian ridgeback and the Chinese fireball. On one occasion, during a visit to him, they even encountered a Hungarian horntail. This sudden influx of attention left the red-haired youth feeling somewhat lightheaded, prompting him to boast about Charlie's various dragon-taming skills. Alan, perceptive as ever, noted this and subtly leaned back. Hagrid and Draco listened intently, occasionally posing questions, with the majority of inquiries coming from their half-giant friend. Meanwhile, Harry took this opportunity to alleviate his emotions, perched on the arm of a solitary sofa. Contemplating pouring himself a cup of tea, the chosen one oddly discovered a small piece of paper wedged beneath the brown-black teapot cozy. Curiously, he nudged the teapot aside, revealing a clipping from the Daily Prophet, a report concerning the recent break-in at Gringotts. Harry gazed at the printed words, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, "Hagrid, the day of the Gringotts incident happened to be my birthday. We could very well have been there." The half-giant's gaze flickered, feigning ignorance while loudly inquiring about dragons from Ron. Alan stole a glance at Hagrid, pretending not to notice the half-giant's discomfort as he busied himself peeling a piece of chocolate. Harry felt compelled to reread the article. The underground vault, which had been ransacked, had indeed been emptied earlier that day. If the filthy little parcel Hagrid took was the entirety of the vault's contents, what on earth was it? Why would the intruders risk so much to rob Gringotts? Over the course of the afternoon, the camaraderie among the three boys significantly improved, to be precise. They could communicate normally. The Chosen One developed a profound understanding of Draco's duplicitous nature, trusting Alan implicitly. He firmly believed that Draco was merely a pitiable child influenced by his family's reputation. Ron, tightly closing his mouth, reluctantly acknowledged his bias against Draco after receiving several glares from Hermione. Once the little lions set their minds on something, they would not waver. Thus, Draco suddenly found himself in possession of the trio's friendship, which left him frowning deeply. However, the three were undeterred, for Slytherins surely had a different way of thinking. They surrounded Draco, chattering incessantly, asking this and that, which made the irritable peacock bristle with frustration. Alan trailed behind them, bemusedly listening to their discussion. "That is your home truly filled with dark arts supplies?" queried Ron. The little peacock retorted. "If that were the case, would I have lived to this age? Do pure-blood families really possess an abundance of magical tomes?" asked Hermione. The little peacock pouted. "Of course. Haven't you seen the world, you Muggle-born?" He inadvertently boasted. "That's the heritage we've accumulated over a millennium." Heritage. Understand, there are only 3 of you living in such a grand castle. "Do you not see each other daily?" inquired the red-haired Weasley. Draco, growing agitated, stomped his foot. "With so many Weasleys, do you all sleep stacked on top of one another?" Harry observed his friend's playful banter, laughing with delight. He quietly sidled up to Alan and whispered, "Your Highness, I feel Hagrid is concealing something from me." "Are you referring to the Gringotts incident?" Alan cast him a sidelong glance, clearly understanding. "Yes, Harry. However, perhaps this is an affair for adults to ponder." Harry hesitated but ultimately decided to confide in Alan. "Your Highness, in fact, on my birthday when we visited Gringotts, we not only withdrew some galleons I required, but also ventured into Vault 713. Vault 713, Alan paused. "Isn't that the one that was robbed?" Harry considered and nodded. "Yes, Hagrid took out a filthy little parcel from there, no larger than my palm." Alan smiled, somewhat reassured. "So, that is what the thief aimed to steal." Receiving his affirmation, Harry nodded enthusiastically. The dark-haired boy scratched his head in deep contemplation. "But the question remains, what precisely was contained within that little parcel?" Alan smiled, remaining silent. As they neared the castle, he finally spoke. "Harry, let us put this matter aside for now and grab a bite to eat. We should return to rest early. Tomorrow morning, we have Transfiguration class." Harry's attention was immediately diverted. Yes, having been late for the first class, Professor McGonagall had scowled at them every time they crossed her path. He could not afford to be tardy again. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly have his head. He hesitated. "But that little parcel," Alan cheerfully interjected. "Do you recall how Sherlock Holmes solved cases? He would always find sufficient clues. Therefore, we simply need to wait patiently until the thief reveals themselves, don't we?" Harry nodded emphatically, bidding farewell to Alan, and hurried back to his friends. The 3 little lions frolicked toward the great hall, intent on banishing the tea sloshing in their bellies with a hearty dinner. Draco sauntered over, muttering, "This afternoon has been dreadful." Alan remained silent, watching the trio turn a corner, refraining from reminding Hermione to seek out Diana. It was only after the 3 had vanished from his sight that the blonde prince's expression suddenly dulled. He turned to the little peacock. "Draco, what did Harry say before I arrived at the hut?" The platinum-haired boy swallowed hard under his cold gaze, clearing his throat as if suppressing laughter. He mentioned how radiant a certain prince is, how all heed his call, and the grand promises made to protect the little Muggle-born wizard. "Is that all?" Draco shook his head, frowning in distaste. "Then that half-giant began to loudly extol your virtues, claiming you are an exceptionally capable Muggle prince. Afterward, the Chosen One began to boast about his studies and life in your palace." "Oh, Alan, you truly are a saint." The little peacock sighed, clearly having ceased to resist the notion of the Muggle prince's saintly attributes. How could anyone allow outsiders to reside in their castle, sharing personal tutoring sessions entirely? Alan pondered, relaxing into a smile. "All right, I understand." He turned to the little peacock. "Dear Master Malfoy, are you not joining us for dinner?" Hermione bit her lip in frustration. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? She should have been waiting for His Highness. The 2 boys were puzzled, wondering what the fuss was about. "Your Highness has a kind temperament. He will come to find you shortly." "Oh." The young witch tugged at her hair in irritation. "Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, could you not be more courteous? His Highness is to take me to meet Miss Diana Sharp." Her voice nearly broke. "What have I done? I forgot about His Highness." The 2 boys, bewildered by the sudden outburst, exchanged baffled glances as they attempted to comfort the young witch. They stood there helplessly for a moment, Ron, impatiently glancing at Hermione, said, "How many times must I tell you that Alan won't mind such a minor oversight?" "What oversight?" A familiar voice chimed in, as the blonde prince and platinum peacock approached slowly, one wearing a gentle smile, the other crossing his arms in their direction. Hermione buried her face in her hands, striving to stifle her sobs. Alan's gaze swiftly shifted to her. "Hermione, what has happened?" He approached with a smile. "Who has upset our little witch?" Hermione clutched the hem of her robe, remaining silent. Harry quickly interjected. "Hermione said you were to take her to see Miss Sharp during dinner." He glanced at the downcast young witch. "But we forgot about that matter earlier." Alan chuckled softly. "Is that all?" He turned back to Hermione, gently offering his handkerchief. "Oh, do wipe your tears, dear Miss Granger. You wouldn't want to meet your teacher, Miss Diana, with a sorrowful face, would you?" He feigned a threat. "What if the fastidious Miss Sharp refuses to teach you?" Hermione promptly wiped her face clean, calming her emotions, and nodded apologetically. Ron and Harry exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe that the little witch, who had just been in a frenzy of self-reproach, could be so easily soothed. The red-haired boy, in a daze, exclaimed, "Bloody hell!" The 5 children regrouped, chatting and laughing as they made their way into the great hall. This peculiar assembly drew curious glances from the onlookers, though they quickly averted their eyes. Malfoy sulked back to the Slytherin table, while Potter and Weasley returned to Gryffindor. The golden-haired Muggle prince escorted the little witch towards the Ravenclaw table. Jim, uncertain, he glanced back once more. Alan paid no heed to the gazes, but the little witch clearly could not. A subtle glance from him prompted the Muggle-born young wizards to discreetly redirect their attention, while also pulling along their pureblood and half-blood friends. Diana Sharp lifted her gaze quietly, the long feather ornament by her ear shimmering. Rising, she placed her hand over her heart and inquired, "Your Highness, what is your command?" Alan, glancing down with a smile, responded, "Allow me to introduce Miss Hermione Granger, a first-year from Gryffindor." Diana nodded at Hermione, inviting the two to take a seat. Alan gallantly gestured for the ladies to sit, then settled beside Diana. Before he could speak, Diana asked, "Shall I take care of Miss Granger?" Alan paused, chuckling with delight. "Yes, Diana. However, that is not entirely accurate. I would like to request your guidance for Miss Granger in her studies." Diana nodded gently. "Very well." Alan tilted his head. "You do not inquire about my reasons or confirm the specifics." "One can deduce," she replied. This girl, as cool as the moon goddess, radiated a divine brilliance. She discreetly glanced at the little witch beside her, then earnestly met Alan's gaze. "I shall devise a study plan for her and address her queries." "Shall I not?" Alan smiled at her, suddenly declaring, "It is an honor to receive your assistance, Miss Sharp." He turned to Hermione. "However, Miss Granger is exceptionally intelligent. In fact, she would thrive in Ravenclaw." Hermione's face flushed, yet under Alan's gaze, she quickly responded, "Indeed, Miss Sharp, I have already memorized the first-year textbooks. I have also read numerous supplementary books, including magical history and the Encyclopedia of Science." The little witch hurriedly recited nearly every title she could remember, her nervousness palpable. Diana smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction and impressive memory. She turned to Alan, assuring him, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall teach her well. After all, she is quite clever." Hermione finally breathed a sigh of relief. Diana suggested, "Let us dine here, Your Highness." And Miss Granger, the little witch, was eager to converse more with her future instructor, while Alan resignedly stood, stating, "I must return to Slytherin." Diana raised her eyes, instantly understanding. Malfoy still needed to be won over. She watched Alan depart, then began to assess Hermione's grasp of the first-year curriculum. Alan marveled at Diana's perceptiveness and clarity as he took a seat beside the sulking peacock. Why is this child always sulking? The golden-haired prince, exasperated, offered a portion of fried fish. "I keenly remember that I am a Slytherin. Did it not return immediately?" Draco silently accepted the fried fish, muttering, "You certainly know how to placate others." That Muggle-born was not immediately soothed. Alan sipped his cup of red tea, replying gently, "That is the etiquette of a gentleman, Master Malfoy, which you should be well accustomed to." Draco silently chewed on the fried fish. Initially, he had wished to befriend Harry Potter, yet the blatant mockery of Weasley had cost him that friendship. Subsequently, he sought to attract Harry's attention, but his teasing of Longbottom had squandered those chances. Later still, in potions class, he attempted to warn Harry about Snape's strictness, only to misjudge and ridicule him instead. But it wasn't until he rebutted Pansy that he inadvertently gained Harry's recognition. TSK. Such brainless Gryffindors. He would never admit to any fault of his own. Yet, he recalled how, due to a single remark about Muggleborns, Professor Snape had lost Lily's friendship. Did Alan truly not care about his words? Slytherins never easily relinquish their friendships. But what if a friend abandoned them? They silently finished their meal and returned to their dormitory together. Alan gently closed the door, casting a silencing charm and an ignoring charm at the entrance before asking, "May we speak now?" A faint blush crossed the platinum-haired boy's pallid cheeks as he clasped his hands behind his back, lowering his head slightly to mask his expression. "All right, Alan, listen." The little peacock pressed his lips tightly together. Struggling to utter a few words, "I apologize for my previous inappropriate remarks." Alan blinked lightly, questioning whether he had misheard. He incredulously confirmed. "What?" The gray-blue eyes flared with anger. "You clearly heard me." "Yes." Alan promptly reassured him. "I heard you." The platinum-haired youth, both angry and embarrassed, turned away awkwardly. "So, I mean, we are still friends, right?" The golden-haired prince gazed at him silently before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Are you worried I might discard you like Lily did Professor Snape?" He looked into those emotionally complex gray-blue eyes and smiled gently. "Oh, Draco, you are my first friend. Of course, regarding other matters, I trust the esteemed Master Malfoy learns quickly, does he not?" The platinum-haired boy immediately pressed his advantage. Crossing his arms, "You found a prefect for Granger. You must find one for me as well." Alan stood elegantly, his long right hand brushing over his heart, lightly resting before the platinum-haired boy. "I shall be an excellent teacher." "Master Malfoy, enter my world." Those gray-blue eyes were drawn to him. Fixated on the renowned azure gaze, the golden-haired prince whispered, "Follow me, and you shall witness the truth of the world for the first time, and gain freedom for the first time." That night, the pureblood noble and the Muggle prince forged an alliance, simultaneously diverging from the path trodden by the Malfoy patriarchs for a millennium. Meanwhile, his former arch-nemesis, now new friend Harry Potter, experienced a thrilling night. They had originally gorged themselves at the Gryffindor table, slowly making their way back to Gryffindor Tower after a hearty meal. The three little lions were quite full. Merlin knew that what they desired most at that moment was to return to the Gryffindor common room and comfortably nestle on the plush sofas to chat. However, the stairs of Hogwarts showed them no mercy. As they ascended the steps from the third floor to the fourth, the staircase abruptly shifted, depositing them into a completely unfamiliar corridor. To avoid being taken elsewhere, they had no choice but to hastily ascend the stairs. Watching as the staircase slowly moved away, and it was evident there was no sign of it returning, Ron grumbled, "This damn staircase." The little witch grasped the railing beside the landing, rising onto her toes and standing upright, looking quite anxious. "What should we do now? If we get lost in the castle, how will we return to the common room before curfew?" At that moment, they should have admired the Savior's bravery and good fortune, or perhaps his recklessness and bad luck. Harry stared intently down the corridor before suddenly stating, "This seems to be that corridor on the right side of the fourth floor that Professor Dumbledore forbade us from entering." Hermione looked as though she might cry. "Oh my, if we are discovered, we will surely lose points for the house." Ron gulped nervously and suggested, "Guys, perhaps we could take a look." "Ronald, don't even think about it," Hermione exclaimed loudly. Harry turned to Hermione, attempting to persuade her. "But Hermione, opportunities for exploration like this do not come by often. We cannot simply come here at our leisure." The Savior endeavored to emulate Alan. "Don't you wish to uncover the secrets that lie hidden here?" Hermione steadfastly rebuffed them, appearing exceedingly agitated. "Foolish boys, why do you always wish to defy school rules?" Ron, growing impatient, interjected, "Oh, Harry, don't mind her. She is always like this. Let us go, just the two of us." The red-haired boy addressed Hermione. "If you're too timid, wait here by the stairs. Don't concern yourself with Harry and me." He seized Harry and strode forward with resolute steps, akin to a general poised to explore the unknown. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hermione bit her lip and followed suit. She trailed behind the boys, chattering incessantly, "I'm not doing this for you. I'm merely safeguarding Gryffindor's points. Oh, you must understand. Slytherin has claimed the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. We ought to strive for Gryffindor, should we not?" The trio of young lions finally arrived at the innermost chamber. They stood at the dusty entrance, scrutinizing the lock. "Oh, damn it. They've locked this place up." The red-headed youth tugged at the door. "That's to be expected, Ron." Harry whispered, "This situation is rather perilous. I assent it." Ron shrugged. "So how do we unlock it?" Hermione inspected this and that, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. "Oh my goodness, Have none of you ever read a book? The young witch drew her wand and directed it at the keyhole. Softly uttering, Alohomora, the lock clicked open, and the door creaked ajar. Harry and Ron stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the opening door, exclaiming, "Wow, you're amazing, Hermione." Harry admired. Hermione placed her hands on her hips, chastising the two boys. Chapter 7 of Standard Spells. I dare say, none of you have read it. Ron wrinkled his nose, grasped the doorknob, and pulled the door wide open. The three children stood frozen in place, confronted by a monstrous three-headed dog. The beast was so large that it filled the entire space from ceiling to floor. Each of its massive heads was larger than its body, and 3 pairs of menacing eyes glared at them, its enormous jaws dripping with viscous saliva that oozed from its yellowed fangs. The trio of young lions screamed in terror, hastily shutting the door and locking it before dashing back with all their might. Just an hour ago, Hermione could scarcely fathom that her spirits could plummet further after having a Ravenclaw prefect as a teacher. The 3 children, drenched in sweat, returned to the common room, collapsing onto the sofa, panting heavily. Hermione trembled, her voice tinged with tears. Now do you understand why that place is off limits? It was utterly dreadful. The 2 boys were not faring much better. They evidently regretted their impulsiveness. Harry calmed his racing heart, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Hermione. We were indeed too reckless." Ron's freckled face flushed crimson. Whether from the exertion of running or from embarrassment, he queried. What on earth were they thinking? Keeping such a creature locked up in school, Hermione finally regained her composure. "You too. What are your eyes for?" she exclaimed in exasperation. "Didn't you notice what it was standing upon?" Harry, perplexed, replied, "Hermione, it has 3 heads. I mean, who could possibly pay attention to its feet?" Hermione stood up, glaring at them with fury. "Well, careless boys, I shall inform you. It was standing on a trapdoor that IT is evidently guarding something." Harry sharply raised his head. "Guarding? The only place safer than Gringotts is Hogwarts," the half-giant confidently declared. Splendid. It seemed he had unraveled the whereabouts of that small bundle. The young lions had experienced a night filled with thrills. Yet the following day, they arrived punctually at the Transfiguration classroom. They exchanged glances throughout the lesson until Professor McGonagall handed each of them a wand. The lesson's content mirrored that of the previous session. Due to the widespread poverty in the wizarding world, as Alan believed, every teaching aid was utilized to its fullest extent. The familiar matches lay on the desk, and the young witches and wizards sighed as they waved their wands. Professor McGonagall beckoned Alan to stand aside, requesting him to oversee the young witches and wizards. However, this formidable witch managed splendidly on her own, deftly tending to the young students. Alan strolled slowly around the classroom, observing the capabilities of this batch of young witches and wizards. Speaking of Slytherin, the most distinguished were Draco and Blaise Zabini, followed by Theodore Nod, a boy of few words, who even appeared weary whilst casting spells. Pansy Parkinson's magical proficiency was surprisingly commendable, while the others were somewhat lacking. In contrast, among Gryffindor, the Savior's transfiguration speed was unparalleled. He could already transform matches into wooden needles. Next were Hermione and a tall boy with brown hair. Alan recalled his name as Corbin McLaggen. Having studied it once before, their speed was naturally swifter. The others displayed rather mediocre skills. Alan found it hard to comprehend why, when it was merely a matter of channeling magical energy onto an object. They could not succeed. Could it be that they struggled to find the path of magic? The blond prince pondered as he observed McLaggen. A bold thought sprang to mind. Could he perceive the magical pathways of these young witches and wizards? He closed his eyes, spreading his feet apart, calming himself through meditation. The magical particles in the air became increasingly distinct, resembling twinkling fireflies floating in the deep black sky. They grew clearer in the darkness, transitioning from faint to bright. Alan attempted to draw them into his being. The warm fireflies approached his body but were repelled. The blond prince suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly drawing his wand, and directed it at an empty desk at the back. Continuously casting transfiguration spells, sofa, bench, wardrobe, watch cabinet. The young witches and wizards ceased their incantations, staring in awe at this masterful display of transfiguration. This was the second time they felt the overwhelming prowess of the academic genius. Just as the young lions were about to exclaim their admiration, Professor McGonagall silenced them with a spell. The witch's expression was serious as she raised a finger to her lips, signaling them to remain silent. Truly a rare talent, Professor McGonagall mused, having bypassed the incantation's guidance to directly feel the magical particles. This was something she had only barely touched upon at the age of 20. Harry, Hermione, and Ron clustered together, stealthily moving beside Draco, silently mouthing, "What are they doing?" Draco shook his head, intently gazing at Alan, lost in his thoughts. The little snake's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. For them, the more extraordinary Alan appeared, the more difficult their own situation became. The upperclassmen could use their infrequent interactions as an excuse for their cold treatment of Alan, but they had no such justification. Should this prince ever revisit past grievances, they would undoubtedly find themselves at the mercy of his ire. Alan remained oblivious to their thoughts, or rather, he was entirely unaware of the scrutiny directed at him. He swiftly consumed his magical energy. Completely immersed in his own world, once he felt sufficiently drained, he closed his eyes again, gently beckoning the swarm of fireflies closer. This time, as the magical particles approached him, they joyfully surged into his body. Alan attentively felt their flow within him. Perhaps due to the high frequency of his spellcasting, the fireflies coalesced into a veritable river of light rushing towards him. Soon, his limbs, which had been weakened by the expenditure of magic, quickly filled with vigor, accompanied by a slight discomfort from the excess energy. Alan furrowed his brow. If his body were likened to a vessel and the magical particles to water, then it was clear that his vessel could no longer contain even a drop. The magical particles seemed somewhat disgruntled, suddenly darting into his body with fervor. Alan let out a muffled grunt, his eyelashes fluttering as he exhaled softly. His right hand, which gripped the wand, trembled lightly. His muscles felt sore and weak. Yet he keenly sensed that his magical power had seemingly increased. The golden-haired prince gazed blankly at his wand, taking a moment before looking up to seek his reliable mentor. Professor McGonagall called out to him softly, "Mr. Cornwall?" Alan blinked. "Yes, Professor. How do you feel now?" The stern witch moderated her pace, seemingly fearful of startling him. Alan fully regained his composure and replied, "My body feels somewhat fatigued, my muscles are sore, but I sense an increase in my magical power." "Professor, what could be the reason for this?" He furrowed his brow in contemplation. "So, could it be that frequent expenditure of magic promotes its growth?" Professor McGonagall nodded with delight. "Oh, indeed. Have you managed to absorb the magical particles into your body?" Alan nodded gently. The witch joyfully patted his shoulder. "Oh, do not worry, Mr. Cornwall. It is perfectly normal to feel a bit unaccustomed when your magical power surges in such a short time. Just sit here for a while and rest. I will fetch you some chocolate." Alan was gently pressed into a chair, quickly responding, "Professor, I have brought my own." He retrieved a pack of individually wrapped chocolate from his outer robe pocket. "Then do indulge." Professor McGonagall exclaimed with barely contained excitement, even rising on her toes slightly. The young wizards watched them, bemused. It was as if they understood each word, yet when combined, it made no sense. The three little lions had originally intended to share their discoveries from the previous night with Alan. However, it was clear they would not have the chance as soon as class ended. Professor McGonagall happily led the golden-haired prince off to find Dumbledore. Draco gathered his belongings, thumping his backpack against Crabbe and Goyle, directing them to head to the dining hall first, then crossing his arms as he observed them. Looking for Alan for something, Harry hesitated before nodding. "We can talk about it later." They clearly were still unaccustomed to sharing their privacy with Draco. With Malfoy's sharp wit, he could easily dismantle them with his biting sarcasm. Draco narrowed his eyes in displeasure, his gray-blue gaze coldly fixed upon them. "Is this what you Gryffindors call friendship?" The three little lions flushed red. And after a moment, Hermione sincerely apologized to Draco, then hesitantly spoke about the three-headed dog. Malfoy was not one to disappoint. The platinum-haired boy crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow lightly. "I would assume your brains are slightly larger than that of a troll. If you possessed even a modicum of reasoning, you would know to avoid danger rather than recklessly rushing towards it." Merlin's beard. "Even a troll wouldn't be this foolish." "Hey." Ron's face turned crimson. The little witch stomped her foot in frustration. "I warned them." Draco scoffed. "Yet you still went, didn't you?" Harry took a deep breath. "Listen, Draco, I'm not here to argue with you. That three-headed dog is guarding something from Vault 713 in Gringotts." For a moment, Draco's gray-blue eyes were calm. The platinum peacock responded slowly. "Oh, I will inform Alan." This statement, both overt and covert in its implication of camaraderie, caused the Savior's eyes to narrow with barely concealed anger. Indeed, a fire inexplicably ignited within him. How amusing, Harry thought. He was the one who had spent a month living with his Highness. Why did it seem as though Malfoy was closer to him? The fragile bridge of friendship that had been so painstakingly constructed between the savior and the pure-blood aristocrat was precariously teetering on the brink of collapse within a day. Fortunately, the little witch inadvertently interrupted their strange atmosphere. "All right, since His Highness has already left, what are we doing here?" She tugged on one of them, ignoring Draco's resistance, pulling the two boys toward the classroom exit. "It's time to eat. You boys." Oh, meanwhile, in the headmaster's office situated on the 8th floor of the castle. Across a table laden with sumptuous food, Professor McGonagall sat upright, her hands clasped around her wand, animatedly discussing something. The white-bearded old gentleman listened peacefully to the witch's praises of the golden-haired prince. At the center of their conversation, Alan was gracefully and leisurely enjoying his lunch. When Professor McGonagall's accolades had reached a crescendo, Alan had nearly finished his meal. He gently wiped his mouth, then picked up another napkin. Delicately cleaning each of his fingers, Dumbledore looked at him, his cerulean eyes unusually serene. The elderly man inquired, "Young prince, sensing the magical particles in the air is a topic that students seldom consider. When did you develop such an idea?" Alan replied truthfully, then added, "This experiment was quite successful, was it not? The magic flows towards me like water from a great height." He extended his hand, gesturing toward the air. "I can even feel them. They seem to quite like me." Dumbledore's smile faltered. "Appropriate talent is admirable, but excessive talent can be somewhat daunting." The old man pondered. "You just mentioned wanting to perceive the flow of your classmates' magic. Did you sense it?" Alan met his gaze, his heart gradually sinking. Professor McGonagall interjected, "Oh, Albus." Alan nearly fainted after feeling the magic. He hardly has the energy left to sense anything else. It seemed the cat professor had misunderstood Dumbledore's intent. She believed the old headmaster was anticipating the genius's findings. Alan pressed his lips together. After a moment, he gently shook his head. "No, Professor. I attempted to sense it, but I could not." McGonagall patted his head. "You are already remarkable. Alan, do not push yourself." The golden-haired prince lowered his gaze slightly, appearing dejected by his final failure. His eyes were as deep as the sea, concealing an unknown tempest that he indeed had not had the opportunity to sense the magical flow of the little witches. Yet, he wished to reassure the old man. Thus, regardless of what he might achieve in the realm of magical perception in the future, he felt he had gained nothing. Dumbledore regarded him for a moment before softly saying, "Oh, Alan, do have some mango pudding. You like that, don't you?" Encouraged by Professor McGonagall, Alan devoured 2 whole servings of mango pudding. Had he not pretended to be reluctant, Professor McGonagall would have likely insisted on giving him another. This kind of nurturing care from a female elder was something Alan had rarely experienced. He indulged himself, somewhat helplessly savoring the pudding until he had thoroughly filled his stomach. Dumbledore seemed to finally relax, smiling as he waved his wand, packing a large bag of sweets for him, then using a shrinking spell to allow it to fit into his pocket. "Oh, young prince, do not forget Friday's lesson." The old man mischievously winked. "Remember the mango pudding." With a cheerful farewell, Alan sauntered out of the principal's office. The moment he stepped outside, his expression swiftly turned cold. The vigilance and skepticism were truly wearisome. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Perhaps Voldemort spoke the truth. Alan cast a sidelong glance at the door of the principal's office and descended the staircase step by step. Inside the office, the stern witch glared at Dumbledore. "Oh, Albus, you shouldn't press the child so hard. How can a first-year wizard perceive magical factors?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Indeed, Minerva. What first-year wizard is capable of sensing magical factors?" Professor McGonagall gradually fell silent, realizing the old man's intent. Somewhat indignantly, she retorted, "You know full well that the child is earnest and diligent as the Heir. He is equally serious and responsible. I dare say there is no child more reassuring than him." Dumbledore wearily nodded, offering comfort. Yes, Minerva. Were it not for Voldemort's emergence, I would indeed feel delighted by such a prodigy and impart all my knowledge to him." The principal's office fell into silence. Professor McGonagall quivered her lips. "Oh, I should have anticipated it. The Dark Lord was once a student at Hogwarts." Dumbledore murmured, "Do you not think that, at times, this young prince bears a striking resemblance to Tom? A remarkable genius, charisma that commands attention, a knack for smooth dealings, and a commendable rapport with Malfoy." The old man's shoulders seemed to sag slightly. "Minerva, I apologize for my thoughts, but the magical world cannot withstand a third upheaval." Professor McGonagall rose from her seat, pacing back and forth in the principal's office, her wrinkled hands constantly caressing her wand's handle. Finally, she declared, "We must trust in the heir's sense of responsibility, Albus." After that day, Alan exhibited no peculiar behavior and did not concern himself with the developments of the three-headed dog incident, focusing intently on his studies. Professor McGonagall was genuinely sincere. In the Transfiguration class, she imparted to Alan nearly all her insights on perceiving magical factors. "Mr. Cornwall, do not be overly eager for the embrace of magical factors. They will rush into your body all at once. At present, you are unable to bear such an immense influx of magic. You must strive to control the switch of your body. Yes, we may liken it thus. Before you can master the switch of your body, allow it to naturally regain its magic. Do not attempt to absorb it any further." Alan diligently noted each admonition, feigning ignorance of the witch's subtle scrutiny and restraint. He then engaged in his second-year Transfiguration studies under Professor McGonagall's guidance. The witch, known for her strictness, was once again astounded. Yes, although Alan had previously claimed he could transform a teacup into a mouse, the witch watched in awe as he stiffly pointed at a beetle, which promptly morphed into a golden button. Still, he uttered no incantation. She gazed closely, noticing the exquisite relief depicting the profile of a handsome man. Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of regret. "Yes, I should have had you use a larger animal." She summoned her owl, apologizing. "Oh, Herman, please stand here for a moment." "Oh, good boy. Alan, can you transform it into a goblet? Just like this." The witch raised her wand, astonished as she watched Alan effortlessly transform the owl into an intricately designed goblet. She had intended to demonstrate for him. Moments later, the raised wand slowly descended. Minerva McGonagall gazed at Alan as though he were some sort of marvel. "Alan, you don't require incantations?" Alan gently shook his head. "In truth, I know the incantations, Professor. I have perused the textbooks long ago. According to the theory of silent spells, I can cast them merely by the thoughts in my mind. Can I not?" Professor McGonagall exhaled in relief, lightly patting her chest. "Merlin. Alan, splendid work. Excessive genius can indeed be somewhat intimidating, cannot it?" The golden-haired heir keenly sensed this, lowering his gaze and smiling slightly. The wizarding world was indeed quite conservative. In the palace, when he showcased these talents, everyone was overjoyed that a gifted heir, not lacking in looks, was perfect for publicity. He would become yet another symbol of the royal family. In private lessons, he unabashedly displayed his talents. His teachers were ecstatic, passionately explaining the most cutting-edge topics and discussing further possibilities. Alan understood that the pure intentions of these teachers were entirely due to Edward and the royal family's diligent selection. Yet, he could not help but draw comparisons. In the wizarding world, why had his talents become a source of envy and trepidation? Professor Flitwick, however, was different. The practical lessons and charms had yet to commence. Thus, when Alan's wandless magic first manifested, it caused Professor Flitwick to tumble from his pile of books in astonishment. The professor, possessing a lineage of fairy blood, was overjoyed by his prodigious talent. Alan swiftly advanced through the spells of 3 grades. And Professor Flitwick was equally pleased. He thoughtfully compiled a list of supplementary reading for the 3 grades, encouraging Alan to delve into theory. It must be said, he had made a wise decision. Alan remained unaware whether the professor would later change his mind, fearing his rapid learning pace. Why can't this group of wizards learn from His Majesty? Alan thought, exasperated. King Edward had never considered having Alan follow a conventional learning path. The moment His Majesty discovered Alan's genius, he had all the textbooks from every grade brought in, allowing his son to peruse them one by one. Only when Alan's pace slowed did he hire tutors based on where he had stalled. How wonderful, Alan thought, feeling both powerless and angry. This group of backward wizards will eventually meet their doom. The most composed among them was surprisingly Snape on Mondays. After all, even with strong comprehension, potions had to be brewed one at a time with precise timing. On Thursday evening, Alan finally had the leisure to enjoy dinner, having the time to deal with the Savior. "Your Highness." The Savior silently squeezed between Draco and Alan, discreetly nudging the platinum peacock aside. Before asking with a hint of humor in Alan's amused gaze, "Did Draco mention the 3-headed dog incident to you?" He lowered his voice, edging closer to Alan. "Harry Potter." Draco erupted in exasperation. Alan laughed and reassured him. "All right, Draco, Harry is merely looking for an excuse to speak with me." The Savior's face turned beet red. Draco scoffed. "Oh, Potter. What? Do you consider Alan your mother now?" Harry's face flushed and paled. "Shut up, Malfoy." Alan swiftly and decisively shoved a macaroon into each of their mouths. The two exchanged glares, silently munching on the sweets. Harry, regaining his composure, awkwardly cleared his throat. Your Highness, aren't you curious about what's in that little package?" Alan shook his head. "Harry, perhaps you do not understand. Silence is also a form of safeguarding." Draco lifted his chin, the unique demeanor of Slytherin. "Understand, Potter?" Alan, exasperated, turned Harry's face towards him. "Harry, a secret is best protected when no one knows about it. Do not let this secret risk exposure." "All right." Harry nodded in vague understanding. Watching as Alan and Draco walked side by side out of the hall, no one knew. But how could anyone protect this secret? The savior scratched his head in confusion. The platinum peacock observed the golden-haired heir growing busier by the day. Feeling a pang of sympathy, that he awkwardly remarked, "Isn't the busy person forgetting that he promised to tutor a certain Malfoy?" Alan chuckled. "I have already prepared a list of assignments for you." Draco halted, looking at him uncertainly, repeating, "A list of assignments?" Having lived in a high-pressure environment since childhood, the prince perceived no issues whatsoever. Alan nodded with a sense of certainty, stating, "I have taken some time to observe you, and I now have a good grasp of your learning pace. Rest assured, I shall not assign you work that exceeds your capabilities." The heir of Malfoy followed him back to the dormitory, skepticism evident in his demeanor, and soon beheld the golden-haired prince producing a parchment scroll. A parchment scroll. The little peacock's pupils widened in astonishment. He cautiously accepted it, slowly tearing open the wax seal. And as he gently shook it, the scroll unfurled to the ground with a rustle. Draco raised his arm, staring blankly at the 10-inch-long paper trailing on the floor. The faint script was visible through the translucent parchment. Dimly discernible were the topics: Transfiguration Class 1, Understanding the Essence of Transfiguration, Documenting Feelings of Magical Flow over the Week, Analyzing the Pathways through which one's channel magic to objects. Alan nodded gently, relieved that it was not an overwhelming amount. The little peacock suddenly raised his head, his lips moving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, overwhelmed by the multitude of words he wished to express. After a moment, he finally managed to utter a question. "How long is this assignment?" Alan looked at him quizzically. "A week." The golden-haired prince observed the little peacock, who appeared as if carved from stone, and tilted his head in confusion as he explained, "This is tailored to your level, and it is certainly within your grasp. Well, except for the need for some extracurricular expansion." Draco gulped. "What if I cannot complete it?" "Then it shall carry over to the following week," Alan replied, taking the assignment list from his hands, rolling it up with care, and placing it back into his grasp. "However, there will be consequences for incompletion." Draco stared at him in shock, then glanced at the parchment in his hands. "Are you serious?" Alan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but if you rise at 7 in the morning, attend the early class for half an hour, and manage your time wisely after dinner. Of course, do not indulge in sleep-ins on the weekends. You have ample time to fulfill these tasks." The little peacock gazed at him incredulously. "Have you forgotten that I still have class assignments?" The golden-haired prince met his gaze. "Yes, thus you are permitted to complete these tasks over the course of 10 days, both this week and next." "Draco, may I request a fortnight to complete them?" Draco asked, his expression pained. Alan pondered for a moment. "Well, focus on completing them diligently, and allow me to observe further." The platinum peacock felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How had he agreed to let this person teach him? How could someone so effortlessly transcending the learning stages possibly understand his feelings? Alan gently patted his shoulder, chuckling as he leisurely drew back his chair. "All right, unless Master Malfoy has any questions, I shall cast the silencing charm." Draco sluggishly turned to him, then became incensed. "Are you just going to abandon me like this?" Alan halted his wand midair and turned to him. "If you have questions, feel free to ask me." "Are you starting already?" The golden-haired prince glanced at the scroll in his hand. Draco promptly concealed the parchment behind his back. "I'll start on the weekend. Let me have a break." Alan nonchalantly nodded. "Next Sunday evening, I shall check your progress, if you are unable to complete it." He mused, waving his hand lightly. "Then you shall stand on your head." Draco exhaled softly, only to hear Alan add, "Standing on your head for an hour. And if you fall, the time shall reset." Draco. He wanted to protest, but it was already too late. With a slight flick of his somewhat worn wand, the golden-haired prince's world fell into silence. Alan hung Salazar's portrait on the wall before him, listening to the elegant yet stern voice of the serpent ancestor as he absorbed the dark arts of a millennium past. Most magic transcends the dichotomy of light and dark. A millennium ago, The distinction was merely between forbidden spells and ordinary magic. One could argue that aside from time-space magic, the three unforgivable curses, and soul magic, all other forms of magic were freely wielded. White magic can kill, and black magic can dispel curses. Alas, future generations often held biases, artificially categorizing magic into light and dark, relegating all highly offensive spells to the latter and casting them aside. Naturally, within this realm of magic, some truly malicious elements exist, hence the need to learn how to discern them, correspondingly. The study of dark arts defense primarily instructs students to recognize dark magic and creatures and learn to defend themselves against them. Alan regarded him, stating, "Only by understanding dark magic can one conquer it. Should we perhaps delve into some theoretical research on dark magic?" Salazar appeared exceedingly pleased. "Indeed. I shall teach you how to identify truly malevolent magic and how to master your own mind. Learning these spells requires a steadfast heart. Alan, find an anchor for your spirit." Alan chuckled softly. "Ancestor, I have always known where my heart should belong." Salazar laughed heartily. "Excellent. Thus, we shall conduct concurrent teachings of dark magic and defense. Every Thursday evening and all day during weekends, obediently accepting my instruction. After all, that quarrel is utterly dreadful. A worthless professor. Do not let him diminish the potential of his heirs. Sundays are for you." "I have a Muggle gathering on Saturdays," Alan sighed. "I also need to focus on studying alchemy and drafting a magical contract." The boy gazed at Salazar with bright eyes. "Ancestor, you are so knowledgeable. Surely you know the theoretical origins of magical contracts." Having gleaned contract theory from Salazar, Alan felt quite pleased. He suddenly realized that Salazar was akin to a half-living encyclopedia, the kind with commentary. With a view to making the most of every resource, Alan tucked the portrait into his outer robe pocket, treating the serpent ancestor as his personal tutor. Wherever he encountered difficulty, he would inquire directly. Salazar's mind resembled a vast library, storing all knowledge from a millennium ago. Although the serpent ancestor lacked some of the newer theories developed in the interim, his foresight had allowed him to anticipate the future long ago. With his guidance, Alan could compare magical theories and casting methods from a millennium ago to the present, learning from the past to enhance his own skills. Of course, the consequence of carrying a teacher with him was that Alan was constantly assessed, his progress scrutinized. Consequently, his spell-casting abilities advanced at an astonishing rate. The Professor Flitwick, who generally maintained a composed demeanor, would likely find it challenging to remain so after witnessing Alan's progress. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Except for alchemy. Due to the innate caution of those in power, Alan would never attempt to concoct alchemical apparatus without a teacher's supervision, much like he would never enter a chemistry lab without protective gear. Thus, his alchemical studies remained entirely theoretical for the time being. Starting from the premise of signing contracts, the golden-haired prince theorized about the communication badges. To control the movements of the holder while also possessing communication capabilities. One must first channel the holder's magical energy into it, ensuring that only the magic of the initial contact is absorbed. Here, one can reference the golden snitch, which possesses physical memory, allowing it to remember the first person to touch it. Secondly, a contract must be established with the holder to ensure the badge recognizes its master completely. Finally, it would need to be linked with Alan's magical energy or the holder of the badge. In doing so, Alan would become a communication hub, or rather, the core of a local network. All badges would be interconnected, allowing commands to be sent swiftly and discreetly. Wait a moment, isn't this akin to a network? The golden-haired prince seemed to have an epiphany, thoughtfully reflecting on the previous communications technology progress report submitted by the military. This new technology enriched the previously singular communication mode, adding the capability for text messaging. Earlier, at King's Cross Station, he had sent a text to Edward using this very technology. Perhaps he could merge this technology with alchemy. This topic is unprecedented. Even Alan found himself momentarily at a loss. No, he truly required the guidance of a teacher. The Crown Prince's golden hair fell slightly askew. Obscuring his azure eyes, he needed to devise a means to persuade the suspicious elder to recommend him to that immortal friend. That evening, Alan ascended the castle's 8th floor step by step. With a twinkle in his eye, he remarked to the dripping stone gargoyle, "Mango pudding." Dumbledore was already seated at the table, awaiting him. As Alan lifted his gaze, he seemed to behold a Santa Claus before him. He silently inhaled, taken aback. Dumbledore was adorned in a vibrant red robe trimmed with white fur, bedecked with an array of Christmas ornaments that bulged at his chest. He wore a nightcap embellished with pom-poms and tiny stars. The crescent-shaped spectacles gleamed brilliantly. Perhaps it was merely Alan's imagination, but he could have sworn that the glasses sparkled under the light. Coupled with the long white beard and snowy hair, Alan struggled to divert his gaze from the elder's white whiskers, which were tied with a red and green bow tie. The elderly man smiled warmly at him, waving his hand. "Oh, Alan, come here." The golden-haired prince hesitated, a rarity for him. He slowly approached and took a seat opposite the elder, noticing several types of pudding laid out on the table. Dumbledore beamed. "Oh, young prince. Do you find my attire appealing today?" The elder eagerly rolled up his sleeves to admire his outfit, explaining, "I had this custom made at the Elegant Wizard clothing shop, of course, for this year's Christmas. Do I resemble Santa Claus?" Alan nodded with difficulty. In that moment, the usual heaviness he felt in the presence of the elder seemed to dissipate, akin to a deflated balloon. He took a deep breath and weakly inquired, "Are you planning to wear this outfit on Christmas Day?" Dumbledore replied with keen interest, "On Christmas Day itself. How does that sound?" Before Alan could respond, he added hurriedly, "Oh, perhaps I should wear it to the Christmas Eve banquet. That way, the children will anticipate what gifts I will stuff into their stockings." Alan was momentarily speechless. He pondered why one would decide on Christmas attire so early. The elder, with childlike glee, replied, "Christmas. It is always something to look forward to. Is it not? It's just a pity that since my graduation, no one has placed gifts in my stocking." Alan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Since my birth, no one has gifted me in such a manner." Dumbledore paused, sighing after a moment. The burden of the princely title, is it not?" Alan smiled slowly, a gentle smile. "Sir, perhaps you do not fully grasp the nature of royalty. Everything we possess stems from this title, and we return everything to the nation. Though it is but this, I never perceive it as a burden." The golden-haired prince's expression softened. "The direction of a person's heart always follows where their treasures lie. And my treasure is the entire nation. I shall guard her until my last breath." Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with a glimmer, akin to starlit tears. He murmured, "Indeed, Alan, indeed, where the treasure lies, there lies my heart." The elder's demeanor softened. "Come, child, let us commence our lesson." Following that, the white-bearded elder patiently and gently elucidated the subject of defense against the dark arts. Naturally, with the golden-haired prince's prodigious talent, he would not wear down the elder's patience. Dumbledore referenced a wide array of sources, establishing the trunk of the tree of dark arts defense and guiding Alan to expand the branches of his knowledge tree. Alan had to concede that the elder's knowledge was indeed profound. Among all those he knew, perhaps only Salazar could be compared to him. Yet, the serpent's ancestor had fallen behind by a millennium. The golden-haired prince had to acknowledge that in the realm of teaching, Dumbledore surpassed all others. However, today, Dumbledore seemed particularly amiable, scarcely revealing any suspicion towards him. Alan was perplexed but welcomed this development. If this elder were his adversary, many matters would become exceedingly difficult to advance, such as the pressing need to study alchemy. Nevertheless, he possessed ample patience. Alan summoned the patience required to deal with a befuddled prime minister, settling down to attentively absorb the lesson. Time ticked away, second by second, until the hour hand pointed to 8. The elder leisurely sipped his sweet tea, reminiscing, "It has been ages since I last taught a class. Alan, you truly are an exceptional student, even among geniuses. You shine brightly." Alan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Though a genius may grow swiftly, they cannot rival the wisdom bestowed by time. Professor, only the gifts of time are eternal, are they not?" The elder appeared somewhat hesitant, his cerulean eyes peering through the crescent lenses. Pausing for a moment, Dumbledore softly remarked, "Oh, Alan, I have a friend who is quite knowledgeable about alchemy. He is very interested in your thoughts and wishes to meet you." Alan raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Oh," before Dumbledore could respond, a tremulous voice echoed from upstairs, "Oh, Albus." Alan gently raised his gaze, the light reflecting a dazzling brilliance in his azure eyes. A French accent. "Nicholas Flamel." He stood up respectfully, watching the frail, pallid elder ascend the stairs. Frail, exceedingly frail. This was Alan's first impression of the alchemist. The old man's shoulders were narrower than the grandfather clock behind him, his hair and face both nearly white. It was hard to discern whether he was paler or if the nearby white wall was whiter. Curiously, the elder was clad in a loose linen robe, with thin wrists protruding from the sleeves, nearly devoid of muscle, as if only a layer of bone remained. If he were to be dissected, what could be learned? Could contemporary biotechnology penetrate the so-called secret of immortality? Alan found himself hoping that Flamel could endure a little longer, at least until the progress of biotechnology reached that point. He quickly suppressed this perilous thought. For now, he needed the alchemical knowledge residing in the elder's mind. Nicholas Flamel trembled as he descended the stairs. each movement seeming as if he might collapse at any moment. Even Dumbledore stood up. Alan hastened forward, ascending the stairs with large strides, gently extending his hand to support the elder. But Mr. Flamel, take care, Flamel chuckled, his chest emitting a strained wheeze before he began to cough. Alan's expression was indescribable. It was a mixture of concern, shock, and a hint of panic that screamed, "Please don't die." He looked helplessly at Dumbledore. The elder gently blinked. "Do not worry, Alan. Nicholas has always been this way, at least since I met him in 1890. 100 years. Alan silently observed the alchemist as he coughed and gradually regained his composure. Suddenly, he understood why Dumbledore seemed so unconcerned. Nicholas Flamel, the world's greatest alchemist, the possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, one of the only two individuals capable of achieving immortality. The alchemist descended the stairs, each step accompanied by a cough. Swaying left and right, every action seemed to be in slow motion. Alan feared he might perish on this brief journey. Thank the heavens, thank Merlin, thank the generous three fates. The golden-haired prince descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, meticulously keeping pace with Lumet, fearful that any unforeseen mishap might thwart his meticulously crafted plans. His patience garnered praise from the two elderly gentlemen, instilling a sense of reassurance in both. Regardless of perspective, this prince was undoubtedly a kind-hearted youth. Lumet turned to face Dumbledore, winking playfully, infused with a hint of pride. Had it not been for my insistence to come, I would have missed such a promising talent. Dumbledore, with a resigned nod, emerged from behind the table to pull out a chair for him. Alan hesitated, caught between words, before finally inquiring, "Mr. Lumet, why not create a magical wheelchair?" As Lumet leisurely settled into his chair, he momentarily paused, maintaining an awkward posture as he pondered the suggestion. His expression fell, and with a sudden thud, he plopped down into the chair, startling Alan. The alchemist, appearing rather distressed, glanced around as if searching for someone. Clearly, he found no one, and with a sigh of exasperation, he began to fidget in his seat, exclaiming, "Oh, I never thought of that." He cast a reproachful glance at the side, directing his ire towards Dumbledore. "Albus, you, born in the 19th century, could have reminded me, an ancient relic of the 14th century." Dumbledore, with an air of helplessness, replied, "My dear Nico, you are well aware of how busy I am. So much so that Minerva oversees all matters at Hogwarts." The alchemist remained unconvinced. The headmaster could only raise a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Please, afford me some dignity in front of the students." Alan was astonished to witness Dumbledore adopting a more mature demeanor when faced with an even more juvenile old rascal. He raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh. Once Lumet's anger subsided, he turned to Alan with a beaming smile. "Oh, my child, I am quite intrigued by what you mentioned earlier. It pertains to the limitation on the number of times human cells can divide." "Correct," Lumet lamented. 5 centuries have passed, and Muggles have cast off their ignorance, stepping into a brighter future. Yet here we remain, stagnant. He glanced at Dumbledore, letting out a soft sigh, before uttering words that struck like thunder. "Perhaps we should seriously contemplate Grindelwald's propositions, Albus." Dumbledore's countenance stiffened, as unyielding as stone. The vibrant red of his Santa Claus attire did little to alleviate the tension. His piercing blue eyes appeared sharp as blades, yet seemed to crumble into despair. After a moment of silence, he softly suggested, "Nico, should we not inquire about the wishes of the apprentice you have chosen?" Lumet chuckled gently, almost wistfully, reflecting on the passage of time. His experiences felt interminable, as if he had traversed endless cycles of day and night. He had acquired a vast expanse of time, abandoned by death, deprived of restful slumber. This frail body, decaying step by step, had grown so weak that even a first-year wizard could easily snap his bones. The Philosopher's Stone. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone, a divine gift, a devil's offering, and the dust of death. He had once believed that no one could resist the allure of this stone. Thus he safeguarded its creation method, keeping people at bay from this sorrowful fate. Yet humanity's pursuit of immortality was relentless, until he received Dumbledore's letter to first-year wizard, a Muggle prince, effortlessly dismissed the temptation of eternal life using Muggle theories. Lumet's heart stirred, though he wished to keep the method of crafting the Philosopher's Stone a secret. This was the culmination of his life's work. It embodied his profound understanding of the essence of life. A wealthy, rational prince, a prodigious talent, truly a gift tailored for him by Merlin. Lumet lifted his gaze, his visage illuminated by the light, resembling a skull, with pale fingers akin to withered branches. He asked, "Alan, would you be willing to become my apprentice, to inherit my legacy?" The golden-haired prince stood before him, vibrant and resolute. The grounded wisdom derived from a vast knowledge base, coupled with the ease that came from his status and wealth, radiated a brilliance akin to that of Apollo, the sun god. That he placed his hand on his heart in a gesture of homage, reminiscent of a curtain call on stage, yet also signifying a new beginning. The youthful voice softly declared, "My teacher, it would be an honor." Nico Lumé was too frail. Both Alan and Dumbledore harbored concerns that their comrade might exhaust himself running back and forth with the portkey, ultimately facing peril on the journey. Even the warmth of Fox could not mitigate the tribulations of transcontinental travel. Thus, the old headmaster cheerfully invited his old friend to stay for a couple of days in the headmaster's office. They agreed that every Sunday, Alan would use the portkey to arrive in France, landing at the quaint abode on 51 Montmorency Street. Salazar was displeased to discover that his teaching time had once again been encroached upon. For instance, tomorrow, Saturday, this young apprentice should have been under his guidance to establish the foundational magic of magical contracts. The following day, Sunday, the only two remaining heirs of Slytherin should be learning the fundamental principles of dark magic under the tutelage of their forebears. Now, however, everything had been usurped by that infernal skeleton, and this skeleton was incessantly chattering away with his disciple. Though, Alan, Muggle biological technology is truly fascinating. Indeed, why don't we use a fairy's microscope to observe human cells? LeMay's expression remained rigid, yet his enthusiasm was palpable. Yes, it's unavoidable, due to the side effects of the Philosopher's Stone. Well, one could say it is the limitation on the number of times human cells can divide. The world's greatest alchemist could no longer exhibit grand expressions. Nevertheless, both Dumbledore and Alan could sense the alchemist's delight. Ultimately, Dumbledore had to remind him, "My dear Nico, I understand your excitement at having found such a student." Yes, the elder's hands gently clasped together, humorously observing as Alan seized a moment to sip his red tea to soothe his throat. "Our little prince ought to rest now. Look, it is already 9 o'clock. Lomé's face instantly fell. "Oh dear, I should not have listened to your 2-hour lecture." The emaciated alchemist grasped the armrests of his chair, rising slowly. Alan promptly set down his teacup, gently preventing him. "Teacher, please remain seated. I shall take my leave now." Reluctantly, Lemay sank back into his chair, gazing longingly at Alan. "Oh, child, you must come tomorrow. Do you remember the time?" "Yes, 8 o'clock. Come here for breakfast." Alan obediently affirmed. And only then, at Dumbledore's prompting, was he able to depart. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Salazar began to furiously bounce around in Alan's pocket. The prince's robe was a disarray from the disturbance. Alan gently patted his pocket, striving to control his pace. If he walked too quickly, the newly acknowledged alchemical instructor would surely raise a ruckus. Alan could scarcely envision such a scene. Therefore, it was best to rely on his own ancestors. He wished neither to be discovered by the teachers and students of Hogwarts, nor to be overly eager to learn from them. With only a hidden portrait to guide him, Alan maintained a steady pace as he returned to the dormitory. He was met with the despondent visage of the platinum peacock. The golden-haired prince paused at the threshold. "What is it, Draco?" The little peacock's tail drooped entirely, and he looked up blankly. "Alan, what is the flow of magical energy?" Alan struggled to respond. "Do you not feel it?" The golden-haired prince extended his hand to sense the magical particles in the air, confirming their joyful dance around him. "Draco, can you truly not feel it?" The platinum peacock, filled with indignation, hurled the parchment he held onto the table. "This does not align with my circumstances at all. I don't care. I need a month to complete this pile of assignments." What more can Alan say, but to helplessly nod in agreement? "Then, it shall be 1 month." As soon as these words fell, the platinum peacock seemed to have been rejuvenated like a plant nourished by water. Suddenly radiating brilliance, he slowly rose, elegantly adjusting his collar with a distinct Malfoy flair. "Very well, Alan, you must remember, we are merely first years." Draco wrinkled his nose, recalling the phrase about allowing children to express their true nature. Alan chuckled resignedly, reminding him that this was a statement made by Professor Dumbledore. The heir of Malfoy raised an eyebrow, conceding, "Yes, sometimes the old bee does speak some sense," ignoring his contradictory nature. Alan pulled out a chair and casually inquired, "Have you finished your potion essay?" The platinum peacock's tail feathers drooped once more. "Oh, Alan, tomorrow is the weekend. Why must you bring up such dreary matters?" Alan feigned helplessness, responding, "Because I must go to the headmaster's office all weekend." Draco nodded slowly, puzzled. "But you just returned." The sea blue eyes gazed quietly at him. The platinum peacock promptly closed his mouth and declared, "Suit yourself." He was now animated, exclaiming, "I shall be attending Quidditch practice tomorrow." Alan deftly cast a silencing and ignoring charm, observing the little peacock lost in his own world. Before retrieving Salazar, the ancestor of serpents crossed his arms in discontent, inquiring, "When will my class commence?" Alan pursed his lips, mentally reviewing all recent arrangements. Finally, the golden-haired prince sighed. "How about from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Friday?" Salazar nodded in satisfaction and faded from the canvas, sitting at his desk. Alan found himself for the first time not contemplating magic or Muggle studies. The usually confident and composed prince began to harbor doubts about himself. Perhaps, maybe, he truly was unfit to be a teacher. The next morning, Alan made his way to the headmaster's office as promised. LeMay cheerfully clinked his silver cutlery against his plate, greeting the prince as he settled beside him. The old man struggled to suppress his desire to discuss Muggle subjects. Yet as Alan took his first bite of food, he could not resist asking, "Alan, I pondered all night. Oh, you mentioned that Muggles can see cells within the human body through high-powered microscopes, even the composition of those cells. If there is indeed a limit to cell division, what would my decayed body appear like under your microscopes?" This alchemist seemed entirely indifferent to his own status as a research subject. Even contemplating dissection, he was undeniably intelligent. For centuries, he had reigned as the uncrowned king of alchemy. Such honor had not diminished his keen intellect, and the passage of time had bestowed upon him unparalleled wisdom. LeMay remarked, "My cell division count must have reached its limit, which is why my body continues to deteriorate. The life force within the Philosopher's Stone allows me to linger on. So, does the activity of cells increase with the assistance of this vitality?" Alan paused, lifting his gaze gently, the lines of his brows and eyes flowing smoothly. This elder had swiftly adapted to Muggle science, perhaps even more so than Dumbledore. Remarkable. A relic from the 14th century. Decaying like a withered tree, one step away from relinquishing the elixir of life, and he could meet Merlin at once. Perhaps at that moment, one could ascertain whether Merlin's wardrobe was as colorful as the tales suggest. Yet, this mental acuity and open-mindedness overshadowed the entire magical world that in his time, LeMay, as a revered elder, organized efforts to resist Grindelwald's inferno, safeguarding Paris amidst the chaos of blue flames. No one would suspect that this alchemist would endorse any of Grindelwald's notions. Yet now, Alan could believe it, like the disputes between two factions, who could claim that the other's viewpoints lacked merit, but war had obliterated far too much. No one had a choice. Alan jested. "Do you require me to prepare the necessary instruments for you?" LeMay laughed heartily, only to be interrupted by another fit of coughing. Across from them, the white-bearded elder tilted his head, then fell into contemplation. Perhaps he had indeed been a tad too conservative. One should not shy away from trying new things. Should they? The decrepit alchemist gathered himself and cast a tender glance at Dumbledore. "Wise child, are you finally ready to emerge from the shadows of that summer?" He ought to thank Merlin. Dumbledore had not been ensnared in the shadows of that summer for a lifetime. "This young friend of mine, the years are still abundant." The golden-haired prince ate leisurely, and in the company of the two elders, did he finally resemble a child? No, for these two were incorrigible old rascals. And one's health was shockingly poor. The 11-year-old Alan, in fact, bore the responsibility of a parent. "Professor, you have already consumed 10 lemon sherbets. Please exercise some restraint." "Teacher, you cannot eat the lamb chops. They are indigestible. Do remember to drink tea afterward, both of you." Alan found it perplexing that the more he voiced these meddlesome remarks, the happier Dumbledore became. Eventually, he even collapsed into his chair in laughter. The golden-haired prince keenly sensed that it was as if Santa Claus had finally broken free from his shackles. Able to gaze peacefully at the world, perhaps he ought to revisit Dumbledore's life story. Then he could uncover that overlooked yet vital crux. Nicolas Flamel's teaching style was unexpectedly distinct. Perhaps it was the unique romance of the French. For this alchemist's lectures were delightfully informal. Yesterday, they spent an hour discussing Muggle science. This morning at breakfast, they dedicated another hour to discussing microscopes and cells. Thus, when the clock struck 9 and the formal lesson commenced, LeMay found to his dismay that he had forgotten to gauge Alan's existing level of alchemical knowledge. The gaunt, pallid elder nestled in his armchair, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he bowed his head. Dumbledore sat cheerfully in his own seat, occasionally glancing longingly in their direction while continuing to attend to mountains of correspondence that he seemed he was childishly trying to convey to his friend. "Look, I am indeed very busy." LeMay ignored him, remaining immobile in his armchair, listening to Alan as he recounted the essentials of introductory alchemical theory he had already absorbed. The alchemist was unconcerned, even if Alan had never encountered any alchemy. His innate talent was sufficient to propel him to great heights. It was not until Alan stated he had memorized ancient runes that Nicholas Flamel straightened up in disbelief, asking, "What, in nearly 5 centuries?" Flamel had encountered countless prodigies, yet, even those as brilliant as Dumbledore had never exhibited such a staggering pace of learning. If he recalled correctly, Hogwarts had only been in session for less than 2 weeks, and ancient runes was, it seemed, an elective for those in their 3rd year and above. Dumbledore subtly glanced at his old friend, stroking his beard with a look of calm. "Otherwise, why do you think I am so concerned about this child straying down the wrong path? If that day arrives when you and I are both old and frail, or perhaps even in our graves, while the new generation of pure-bloods bows and the Muggleborns revere their prince, what consequences might ensue?" Dumbledore scarcely dared to contemplate. However, Nicholas's presence provided him with a fresh perspective. Why not attempt to merge magic with Muggle technology? There still remained some bones on these old men that could yet warm the magical world. Flamel gazed at the golden-haired boy across from him, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. His thin hands intertwined, nervously fidgeting, he finally asked, "Alan, what prompted your desire to study ancient runes?" The golden-haired prince chuckled lightly. "I wish to understand the magic of a millennium ago. You see, I excel in spells." He lowered his gaze slightly, seemingly a bit embarrassed. The modern spells, after countless revisions, have omitted many of their etymologies. If one wishes to explore the essence of magic, it can be quite challenging. I believe that the magic of 1,000 years ago, though obscure and lengthy in incantation, should be easier to grasp in its essence. Thus, Flamel nodded gently. He cast a glance at Dumbledore and suddenly comprehended the other's perspective. Indeed, this prodigious talent could be somewhat intimidating. In this light, the early maturity of the Crown Prince's character might be a blessing. Otherwise, one might fear that such giftedness could lead to his downfall. As Dumbledore commenced his lesson, he decisively pushed aside the letters on the desk. Noticing the atmosphere becoming somewhat stifled, he silently broke off a piece of lemon sherbet and inquired, "Would you care for some, Nick?" To which Alan replied, "No thanks, you are in class, Alan." Ultimately, the lesson proceeded smoothly. Nick Flamel hesitated, unsure of where to begin. To explain the simpler concepts would be a disservice to such innate talent, while delving into the more complex ideas raised concerns about whether the other would grasp them. After much contemplation, he finally reclined in his armchair and resolved to start from the beginning. Thus, this old rascal declared, "Let me begin anew, albeit briefly. I shall narrate it as a story, and you may listen as if it were a tale, so neither of us takes it too seriously." Alan. The golden-haired prince appeared somewhat dazed, observing the gaunt old man as he began to explain in a soliloquy. Alchemy is indeed exceedingly intricate, demanding a high level of theoretical understanding. Without a solid foundation in theory, one can only grasp it superficially, lost in confusion. For instance, were Harry to arrive here, he would require but 10 seconds to procure a slumbering savior. Conversely, should Hermione find herself here, the young witch would be utterly disheartened and would plunge headlong into a sea of books. As for the others, let it be. After all, the platinum peacock is far too arrogant, and Alan genuinely feared he might storm off in anger. Thus, the golden-haired prince took the lessons of this esteemed alchemist as mere stories, even leisurely pouring himself a cup of red tea. The only role the prince seemed to play was to reassure Flamel during his moments of uncertainty regarding whether his pupil was comprehending. Uttering phrases like, "Please continue, I have no issues." Flamel, for reasons unknown, he felt a complete lack of the satisfaction that typically accompanies teaching, rendering his years of diligent study rather absurd. Alan patiently awaited, even as Flamel spoke of concepts that were easily understood at a glance, until at last, the discussion turned to the universal applications of alchemy, specifically alchemical arrays and instruments. Alchemical arrays, also known as magical circles, although drawn upon the ground, serve as spatial supports for the enactment of powerful magic. Different designs yield different effects. Within various attribute arrays, a wizard's abilities can be amplified in diverse ways, including spellcasting, summoning magical creatures, and time-space transference. As alchemists, we regard magical arrays as transmutation arrays, utilized for the crafting of various alchemical items. The chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Of course, the ultimate principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Remember this, Alan. The previously casual Flamel straightened his posture, solemnly conveying to his apprentice, even as the abrupt movement caused his spine to creak, "Bear in mind, alchemy embodies equivalent exchange. The old man's gentle brown eyes suddenly gleamed with sharpness. Do not let your innate talent lead you to recklessly dabble in terrifying taboos. You may find yourself unable to bear the cost. The creation of a magical array demands a price. Some arrays require magical energy, others necessitate materials, and some demand life force. Dumbledore observed calmly. The elder seemed to once again realize that Ariana's spirit had departed this world. Never to return, Alan nodded, reaffirming the inherent dangers of magic. Nick LeMay stated earnestly, remember, Alan, the three great taboos of magic are also the three great taboos of alchemy, the three unforgivable curses, soul magic, and time-space magic. Nick LeMay reiterated, Alan, remember, this is an absolute taboo. Do not venture near it. The golden-haired prince smiled gently. Why would I wish to encroach upon the forbidden? Teacher, the crown prince adheres to all regulations. This statement provided a measure of comfort to both LeMay and Dumbledore. Yes. Although this adherence stifles Alan's nature, it will also delineate a final boundary for the boy, the white-bearded elder pondered once more. Realizing he should indeed observe the education of Muggles, under ordinary circumstances, LeMay could never have imagined conveying the foundational theories of alchemy in a single day. Even he had taken over a decade to grasp the general concepts. The wisdom derived from Muggles should not be underestimated. The two elders recognized this once again. The theories painstakingly articulated by LeMay were invariably distilled anew through Alan's Muggle theories. Alchemy requires a precise understanding of the quantities of each material used to achieve a delicate balance. The golden-haired prince nodded, affirming, yes, I understand chemical ratios. I in the process of crafting alchemical instruments. Steadfast conviction is also of utmost importance. The application of idealism in magic, Alan pondered, nodding. Concurrently, we require exceedingly meticulous materials to facilitate the accelerated integration of magical factors. A refined division of labor? Dumbledore silently observed the exchange between the two, his gaze gradually shifting to the nearby fiery phoenix. Perhaps he should join the Sunday lessons in France for a bit of excitement? Alan's Muggle theories are indeed robust, allowing for discussions on the intersection of magic and technology. The clock ticked with impeccable precision. A lunch followed by a dinner. The golden-haired prince took his leave amidst LeMay's reluctant gaze. Exiting under the escort of the water-dripping stone beast, Alan gently popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. The rich aroma enveloping his senses and allowing him to unwind, he meandered toward the Slytherin dungeon, clearing his mind to allow the thoughts that had raced all day to settle. Alan. A somewhat familiar, elegant tone, the voice of Quirrell, resonated. Alan expressionlessly looked up to see the typically timid Quirrell lurking in the shadows. Sporting a peculiar grin, his slender brows furrowed slightly. After all, he truly had little energy to deal with this individual. Dark Lord, do you require something? The boy replied coldly. The other party appeared unfazed by his frosty demeanor. Chuckling delightedly, what's this? Has the suspicious old bee caught on? These past few days, you have been quite ensnared in the headmaster's office. Alan smiled, a hint of fatigue lacing his expression, tinged with derision. It seems even the Dark Lord can misjudge at times, or rather, the individual merely indulges in his own subjective assumptions. Yet this mockery led to yet another misunderstanding. Voldemort sighed dramatically. Alan, look how the foolish light blinds every eye that yearns for its warmth. Come to me, for in darkness, all are regarded equally. Alan replied with a trace of sarcasm. Are you suggesting that I, a member of the privileged class, renounce my power? Such a fantasy. Voldemort laughed heartily. Indeed, you and I are of the same ilk. He seduced, for those of our kind. We are rulers wherever we go. Even darkness shall bow to us. All those formidable dark forces will serve as our allies. Open your eyes and see. Alan, only in darkness can you truly wield life and death. Alan lowered his gaze and softly replied, I am well aware. Voldemort. Quirrell's expression twisted for a moment before quickly regaining composure. Voldemort opened his arms, coaxing, then come, Alan, join me, and together we shall forge a dark empire. With you remaining the unshakable crown prince. Alan found this utterly amusing. He stifled his impulse to laugh, donning his usual charming smile. Your Dark Lord, do you truly intend to share power with me? What leads you to believe that the crown prince would be so naive? He raised his gaze, his azure eyes as cold as pure ice. After a long day, he felt quite fatigued and, regrettably, would not be able to accompany any further. The golden-haired prince took a step forward. Voldemort spoke up. With your magical talent, you must be mastering spells rapidly. Am I correct? You will soon discover that the most formidable incantations are cradled within the embrace of darkness. Should you wish to explore them, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall reveal to you the true essence of power. Alan paused, seemingly intrigued. I have numerous classes. I fear I may not have time to spare for you. Voldemort chuckled lightly. Quirrell will apply for it. The golden-haired prince wore an enigmatic smile, his hair still gleaming under the castle's dim light. Then, shall we await good news? Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. See, he truly is of my kind. I shall mold a dark prince with the art of black magic, to show that old be the correctness of my path. Regret your mistakes, Dumbledore. Alan strode contentedly towards the dormitory. Excellent. He had acquired a superb teacher of dark magic for free. While Salazar was indeed formidable, he was a relic from a millennium ago. Alan needed something more contemporary. The golden-haired prince finally entered the Slytherin dungeon, only to discover a small peacock sprawled out on the sofa. Draco, clad in Quidditch training attire, lay flat on the couch. Alan, seizing the opportunity, waved his wand gently, casting a freshening charm to dispel the faint scent of sweat. Draco, the small peacock, emitted a sound from his nostrils to indicate he was still alive. Alan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he removed his outer robe and hung it aside. Is Quidditch training truly that exhausting? Draco weakly waved his hand, pausing before responding. I feel as though my body no longer belongs to me. Alan retrieved a medicine kit from the wardrobe, taking out 2 anti-inflammatory pills and 2 painkillers. Placing them on the coffee table, he prodded the table with the wand's handle, and a house elf suddenly appeared. Sir, BB is at your service. Alan nodded kindly. A cup of warm water and a cup of hot milk, please. BB swiftly vanished, and almost simultaneously, 2 cups appeared on the table. Alan called softly, Draco, get up and take your anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication. You will feel better soon. The small peacock half lifted his eyelids, groggily noticing the yellow and red pills, and weakly huffed, I refuse to take Muggle medicine. Alan leaned back against the sofa, his smile unwavering. Yet, you quite enjoyed the wound ointment last time. If my memory serves, half of what was left after sharing with the first-year students is still with you. Draco sat up abruptly, indignantly exclaiming, shut up. He snatched the pills and shoved them into his mouth, then swallowed them down with a gulp of warm water. Alan raised an eyebrow lightly, lifting the hot milk with both hands and taking a gentle sip. As the warmth enveloped him, the tension he had carried throughout the day melted away, leaving him almost drowsy. The small peacock mimicked his posture against the sofa, inquiring, why is there no milk for me? Alan replied with his eyes closed, you cannot drink milk right after taking medicine. If you still wish for it in half an hour, you may summon a house elf from Hogwarts. He stood up. Sighing, I apologize. Draco. I shall go freshen up. You should get to bed early. The small peacock glanced at the weary Alan, and then at himself, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Look, this fellow was in a far worse state than he was. The dark green bed curtains were drawn apart, revealing the golden-haired prince, who was neatly sunk into his bed. His thoughts were both lively and sluggish, intertwined with a sense of half-dreaming confusion. He mused that he ought not to be overly anxious. The theories presented today were exceedingly complex and vast. Even he found them quite overwhelming. Lamy had covered the core theories and their resultant findings today, leaving aside other branches and in-depth fields yet to be explored. Alan considered that he should allocate more time to alchemy. His mind skillfully categorized today's theories into his memory palace, and soon enough, the golden-haired prince's breathing slowed, leading him swiftly into slumber. The next day, Alan awoke promptly at 6, opting to skip his morning class. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he began to meditate, reminding himself to proceed slowly and not to be greedy. The golden-haired boy adeptly made his way to the headmaster's office, preparing to face the onslaught of theoretical knowledge awaiting him. However, the 2 elderly gentlemen in the office were quite astute. The 2 old foxes regarded Alan, both smiling and waving their hands. No class today. After all, you are still young. There is no need to rush. Alan felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering his gaze with a smile. I suppose I overestimated myself. Yet, he looked up in confusion. Is it that obvious? Dumbledore chuckled amiably. Winking as he continued sipping his tea, generously laden with sugar, Lamy shook his head, responding with a smile. You appear as you always do. Yet today you are almost silent. The old man's bony hand ruffled Alan's hair. It seems I taught too much yesterday. Even this old man has grown impatient. No rush. Alan, I still have plenty of elixirs for immortality saved up. The Lamy's gaze shifted to the roasted lamb chops on the table, swallowing hard as he attempted to divert his attention. I have enough to teach you all of alchemy. Alan's perceptive eyes narrowed as he inquired. Is there a problem with the Philosopher's Stone? Is its vitality insufficient? No. Has it been destroyed? The two elders exchanged glances, deliberately avoiding the topic. The golden-haired prince's gaze darted between them for a moment before he straightened his posture. The Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts? Is it that little cloth pouch? Is the mysterious man here for that reason? His deep blue eyes sharpened as he asked, Alan, how do you know that person is at school? Alan pursed his lips. Feeling a pang of annoyance, he exhaled slowly. It is because of Professor Quirrell. He attempted to entice me into darkness. Dumbledore leaned forward unconsciously, pressing his hands on the table. Oh, and what response did you give? Clearly, Alan frowned. I rejected him. His azure gaze turned sharply towards Dumbledore. Sir, I understand your concerns about me straying from the path, but I assure you, I will not lean towards Voldemort. Dumbledore regarded him quietly, his body relaxing slightly. Oh, Alan. I have always believed you would not side with him. Alan looked at the elderly man across from him, and after a moment, lowered his gaze gently. He stood up, saying, I have always been aware of your occasional watchful concern. However, I will demonstrate to you that this is merely a prejudice that requires re-evaluation. As the golden-haired prince turned to leave, Dumbledore softly said, Alan, I apologize to you. Yes, my child. The elderly man looked at him kindly. Please forgive my actions. I once watched a brilliant youth stand at the precipice, and I also witnessed another student stray from the right path. Both were immensely talented, yet they brought great calamity to the world. Yes, please forgive me. Perhaps I truly momentarily lost my senses. Alan slightly turned, catching the elderly man's sincere gaze, tilting his head gently. Some elders truly excelled at feigning vulnerability. Lamey chuckled heartily, hastily producing a test tube and swallowing the ruby-red liquid within. The painful sound subsided as his beleaguered body regained a modicum of vitality. Nicholas forced a smile. I am truly glad to see Albus emerge from the shadows. Unfortunately, this body of mine is merely hanging on. Lamey looked at Alan helplessly. Oh, child, let us seize the time for our lesson. In the principal's office, beneath the watchful gaze of portraits of former headmasters, an esoteric knowledge permeated the air. Yet it seemed that everyone present could effortlessly grasp its nuances. To ease Alan's burden, LeMay deliberately slowed his exposition. Indeed, even for those capable of rapid comprehension, an overwhelming influx of information could prove jarring for an 11-year-old child. Two elderly gentlemen and a young boy found themselves in a harmonious exchange, discussing whether the theories of alchemy could be further refined and attempting to amalgamate them with Muggle science. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. The Ministry of Magic secrecy laws would never permit such a scenario. Should that arrogant, ineffectual, and incompetent Minister of Magic become aware, it could potentially lead to accusations against Dumbledore on the grounds of Muggle artifact misuse. Speaking of which, Alan chuckled softly. Dumbledore, unwrapping a piece of candy, inquired, what has the little prince recalled? Alan replied, I promised Fred and George. Oh, the mischievous Weasley twins, who left quite an impression on me with their knack for pranks. Dumbledore interjected, perhaps, Albus, but I can scarcely believe your notion of mischievous. To you, as long as the castle remains intact, they're all good children. Ignoring his old friend's playful banter, Dumbledore continued, so, do the Weasley brothers and Alan have an arrangement? Alan nodded gently. Yes. They asked me if I could procure some Muggle items for their father. The prince, wearing a peculiar smile, added, by the way, that Mr. Weasley is the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Dumbledore shrugged. Arthur has always had a fondness for such things. Alan nodded slightly. Previously, I wrote to the king, requesting him to compile a selection of Muggle products for delivery. IT should be ready by noon today. Dumbledore sat up straight. Oh, do we need to clear the area? Alan shook his head thoughtfully. Perhaps there are too many items. My father only has one owl, so I need to send a few more. Dumbledore leaned in with interest. Oh, I dare say Arthur will be overjoyed. Speaking of which, Nicodemus, why don't you return first? Alan and I shall visit the palace to check on those Muggle items. LeMay's expression fell, and he stomped his feet in frustration. Dumbledore, are you truly delaying a genius's learning for your own whims? Dumbledore replied with sternness. Oh, Nicodemus, I am merely assisting in the transportation of Muggle items to the palace. You know the king only has one owl, LeMay retorted, indignantly tapping the armrest of his chair. Then let Hogwarts owls handle it. The great white wizard Dumbledore. Are you an owl? With a glint of mischief in his azure eyes, Dumbledore responded, Professor, why not? The golden-haired prince lifted his cup of red tea. Gazing at Dumbledore, which owl would dare to perform shrinking charms and disillusionment spells? That would likely be the least conspicuous owl. Suddenly, LeMay, who had been quite irate, burst into laughter. pleased to indulge his students' desires. "Oh, you are right, Alan." The old rascal chuckled at his friend across the table. "Oh, Dumbledore's owl, off you go to bring joy to your beloved members of the Order." The elder across from him took no offense to their jests but instead chuckled heartily. Stroking his beard, "What are we waiting for? Nicodemus, hurry and take Fawkes away. Alan and I are ready to depart." LeMay's face fell once more. He wished to say something further, but then a fiery phoenix appeared at Dumbledore's beckoning. And with a flash of flames, LeMay vanished from sight. The Santa Claus-like Lion King emerged from behind the desk, extending his hand toward Alan. "Little Prince, are you ready to set off?" Alan pressed his full stomach and hesitantly grasped the elder's arm. The familiar sensation of compression enveloped him, disorienting Alan to the point where he desperately covered his mouth, fearing he might vomit upon arriving at the palace. After a moment, the young master of the palace finally regained his composure. Rising to gaze at the castle's exquisite exterior, the golden-haired prince took several deep breaths and finally spoke. "Sir, perhaps I did not articulate clearly, but this is Windsor Castle." He struggled to manage a smile. "I mean, His Majesty the King is currently at Balmoral." Dumbledore tilted his head, resembling a foolish cat, casually extending his hand toward Alan. I recall the Balmoral owl has been there." Alan silently regarded the elder, sighing as he extended his hand once more. Finally, Alan regained his composure, gazing at the familiar gray castle, nearly moved to tears. The golden-haired prince resolved he must discover the flying spell. In September, this castle had been closed to the public. Thus, their subjects would remain unaware that the prince had stood alone outside Balmoral Castle with an elder. Thank goodness, Alan marveled. Retrieving the Board of Governors ring from his pocket, he deftly pressed the gem button in the center of the ring. Vanishing from Dumbledore's sight, the elder closed his eyes to sense, soon discovering a magical orb before him. This was his first time searching for someone in this manner, and it yielded an unexpected yet logical conclusion. The orb radiated a pure white, roughly the size of an adult, with pearlescent light cascading over it. Countless magical particles danced joyously around the orb. It should be noted that the size of the magical orb is proportional to the wizard's magical power. So, had Alan already attained the magical prowess of a 7th-year student? Dumbledore opened his eyes, hearing Alan's voice call, "Professor, hurry, be wary of the cameras." The elder stroked his beard, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, and followed the magical orb toward the castle. Alan skillfully located Edward's study, placing one end of his wand against the door and the other against his ear, and indeed, he could hear voices within. Dumbledore watched in amusement as Alan, resembling a thief, gently knocked on the door. Alan, feeling guilty, stood at attention, quickly stowing away the second-hand wand. Shortly thereafter, a soft sound came from the latch. The silver-haired butler opened a crack in the door. Though nearing his 70s, Vogue Frank was still vigorous, his posture straight. At that moment, he regarded them with a watchful gaze, his right hand behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Alan greeted him with a smile. "Good day, Grandfather Butler." The old butler instantly softened, shoving something back to his waist, opening the door. "Your Highness, what brings you back so suddenly?" He turned to glance at Edward in the throne, slightly bowing. "Your Majesty, His Highness has returned." Edward paused, raising his hand. "Quick, let him in." The king sat in a high-backed chair, observing as Frank scrutinized Alan from head to toe, patting the child's face and squeezing his shoulder. The old butler muttered, "Let us see if you've lost weight. What brings you back so suddenly? Don't tell me you've been expelled." The king coughed softly in exasperation, but the old butler remained absorbed in his examination of the boy. His attention unwavering, reluctantly, he stood up and approached, clearing his throat emphatically. The old butler grudgingly stepped aside. Edward ruffled Alan's hair and inquired, "What brings you back so unexpectedly?" Alan took a step back, placing his hand over his heart in salute. Smiling, "Your Majesty, Professor Dumbledore is here too." The white-bearded elder stood at the door, having observed them for some time, and upon hearing this, he tilted his head with a smile, gently knocking on the door. Edward nodded politely. "Professor Dumbledore, please come in and take a seat." They settled in the guest area opposite the study. The old butler swiftly prepared 3 cups of red tea, standing rigidly behind Edward, his suit impeccably pressed, resembling a sentry on duty. Edward looked at Dumbledore. "Mr. Professor, did you bring Alan back for a specific purpose?" Dumbledore explained his intentions with a twinkle in his eye, showing no sign of childishness. Alan had already closed his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. This is indeed quite juvenile, as expected." The king appeared somewhat dazed. He glanced at the two of them, lifted his teacup to take a sip. And after a moment's pause, he said, "Of course that I mean. Voke, why don't you take Headmaster Dumbledore on a tour?" The old butler bowed respectfully, approached Dumbledore, and gestured, "Headmaster Dumbledore, please." Dumbledore playfully shook his head, signaling to Edward, and cheerfully followed the old butler out. It was only then that His Majesty turned his attention back to his son. "Are you still adjusting well at Hogwarts? I know you have a lot more magical coursework. Are you managing?" Alan smiled and responded in detail. "I found a very amiable alchemy teacher, the one who is transforming the Board of Governors ring for me. Edward inquired with interest. Alan nodded. "Yes, he is quite renowned in our legends. Known as Nicholas Flamel." Edward straightened his back, revealing a hint of surprise. "Nicholas Flamel," the king repeated. The appearance of such a legendary figure in the real world always carries an odd sense of dissonance. Well, Edward thought with some difficulty. "It's ultimately a good thing. Isn't it?" He quickly regained his composure and began to fulfill his royal duties. "Alan, I've gone through your daily reports. Please elaborate further. I have some questions to ask." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired prince immediately subdued his smile and began his official briefing. The king and his son engaged in a serious discussion, conducting a small inquiry session. Meanwhile, Dumbledore seemed to have fallen into a pile of sweets. The old butler struggled to maintain his facial expression, in a warehouse roughly the size of a playground. Various everyday items of ordinary people were neatly categorized and packed into expensive suitcases. At that moment, all the packed suitcases were reopened, arranged in 2 rows, allowing this whimsical old gentleman to tour in front of the suitcase filled with bathroom supplies. The headmaster of Hogwarts lingered for quite some time, silently pinching a small yellow duck. Clad in a grand crimson velvet wizarding robe, he glided on a skateboard, or gazed at a pile of repair tools before losing interest and walking away. He eventually stopped in front of the women's supplies, adorning himself with a fluffy cat ear hairpin. "Vote Frank," he mused. "If he were to grow older, would he also become like this?" The old butler's expression faltered. "No, absolutely not. The media would swarm, and he would lose the dignity of a lifetime of being an elite butler." Finally, after enough sightseeing, the old headmaster, beaming, looked at Frank and asked, "Good sir, may I take these with me in a smaller form?" "Indeed, I am here to transport these items." Frank slightly bowed. "May I verify this with His Highness?" "Please do." Dumbledore nodded, once again holding the small yellow duck and giving it a gentle squeeze. Soon, Frank completed his confirmation and bowed, inviting Dumbledore to proceed at his leisure. Thus, in the presence of a pure-blooded Muggle, the headmaster of Hogwarts revealed the wonders of magic. The 10 large suitcases effortlessly shrank to the size of a palm and were then easily stowed away in the old headmaster's pocket. Frank's expression was serious yet composed as he led Dumbledore back to the king's study. Coincidentally, Edward and Alan had also concluded their discussions, with Alan even recording a few greeting videos for media use. Upon the old headmaster's arrival, the golden-haired prince once again bid farewell to the king and vanished with a pop to the whimsical Weasley household. They landed beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. Alan discreetly surveyed the house, revealing a hint of peculiarity that it appeared to have once been a stone-built pigsty, later augmented with rooms to rise several stories high, leaning precariously as if constructed by magic. The red roof sported 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign was crookedly planted in front, reading "Shabby Abode." Next to the front door lay some high-top leather boots and a rusty cauldron. A few brown plump chickens pecked about in the yard. A red-haired little girl was rolling up her pant legs, squatting in the yard to catch a gnome. The sudden appearance of the old man and the boy startled her, but she quickly recognized the white-bearded Dumbledore. Dumbledore, evidently well acquainted with the Weasley family, asked with familiarity, "Oh, little Ginny, good afternoon. Where is your father, Arthur?" Ginny pointed to the backyard and said, "He is working on that Muggle car." Dumbledore smiled. "Good child. Could you take us to find him?" The girl glanced at Alan and nodded. She flung the gnome away with all her might and led the two towards Mr. Weasley's workshop. Ginny curiously eyed Alan, noting how out of place he seemed here. His shiny shoes and impeccably expensive attire, along with his meticulously styled hair, made him resemble an insufferable Malfoy, yet his demeanor was gentle. And he smiled warmly when she looked his way. Ginny relaxed and then asked Alan, "Who are you?" Alan gently nodded and replied with a smile, "I am Alan Cornwall, a first-year student at Hogwarts." Ginny hesitantly asked, "Do you know Harry Potter?" "He is in the same year as you." "Isn't he?" Alan returned her smile, saying, "Oh, him. I know him. We are very good friends. You like him, don't you?" Ginny's face flushed as red as her hair. "Alan, with a hint of charming mischief, said, "Oh, Miss Weasley, you could write him a letter, and I assure you I will deliver it." Ginny stood on her tiptoes, her eyes sparkling. "Really? I'll write it right away." The girl seemed eager to run off immediately, but still restrained herself to lead them to Mr. Weasley before quickly dashing back inside. "Arthur?" Dumbledore gently knocked on the door. "Molly. Let me see again." "I am almost there." Mr. Weasley's voice came muffled from beneath the car, as his entire body seemed to be wedged underneath it. After a moment, he appeared to yield to his wife, quickly sliding out from under the vehicle. Arthur Weasley sported his iconic red hair, wearing a patched gray hat and a tattered wizard's robe. Just as he climbed back up, covered in dust, he eagerly opened his arms to Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Oh, Albus, what brings you here?" He turned to Alan and asked, "And who is this young lad?" Dumbledore smiled and nudged Alan forward, allowing the cleanliness-conscious prince to receive a warm but dirty embrace. The elder stated, "This is Alan Cornwall, the Muggle prince." The twins informed Alan that you have a fondness for Muggle artifacts, so the young prince has prepared some gifts for you. Alan coughed softly from the dust, glancing helplessly at Dumbledore upon hearing this. "Oh dear," Arthur exclaimed, covering his face in exasperation. "Those two children. How could they?" Alan quickly interjected, "No, sir. They did not request gifts. That I simply enjoy their mischievous candy and heard that you were quite adept with Muggle products. Which is why I wanted to offer some convenience. Of course, it would be splendid if you could share with me a copy of your research findings." Arthur sighed in relief, fearing those two truly were that troublesome. He immediately became excited, rubbing his hands together. "So what about the Muggle products, Albus?" Dumbledore did not disappoint him. With a flick of his wand, 10 exquisite boxes elegantly arranged themselves in front of Arthur. Soon, the enthusiastic Mr. Weasley was like a wild stallion unleashed. He squatted on the ground and eventually sat down, exclaiming, "Oh, bathroom supplies, a small yellow duck. Why would one keep a duck in the bathroom?" Alan silently pointed to a small notebook tucked in the lid. "Mr. Weasley, that is the instruction manual for all the supplies that— Oh, this is marvelous," Mr. Weasley exclaimed. "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley hurried over from the yard, a plump woman with a kindly demeanor, though her expression now resembled that of a fierce tiger. "Arthur Weasley, put down that Muggle car and look." "Oh, Dumbledore." Upon spotting the elderly gentleman with white whiskers, she warmly extended her arms to embrace him, exclaiming, "How wonderful to see you." "Hello, dear." She embraced Alan as well and turned to Dumbledore, inquiring, "Have Fred and George caused any trouble?" "Of course not, my dear." Dumbledore chuckled. "The Weasley twins are wonderfully lively and immensely creative. Would you not agree?" The warmth and inclusiveness of the matriarch made Alan almost forget his desire to evade. Dumbledore humorously explained Mr. Weasley's Muggle inventions and introduced Alan to her. Mrs. Weasley pressed her hand to her heart and embraced Alan once more, saying, "Oh, what a lovely and sweet child. If only Fred and George were a little more like you. I cannot imagine how much easier life would be." The lady enthusiastically invited them to stay for dinner. Alan glanced at Dumbledore for help. "Let us depart swiftly, back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore appeared oblivious to Alan's plea, responding with a smile. Thus, the golden-haired prince answered Mr. Weasley's barrage of questions while also managing Mrs. Weasley's incessant offers of additional food. Ultimately, he left with an overstuffed stomach and a hand-knit scarf from Mrs. Weasley, resolutely declining Dumbledore's suggestion of apparition. "You can use Floo powder, dear," Mrs. Weasley eagerly suggested, casting a reproachful glance at Dumbledore. "Oh, Albus, Alan is still young. Do not constantly take him operating." The kind lady then proceeded to instruct Alan on the use of Floo powder. Alan blinked in hesitation as he grasped a handful of the powder, looking towards Dumbledore. The headmaster mischievously winked. "Do not worry, Alan. If you happen to get lost, I will find you." Alan chuckled, feeling somewhat reassured. He slightly bowed his head, casting the Floo powder into the rekindled flames of the fireplace, and confidently declared, "Hogwarts." A swirl of emerald flames enveloped him, though his overstuffed belly still felt a tad uncomfortable. He deftly steadied himself and looked up to see Fawkes perched high on a shelf in the headmaster's office. Alan lamented inwardly. Why could he not summon Fawkes? Grasping the phoenix would certainly be more dignified than simply tossing a handful of dust. Darn Dumbledore. As Alan stepped out of the fireplace, Dumbledore too brought back to the headmaster's office. The portraits of former headmasters hung on the walls. Upon hearing their voices, a female headmaster opened her eyes and elegantly remarked, "Oh, Albus, Professor Quirrell came looking for you just now." Dumbledore squinted at Alan. "Child, he likely came for you." Alan shrugged indifferently. He had experienced 3 instances of apparition that day and felt utterly exhausted, too weary to concern himself with any Dark Lord. Returning to the dormitory, Alan found Draco still absent, undoubtedly occupied with Quidditch practice. Salazar could hardly contain himself as the portrait fluttered out of his pocket. "Hurry! You returned early today. You still have 3 hours of lessons to attend." Alan smiled, waving his wand to ensnare his ancestor in a silencing charm. Salazar's face contorted in frustration. Alan made a gesture of prayer, blinking playfully at Salazar. Regardless, he had no desire for any rigorous studying today. The ensuing days passed in tranquility and ease. All arrangements had finally fallen into place. The Weasley children specifically came to express their gratitude for Alan's gifts, even Percy reluctantly approaching the Slytherin table. Fred and George chimed together. "Oh, Alan, you cannot fathom how grateful we are." "Indeed, our father is absolutely thrilled," George added. "He is always so wildly enamored with Muggle products." Ron's face flushed as he exclaimed, "Oh, you have given too much." "Alan." He was promptly silenced by his twin brothers. Percy glared at his troublesome younger siblings, striving to maintain decorum. "Oh, Mr. Cornwall, we are exceedingly thankful for your gifts. Yes, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me," the Weasley twins shouted. "Serious Percy." "Head boy Percy." Alan found himself more accustomed to such formal discourse, nodding happily as he replied, "I am well, and should Mr. Algy Phillips seek you out, I would appreciate your assistance." Percy's face tinged slightly red. Clearly, he was unaccustomed to receiving such official responses. "Of course," he replied. "Well then, I shall take my leave. The head boy always has many matters to attend to." The Weasley twins shook their heads in exaggerated disbelief, mimicking Percy's tone, only to receive a sharp punch from him. Ron leaned over, his freckles somewhat flushed. "Oh, Alan, Mum said you visited our home yesterday." Alan smiled and nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, your house is truly magical. Mr. Weasley is quite fascinating. He even showed me his modified Muggle card. Mrs. Weasley is delightful as well. Your mother warmly welcomed me, and her smoked bacon was simply marvelous." Harry remarked enviously, "I would love to see it. I have never been to a wizarding household." Ron clearly had not anticipated such a series of compliments, his lips curling in a shy smile. The red-haired boy mumbled, "If you ate like this every day, you would feel that way." Alan shook his head. "No, Ron. I believe you possess a once-in-a-lifetime wonderful family, a patient father, a responsible mother, and a whole host of caring siblings." The golden-haired prince spoke with a hint of wistfulness, perhaps even an unintentional envy. Harry nodded vigorously. Ron wished to add something but was abruptly shoved away by Fred and George. "Little Ronnie, step aside. We have delightful things to show our investor." The twins showcased their constipation sweets, fever sweets, and vomit sweets, utterly delighted. "We plan to create a whole series. Let us call it the Instant Skip Class Sweets. Would you like to try some?" Alan swiftly declined, stating, "I shall continue to support you financially. Do not use these to plague me." He pondered aloud, "Do people truly purchase sweets to skip class? What then becomes of their studies?" Fred and George shook their heads at him. "Poor little prince. He has never even tasted the joy of skipping class." George agreed. "The god of jokes laments for you. Let us report, little prince. We have already earned 2 galleons, 10 sickles, and 3 nuts. Here is your share." Alan rejected the meager sum, saying, "Let us settle this once a month, Mr. Weasley's." Fred and George cheered for this generous fortune, leaving behind a handful of sweets as they embraced each other and danced away. Alan dutifully handed Harry the pink envelope from Ginny. Watching as the savior turned beet red, the emerald green eyes held a hint of reproach towards Alan. "Oh, Your Highness." This situation did not go unnoticed by the Weasleys, who had not strayed far. The twins returned hastily, eager to join in on the savior's commotion, only to discover their younger sister's name. The red-haired boy smirked, pulling Harry by the neck and dragging him away. The savior's helpless protest echoed, "It is not my fault. I haven't even met her." Regardless, Alan was finally able to experience the ordinary life of a schoolboy. Each day was busy yet fulfilling, with Salazar relentlessly seizing every opportunity to educate him. My lord, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It becomes even more exciting. Yet Alan could scarcely believe that he was unable to become a teacher for an ordinary person. Thus, he resolutely guided Draco. The once resplendent peacock of platinum now drooped, his eyes devoid of spirit as he lamented, "Alan, please assign me to Diana Sharp of the Bookworm Academy." Draco could hardly endure this torment. Why would anyone assign homework with such alacrity? One mountain of assignments remained, while another was already prepared. The platinum peacock seemed to have lost all joy in life, thought he could scarcely fathom that this golden-haired scoundrel had endured such a life for a full 9 years. He would rather be at the Bookworm Academy, poring over textbooks. Alan, at his wit's end, finally conceded to the oppressive nature of his teaching. Draco still felt no trace of magical essence that it would be best if he led the little peacock to seek out Diana. This aloof companion rarely displayed a hint of a smile, but now offered a comforting word. Your Highness, you should not impose your standards upon Mr. Malfoy. That would be a challenge for most, Draco protested. For the vast majority, Diana gently nodded. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, Alan sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. During this period, it was not only the little peacock who suffered, he was not faring much better himself. Teaching Draco had become one of the most frustrating endeavors of his life. Diana bowed politely, assuring, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure Mr. Malfoy's studies are well organized. Alan hesitated, saying, If Draco exhibits any arrogance, please guide him accordingly. I understand, Diana replied, her shallow pupils reflecting an otherworldly wisdom. Your Highness, have you forgotten? I am also the daughter of a count. Miss Sharp was unfazed. Her noble upbringing equipped her well to deal with such inconsistent young gentlemen. Friends exchanged delightful details of their lives, while the teachers made significant progress in their lessons. Professor Flitwick noted Alan's rapid advancement. The professor of Fey lineage gazed at Alan before exclaiming and tumbling from his seat. However, he quickly regained composure, excitedly scrambling back to his chair. Oh, Alan, you must progress swiftly, for then I can teach you the art of dueling. Merlin knows. I am utterly eager for a duel. In my youth, I was a champion of dueling, but alas, after becoming a professor at Hogwarts, I rarely have the opportunity to engage in such contests. Alan was, of course, more than willing to partake in practical exercises. Thus, the golden-haired prince fully relinquished his restraint, no longer concealing his talents before the professor. Professor McGonagall also appeared much calmer. She had evidently received the latest news from Dumbledore, and her once anxious heart had finally settled. A glaring talent placed before one and left untaught would surely cause Merlin to lament. Yet, Alan's progress was astonishingly swift. Professor McGonagall had no choice but to focus on imparting theoretical knowledge. Hoping to solidify the boy's foundation, she certainly did not wish for her student, who could build a towering edifice, to collapse due to a weak base that Snape's cold demeanor had also softened somewhat. Previously, he had been vexed by Alan's reluctance to engage with potion materials. Humph! How could the foolish and delicate young prince comprehend the wondrous allure of touching potion ingredients? That sense of unity with one's own magical essence can evoke the most exquisite fragrances from potions. Until Snape, with his stern expression, observed Alan brewing potions of impeccable quality. The dark-robed professor begrudgingly admitted that Alan indeed possessed considerable talent. However, he did not harbor a great fondness for Alan. It was evident to any discerning eye that Alan was merely adhering to a methodical learning process. Showing no inclination toward becoming a master of potions, such a purely training-focused approach, devoid of a desire to innovate, was certainly unappealing to a straightforward researcher. Unbeknownst to Alan, he had taken on the burden of expectations. His reluctance to create stemmed from the fact that nearly all of his remaining energy had been consumed by Alchemy and Salazar. Quirrell was likely the most discontented of all. He had failed to secure any of Alan's teaching time. And each time he beheld the golden-haired prince during defense against the dark arts lessons, his expression mirrored one of silent despair. The worldly wise Dumbledore was far too shrewd, while the long-vanquished Dark Lord was excessively volatile. In recent days, he had endured considerable torment without acquiring Alan's lessons. Alan could only respond with an inability to assist. What a jest! After painstakingly ensuring that Alan would not stray from the right path. How could Dumbledore possibly falter and thrust him into the Dark Lord's realm? The alchemical endeavors on LeMay's side were also progressing well, as Alan had begun crafting communication badges, perhaps by the end of the month. During the selection assembly for knights, he could unveil the badges. The enthusiasm for learning among the young wizards was at an unprecedented high. As the end of the month approached, the assembly would soon select the first cohort of the prince's knightly order. Each student was eager, ready to assist one another, studying magical theory and practicing spells, all hoping to be chosen for Alan's order and share in the glory of the prince. Life at the academy was vibrant and colorful. Was it not? Ah, if only one could overlook that Dark Lord. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the final Saturday of the month finally arrived. With it came the formal commencement of the night selection event. That afternoon, the room of requirement buzzed with excitement. Decorated as splendidly as Buckingham Palace, It resembled not a duel, but rather a coronation ceremony. Indeed, there were some similarities. The room of requirement's interior had undergone slight modifications. The former podium was absent, replaced by a lavishly gilded throne, adorned with a rich burgundy cushion, luxurious and opulent, while its tall back was encrusted with countless gemstones. 10 feet before the throne lay a dueling platform. Protected by magical wards. In front of the dueling platform was tiered seating capable of accommodating 300 individuals. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in a red carpet embroidered with golden threads. The soft texture beneath their feet provided an exquisitely comfortable experience. Most of these Muggle-born young wizards had only ever witnessed Alan's coronation on television, never having experienced such opulence in person. They marveled and buzzed with excitement. Alan sat upon the central throne, flanked by 3 academy heads. He invited them to take their seats once more, then stepped forward. The prince stood upon the walnut platform, arms wide open in an embrace, his warm smile radiating unshakable resolve. Before him, the cheers of 300 Muggle-born young wizards rose like a tempest. Alan inclined his head toward the left, center, and right, then took a step back, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Room of Requirement." His resonant voice carried the message to each young wizard's ears, and they quieted, gazing at the radiant prince upon the platform. "First, I wish to express my gratitude for your enthusiastic participation in the night selection. I, Alan Cornwall Windsor, thank you all for your love and support of the royal family." He bowed once more before continuing. In anticipation of this moment, the night selection and secretary selection officially commence. He slightly inclined his body, nodding toward the left rear and right rear. "I extend my gratitude to Miss Diana Sharp for her diligent organization, and to Mr. Alger Phillips and Mr. Valentine List for their dedicated arrangements. Now, let us hear the rules of this selection from Miss Sharp." The golden-haired prince stepped back with a smile, eager for the splendid performances of all. "The honor of the knightly order lies with each of you." The cool and aloof witch stepped forward, crossing paths with the prince. She respectfully awaited Alan's return to the throne before advancing step by step to stand at his right front. Her slender, pristine fingers unfurled the parchment scroll, and her cool voice resonated throughout the hall. "I now announce the rules of this selection. Please listen attentively. Firstly, the selection meeting encompasses the selection of the Secretariat and the Knights Order, with each academy permitted to nominate 5 secretaries and 15 members for the Knights. Secondly, the method of selection involves both theoretical examinations and practical duels, with a total score of 200 points. A score of 160 or above is required for admission, and candidates must achieve no less than 90 points in any individual subject. Thirdly, any form of cheating is strictly prohibited during this selection. Should any incidents be detected, the offender will be permanently disqualified from the night selection process. Fourthly, His Highness the Crown Prince has personally overseen the creation of the contact badge, crafted in gold and adorned with precious gemstones, which currently boasts protective and communication functionalities. Valentine stepped forward with a tray, a magnificent magical projection displaying the exquisite badge in midair. The resplendent golden base, elegantly set with luxurious red and blue gemstones, captured everyone's attention. Valentine explained that this badge is not only aesthetically pleasing but also serves as a brooch or pendant. The golden and pure gemstone emblem represents His Highness's belief that all present are his eternal, invaluable assets. Alan gazed at them with warmth, gesturing for Valentine to continue. It became apparent to all that the badge includes both protective and communication features. The protective enchantment activates automatically in times of peril, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from an ordinary adult wizard. As for the communication function, Valentine held the badge in his palm. Though it appeared quite large in the air, it was hardly bigger than an adult's thumb. He demonstrated that to contact someone, one need only press the left shield and state the name of the individual. The corresponding badge will emit warmth. Of course, one may also set a melody or even display the colors of Ravenlaw. To send a message, one must press the right shield. Upon pressing the right shield, a somewhat translucent, resilient screen promptly emerged, measuring nearly 6 inches. He stated that one could inscribe their message on this screen, ensuring to specify the recipient's name, prompting the corresponding badge to radiate Hufflepuff colors. The crown in the center serves as the communication point for the heads of the academies. By sequentially pressing the crown and the left shield, one may contact the academy head. By pressing the crown and the right shield in order, one may send a message to the academy head. We shall consolidate all these messages and relay them to His Highness every Friday. Algie stepped forward, somewhat awkwardly declaring, "The Knight's badge connects directly to the secretaries. The secretary's badge connects directly to the academy heads, and the academy head's badge connects directly to His Highness. The glint of battle spirit flickered in the lion's eyes. For the glory of the knights, for the dignity of the secretariat, unleash all your might. Cheers and shouts erupted from the young wizards and witches, while the crown prince sat upon the throne, observing the fervor and confidence before him with composure. For our dignity and glory, for a brighter future, I await the radiant flames of your lives. The theoretical selection proved rather mundane. Many young wizards appeared anxious, scratching their heads in search of answers. The theoretical questions posed to students from grades 1 to 7 varied in difficulty, all crafted by Diana. Alan had participated in the question formulation, but was politely dismissed by the three heads for a cup of tea. Ultimately, the Crown Prince's custom questions appeared only in the 6th and 7th grade examinations. Alan, however, was not idle. He was contemplating the assignment left by LeMay. This contact badge was commissioned by Edward and crafted by royal artisans, with LeMay guiding Alan in inscribing the magical arrays and various spells. Naturally, the core magical array was inspired by Alan, with LeMay himself engraving it. The ancient alchemist, inspired by communication technology, intricately linked 64 alchemical arrays. The most substantial array was directly connected to Alan's bloodline. As long as Alan utilized his magical power, he could perceive the badge's activities and autonomously choose which individual's messages to receive. The badge's positioning function appeared to Alan's magical perception as a series of glimmering blue dots, akin to a sea of stars. Ordinarily, Alan might have deemed alchemical products somewhat extravagant. Yet, having actively participated in the creation of the badge, he could only acknowledge its value. It was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. Of the 64 interconnected magical arrays, Alan had completed merely 13, with the remainder crafted by LeMay. Even so, these 13 had drained his magical energy multiple times, although the magical factors rapidly replenished his body and even enhanced his magical capacity. It was undeniably exhausting. Each exertion of magical energy brought him close to exhaustion. He gently closed his eyes, his slender fingers gliding through the air, tracing strange runes. The magical factors he stirred coalesced swiftly in the wake of his fingers. Just as a magical array was on the brink of formation, the golden-haired crown prince slowly opened his eyes, his cerulean gaze sweeping over the examining subjects below before retrieving a tome on magical history to pass the time. This moment provided a perfect opportunity to delve into the inconsequential, yet crucial matter concerning Dumbledore. Soon, the bells signaling the end of the examination resonated throughout the request room. The prince closed his book, smiling as he regarded the young wizards and witches. The Ravenclaw prefect calmly waved his wand. All the examination papers floated from the young wizard's hands, swiftly landing on a small table that had been prepared in advance. 7 grades, 7 stacks of papers. Some young wizards displayed triumphant smiles, standing out amidst the chorus of sighs and groans. However, as the practical dueling commenced, the previously despondent young wizards became animated, while those who excelled in theory displayed expressions of concern. It seemed that everyone had their own areas of expertise, or perhaps they simply wished to witness the spectacle. This was Algy's domain. Diana retreated behind Alan, settling into an armchair. A Victorian-style side table silently glided over, bringing the examination papers along with it. The Ravenclaw prefect began grading the papers in full view of everyone. The young wizards and witches suddenly tensed. Valentine, smiling, turned to Diana, standing straight as he addressed the young wizards. The examination has concluded. There is no remorse in the decisions made. With his hands clasped before him, he announced, "Next, the highly anticipated dueling examination is about to commence." The practical examination was not mandatory. Those aspiring to join the knights could sign up, while other students could take seats in the back to observe, except for those with notably weak spellcasting abilities, particularly the first-year students who could hardly manage any spells. Nearly everyone registered. Thus, a single dueling arena was evidently insufficient. The request room, in accordance with the Crown Prince's wishes, expanded the dueling arena, creating divisions within to accommodate 2 simultaneous duels. Algy pursed his lips, his expression stiff as he stated, "Teams may be formed, or one-on-one duels may take place. Team members will ultimately engage in duels amongst themselves. That is the procedure." The young wizards buzzed with excitement, each pulling their teammates close. The first-year students hopped back to their seats, indulging in a variety of treats delivered by house elves, gleefully watching the older students flounder about like headless chickens. Hermione, nervously observing the dueling arena ahead, nudged Harry beside her. Harry, I'm truly worried. What if I don't get selected for the Knights next year? Harry grinned widely. That's impossible. You have the guidance of Sister Diana. Hermione bit her lip. Yes, but we rarely practice spells. You must have practiced a lot with Senior Philip. Harry scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. You know, I don't really enjoy theory. It's too boring. Dueling is much more fun. As the two young lions conversed, the scene before them fell into order under Valentine's direction. Finally, everyone inhaled deeply. The dueling was about to begin. After a discussion among the heads of 3 houses, a report was submitted to Alan. The selection for the duel was arranged to progress from the lower to the upper grades. As the younger students possessed a limited repertoire of spells, Valentine expressed concern that witnessing the performances of the older students might deter the younger ones from participating. The practical opportunities at Hogwarts were already scarce, primarily relying on students' private practice. Should the young witches and wizards refuse to take the stage, the committee would be unable to assess their proficiency in spellcasting. How, then, could they extend their assistance? Alan wholeheartedly agreed and held a deep admiration for Hufflepuff's warmth. Consequently, the second-year students were the first to take the stage, still employing spells such as the Tarantaligra and the Bat-Bogey Hex. Alas, Quirrell was simply too inept. The second-year students made quite the spectacle. Some were chased by flocks of birds, ending up with bumps on their heads, while others had their front teeth drooping down to their chests. So frightened that they dropped their wands that a few were laughing uncontrollably as they danced, nearly tumbling off the dueling platform. Fortunately, the 3 house heads were proficient in magic, or else these little ones would have been left in tears. The younger students in the audience were nearly in hysterics. Originally preoccupied with assessing scores, Algy had no choice but to step in and assist Valentine and Diana with counter curses. Even so, the number of young witches and wizards needing de-cursing was overwhelming. Alan, both amused and exasperated, waved for the 3 heads to continue with their duties. His wand slipped from his sleeve, caught gracefully between his slender fingers, twirling elegantly at his fingertips. The golden-haired prince waved his wand lightly, casting a powerful charm that enveloped the unfortunate second years. Under the gaze of the crowd, the comical appearances of the young witches and wizards vanished in an instant, their attire and hairstyles smoothed by the potent magic, restoring them to their pre-performance state. The older students could no longer contain themselves. They had just been laughing at the pitiable younger ones, marveling at their limited spell repertoire and amusing antics. But turning around, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed by a first-year student from their own house. The first-year's silent spell work was not something to be taken lightly. It was an entirely unexpected configuration, especially for a beginner's spell. They compared the spectacle to the individual counter curses performed by the 3 heads, falling into a contemplative silence. Yet they quickly rallied their spirits. They were in the presence of such genius. With fervent gazes directed at Alan, the older students nudged one another, and finally, a brave little eagle stepped forward to inquire, "Your Highness, might you share with us the secret of silent spell casting?" Alan paused. Uncertain, is a secret truly necessary? Diana closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought. She shouldn't expect the prince to have an accurate understanding of his own talent. She had heard of the king's educational policies. Algy and Valentine had already covered their faces in disbelief. Alan hesitated. "If you truly wish for it, I can provide you with my insights on the matter." The little witches and wizards erupted with joy. And even Diana coughed delicately, signaling not to forget her role as the diligent head. Alan chuckled. "Give me some time. I will compile my notes this evening and hand them to Miss Diana for distribution, if that suits you." The older students leaped with excitement. They were about to receive a handwritten manuscript from the prince. Soon, they would possess the insights of a genius. Valentine took a deep breath, steadying his exhilarated heart, and smiled. "Your Highness, your talent is truly astonishing. You must treat us to afternoon tea." Alan readily agreed. The young witches and wizards finally settled down as Valentine declared. "The duel selection shall continue." The third-year students fared little better. However, they had at least learned some combat spells. Yet, the crimson light of their wands flew about chaotically, with only 2 out of 10 spells finding their mark. Soon, their magical energy was nearly depleted, and Algy shook his head, assigning them a score of 60. That the 4th and 5th years engaged in an even more chaotic melee, with red and green lights flashing haphazardly. It was almost unbearable to witness. Alan found it difficult to watch. The defense against the dark arts curriculum was simply too disorganized. 1 teacher per year, each with different methods, most of which were unreliable. The golden-haired prince furrowed his brow. At this rate, When Voldemort returned, these Muggle-born young witches and wizards would struggle to mount any resistance. He needed to approach Dumbledore to propose the establishment of a dueling club. Finally, it was the sixth year's turn. These young witches and wizards stood confidently, their chests puffed out, for the earlier chaos had instilled them with considerable assurance. Nevertheless, they were undeniably stronger than those who had not yet participated in OWLs. Their spellcasting was more adept, with 6 or 7 out of 10 spells successfully landing, but this was partly due to their opponents' evasive maneuvers. Alan observed their movements and noted that their footwork lacked agility. Each time they dodged a spell, they seemed to panic and flee. A few young witches and wizards even exposed their backs to their adversaries. However, there were also pleasant surprises. One little eagle creatively substituted the disarming charm with red sparks, then deftly employed the actual disarming charm to overpower their opponent. The badgers and lions took note, and the duel selection finally began to gain momentum. By the time the 7th-year selections commenced, the competition had reached a fever pitch. Levitation charms combined with disarming spells, red fire sparks alongside stunning spells, and summoning charms paired with immobilizing spells were being unleashed in an endless array of imaginative combinations. Alan quickly categorized these combat combinations in his mind. Your Highness, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It's even more thrilling. The golden-haired prince beamed from his throne, marveling at the unique wisdom of the young witches and wizards. In comparison to these young talents, he felt somewhat stolid, did he not? Algie dutifully recorded scores while Diana neared the completion of her grading. Valentine compiled the statistics into a chart and, as expected, recognized several familiar names at the top. These were the strongest contenders from the previous head election, as well as friends who had recently been fulfilling secretarial duties. The badger head raised an eyebrow mischievously and stepped forward to stand at the right front of the throne. What a momentous duel selection, he exclaimed, shaking his head in wonder. Now, may I invite His Highness to address us? Alan rose with a smile, extending his arms to them. What a splendid duel, truly marvelous. I witnessed a remarkable array of combinations. Indeed, the golden-haired prince arched an eyebrow slightly. I have taken note of these. I shall compile them this evening and present them to Miss Diana for your reference regarding spell combinations. He descended from the platform, grinning as he joined the young witches and wizards. I know you're anxious. I'm here to keep you company, he said. Do not be disheartened if you are not selected. I have prepared simplified badges. While they may not allow communication, they do offer protective functions. The young witches and wizards were moved to tears, especially the first years, who had thought they would be without badges for the entire year. Were there truly simplified versions? Alan smiled at the 3 heads on stage. Valentine, do announce it. The young witches and wizards clamored, eager to see who would receive the first batch of night badges. Those few high-achieving students glared fiercely at the platform, as if to say that if Valentine dared to waste a moment, he would be unceremoniously ejected from the room of requirement. Under such scrutiny, the badger head decisively cleared the stage. Without further ado, let us invite Miss Diana Sharp to read the list of selections. Applause erupted from the audience, cheers and whistles ringing out. Some impatient young witches and wizards shouted for her to skip the formalities and get on with it. Amid the eager anticipation, Diana took the parchment roll and stood at the right front of the throne. Before I read the list of selections, I will reiterate the rules. The young witches and wizards obediently fell silent, evidently wary of the stern Miss Sharp. Each house shall recruit 15 members for the Knight Brigade, totaling 45. The Secretary's office shall recruit 5 members per house. After discussion, this was modified to 3 members, totaling 9. Diana was clearly well-versed in these figures. Her clear blue eyes surveyed the young witches and wizards below. Now, I shall read the list of selections. 9 from Gryffindor were selected, 11 from Hufflepuff, and 12 from Ravenclaw. Beneath the cool, crisp tones, the eyes of the young wizards sparkled ever more brightly. The golden-haired prince returned to the throne, bestowing the badge of glory upon each knight. He proclaimed, "The badge is glorious because of you." He further declared, "I am honored because of you." Before long, Halloween arrived, and Hogwarts Castle buzzed with excitement. Hagrid enlarged and hollowed out pumpkins, with many little wizards spinning about inside, often accompanied by young couples on dates. The ceiling was adorned with jack-o'-lanterns, and platters of sweets were scattered everywhere, enveloping Hogwarts Castle in a festive atmosphere. Draco gifted Ellen a pointed wizard hat in exchange for a fine watch from Ellen's collection. At Ellen's behest, the Muggle-born wizards wore their badges prominently on their robes, some even donning chains to hang them around their necks. Thus, without attracting undue attention from Dumbledore, Ellen began to consolidate the Muggle-born's influence in the guise of a dueling club. During that day's charms class, Seamus once again caused an explosion, and Hermione and Ron appeared somewhat discontented. After class, the four of them walked ahead together, and under Ellen's inquiring gaze, Harry briefly recounted the earlier altercation between Ron and Hermione. Ron retorted, "You have no idea how peculiar she is, it's Leviosa. Not Levio-Sard, and no wonder she has no friends." He was nudged by Hermione, who quickly strode ahead, seemingly wiping away tears. Ellen cast a disapproving glance at Ron. "Ron, she seems to have heard that," Harry remarked. Ron, feeling uneasy, replied, "It shouldn't matter, right?" Draco scoffed, perhaps indicating that Ron was unfamiliar with the concept of gentlemanly conduct. Ellen sighed softly, "Ron, Hermione merely wishes to assist you, albeit in the wrong manner. You know she loves discussing knowledge with others." Ron's freckles flushed, and he fell into silence. Harry observed the two, swiftly pulling Ron away to bid farewell to Ellen. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts was particularly lavish. Draco forcibly placed a pointed hat upon Ellen's head and stuffed a handful of homemade sweets from Narcissa into his pocket. Ellen was not fond of sweets but graciously popped one into his mouth. Everyone joyfully savored the feast when the great doors suddenly swung open. Quirrell dashed in, his scarf askew, his face a mask of terror as he shouted, "A troll!" In the dungeons, he abruptly halted, seemingly paralyzed with fear, whispering, "You should know." Then he collapsed to the floor. Ellen's expression darkened as he scanned the staff table. Panic ensued among the young wizards, who screamed and fled from the dining hall, creating instant chaos. Draco's terrified cry was silenced as Ellen shoved a chocolate into his mouth and pressed him back into his seat, calmly admonishing, "What are you panicking for?" Perhaps due to Ellen's steady tone and touch, and the sweet taste of chocolate on his tongue, Draco quickly regained his composure. He attempted to speak, but realized he still had chocolate in his mouth, so in frustration, he began to crunch on it loudly. Dumbledore raised his wand, producing several sharp explosions of fireworks, silencing the crowd. "Prefect," he intoned gravely, "immediately escort your students back to the dormitory." Dumbledore glanced in Ellen's direction before leading the professors to confront the troll. Out of the corner of his eye, Ellen saw Snape curse under his breath and turned to exit through the back door. Ellen's gaze darkened. Where could Snape be heading at such a time? It was obvious. Could it be that Quirrell had targeted something guarded by the three-headed dog? He said to Draco, "Stay close to the group, back to the common room." With that, he turned away from the crowd. Draco shouted, "Ellen, where are you going?" That blonde fool, the golden-haired boy, ignored him entirely as the crowd surged between them, in an instant. When Draco looked back, he could no longer spot that golden head. The platinum peacock was furious, but had no choice but to follow the group back. Meanwhile, Ellen hurriedly ascended to the fourth floor. Although he knew that the sweet-toothed old man must have a backup plan. It was the Philosopher's Stone. If Quirrell succeeded, Voldemort might indeed rise again. The golden-haired prince, with a stern expression, cast a speed-enhancing charm upon himself. No matter how slim the chance, he would never allow such a dangerous existence to persist. Ellen rushed forward, eager to ensure the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, moving swiftly like the wind. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. His cold gaze swept across the third floor, where he spotted two familiar heads. His azure eyes halted abruptly. The hem of his robe, previously trailing behind him, now snug against his long legs. His golden hair fell gently, partially obscuring his pale forehead. He paused, resting a hand against the stair railing, his cold demeanor waiting for the two oblivious Gryffindors to walk into his trap. Harry and Ron were engrossed in heated discussion as they hurried forward, each voicing their thoughts until they reached a consensus. They needed to find Hermione quickly. Upon spotting the icy Ellen, the two Gryffindors instinctively shrank back. Ron, being from a pure-blood family, was deemed outside Ellen's purview, so he turned to the anxious Harry and asked, "What are you doing here?" The prince's voice held an authority that had never been directed at his subjects before. This formidable version of Ellen was intimidating, causing Harry and Ron to lower their heads in guilt. Harry whispered, "Hermione wasn't at dinner. She went to the restroom." Ron nudged Harry, interrupting him. However, Ellen had already pieced it together. These two had clearly not gone to speak to Hermione or apologize, meaning she was still in the restroom, completely unaware of the troll. The golden-haired prince took a deep breath, suppressing his anger slightly. Then, "Where is Miss Granger's restroom?" Harry quickly responded, "The one on the far right of the third floor." Ellen commanded, "I will go save her. You two return." Harry and Ron had more to say. However, before they could voice their thoughts, an overwhelming foul stench filled the air, followed by a deep rumbling sound, and then the unmistakable sound of enormous feet dragging across the floor. The three turned to look at the end of a corridor to their left. A colossal creature was lumbering toward them. Ellen glanced at Harry, and the three retreated into the shadows, observing as it slowly stepped into the moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. It stood 12 feet tall. Its skin dull and lifeless, with a massive, clumsy gray body. This enormous frame was paired with a small head, its legs short and thick like tree stumps, ending in broad, flat, and coarse feet. Most prominent, however, was the repulsive odor emanating from it. It clutched a hefty wooden club, dragging it along the ground due to its long arms. The troll paused at a doorway, peering inside before lowering its head and slowly squeezing into the room. Harry and Ron exclaimed, "What a chance! Let's lock it inside." The golden-haired prince's jaw clenched momentarily that he now believed Draco's assertion that Gryffindors were a bunch of foolish lions that he struggled to temper his language. Replying angrily, "That is the girls' restroom." With that, Ellen cast another speed charm upon himself and briskly headed toward the room. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Ron's face turned as pale as plaster. "Hermione!" They shouted and hurriedly rushed towards the room. Just as the two of them reached the doorway, they heard a piercing scream from a terrified girl. They witnessed a grotesque creature swinging a large wooden club at Alan. While Hermione cowered beneath the sink behind him, the wooden door and the sink were both battered and broken, a clear testament to the perilous situation they had just endured. The eye of the storm. Alan was filled with rage, primarily provoked by the thoughtless antics of Harry and Ron, the two foolish lions. Wielding his wand, he glared fiercely at the hideous giant, while behind him, Hermione's fearful screams echoed. The creature's weakness lay in its head, while its body was impervious to harm. The golden-haired prince analyzed the situation calmly. At this distance, he realized he could not strike its head. The somewhat worn wand in his hand moved gracefully. As if conducting a grand symphony, various colored spells burst forth from the tip of his wand, each one a successive attack that pushed the giant back. Enraged by this sudden turn of events, the creature roared and charged towards them. Seizing the moment, Alan leaped onto the sink, using it as leverage to propel himself upwards, swiftly running along the giant's arm and casting a flurry of spells towards its head. The creature staggered, its heavy body swaying unsteadily. Alan timed his jump perfectly, vaulting away just as the giant lurched in the opposite direction, cushioning his landing on the overhead bar of the toilet stall before safely touching down. Simultaneously, the giant swayed and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence, their expressions blank as they gazed at Alan, who had effortlessly subdued the beast, their minds rendered void of thought. The golden-haired prince furrowed his brow and quickly rose from the ground, his sea-blue eyes filled with disdain. He cast several cleaning charms upon himself in quick succession, allowing him to tolerate the lingering stench he had encountered. The two young lions timidly approached. Unfortunately, Alan ignored them. After hastily cleaning himself, Alan immediately stepped over the giant's leg and slowly approached Hermione, who was still trembling and screaming beneath the sink. Her eyes were red from tears, as she had just moments ago feared for her life. It was only when Alan, like a swift wind, shielded her from the creature and vanquished the loathsome beast that she felt a glimmer of hope. "Hermione, it's all right now. Come out," Alan gently urged. The small witch, reduced to a quivering ball, soon burst into tears. Alan smiled warmly, extending his arms, coaxing her. "Don't cry. Come out. It's filthy in here." Hermione was gradually pulled out by him, her robes utterly soiled. Alan swiftly cast cleaning charms on her. She flung herself into his arms, sobbing, "Your Highness, I thought I was going to die." The golden-haired prince, resigned, allowed her to cling to him, gently patting her back. There, brave little Gryffindor. We've made it through that moment. Harry and Ron approached. The two young lions, pale-faced, looked at the disheveled Hermione with expressions of regret, and at Alan's prompting, they bit their tongues. After a while, the sobbing subsided into laughter. Hermione seemed to realize something. Her face flushed as she retreated from his embrace. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, gently nudging Hermione towards Harry and the others, urging, "Miss Granger hasn't eaten yet. You all should take her back to the common room." Ron, his complexion a mix of pale and red, stepped forward. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that. You were only looking out for me." He paused, "But please refrain from doing so in the future." Harry flashed a sheepish smile. "Hermione, don't be angry. We won't do that again." The three young lions exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. It was obvious they had become close friends. From that moment on, no matter how terrifying the trials they faced, they remained indomitable. Alan cleared his throat loudly, regaining their attention. Let us hurry out. We wouldn't want the giant to wake up again. Hermione blinked. Though she felt the creature would likely never awaken, she obediently followed her prince and her friends out. Alan lingered behind them, casting a final glance at the giant sprawled on the floor before withdrawing his gaze. His expression solemn. Just then, a loud clattering of footsteps echoed down the corridor. The four of them looked up. They had not realized the commotion they had caused. Clearly, those downstairs had heard the violent clashes and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, her lips pale with fright. Professor Snape followed closely, while Quirrell trailed behind, timid and hesitant. The assistant to the Dark Lord feigned weakness, casting a fleeting glance at the giant before emitting a feeble sob. Sitting on a toilet and clutching his chest tightly, Alan's expression was somewhat inscrutable. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and asked with concern, "Professor, are you all right?" Quirrell's sobbing halted momentarily as he subtly scrutinized Alan. The golden-haired prince silently conveyed the stone. Quirrell shook his head in fear, indicating he had not obtained it. The voice of the Dark Lord echoed in his mind, angry yet elated, commanding him to use Alan to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. For 2 months, encountering setbacks with Dumbledore had drained Voldemort's patience. Alan's indifferent attitude only heightened his fury, as if the Dark Lord were merely a trivial obstacle in the prince's path. After multiple fits of rage, Voldemort finally calmed down. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone had become his paramount objective. Once resurrected, he would swiftly clip this prince's wings. What genius! What prince! Merely a worthless child yet to mature. All would bow beneath his feet. The exchange between the golden-haired prince and the weak professor lasted but an instant. He quickly turned his attention to the arriving professors. Upon seeing Harry, Snape's expression twisted for a fleeting moment. He rapidly scanned Harry from head to toe, then glanced at Ron, confirming the two foolish lions were unscathed and in good spirits before darkening his gaze elsewhere. He scrutinized Alan, noting his disheveled hair and attire, which was quite rare. After ascertaining Alan was unharmed, Snape crouched down to inspect the fallen giant. Alan was somewhat taken aback. Although Snape was not particularly fond of him, he was still regarded as half of his apprentice. In such a situation, why did the professor's first glance land on Harry? Lily? Alan lowered his gaze discreetly, catching sight of Snape's tattered, blood-soaked robe, as though it had been bitten by something. The golden-haired prince suddenly realized that Snape was Dumbledore's contingency plan. Therefore, Snape should be protecting Harry. Yet, why did he not want the other to know? Wouldn't it be better for the other to be aware and have a loving family? This was indeed contrary to Slytherin's nature of self-interest. Just then, Harry turned to look at him, indicating the injury on Snape's leg, his green eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Alan thought, "See? This is the price of not speaking the truth." Snape glanced at Professor McGonagall. After all, they were students of Gryffindor. He still had to show respect to his former teacher. Professor McGonagall looked at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her so furious. "What on earth were you doing?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with anger. "Potter and Weasley." Harry and Ron lowered their heads, listening to Professor McGonagall's icy reprimand. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped with your lives. Why weren't you minding your own business in the dormitory? Do you think you were Alan?" Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, saying nothing as they lowered their heads. They had just witnessed Alan's remarkable abilities. "Please, do not do this. Professor McGonagall is looking for me." "Miss Granger." All eyes turned towards Hermione. Alan spoke leisurely. "Professor." In any case, Harry and Ron left the group in search of Hermione. This reflects their value of friendship and their courage, does it not? Snape shot Alan a glare. Alan immediately donned a compliant smile. One must know when to yield. Professor McGonagall regarded Alan, saying, "Alan, you have spoken too much on their behalf. This is no trivial mistake." She turned to the 3 Gryffindor lions. 5 points will be deducted from each of you. Now, return to the common room at once. Her gaze softened as she looked at Alan. "Alan, due to your unauthorized departure from the group, Slytherin loses 5 points. However, because you defeated the troll and saved your classmates, Slytherin gains 20 points. Now, hurry back to the common room." Snape restrained Alan. "Minerva, I shall take him back." Quirrell sniffled, dutifully playing the role of a coward. Alan could no longer bear to watch and offered him a chocolate. Quirrell was taken aback, trembling as he accepted it, stammering his thanks. Snape narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. "If there is nothing else, I shall escort this little troll back to the dormitory." He pressed Alan's shoulder as they walked out, his pace deliberately slow, seemingly to match Alan's. Only Alan knew that the hand was firmly pressing down on his shoulder. The golden-haired prince remained silent, acting as a crutch for someone. He raised his gaze. "Professor, I seem to have forgotten the method for brewing Murtlap essence. Could you take me to the office for a review? Murtlap essence, a healing potion effective for cuts and bruises, alleviating pain. Snape's expression relaxed slightly as he glanced at Alan, realizing this little troll was exceedingly clever. Moments later, the professor in black robes quietly altered their destination. Alan brewed enough Murtlap essence in Snape's office to last half a month, carefully measuring and storing it in small bottles before rising to take his leave. After he departed, Snape looked at the neatly arranged bottles. Letting out a soft hum from his nostrils, his expression considerably softened. That conspicuous golden hair headed towards the Slytherin common room. Alan stood outside, reciting the password, Glory. Almost all years of Slytherins were gathered in the cellar. The little snakes were unexpectedly enthusiastic. Upperclassmen crowded around him, eager to ask how he had defeated the troll. Clearly, they were attempting to foster camaraderie through this significant event. Alan graciously accepted their flattery. Humbly deflecting, the troll's weakness lies in its head. I merely took the opportunity to cast a spell at its head. The crowd responded with appreciative murmurs, well aware that the reality was far from simple. If they had previously harbored some jealousy towards Alan's strength and talent, it had now completely dissipated. How many students could defeat a troll in their first year? Just managing to stand upright would be an achievement. This level of talent would likely cause even the Dark Lord to concede. Yet, he possessed an impeccable environment for growth. Even as a newcomer to the magical world, he could grasp magic with such rapidity. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Who would be foolish enough to oppose someone like him? The little snakes exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Theodore Nott sat beside Draco, observing the Muggle prince, who was surrounded like a star, and remarked tersely, "Weren't you concerned before? Now that he's back, why not go over?" Draco scoffed, sipping his pumpkin juice. "Nott, mind your own business." Theodore's face paled. He remained silent for a moment before distancing himself from the equally illustrious Malfoy heir. Draco quietly observed the bustling crowd, and when the prince's gaze finally found him, he slammed his cup down on the table and turned back to the dormitory. Alan hesitated, wondering what was troubling this little peacock now. He continued to engage with the Slytherin upperclassmen, who seemed to finally grasp the situation, introducing him one by one. The long-absent female prefect also arrived. Nodding haughtily, "Well done, Cornwall." The golden-haired prince's expression was somewhat aloof as he softly replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Seeing that the crowd still wished to say more, he smiled and said, "Dealing with a troll can be exhausting. Please, enjoy your meal. I must take my leave." Had Edward been present, or perceptive Harry, or the astute Diana and Hermione, they would have noticed Alan's cold demeanor. Given his princely status, no one would dare speak to him with condescending tones. Edward was strict but had always offered guidance, never truly reprimanding him. The recent condescending compliments from the little snakes did not bring Alan any joy of acceptance. On the contrary, it felt more like an insult. Slytherin was a unique house. The children here were either wealthy or noble, leading to early entanglements of interests, making it challenging to forge friendships based solely on sincerity. Once the core of the upperclassmen in Slytherin quieted down, all the little snakes fell silent, watching the golden-haired prince pass through their midst with unhurried grace, saying nothing. Theodore, hidden in the corner, quickly followed in a dimly lit corridor. The golden-haired prince seemed oblivious as he walked towards the dormitory. Theodore hesitated, clasping his hands behind his back. After much contemplation, just as he was about to turn away, he saw the prince gently pivot, precisely directing his gaze towards him. "Who is it? Is there something you need?" Theodore paused for a moment before stepping forward. "Mr. Nott?" Alan tilted his head slightly. "Do you need something from me?" Theodore took a deep breath, raising his gaze with determination. "Your Highness, I request your protection." Alan turned slightly.